Chapter 1. Onayakin. Brother, wake up quickly. In the land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, at the Hokage residence, in the room of Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki Himawari gently pushed open the door, and sunlight streamed through the slightly ajar curtains, casting mottled patterns upon Boruto's bed. Brother, hurry and get up. Himawari's melodious and crisp voice resonated through the air. Boruto, rubbing his bleary eyes, responded in a languid tone, still half asleep. Himawari, let me sleep a bit longer. Yet, Himawari was insistent. She gracefully leaped onto the edge of the bed and gently tugged at the corner of the blanket, revealing Boruto's youthful face. No, today is the day you enter the Ninja Academy, Himawari insisted. With a resigned sigh, Boruto sat up, affectionately ruffled Himawari's hair, and offered her a tender smile. All right, Himawari, I will get up now. As he donned his clothes, a wave of emotions washed over him. It has already been 8 years since I traversed into the world of Naruto. I never imagined I would become the son of Uzumaki Naruto, with a sister, a home, and parents of exceptional caliber. Truly a fortuitous start. However, a hint of regret lingered within him. The only pity is that I had not watched Naruto Next Generations before my reincarnation. I am entirely ignorant of the plot, having only occasionally glimpsed scenes of Naruto battling Kagaya's descendants, Momoshiki and Kinshiki. He let out a wry smile. Alas, had I known I would be reborn in Boruto's world, I would have paid more attention to the storyline, but since the reception of Boruto's series was rather poor, I scarcely watched it. At the dining table, Hinata had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Boruto, today is your first day at the Ninja Academy. Your father and I met there as well, Hinata said gently. Boruto chuckled. You mentioned that many times, Mom. Hinata smiled back. Is that so? Your father, despite being a troublemaker and considered a problem child back then, was actually quite dashing. Boruto waved his hand dismissively. I've heard that one too many times. Hinata's eyes shimmered with warmth and pride. However, your character is nothing like your father's. I have never seen you cause trouble, always so understanding and considerate. Boruto mischievously winked. Perhaps I inherited your gentleness, Mom. His words elicited a chuckle from Hinata. Boruto glanced at the empty seat and sighed. It seems Dad spent another night at the Hokage office. Himawari looked somewhat dejected ever since Naruto became Hokage. Their time together had dwindled significantly. Hinata gently stroked Himawari's hair, her eyes reflecting a mix of sympathy and understanding. Such is the nature of his responsibilities, the work of the Hokage is perpetually demanding, as he bears the weight of the village's peace and safety. She comforted softly, enough of that, let's eat. I'm ready to dig in. Boruto and Himawari chimed in unison. At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed in Boruto's mind. Ding. Role-playing system binding successful. Host, Uzumaki Boruto. Playing role, Pain Nagato. Role progress, 01000. Reminder, the host must evoke emotional responses from others to advance the progress bar. Completing the role will grant the host all abilities of the character. Boruto froze momentarily. Almost dropping his chopsticks, he surveyed the surroundings, seeing his family enjoying breakfast as usual, seemingly unaware of the turmoil within him. So, I've awakened a system to play as a character? Boruto pondered deeply. Boruto, it's almost time. Didn't you have an appointment with Sarada? Hinata's voice interrupted his thoughts. Boruto snapped back to reality and smiled at Hinata. Yes, I know, Mom. He quickly finished his breakfast. I'm heading out. All right, Boruto. Hinata nodded. Be careful on the way, okay? Himawari's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Traversing through the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Boruto arrived at the residence of Uchiha Sakura. He gently knocked on the door, and soon it creaked open. Oh, it's Boruto, Sakura greeted with a smile. Good morning, Aunt Sakura, Boruto replied politely. Good morning, Boruto. Come in. Sarada is upstairs getting ready. Sakura stepped aside to let Boruto in and moved toward the kitchen to prepare some treats. Boruto, please wait a moment. Sarada will be down shortly. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Sarada appeared at the top. Boruto, sorry to keep you waiting, she said, walking down with a smile. Boruto nodded. Yeah, let's go. As he extended his hand, Sarada unhesitatingly took it. Mom, In heading out, the two walked side by side out of the Uchiha home. "Wait, Sarada," Sakura called out, holding the prepared snacks, but by then, Boruto and Sarada had already dashed away. She lightly rubbed her forehead, watching the two children run off, a fond smile spreading across her face. These two are truly full of vitality. As they set off toward the Ninja Academy, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting an extraordinary hue upon this ordinary day. "Boruto, today marks the beginning of our studies at the Ninja Academy," Sarada remarked as they walked. "What's wrong? Are you nervous, Sarada?" Boruto turned to her. Sarada, gazing at Boruto's close face, felt her cheeks warm. "Not at all, just a bit excited," she said, adjusting her glasses to hide her embarrassment. Boruto chuckled. "Is that so? But why is your face so red?" Sarada feigned composure. "Where's the redness?" "Perhaps it's just that my mother's cooking is a bit spicy today," she internally confessed. "Sorry, Mom." The two chatted and laughed, soon arriving at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. "Boruto, Sarada," Denki greeted them enthusiastically. "Good morning, Denki," Boruto and Sarada replied in unison. "Denki, those little brats haven't bullied you again, have they?" Boruto inquired with concern. Denki shook his head. "Not at all. Ever since you taught them a lesson, they haven't bothered me." "Also, Boruto, I'm in the ninjutsu class too," Denki added. In this era of peace, the demand for ninjas had significantly decreased, leading the Hidden Leafs Ninja Academy to offer both ninjutsu and general studies classes to cater to various student needs. Boruto was somewhat surprised. "Really? I thought you would choose general studies." Denki smiled. "I've changed my mind. I want to learn ninjutsu to protect the village and others." "Then I'll head in first," Denki said. "All right," Boruto nodded and turned to Sarada. "Sarada, you should go in first too. I have something to take care of and will join you soon." "But the entrance ceremony is about to start," Sarada said softly. "It'll be over quickly, don't worry." Boruto gently ruffled Sarada's hair, speaking reassuringly. "Okay, but hurry up, don't be late." With that, Sarada released Boruto's hand and stepped into the gates of the Ninja Academy. Her figure gradually blended into the bustling crowd of new students until she vanished entirely. Boruto stood still, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked up at the sky. Well then, let the suffering begin. Inside the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf Village, the plaza for the entrance ceremony was filled with new students standing in neat rows, awaiting the commencement of the event. "Akimichi Chocho," Shino's voice rang out. "Here." "Yamanaka Ino." "Here." As Shino called out names one by one, the students responded loudly. However, when Uzumaki Boruto was announced, an unexpected silence followed. "Uzumaki Boruto?" Shino's voice carried a hint of confusion as he called again. His brow furrowed as he scanned the crowd, searching for the absent figure. The students began to murmur, "Uzumaki? Is that the Uzumaki? Boruto, hurry up." Sarada thought anxiously. Why hasn't Boruto arrived yet? Is he late? Even the Seventh Hokage, Naruto, pondered silently. Nara Shikumu, noticing the situation, chuckled. "You can't leave yet, you still need to give the welcoming speech." At that moment, a student suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked up and saw a figure hovering above the Ninja Academy. The individual had striking orange hair and wore a black robe adorned with vibrant red cloud patterns. With arms and legs spread wide, he seemed to embrace the entire sky, as if about to unleash a powerful jutsu. How is this possible? Is that pain?" Naruto gasped. Overwhelmed by a multitude of questions, a bag of rice must be carried up the second floor, accompanied by this familiar line, the successful notification tone of ding, portraying the Deva path pain, echoed through the air. From Uzumaki Naruto's emotions, the progress bar increased by 95.27 points. From Sarutobi Kanomaru's emotions, the progress bar increased by 886 points. From Nara Shikamaru's emotions, the progress bar increased by 556 points. The reactions around spread like ripples, with various emotions continuously filling the progress bar of Deva Path Pain. Each grain is laden with mud. Who grants you a bag of rice? Boruto transformed, embodying Deva Path Pain, striking a classic pose that seemed to freeze time itself. The atmosphere in the ninja school instantly grew heavy and oppressive, causing students to involuntarily retreat, their innocent faces a blend of fear and curiosity. Naruto looked up, his gaze piercing, fixated on the figure of pain portrayed by Boruto, seemingly stirred within. A Rasengan gathered in his palm, which he then aimed at the ground and released with force. The Rasengan transformed into a dazzling beam of light, propelling Naruto skyward. He shouted, "Boruto, stop! You are not permitted to wield such power in Konoha." However, Boruto paid no heed to Naruto's warning, scoffing, "Ridiculous." He extended his right hand, slightly opening it, as if to unleash some dreadful force. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but recall past events, swiftly crossing his arms in a defensive posture. From Uzumaki Naruto's emotions, the progress bar gained 4,396 points. Yet the anticipated attack did not materialize instead. With a resounding bang, Boruto's transformed image of pain dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. This is a shadow clone, Naruto quickly realized, scanning the ground. There stood Boruto's true self, proudly positioned before the line of students in the guise of Devapath pain. The aura emanating from him filled the surrounding students with an unprecedented unease, some even collapsing in fear. Konoha, Shino, and other teachers swiftly intervened, shielding the students. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began forming hand seals in preparation for any eventuality. Boruto smiled slightly, raising his palm and solemnly declaring, "From this moment forth, let the world experience pain." These words acted like an incantation, elevating the atmosphere of fear to its zenith, with emotions of dread from all around continuously contributing points to the progress bar. The students' terror peaked, cries and screams reverberating, some even so frightened that they wet themselves. A young girl sat paralyzed on the ground, wailing to return home. Shinra Tensei is a joke. At that moment, Boruto suddenly dispelled his transformation, revealing his true visage. Uzumaki Boruto has arrived. Boruto? Konoha let out a sigh of relief upon realizing. Orochimaru also retracted his impending shadow imitation technique. "Boruto, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you kick off the first day of school?" Orochimaru couldn't help but retort. Ramen also chimed in, "Yeah, I almost thought I was going to die of fright." Even Sarada secretly muttered, "Is this what you call something important, Boruto?" Naruto descended gracefully, landing beside Boruto, gripping his arm firmly. "So was you, Dad?" Boruto looked up at Naruto, smiling. Yet Naruto's expression turned serious, regarding the chaos behind Boruto, as he said, "I am speaking to you now as the Hokage, Boruto." "Understood. Addressing you by your title during work hours, Seventh Hokage, Dad," Boruto playfully replied. However, Naruto remained vigilant, continuing to question, "Boruto, why did you do this?" "Why? I just wanted to play a prank on everyone," Boruto replied nonchalantly. Yet Naruto was evidently unsatisfied with this answer, furrowing his brow as he stated, "A prank? You were not like this before, Boruto." Boruto shrugged, unconcerned. "Perhaps I inherited your personality, Dad. You used to doodle all over Hokage Rock when you were young compared to you. I merely startled him. What's the big deal?" Naruto was left speechless, recalling some foolish antics he had performed to garner attention in his youth. But at that moment, he needed to uphold the dignity of the Hokage, so he sternly declared, "Boruto, regardless, your actions have affected many students. You were grounded at home for 2 weeks as punishment." Hearing this, though somewhat dissatisfied, Boruto had no choice but to accept, sighing resignedly, "All right, got it, Dad." As evening descended, the sun's afterglow spilled across the desk in Hokage's office, where Naruto was intently reviewing documents. At that moment, Shikamaru's voice broke the silence, teasingly remarking, "Transforming into pain really frightened quite a few students." Naruto merely smiled awkwardly and softly replied, "I truly apologize." However, to return to the matter at hand, Boruto is undeniably much stronger than you were in your youth. Shikamaru shifted the conversation, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Yet, I find myself quite intrigued. How does Boruto know about pain?" This question prompted Naruto to ponder deeply. Perhaps he has secretly perused the confidential scrolls concerning pain. After all, possessing the Rasengan makes such an endeavor rather uncomplicated, Naruto speculated. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru gently shook his head, signaling a temporary pause in their dialogue. Meanwhile, a soft knock echoed through the Hokage's residence, followed by the door creaking open. Sarada stood at the threshold, smiling as she greeted Hinata, who had come to welcome her. "Is that you, Aunt Hinata? I'm here to see Boruto.ise around." Hinata replied with a gentle smile. "Ah, it's Sarada? Please come in. Boruto is resting upstairs that I wonder what is troubling him today." Hearing this, Sarada felt a flicker of concern arise within her as she made her way directly to Boruto's room. Upon opening the door, she was met with an exceedingly awkward sight. Boruto was in the midst of transforming into the visage of pain. His back turned toward the entrance, murmuring those chilling words, "Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain." Sarada's emotions surged, causing a swift increase of 20 points in the emotional gauge. Boruto suddenly snapped back to reality. Hastily dispelling the transformation technique that he turned, he found himself locking eyes with Sarada at the door, both feeling the weight of the awkwardness in the air. "I'm so sorry, Boruto. I should have knocked first before entering." Sarada quickly apologized, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, clearly flustered by the earlier scene. Boruto, swiftly regaining his composure, offered a sheepish smile. "It's all right, Sarada. I was merely practicing a new transformation technique and didn't expect you to walk in." As he spoke, he approached the table, retrieving a cup of water and handing it to Sarada in an attempt to ease the sudden tension. "Please, have a seat." Sarada accepted the cup, gently sitting down as she quietly inquired. "Boruto, are you in pain?" "Pain? Not at all. In fact, I feel quite at ease," Boruto replied, softly grasping Sarada's hand. "Then why did you utter those painful words?" Sarada asked, puzzled. "That was merely to immerse myself more deeply into the character. Only by doing so can the essence of the transformation technique be perfectly manifested," Boruto explained, slightly embarrassed. "Since you're all right, I'll take my leave now." Sarada stood up, preparing to depart. Boruto felt a pang of reluctance. "Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer?" Sarada shook her head with a smile. "It's getting late, and my mother will worry about me. I initially thought something was wrong with you, which is why I came to check on you." Just as Sarada was about to exit, Himawari unexpectedly appeared at the door, exclaiming, "Oniakin!" With a sudden thud, Himawari collided with Sarada at the threshold, both stumbling a few steps. Witnessing this, Boruto rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Sarada's waist, while extending his other hand to gently support Himawari, preventing her from falling. As Sarada looked up into Boruto's eyes, she was astonished to find that his once azure pupils had transformed into a pair of dazzling, starry eyes, shimmering with a faint silver glow, cold yet enigmatic, twinkling with iridescent brilliance. "What beautiful eyes!" Sarada exclaimed, promptly breaking free from Boruto's embrace to gaze at Himawari, who was floating midair, beaming with excitement. "Wow, I'm flying." Under Boruto's control, Himawari slowly descended, retracting her Rasengan. "Brother, I want to fly some more," Himawari said, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, completely unfazed by the earlier incident. Boruto affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling, "Not this time. Otherwise, Mom will worry." At that moment, Hinata ascended the stairs, calling out, "Just in time. You're all here. Dinner is ready, and Sarada is welcome to join us," she warmly invited, her face radiating maternal warmth. Sarada hesitated, "But it's already quite late. And my mother will be concerned. But don't worry. I'll have Boruto escort you home afterward." Hinata reassured her, adding, "And I'll call Sakura to inform her as well." Sarada glanced at Boruto, who nodded in agreement. And she smiled, replying, "Thank you, Aunt Hinata. I won't be rude then." The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and harmonious, with Hinata endlessly serving Sarada as if she were her own daughter. Meanwhile, Boruto playfully teased Himawari, filling the room with their cheerful laughter. The warmth of the moment stood in stark contrast to Naruto's struggles back in the Hokage office, where he faced a mountain of paperwork. Sighing deeply, it seems another all-nighter is in store. Day's night enveloped Konoha. Tranquility reigned, with moonlight delicately filtering through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the serene path. Hand in hand, Boruto and Sarada strolled side by side along the trail. "Boruto, what is the story behind your eyes?" Sarada recalled Boruto's mysterious gaze and softly asked, "Oh, you mean the Rasengan? That's my bloodline limit, just like your Sharingan," Boruto explained. "Bloodline limit? When did you awaken it?" "This is the first I'm hearing of it," Sarada said, astonished as she gazed into Boruto's eyes. Boruto paused slightly, Well, I awakened the Rinnegan at birth. However, my father was concerned that I might not be able to control its power. So he instructed me to keep it a secret that I see. But Boruto, your Rinnegan is truly stunning. In comparison, my Sharingan seems quite plain. Sarada's voice carried a hint of insecurity. Don't say that, Sarada. Your Sharingan is the most beautiful pair of eyes I have ever seen. Boruto said earnestly, stepping closer to meet her gaze. Is that so? Sarada felt warmth blossom within her at his words, lowering her head slightly, with an involuntary smile. The two continued their leisurely walk, sharing laughter and conversation, unaware that they had arrived at Sarada's doorstep. Sarada, we're home, Boruto gently reminded her, halting his steps. Sarada paused for a moment before smiling and waving goodbye. Well then, good night, Boruto. See you tomorrow. Good night, Sarada. Until tomorrow, Boruto waved back, watching as she entered her home. Only after the door softly closed did he slowly turn away. 2 weeks later, the door to a classroom at the Ninja Academy creaked open, with Boruto and Sarada entering in succession. Boruto was the first to step inside, instantly transforming into the form of Deva Path Pain, capturing the attention of all the students in the room. Feel the pain, Boruto declared, extending a hand while murmuring those chilling words. Sarada followed behind, her hand pressed to her forehead, her face etched with embarrassment. However, the students showed no signs of surprise, their eyes glued to Boruto. What is going on? Why isn't the system responding? Is it not giving me the respect I deserve? Boruto muttered inwardly. Just then, Shikadai walked into the classroom and, witnessing Boruto's transformation, frowned. Hey, Boruto, could you please refrain from such silly antics? The whole school knows about your transformation technique now. It's quite a nuisance. Boruto, hearing this, had no choice but to dispel the transformation. This system is a bit unreliable. The progress bar only increased by 20,000. And it seems I need to evoke emotions in others to make it rise further. Well, I'll take my time. After all, I have the Rinnegan at my disposal. Sarada, where shall I sit? Boruto inquired. Anywhere is fine, Sarada replied softly. Is that so? Boruto responded and followed Sarada to sit in the same row. Good morning, Sarada, Boruto called out Inajin from a nearby seat. Good morning, Inajin, Sarada greeted with a smile. Boruto, this is Shinku Inajin, our class representative, Sarada introduced, gesturing to the purple-haired girl beside her. So you're the class representative. Good morning, Shinku Inajin, Boruto responded politely. Kanji quietly answered, appearing somewhat shy. Oh dear, the seat has been taken. At that moment, Akito Chaochu walked into the classroom with a bag of chips in hand. Upon noticing that the seat next to Sarada was occupied, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. I'm sorry, Chaochu, but Boruto insisted on sitting next to me, Sarada explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Well, what can I say? Sarada and Boruto are childhood friends. Chaochu chuckled graciously. My apologies, Chaochu. As Boruto spoke, he retrieved a bag of chips from his bag and handed it to her. Chaochu's eyes lit up at the sight of the chips. Boruto, thanks, you can have that seat, she said, accepting the chips and finding an empty spot to sit down, continuing to enjoy her snack time. The privileged offspring of the Hokage. At that moment, Yamashiro Inajin casually strolled by, deliberately raising his voice. Inajin, Kanji tensed up, gesturing with her hands. Did I just say what I was thinking out loud? Inajin realized his slip of the tongue and glanced back. Inajin, that was a bit too much, Shikadai reminded from the side. I apologize if my words have caused any discomfort. I take them back, Inajin quickly offered. No need, Inajin. However, I must correct you. I am not merely the privileged child of the Hokage, but rather the third generation. My father is the Hokage, and my grandfather was also the Hokage, Boruto declared proudly, his hands clasped behind his head. The revelation that Boruto's grandfather was also a Hokage sent a wave of astonishment through the classroom. All eyes turned to Boruto, filled with surprise and curiosity. What? Boruto's grandfather was also a Hokage? This is the first I've heard of it, a student exclaimed in disbelief. Boruto's grandfather is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki's father. That means he is Boruto's grandfather, another student exclaimed in shock. Just then, the classroom door swung open again, interrupting this small commotion. In walked Yamanaka Ino, clad in a green top and wearing a distinctive eye mask. Stand up, Kanji called out loudly. The entire class stood up in unison, paying their respects to Ino as she entered. Ino nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over each student before finally resting on Boruto. Though she said nothing further, she raised her hand gently to signal everyone to sit down, then proceeded to the podium, preparing to commence today's lesson. Following this, a comprehensive assessment of the students' foundational abilities would take place. On the training grounds of the ninja school, a variety of obstacle courses had been meticulously arranged. The students stood in neat lines along the edge of the field, their faces a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Except for Boruto, who wore an indifferent expression. Ino stood at the center of the field, holding a list, and began to announce the testing rules. Today's foundational ability assessment consists of 4 parts: speed, strength, agility, and basic ninjutsu application. Please come forward in the order I call your names. As the first name was called, Sarada stepped up immediately. She quickly moved to the starting line, adjusting her glasses and preparing herself. At the sound of the whistle, Sarada dashed forward like an arrow, skillfully weaving through the obstacles, showcasing her remarkable speed and agility. Impressive, Inogen exclaimed, watching Sarada's performance in awe. Indeed, she lives up to the Uchiha name. Sarada's prowess in both taijutsu and ninjutsu is truly astonishing, Ino acknowledged, nodding in approval while holding the list. After Sarada completed her assessment, the girls in the class gathered around her. "Sarada, you're amazing," they chorused in admiration. Sarada responded humbly. "Thank you all for the compliments." Casually glancing in Boruto's direction, she noticed him with his arms crossed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As time passed, Yamanaka Ino called each student forward for their assessments. Last but not least, Uzumaki Boruto, Ino's voice rang out. When it was Boruto's turn, he maintained his unruffled demeanor. The eyes of his classmates converged on him, some filled with curiosity, others with expectation. After all, as the son of the Seventh Hokage, his performance was bound to be the center of attention. "Well, being the last one, I guess I should take this a bit seriously," Boruto muttered to himself. "Boruto, are you ready?" Ino asked. Of course, Miss Ino. As the test commenced. Boruto shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, his speed generating a gust of wind. Even at such high velocity, he exhibited astonishing stability, as if the obstacles before him were mere illusions. He effortlessly maneuvered through them, even executing a graceful aerial turn at one moment, eliciting gasps of astonishment from his classmates. "So fast, even quicker than Sarada," Inogen marveled. "This guy has some hidden talents," Shikadai couldn't help but praise. "This speed, is he already a Chunin?" "No, perhaps a Chunin, truly the child of Naruto." Ino internally nodded, highly impressed by Boruto's performance. "All right, Boruto, your test is complete. The foundational ability assessments for the entire class have now concluded. From this point forward, we will base our practical exercises on this data," Ino stated while jotting down notes. After the test concluded, Sarada and the others gathered around. "Boruto, you were incredible. Your score was the highest in the class." Inogen excitedly presented his laptop for Boruto to see. Boruto smiled nonchalantly. "First place, huh? That was a breeze." He casually glanced at the rankings. Indeed, the first place was Uzumaki Boruto, followed closely by Uchiha Sarada. "Inogen, why don't I see your ranking?" Boruto inquired curiously. "My ranking is on the second page," Inogen replied, slightly embarrassed. "Huh, there's a second page." Boruto feigned surprise, causing laughter to ripple around them. During the lunch break, Boruto and Sarada, along with their group, prepared to return to the classroom to grab their lunches. "Sarada, where shall we eat?" Boruto asked. "Let's eat in the classroom," Sarada replied succinctly. "All right," Boruto nodded in agreement. However, upon returning to the classroom, they found it completely empty. "Huh, strange. Why is there not a single person in the classroom?" Boruto wondered aloud. Just then, an irritable voice rang out. "Go somewhere else. Don't bother me here." A student wearing a red hat and with slightly darker skin, Kinomoto Iwabu, abruptly rose from his seat. "This place belongs to me now," he said coldly. Boruto frowned upon hearing this. Who does he think he is? So arrogant. "My dad is the Hokage, and he doesn't act this way." Inogen quietly warned from behind Boruto. "That's Kinomoto Iwabu. He failed twice and is repeating the year." Shikadai added from the side. Boruto scoffed dismissively. "Huh. I thought he was someone important. Turns out he's just the bottom of the barrel." That Iwabu's expression darkened at Boruto's words. He stood up abruptly, glaring at Boruto. He slammed his hand on the desk and leaped toward Boruto, attempting to grab his collar. Seeing this, Sarada quickly stepped forward, and with a sharp smack, she struck Iwabu's hand away just before it reached Boruto, forcing him to stumble back unsteadily. The commotion soon attracted the attention of other students outside the classroom, who gathered around to see what was happening. "Don't lay your filthy hands on Boruto." Sarada glared at Iwabu coldly. A flicker of surprise crossed Iwabu's eyes, quickly replaced by anger. Yet, he managed to suppress his impulse and refrain from advancing further. He hesitated before redirecting his ire at Boruto. "Boruto, you're just a kid riding on your parents' coattails, hiding behind a girl. Huh? If you have guts, let's duel and see who the real bottom feeder is. A one-on-one challenge?" That proposal is rather intriguing. A playful smirk danced upon Boruto's lips. "Boruto," Sarada called out with a hint of concern. "It's nothing. Just teaching that underachiever a lesson." Boruto reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, signaling her to relax. "All right," Sarada replied, stepping aside to clear the way. Boruto and Iwabumi stood facing each other, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Iwabumi cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding onlookers and coldly declared, "What good is your academic prowess if you can't back it up with strength?" Even the current Hokage rose to power solely because of his might. A ninja can do as he pleases if he possesses enough strength. I already have the power of a genin. Yet I was held back due to poor grades. How infuriating. Enough with the rambling. Are we fighting or not? Boruto interrupted impatiently. "Humph, as the Hokage's son, I'll show you my true power," Iwabumi bellowed, charging at Boruto. Just then, a trembling voice rang out. "Stop." Kambuki stood at the entrance, visibly shaken, her hands gesturing nervously. "This is a classroom, not a battleground," she said urgently. Iwabumi paused, glancing at Kambuki and then at Boruto, letting out a derisive snort. "You're right. I can't afford to damage anything here. Hey, Hokage's son, let's take this outside." With that, he began striding toward the door. "Teacher Shino, Boruto will be starting school today, correct?" Mitarashi Anko inquired. "Indeed," Shino replied. "To face suspension on his very first day." "This child is truly one of a kind," Anko chuckled lightly. "That may be so, but I never anticipated becoming his homeroom teacher," Shino remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "As the child of the Seventh Hokage, you must provide him with a proper education," Anko advised. "Naturally, I shall instruct him rigorously. After all, it is my duty," Shino affirmed with determination. With that, Shino turned and opened the door to his classroom, stepping inside. However, as he entered, he found not a single student in sight. "What?" Shino exclaimed in astonishment. Anko curiously leaned in to peek. "Where are my students?" Shino pondered aloud, inadvertently dropping the textbook from his hands in the arena of the Konoha Ninja Academy. The stands were teeming with spectators. Students whispered excitedly, their gazes fixated on the empty space at the center of the arena. "What should we do? Aren't we going to class?" Kambuki asked nervously, glancing at Cho-Cho. "Don't worry. Even if something happens, we can just blame them. After all, Boruto's father is the Seventh Hokage. What is there to fear? Right, Sarada?" Cho-Cho nonchalantly remarked, munching on a bag of chips. "Even if Boruto's father is the Seventh Hokage, that doesn't justify his actions." Iwabumi provoked him first. Sarada replied earnestly. "Sarada, are you defending Boruto? Have you two started dating?" Cho-Cho teased, a playful grin on her face. Sarada's cheeks flushed slightly as she adjusted her glasses, quickly denying, "Don't say such things. We are merely classmates and friends." All right, just kidding," Cho-Cho laughed, giving Sarada a friendly pat on the shoulder. "But speaking of which, who do you think will win between Boruto and Iwabumi?" "This feels familiar. It seems like the very spot where Lee faced Gaara during the Chunin exams," Boruto mused, standing in the arena with his hands in his pockets, surveying the surroundings. Iwabumi scanned the crowd of spectators before firmly driving his iron rod into the ground, declaring, "Pay close attention. This is a legitimate ninja duel according to the Academy's rules. Do you think Boruto can win?" Hida asked anxiously, clutching her laptop as she watched Boruto and Iwabumi below. "Boruto will triumph. Based on his performance in today's test, he has already distanced himself from us significantly. Only Sarada stands a chance of matching him," Hida analyzed while stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, although I am not fond of the children of officials, I must admit that Boruto's strength surpasses ours by a wide margin." Inzen chimed in. "I never realized Boruto was this strong," Hida mused, feeling a bit more at ease upon hearing Hida and Inzen's comments. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. In the center of the arena, Boruto executed a transformation jutsu, and with a bang of white smoke, he morphed into the likeness of pain. Iwabumi scoffed derisively. Humph, a mere transformation jutsu. Is that all the Hokage's son can do? Pathetic. Clearly, you've never experienced true suffering that if you manage to land a hit on me, I will concede. The transformed Boruto as pain glanced at Iwabumi with a sly smile. How dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Iwabumi roared, launching a flurry of shurikens that sliced through the air like arrows. The figure of pain, now Boruto, conjured a pitch-black rod and began to spin it with finesse. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the shurikens were deflected, clattering harmlessly to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust that a triumphant notification resonated in Boruto's mind. Transformation successfully executed. Emotional progress from Raiden Kita increased by 3 points. Emotional progress from Yamashiro Inzen increased by 9 points. I see now that showcasing strength during the transformation enhances the audience's emotional response. Boruto observed, his gaze growing more profound as he regarded I in that case. Iwabumi, prepare to carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs. Boruto's fluid defensive maneuvers drew gasps of admiration from the spectators. Not bad at all, Hokage-san, Iwabumi muttered as he charged forward, intent on engaging Boruto in a physical confrontation. With a burst of speed, Iwabumi closed the distance, fists clenched, propelled by a gust of wind. Yet, each time Iwabumi's fists neared Boruto, he deftly tapped the ground, evading Iwabumi's strikes with ease. So fast, Iwabumi thought, astonished, but he pressed on, launching a relentless assault. However, Boruto consistently sidestepped each attack with precision. The progress bar in the audience continued to rise, albeit modestly, remaining in the single digits. It appeared as though Boruto were toying with Iwabumi. Why can't I land a hit? Iwabumi shouted in frustration. Are you nothing but a coward who only dodges? Oh, you don't seriously think you can defeat me, do you? How foolish. Challenging a god is nothing short of madness. Boruto, embodying pain, wore a subtle smile. Relishing the moment, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage. Reappearing right before Iwabumi, the latter's expression shifted drastically as he sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching him. Emotional progress from Iwabumi increased by 18 points. Don't underestimate me, Iwabumi bellowed, swinging his fist with all his might. Yet, the punch met nothing but air, causing him to stagger and drop to one knee, barely managing to steady himself with his hands on the ground. Meanwhile, Boruto had mysteriously taken a seat on Iwabumi's back. He raised an arm, extending a finger to gently shake it. It seems you still fail to grasp the essence of suffering. The audience erupted in a cacophony of gasps and laughter. Look at Iwabumi's expression. The butterfly laughed so heartily that she nearly spilled the chips from her hands. That moment, Iwabuchi's expression was an intricate tapestry of anger, resentment, and defeat, mercilessly laid bare upon his face. Iwabuchi growled, springing to his feet in an attempt to seize Boruto. Yet, Boruto's figure vanished in an instant, evading Iwabuchi's grasp. When he reappeared, Boruto stood calmly behind Iwabuchi, leaning casually against him in front of so many classmates. Let me show off a little, Boruto thought with a slight upward tilt of his head and a soft chuckle. Iwabuchi's anger flared anew. He turned and swung a punch, only for Boruto to effortlessly capture his arm. With a sudden force, Boruto hurled Iwabuchi away, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing against a stone pillar, finally coming to a halt. Boruto had tempered his strength. Iwabuchi emerged unscathed, merely spitting to the side, his fury boiling over as he leapt towards a metal rod embedded in the ground. What a joke. I actually lost to a child of privilege, Iwabuchi roared, his chakra surging within him as he yanked the rod from the earth, its end expanding instantaneously into a stone hammer. I want to become like Lord Hokage. I wish to fight like the Hokage. This is the path I must tread. I shall not be stopped here. Iwabuchi raised the stone hammer high, swinging it down with ferocity. In that instant, a torrent of earth and stone surged forth like a tidal wave, barreling towards Boruto. In the spectator stands, Deer Platform gasped. Astonished that Iwabuchi could wield ninjutsu, Boruto smirked, recognizing his adversary's skill, but declared, however, this game ends here. With that, he vanished in a flash, activating the body flicker technique, reappearing right behind Iwabuchi. What? Iwabuchi spun around to find Boruto standing directly behind him. All defensive measures rendered futile. The emotions emanating from Iwabuchi contributed 15 points to the progress meter. It seems you have begun to taste the bitterness of suffering. but my pain far exceeds yours." Before his words had fully settled, Boruto transformed, adopting the demeanor of Deva Pain, his fist enveloped in a faint white vortex. Ultimate Series. Deva, Ordinary Punch. The punch, imbued with terrifying force, hurtled towards Iwabuchi. Iwabuchi could only watch in despair and fear as the fist drew near. Fortunately, Boruto's punch did not strike him directly, merely grazing past. However, the wind generated by the punch sent Iwabuchi's hat flying, leaving his hair in disarray. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. "What kind of power is this?" Iwabuchi gasped, finally managing to utter, I lost." His voice carried none of the earlier anger or resentment, replaced now by a serene acceptance. Observing this, Boruto dispelled his transformation, returning to his original appearance. He looked down at the prostrate Iwabuchi and said earnestly, "Indeed, you have lost. What does this signify? Young one, you must practice more." At this moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. "Boruto is so cool." A few girls exclaimed excitedly. Taking the opportunity, Dai teased Sarada. "Hey, Sarada, if you don't make your move soon, Boruto might just be swept away by someone else." Although Sarada felt a stir of emotions within, she maintained a calm facade, gently adjusting her glasses. "I dare anyone to try." Just as the crowd was immersed in the exhilarating atmosphere, Yamanaka Shino arrived late. Witnessing the scene unfold, he looked towards the arena, puzzled, and asked, "Boruto, what is going on?" Boruto grinned mischievously, once again transforming into Deva Pain. Raising his hand towards Shino and feigning seriousness, "Shino-sensei, it seems you haven't experienced any pain, have you?" This playful act startled Shino, who quickly raised both hands to shield his chest. The emotions emanating from Yamanaka Shino contributed 174 points to the progress meter. However, Boruto was merely jesting, quickly reverting to his original form, which elicited another round of laughter from the students. Even the teacher was frightened. "Boruto," Shino called out sternly, "you need to come to my office." "Boruto, did Shino-sensei not punish you?" In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Denki watched as Boruto entered. Boruto shrugged. "My dad is the Hokage. What could they possibly do to me?" "Shino-sensei just wanted to have a casual chat." Denki sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought you were going to get suspended for a few days." Within the classroom, a slightly plump student whispered, "Having a Hokage for a dad is great. After all, no matter what you do, you'll always be forgiven." Another student wearing a hat chimed in, "Indeed, I envy those children of privilege. They might even be called third-generation officials. If I dared to scare a teacher, I would have been expelled long ago." The class representative, Kankitsune, felt relieved to see Boruto safe and quietly remarked, "That's wonderful." Sarada, however, cast a wary glance at Kankitsune. "You seem particularly concerned about Boruto, don't you?" At this, Kankitsune's cheeks flushed slightly as she grew flustered, hastily waving her hands down. "No, Sarada, I am just the class representative, showing concern for every student." Sarada's lips curled into a subtle smile, finding Kankitsune's reaction amusing. She gently adjusted her glasses, redirecting her gaze back to Boruto. That moment, Boruto was surrounded by several female classmates, appearing somewhat flustered. "Boruto, you were amazing," one girl exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. "Boruto, your transformation technique is so incredible. Can you teach me?" Another girl eagerly requested. Boruto scratched his head bashfully, secretly pondering, is this what Sasuke experienced in his youth? Sarada, Boruto is truly popular, Kankitsune remarked, glancing at Sarada, only to find her already standing and striding towards Boruto. "Hey, class is about to start. What are you all doing standing around?" Sarada said, effortlessly weaving through the crowd, casually placing her hand on Boruto's arm and guiding him towards their seats, feeling the warmth of Sarada's palm. A mischievous grin spread across Boruto's face. Is she feeling jealous? "Hey, Sarada, why are you suddenly doing this?" Boruto attempted to free himself, but Sarada tightened her grip. "Stop dawdling. Return to your seat, lest the teacher calls on us." As she spoke, Sarada pulled Boruto down beside her, leaving little space between them. This action immediately sparked curiosity and gossip among their classmates. Just then, the classroom door swung open once more, and Iwabuchi strode in with purpose. His gaze locked onto Boruto, and he made his way over. Standing before Boruto, Iwabuchi bowed deeply, saying, "Boruto, I'm sorry." Boruto watched Iwabuchi bowing in apology. A puff of white smoke enveloped him, and he instantly transformed into Deva Pain once more. It seems you have embraced this pain, but it is still insufficient. He slightly raised one hand, directing it towards Iwabuchi. Boruto, Kankitsune exclaimed, nearly shouting in alarm. The emotions emanating from Iwabuchi contributed 14 points to the progress meter. Iwabuchi stared at the Deva pain before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I was just kidding. Boruto chuckled lightly, reverting to his original form and forming the sign of reconciliation with his hands. Upon seeing this, Iwabuchi was initially taken aback, then sighed in relief. Laughter erupted among their classmates, and the atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. Kankitsune, relieved that Boruto had resolved the misunderstanding with Iwabuchi, felt her earlier tension dissipate. Exhaling softly at that moment, Yamanaka Shino entered the room. Stand up, Kankitsune commanded, and the entire class stood in unison to greet Yamanaka Shino as he entered. A bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Finally school is over. I've devoured all my snacks. If we don't get out soon, I might starve. Dai complained. Let's go. Sarada, I'll walk you home. Boruto stretched languidly, rising from his seat and extending a hand towards Sarada beside him. Sarada responded softly, gently placing her hand in Boruto's palm as they strolled out of the classroom together. Their camaraderie was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Denki, while packing his backpack, gazed at the pair entwined in their hand-holding and remarked, "Indeed, they have been childhood friends since they were young." Ryuta glanced at Boruto and Sarada as well. "Ryuta, are you quite familiar with Boruto and Sarada?" Denki inquired curiously. Ryuta nodded slightly. "Well, our parents know each other. My dad is an assistant to the Hokage, and they often dine together." Upon hearing this, Denki understood. I see on the streets of Konohagakure, Boruto and Sarada walked side by side on their way home. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a familiar and lively scene along the bustling avenue. "Boruto, you truly stole the spotlight today," Sarada teased with a smile. "No, not at all. It was merely a trivial matter." Boruto humbly waved his hand. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead, followed by a blinding flash of fire that sliced through the AIR.IS that ninjutsu. How dare someone openly use ninjutsu in the streets? Sarada was taken aback by the audacity of such an act. Who knows? But it seems that fellow is seeking some thrill, perhaps to experience the taste of pain, Boruto commented, transforming into the visage of Deva Path Pain with a flick of his hand. At the center of the street stood a stocky youth clad in white, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn that ninja academy. Those blind fools. Let me graduate. Today, you shall feel my wrath." The white-clad boy bellowed, forming hand seals and unleashing a torrent of flames. However, due to his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu, the flames barely traveled far, merely frightening the bystanders into a frantic retreat. Sarada observed this scene, pondering how he bore a resemblance to Kanshiki. Could it be that he too is retaliating against the village for being denied graduation? Just him, a mere child who even a genin thinks he can exact revenge. Even if he suffers 1,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to achieve it. Boruto scoffed dismissively. 1,000 times of suffering. Boruto, you truly have a way with words. Sarada chuckled lightly. However, I sense an unusual chakra emanating from him. Boruto's expression grew serious as he remarked, let us first let him taste the bitterness of suffering. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly appeared before the stocky boy. The latter, startled by the sudden appearance of Deva Path Pain, widened his eyes in terror. "Who are you?" Boruto glared coldly at him. "I am God, Deva Path Pain." "God? You must be joking." The boy, evidently unconvinced, attempted to attack Pain with flames once more. Yet, Boruto merely waved his sleeve, effortlessly dispersing the fiery assault. "If you can't even master a D-rank ninjutsu, spare yourself the embarrassment." "How could this be? My ninjutsu is—" The white-clad boy's face paled as he turned to flee. "So clever. Running away when you can't win? I expected you to recklessly charge at me," Boruto commented, instantly appearing in the path of the boy's escape and delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as the boy was knocked to the ground. His face instantly swelling, clutching his throbbing cheek, he gazed up at Deva Path Pain, fear etched in his eyes. "Your emotions have contributed 27 points to the progress bar. Please, don't come any closer. I beg you. Do not approach," he cried out hoarsely. However, Boruto seemed oblivious to his pleas, advancing step by step. How ridiculous. Feel the pain. Contemplate the suffering. Embrace the anguish. Know the torment. With each step he took, he accompanied it with a phrase steeped in agony. As Boruto drew nearer, the boy's terror peaked. He curled up on the ground, trembling violently. Boruto crouched down, grasped him, and then, smack, smack, smack. A series of crisp slaps echoed, accompanied by the boy's wails, when Boruto finally ceased his relentless onslaught. The boy's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Sarada could no longer bear to watch. Boruto, that's enough. Just teach him a lesson. The boy, tears streaming down his face, mustered his last ounce of strength to cry out. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them erupted into applause, cheering for Boruto's courageous actions, further contributing to the progress bar. Yet, Boruto appeared unfazed by the applause, sensing that unusual chakra had vanished from the stocky boy. Why has that chakra suddenly disappeared? Did I misjudge? Just then, Sai appeared on the scene accompanied by 3 Umbu members. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Pain holding the plump boy. From Sai, emotions contributed 332 points to the progress bar. Just in time, Boruto thought to himself. He unceremoniously tossed the boy onto the ground and raised his hand towards Sai and the Umbu ninjas. This action startled everyone, prompting the 3 Umbu to swiftly draw their swords, readying for combat. However, Sarada shouted, Wait, that's Boruto. He is not an enemy. Boruto, Sai paused, scrutinizing Devapath Pain before him. It's been a while. Uncle Sai. Noticing this, Boruto dispelled his transformation jutsu and returned to his original form. Sai let out a sigh of relief, though his tone remained serious. Boruto, this prank isn't amusing. The 3 Umbu sheathed their weapons, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Uncle Sai, what brings you here? A mere incident involving an ungraduated ninja school student necessitated Umbu's involvement. Has Konoha truly run out of capable shinobi? Boruto questioned, observing as the 2 Umbu restrained the stocky boy, evidently intending to take him away for interrogation. Boruto, this is an investigation task taken over by Umbu. It's getting late. You should head home, Sai instructed without elaborating, his gaze fixated on the stocky boy. All right, Uncle Sai, but I must mention that I sensed an unusual chakra from that stocky boy earlier. However, after I taught him a lesson, that chakra vanished, and his chakra levels noticeably diminished, Boruto remarked before taking Sarada's hand and departing the scene. So his chakra was indeed siphoned away? Watching Boruto's retreating figure, Sai fell into contemplation. To think that Boruto, at such a young age, possessed such keen perceptiveness. He truly is Naruto's child. At the entrance of Sarada's home, the 2 halted. See you tomorrow, Boruto. Sarada gently released Boruto's hand and waved her farewell. See you tomorrow, Sarada. Boruto smiled and nodded, watching her enter her home. Only when the wooden door slowly closed did he turn to head in the direction of his own house. As the night draped over the village of Konoha like a delicate veil, Boruto walked home, his mind swirling with thoughts. The plot was indeed troublesome. The fact that even Sai had intervened indicated that this matter was far from simple. I should have utilized the Rasengan to observe that unusual chakra more closely. I'm home, Boruto exclaimed as he pushed open the door, a warm atmosphere enveloping him. Onaikin, you're back, Himawari exclaimed excitedly, racing towards him. Boruto bent down to embrace her, relishing the warmth of his sister's embrace. Yes, I'm back, little Kawaii, you're back, Boruto. Perfect timing. Dinner is just about to be served, Hinata's gentle voice wafted from the kitchen. And Boruto smiled in response, cradling a sunflower as he made his way to the dining table. The table was adorned with a sumptuous spread of dishes, the aromatic fragrances wafting through the air, making Boruto swallow hard in anticipation. Mom, today's meal looks absolutely delectable, Boruto exclaimed, while secretly thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have a mother. Unlike other time travelers, who were all orphans lamenting their fate. Of course, I know you worked hard at school today. So I made your favorite, Hinata said, delicately placing a golden brown fried shrimp into Boruto's bowl. During dinner, the family engaged in cheerful conversation, with Boruto occasionally sharing amusing tales from his day at school. Though he intentionally sidestepped the part about Shino-sensei being summoned to the office. After the meal, Boruto and Himawari assisted Hinata in clearing the table, while Hinata prepared a bento for Naruto, who was still occupied at the Hokage's office. Mom, you've worked hard today. I'll take this bento to Dad, Boruto volunteered. I appreciate it. Boruto, your father has been so busy with village affairs lately that he hardly has time to come home for dinner. He will surely be delighted by the meal you bring. Hinata replied, carefully placing the bento box into a cloth bag and handing it to Boruto. The Hokage's office, standing as the heart and symbol of Konoha, loomed amidst the night. Boruto arrived at the building's entrance, gazing at the still-lit lamp in the Hokage's office, and shook his head gently. With a soft bang, Boruto transformed into the appearance of pain. Carrying the bento as he strode into the Hokage's building, the guard ninjas inside were taken aback by the sight. Many of them had witnessed Pain's devastating attack on the village, and naturally, they were on high alert. Boruto, Orochimaru, hands in his pockets, observed the bento carrying Pain from a distance. Are you really delivering a bento to Naruto? Was it necessary to transform into Pain for this? Boruto gently shook the bento he held in his hand. Uncle Shikamaru, I just wanted to give my dad a special surprise. Shikamaru chuckled lightly. Surprise? Let us hope it doesn't turn into a scare instead. Boruto shrugged. What can I say? Dad's been looking so down lately. I hope this cheers him up. Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Boruto, in his Pain guise, marched confidently toward the Hokage office as he passed by a guard. A fleeting glance sent the guard into a state of panic. Don't be alarmed. Pain, Boruto, is here to deliver a bento to the Hokage, the guard reassured himself. Upon reaching the Hokage office door, Boruto took a deep breath and pushed it open. Inside, Naruto was buried under a mountain of paperwork, his brow furrowed and looking extremely fatigued. Hearing the door creak, he looked up to see Pain, clad in the black robe adorned with red clouds, entering with the bento. Instantly, the weariness on his face lifted, though it was quickly replaced with an expression of exasperation, accompanied by a wry smile. Boruto, could you refrain from appearing as Pain? Just then, Naruto accidentally nudged a stack of documents, causing papers to scatter across the floor in disarray. Oh no, this is a disaster, he lamented, his expression pained as he gazed at the mess. Boruto, observing the chaos, felt somewhat speechless. He extended his hand, and an unseen force surged forth. The scattered papers began to levitate, aligning neatly one by one before settling back onto the desk. Emotional progress from Naruto Uzumaki increased by 2584 points. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Boruto, have you already mastered part of the Rinnegan's power? It seems you've been training in secret. Boruto stepped forward, placing the bento box on the desk and gently nudging it toward Naruto. Dad, this is the bento Mom prepared. Eat it while it's warm. And just so you know, if you don't come home for dinner tomorrow, I'll let you experience what it's like to carry a bag of rice up several floors, Boruto added in Pain's tone. Hearing the familiar inflection, Naruto broke into a cold sweat. Forgive me, Boruto. I'll try my best to make time to come home. He was acutely aware of the many debts and guilt he owed to his family. Satisfied, Boruto nodded and dispelled his transformation. Turning to leave as he departed, Naruto's face revealed an approving smile. Boruto, you've worked hard on your training. At this, Boruto did not turn back, merely allowing a smile to grace his lips. In the training field of the Ninja Academy, a dozen wooden posts stood tall, each bearing a target. Today's practical training involved throwing shuriken. Oil woman Shino stood before the targets, addressing her eager students with a serious tone. Many of you have yet to master this skill. Remember, when throwing shuriken, you must never injure yourself or a teammate. Before she could finish her sentence, an impatient student hurled a shuriken directly at her. Startled, she swiftly dodged to the side, and before she could fully relax, several more shuriken whizzed past, forcing her to retreat from the target area. Why are all my students such troublemakers? Shino sighed in exasperation. Despite the frustration brewing within, she quickly regained her composure, her expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. She understood that these seemingly mischievous students each harbored immense potential and talent. How boring. Drawing is much more interesting. Yamashiro Aki casually tossed a shuriken, hitting the bullseye. Indeed, we've already practiced this extensively at home. Nara Shikadai followed suit, also hitting his target with precision that I've trained alone in the mountains. Shuriken throwing has become second nature to me. Metal Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, gracefully spun in the air before unleashing two shuriken, both landing firmly in the center of the target. Metal prepared to throw again. Applause erupted from behind him. Boruto had witnessed Metal's impressive performance and couldn't help but clap. Little Lee's son. Who would have thought you could throw shuriken? I thought you only excelled in taijutsu. Boruto, he asked looking at me. Metal felt an inexplicable surge of tension upon catching Boruto's gaze, causing his shuriken to veer off course and fall limply to the ground. Haha, I slipped. How strange. Metal laughed awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Huh, wasn't he throwing quite well just now? Boruto pondered aloud at that moment. Aki and Shikadai approached to explain, Boruto, you might not know this, but Metal has a quirk. He gets incredibly nervous when someone is watching him. Boruto was taken aback. I didn't know he had such a quirk. Meanwhile, Sarada, holding 4 shuriken in each hand, exhibited intense focus. She took a deep breath to steady her breathing rhythm. Then, with a slight flick of her wrist, 8 shuriken were released simultaneously. They traced perfect arcs before striking the target's center with unerring accuracy. Sarada, you're amazing. You threw 8 shuriken at once and hit every single one. I can't even throw one accurately, Inogen exclaimed, awed by her skill. Thank you for the compliment, Inogen. With enough practice, you can achieve it too. The key to throwing shuriken is finding the rhythm and force that suits you best. Sarada replied, her face radiating confidence and humility as she accepted the praise. Truly, Sarada's mastery over precision was nothing short of remarkable. Shino stood quietly nearby, nodding in silence. His gaze shifted towards Boruto in the distance, who was leisurely seated on the grass, leaning against a large tree, his eyes tightly shut as if he were disconnected from the world. Unable to resist, he approached and inquired, Boruto, why not give throwing shuriken a try? Boruto opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Teacher, this training is far too simple for me. I could hit 10 rings even with my eyes closed. As he spoke, he casually flicked his hand, sending the shuriken soaring through the air in a graceful arc, embedding itself squarely in the center of the distant target, eliciting gasps of awe from the surrounding classmates. Such distance, and he can hit the bullseye without even looking. It seems I truly lack experience in guiding a genius. Shino observed Boruto's nonchalant demeanor, pondering how the boy's character bore a resemblance to that of the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, equally laid back, yet somehow, Shino sighed softly, diverting his attention from Boruto. Boruto, you are so carefree. While others toil in rigorous training, you alone bask in leisure. Unbeknownst to him, Sarada had quietly appeared before Boruto, chuckling softly. Boruto opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Sarada. He then stretched lazily, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Sarada, the sun shines brightly today. What a rare and splendid day it is. He patted the grass beside him, inviting her to join. Sarada's cheeks flushed slightly as she adjusted her glasses and glanced around at their classmates. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she slowly sank onto the soft grass, curling her legs and gently leaning her head against Boruto's shoulder. The two nestled together in serene silence, relishing the warmth of the afternoon sun and the gentle caress of the breeze. In the distance, the sounds of students practicing shuriken throwing echoed, while here, only the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze filled the air. Before long, the sun began its quiet descent, painting the horizon with vibrant hues of orange and red. As the clamor of the training grounds gradually subsided, Sarada, wake up, school is over. Boruto gently shook Sarada's shoulder with one hand while using the other to smooth the wind-tousled strands of her hair. Sarada slowly opened her eyes, still bearing a trace of lingering drowsiness, and then abruptly sat upright. Her cheeks flushed. I actually fell asleep. It was just a dream, she murmured softly to herself. Boruto stood, stretching once more and relishing the coolness brought by the gentle breeze. Sarada followed suit, stretching her body and delighting in the refreshing touch of the wind against her face. He extended his right hand to Sarada, softly saying, "Let us go home." Sarada nodded slightly, grasping Boruto's hand tightly as they walked side by side towards the training grounds exit. Along the way, other students gathered in small groups, excitedly sharing their experiences from the day, the vitality of youth radiating from their faces. Boruto, I just had a dream where you were chased by all the ninjas in the world. Sarada's voice carried a hint of concern. Haha, that sounds immensely amusing. I must say, that dream sounds quite thrilling, Boruto replied, unable to suppress a slight twitch of his lips before bursting into hearty laughter. My dad is the 7th Hokage, the hero who ended the 4th Shinobi World War. Who would dare chase me, let alone harm me? Sarada sighed softly, but in that dream, it was none other than the 7th Hokage leading the pursuit. Boruto gently interjected, Sarada, it was just a dream. There's no need to dwell on it. Yet it felt so real, Sarada admitted, still somewhat shaken. After escorting Sarada home, Boruto began his own journey back that I'm home. Boruto announced cheerfully as he pushed open the door. Boruto, you're back. Hinata emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands dry, her gaze warm as she looked at him. How was training today? Are you tired? Boruto shrugged. It was all right, Mom. Just some basic training, nothing too taxing for me. Just then, Himawari jumped onto Boruto's back, exclaiming excitedly, Brother, you're back. Boruto affectionately replied, I'm back, little Hima. Dinner will be ready soon. You and Himawari can go watch some TV in the living room. Hinata suggested, observing the playful exchange between the two siblings. After a short while, the dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast prepared with care by Hinata that I'm home. Naruto entered the house, looking fatigued just as the family was about to enjoy their meal. Dad, Himawari rushed over to greet him. Naruto-kun, you're home quite early today, Hinata remarked, approaching with concern as she noticed Naruto removing his shoes. Weariness etched across his face. Yeah, although I pulled another all-nighter, I finally managed to wrap up everything. Naruto replied with a wry smile, heading straight for the stairs, his exhaustion evident as his eyelids seemed to weigh heavily. Dinner is ready. Would you like to eat something? Hinata asked, watching him with worry as he prepared to ascend the stairs for rest. Naruto paused, looking down at Hinata, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Hinata, I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you, but right now, I'm so tired. I just want to lie down in bed for a bit. Is that all right? Hinata nodded gently, her eyes filled with understanding. Of course, you can rest. I'll save your dinner for you. Come down to eat when you feel better. At that moment, Boruto extended his palm. The Byakugan activating quietly, an invisible force gently drawing Naruto towards the dining table. Boruto, you. Hinata gazed at Boruto, whose eyes now shimmered with the kaleidoscopic glow of the Byakugan. It's fine. Mom. Boruto waved his hand dismissively before turning his attention back to Naruto. Dad, how can you sleep at your age and in your position? Shouldn't you be more ambitious? Hey, Boruto, don't use your Byakugan abilities at home, Naruto said with a rueful smile, breaking free from the pull. Humph, you seem to be in decent spirits. Eat first before heading off to sleep, Boruto teased. During dinner, despite Naruto's evident fatigue, he couldn't help but smile in the warmth of his family's company. Hinata looked at Boruto's face, which bore traces of both youthful innocence and mature responsibility, feeling a swell of pride and contentment within her heart. Everyone, allow me to introduce a new classmate. This is Mizuki. From today onward, he will learn alongside you all, and I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously. Shino announced to the classroom in Konoha Ninja Academy, introducing a young boy standing beside him. The boy had striking blue-white hair, amber eyes, and a complexion that appeared somewhat pale, yet exuded an unusual aura. My name is Mizuki, hailing from the Sound Village, he said, bowing slightly. Upon hearing the name of the Sound Village, the students in the class exchanged surprised glances, whispers rising among them. Sound Village? Is he one of Orochimaru's? Boruto pondered internally. There's no need for such astonishment. Shino, the teacher, interjected. The Sound Village did indeed harbor intentions to destroy Konoha in the past. However, those events are behind us now. The Sound Village is gradually moving towards rejuvenation. And Mizuki's arrival symbolizes the friendly exchange between our villages. Hey, Boruto, I find this Mizuki a bit peculiar. Sarada leaned closer to Boruto and whispered. What seems odd? Boruto asked curiously. He has been staring at you ever since he entered the classroom. Didn't you notice? Sarada pointed towards Mizuki, a glimmer of wariness in her eyes. Is that so? Boruto instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with Mizuki. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Shino's voice rang out once more, attempting to quell the chatter in the classroom. However, the students appeared far too captivated by their new classmate to heed the teacher's call. He is actually quite handsome, a girl in green attire remarked softly. Not bad, but still not on my level, another chimed in. With a confident smile, Kaido Dai declared, Everyone, please maintain silence. The class leader, Jin, stood up anxiously and shouted, Never mind, Miu, you can find a seat to sit down for now. Teacher Zeno said helplessly, glancing at Miu beside him. Today we will engage in a martial arts demonstration. Boruto, Iwabe, you two will first showcase your skills, Zeno announced to the students in the ninja school's combat arena. It's them again. This won't be anything special, Inogen remarked, disappointment lacing his words as he watched Boruto and Iwabe step onto the arena. Indeed, I thought it would be Sarada versus Boruto. That would have been far more exciting. Nara Shikade agreed. nodding his head. Awabe, here we are again. It's starting to feel a bit dull, Boruto teased, hands in his pockets, gazing at the tense Awabe. Yes, Boruto, Awabe replied, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as memories of being soundly defeated by Boruto just days prior flooded back. Suddenly, Boruto turned to Zeno. Teacher Zeno, I believe one-on-one is rather boring. I want to challenge 10 opponents. As these words left his mouth, the entire arena fell silent, all eyes widening in astonishment at Boruto. Boruto, have you lost your mind? This is merely a practice session, Zeno said, his brow furrowing, taken aback by Boruto's audacity. I want to fight 10. Boruto raised his voice, looking earnestly at Teacher Zeno. Very well, since you were so insistent. I shall oblige, Zeno eventually relented, announcing, now, the students whose names I call will enter the arena to engage in martial arts sparring with Boruto. Remember, this is a friendly match. Go easy, and safety is paramount. With Zeno's call, Yamanaka Inajin, Nara Shikade, Metal Lee, and Take Torai HK, along with Raikage, stepped forward, some more expressions of reluctance, while others were eager to participate, the atmosphere in the arena growing tense and fervent. Why must I also face Boruto? This is such a hassle, Shikadai sighed. Inajin protested indignantly. This is unfair. Why are only the boys going up? What about the girls? Dai leisurely munched on chips, urging, hurry up and get up there, stop whining. I'm waiting to see a good show. You glutton, just wait and see. Inajin glared at Dai. Dai smirked disdainfully. Teacher, am I not going up? Miwa looked at Teacher Zeno, her eyes filled with anticipation. Miyu, you just arrived. Watch for now, and I will arrange for you later. Zeno replied, I could see this moment on the field. The Wabe and the others had already taken a defensive stance, surrounding Boruto. Boruto, please go easy on me. Raikage said nervously, glancing at Boruto. Don't be afraid. We have 10 of us. Inajin encouraged. Boruto, we won't hold back. Shikade added. Give it your all. Bang. A light sound echoed as white smoke enveloped Boruto, transforming him into the formidable Pain. Teacher, Boruto is using forbidden jutsu. A student shouted urgently from the sidelines. The transformation technique is permissible, but only this once, Shino explained. The students on the arena quickly assumed their stances, preparing for battle. Boruto, embodying pain, clasped his hands in a formal greeting and intoned, why can't pain, with the sharp whistle signaling the start of the match. Metal Lee launched the first attack. He leaped into the air, spinning before delivering a fierce sweeping kick aimed at Boruto. Instead of dodging, Boruto stood his ground, extending one hand to firmly catch Metal Lee's powerful kick. What? He caught my leaf whirlwind with one hand. Metal Lee exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by Boruto's ease. Boruto smiled faintly. Then with a gentle flick, sent Metal flying, instantly reappearing before another student. With a swift strike, that student barely managed to raise his arm in defense before being knocked to the ground by Boruto's strength. Boruto's speed and strength surpass ours. We cannot let him take us down one by one. Shikade thought to himself, then shouted, everyone, attack together. Don't give Boruto a chance for one-on-one. Iwabe immediately understood and roared, charging at Boruto like an enraged bull, while the others simultaneously launched their attacks, the arena brimming with tension. Daring to challenge a god. How foolish. Feel the pain. Boruto sneered coldly. Shikadai wondered why Boruto uttered such tormenting words during battle. As the group attacked, Boruto weaved effortlessly among them, each dodge appearing effortless. While evading, he counterattacked, vanishing and reappearing at Take Torai HK's side. A punch, propelled by the force of wind, sent HK flying several meters, eliciting gasps from the audience, particularly from the girls. At that moment, Boruto seemed like a merciless pain, perceiving every opponent as an obstacle to be eliminated. The gap in strength is too vast. We stand no chance. Shikadai thought, contemplating how to withdraw gracefully as he watched his classmates fall one by one. Just then, Iwabe was sent flying by Boruto's kick and landed near Shikadai, who hurriedly rushed to catch him, both collapsing to the ground. This is utterly one-sided, Dai remarked nonchalantly, still munching on her chips. At this point, only Raikage remained standing, nervously swallowing as he fixed his gaze on the transformed Pain. Boruto, come on, Raikage, Boruto urged. That I won't let you underestimate me. Raikage shouted defiantly, charging at Boruto with no semblance of strategy. That a punch was thrown, but Boruto easily blocked it with his palm against Raikage's forehead. With a mere push, Raikage stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Though Raikage attempted to rise again, Shikadai's resigned voice reached his ears. Raikage, give up. It's over. Shikadai lay on the ground, exchanging glances with Awabe. Ultimately, Raikage surrendered, mimicking Shikadai's position and lying still. Only Boruto remained standing in the arena. Let's wrap this up. What a bother. Shikadai sighed once more. That I haven't lost yet. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. Take Torai. HK struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. That's Kakashi's little fanboy, Boruto observed, watching the gray-haired boy in a mask slowly get up. Why hasn't it ended? This is such a hassle. Shikadai groaned again. That I aspire to become someone like the Sixth Hokage. I cannot fall so easily. HK strained to rise to his feet. That he lunged at Boruto, but Boruto effortlessly dodged, leaving HK's attack empty. Then, as HK turned for another punch, Boruto caught it easily, shifting his weight to utilize HK's momentum, causing him to stagger. Very good. Keep dancing. Boruto, as Pain, laughed maniacally. Don't underestimate me. HK gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath before launching another rapid attack at Boruto. Moving faster than before, the spectators erupted in cheers, applauding this thrilling clash. Wow, Take Torai HK is incredible. He can actually hold his ground against Boruto, a girl exclaimed. That's only because Boruto is deliberately letting him. Another girl scoffed dismissively. Take Torai HK, your strength is acknowledged by Pain, Boruto declared. Ultimately, Takehashi Peak fell to Boruto's prowess, and at that moment, the voice of Oil Woman Shin resonated appropriately. Well then, this contest has been won by Boruto. At long last, it concluded, and what a nuisance it was. My clothes are all soiled. Rutai rose and brushed the dust from his attire. After the battle, Boruto leisurely returned to sit beside Sarada. Boruto, how impressive you are. You faced 10 opponents and triumphed with such ease. Sarada spoke first, taking the initiative to grasp Boruto's hand. That is only to be expected. Feeling the softness of Sarada's delicate hand, Boruto's lips curled into a smile. Shortly thereafter, Shin Sensei announced the upcoming physical sparring session among the students. Although this match primarily focused on physical techniques, making it somewhat monotonous, Mitsuki's performance unexpectedly captured Boruto's attention. Boruto, look at Mitsuki's attacks. They're so agile, like a serpent. Sarada pointed towards the ongoing battle featuring Mitsuki. Mitsuki is truly peculiar, and I've noticed he often sneaks glances at you during class. Could it be that he has an interest in boys? Sarada tightened her grip on Boruto's hand as she spoke. Sarada, you're overthinking it. Amused by her words, Boruto gently patted the back of Sarada's hand. Mitsuki is a new student. He is likely just adjusting to his new environment. It's normal for him to look at me a few times. Don't read too much into it. Despite Boruto's reassurances, Sarada's brow remained slightly furrowed, evidently harboring doubts about Mitsuki's behavior. As the sparring session continued. When it was Sarada's turn to compete, Mitsuki slowly approached Boruto and politely inquired, Boruto, may I sit beside you? I'm sorry, Mitsuki, but that spot is reserved for Sarada. Boruto replied apologetically, shaking his head. Mitsuki was left with no choice but to sit a short distance away. Though his gaze frequently drifted towards Boruto, this scene prompted Boruto to ponder to himself, could this guy truly, as the day's classes drew to a close and nightfall enveloped the land? The Hokage's office was ablaze with light. Sai was intently marking recent incident locations on a map of the Hidden Leaf Village. This already the 6th incident this week. Naruto observed the map, his expression tinged with concern. Indeed, the victims have all been afflicted by some unknown chakra, driving them to madness and draining their chakra. Sai pointed out the series of marks on the map, each representing a site of occurrence. Chakra being siphoned, it seems there is an intentional collection of chakra involved. Shikamaru interjected, his brow furrowed. Sai nodded slightly, acknowledging the connection to a technique associated with the Root organization. The Root? Were they not disbanded after Danzo's passing? Shikamaru hadn't anticipated this matter would still be linked to Danzo. They were disbanded, yes, but some members left the village, their whereabouts unknown. Sai elucidated the situation following Root's dissolution. It appears we must quickly locate the hiding place of the remaining Root members. They may still be researching those forbidden techniques and could even have made breakthroughs. Shikamaru rubbed his temples. Sai's gaze remained fixed on the map. Rest assured, I have gathered some clues. Results will emerge within the next couple of days. Sai, I entrust this matter to you, Naruto said, patting Sai's shoulder. Sai withdrew his gaze and turned to Naruto. If this indeed involves the Root, I hope to save them from the shackles of their misguided beliefs. The following day, amidst a lush forest in the Hidden Leaf Village, class representative, "Where is Shin, sensei, for our extracurricular session?" Sarada inquired of Kanji, who stood beside her. "Shin, sensei did ask us to come here, but I'm uncertain of his current whereabouts," Kanji replied, shaking his head slightly. "Isn't it rather pleasant that the teacher isn't here? It's a chance for us to relax," she observed, pointing out that Jinzin and Ruetai had already pulled out their gaming consoles. Butterfly munched on chips, a look of sheer contentment on her face. The other students also seemed indifferent to the teacher's absence, instead immersing themselves in the rare outdoor activity. However, amidst the laughter and merriment, in the shadowy corners of the forest, Shin's figure emerged slowly. Capturing the attention of all the students instantly, he stood quietly not far away, emanating an indescribable, chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the warm atmosphere surrounding them. "I apologize for making you wait, my mischievous students." Shin's voice resonated deeply, his eyes glinting with a cold red light, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. The students sensed the unusual vibe emanating from their teacher, halting their activities to exchange anxious glances. The air thick with an unamiable tension and unease. "Shin, sensei, what is the matter?" Rutai broke the silence first, his voice trembling slightly. Shin did not respond immediately, but took several deliberate steps forward until he stood before them. "Today shall be the final lesson for you problem students." No sooner had he spoken than the red light beneath his eye mask blazed even brighter, as if foreshadowing the imminent upheaval. "Is Shin, sensei, angry?" Jinzin asked cautiously at that moment. Boruto leapt down from a large tree, landing steadily before Shin. He sensed the unusual chakra fluctuations emanating from Shin and mused inwardly. This chakra is reminiscent of that pig-headed fatso. With that, he activated his Tenseigin, his previously azure pupils transforming into brilliant star-like orbs, shimmering with a faint silver glow. "What is this?" In Boruto's eyes, Shin was enveloped in a layer of bluish-purple chakra. Observing Boruto before him, Shin's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Isn't this Boruto? Don't you thrive on suffering? Allow me to grant you a true experience of pain." With that, Shin's body erupted with countless black parasitic insects, surging forth like a tidal wave. "What is happening to Shin sensei?" some students exclaimed in alarm, some covering their eyes in fear, while others looked on in bewilderment and confusion. Ruetai's brow furrowed as he muttered, "This doesn't look good. Shin sensei seems to be serious. Is this the Oil Woman clan's secret technique? The parasitic insects?" Byakugan, Mitsuki appeared silently beside Boruto, gazing into his eyes. "What has happened to Shin sensei?" Sarada hurried to Boruto's side, standing beside him. "Who knows? But Shin sensei must be in great pain right now, and what I need to do is make that pain even greater." With that, Boruto transformed into Deva Path Pain. "Enough! I have truly had enough of you problem students." Oil Woman Shin roared, the parasitic insects swirling around him as if responding to his fury, forming a relentless black vortex. The students stared at the almost frenzied Shin, instinctively retreating, their faces betraying their anxiety and unease. "That I have finally found liberation, just like these freely flying insects." Shin's voice carried a hint of relief from his newfound freedom. "Is this what they mean when they say that the quieter individuals become the most terrifying when they finally lash out?" Ruetai murmured, observing the deranged Shin. "It seems we must stop Shin sensei," Jinzen declared, retrieving a scroll from his pocket, preparing to execute the super beast imitation technique. "Stop me? You think you problem children can do that?" Shin scoffed, his eyes glinting with an even deeper crimson light. "Shin sensei is a genin. We are no match for him," Ruetai analyzed calmly, glancing over at Boruto, Mitsuki, and Sarada, only to find no trace of fear on their faces. Boruto prepared to endure a baptism of pain. Shin's hands suddenly shot forward, and countless black parasitic insects surged toward Boruto like a tide. Without hesitation, Mitsuki positioned himself in front of Boruto, quickly forming hand seals. Wind style, breakthrough. With a deep breath, a powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, scattering the approaching parasitic insects in all directions. "Though you can use wind style?" Shin was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. "You think such a level of wind style can deal with my parasitic insects? You underestimate me." Upon finishing his words, the parasitic insects on his body surged once more, their numbers multiplying, launching a more ferocious assault towards Miyu and the others. Truly, he was an elite jonin of the Oil Woman clan. It seemed that the sage mode might be necessary. Miyu pondered silently. Though her exterior remained inscrutable to that moment, Boruto, resembling pain, directly bypassed Miyu and positioned himself at the forefront. Teacher Shino, I can feel your pain, but your anguish is still insufficiently intense. Is that so? Shino retorted with a cold smile, commanding even more parasitic insects to swarm towards Boruto from all directions. Boruto, be careful, Sarada cried out anxiously, observing the relentless tide of insects approaching. Fear not, for I am pain. Kamada, Boruto confidently waved his hand, just as the parasitic insects were about to make contact with his body. An invisible force erupted within him, repelling all the insects, preventing them from drawing near. What? Shino stared in astonishment at this scene, an ominous premonition rising within him. From Shino's emotions, the progress bar increased by 385 points. From Uchiha Sarada's emotions, the progress bar increased by 53 points. From Nara Shikade's emotions, the progress bar increased by 39 points. The system's notification sound continued to resonate. What on earth is happening? Why can't Shino's insects get near Boruto? The students watched in amazement at how Boruto had accomplished this feat. Boruto slowly raised a hand, aiming at Shino, and once again, repulsive force surged forth, tearing the air before him and creating visible white shockwaves. Shino's swarm of parasitic insects appeared utterly insignificant in the face of this power, being flung away and unable to pose an effective threat. This is impossible. The madness on Shino's face gradually faded, replaced by incredulity. The shockwave of repulsion continued to advance towards Shino, who hastily waved his hand, causing the insects to swiftly gather and form a circular shield. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the repulsive force collided with the insect shield, producing a deafening noise. The shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, leaves scattering, and the ground before them appearing as if it had been scraped by an invisible force. The dust gradually settled. The scene at the center revealed that the insect shield of Oil Woman Shino had diminished significantly, many of the parasitic insects having lost their vitality during the collision, slowly falling to the ground. Is this Shinra Tensei? From Oil Woman Shino's emotions, the progress bar increased by 231 points. The system's notification sound rang out once more. Incredible! Boruto can wield such a powerful jutsu, Denki exclaimed, his mouth agape at the devastation before him. So strong, Sarada thought. Is this Boruto's bloodline limit ability? It seems I must train harder. Boruto self-deprecatingly mused. This technique still needs refinement. I must continue to practice. Just when everyone assumed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Boruto raised his hand once more. Observing this, Shino immediately commanded the parasitic insects to form a wall before him. However, Boruto did not unleash repulsion again. Instead, he clenched his outstretched palm, Kong FSA. In an instant, 6 golden chains of chakra erupted from behind him, deeply embedding themselves into the earth. Shino, positioned behind the insect wall, sensed the ground's anomaly, but it was too late. The golden chains suddenly erupted from the ground, entwining around his body like living creatures and binding him tightly. This is bad. I can't break free. Shino struggled desperately, but to no avail. He hastily dismantled the insect wall in a bid for self-preservation. As the parasitic insects clung to the golden chains and began to gnaw at them, Miyu, witnessing this, formed hand seals once more, golden lightning swirling violently in his hands, emitting a piercing crackle. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. This level of lightning release is troublesome. Shino gazed intently at the rampant lightning in Miyue's grasp. With a swift motion, Miyu unleashed a chakra-formed golden lightning serpent that cleaved through the air, striking Oil Woman Shino, who was ensnared by the golden chains. Zzz. The lightning collided with the parasitic insects on Shino, erupting in dazzling sparks and a pungent scent of charred matter. The parasitic insects disintegrated into ash under the onslaught of the lightning. Sarada, Boruto suddenly called out. Yes, Sarada responded, springing into action and dashing towards Shino. Teacher Shino, since you have attacked Boruto, allow me to demonstrate my punch. Gone na. Sarada leaped into the air, delivering a powerful blow to Shino, who was bound by the golden chains. That I cannot believe I am being defeated by my own 3 students, Shino thought as he beheld the approaching fist, a sense of helplessness surging within him. Boom! The punch howled through the air, delivering a tremendous strike to Shino's body. The ground instantly fractured like a spider's web, forming a crater, dust and debris scattering in all directions. Wow, Sarada is amazing. Teacher Shino can't possibly be dead from that. Right? The students whispered among themselves. Within the crater, Shino's body jolted violently, the madness on his face vanishing instantaneously, and the chakra within him began to calm down. The unusual chakra dissipated. Boruto noticed that the bluish-purple chakra surrounding Shino had completely vanished, while his own chakra had diminished slightly. Suddenly, Boruto seemed to sense something. Turning to look at the students behind him, his gaze finally resting on the class representative, Jin. Not bad. But what is that? Boruto mused inwardly, his brow furrowing slightly. In the spacious classroom of the Ninja Academy, a subtle emotion lingered in the air. That I truly apologize, everyone. I attacked the students I was meant to protect. Teacher Shino bowed slightly to the students, his voice laden with remorse. The students exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they responded with understanding gazes. After all, they had just witnessed Teacher Shino's sudden loss of control. That said, I realize I nearly committed an unforgivable error. While still bowing, Shino decided that after reporting this matter in detail to the higher-ups, he would voluntarily resign. Teacher Shino, there's really no need for that. After all, no one was hurt, and resigning seems too extreme. Shikadai was the first to speak, attempting to dissuade him. Indeed, Teacher Shino, Boruto added half-jokingly, half-seriously. Although you sometimes appear a bit shabby and occasionally unreliable, your genuine concern for us makes you a good teacher. The students echoed in agreement, and a warm atmosphere of support enveloped the classroom. Boruto, you. Teacher Shino lifted his head, a bitter smile gracing his face as he gazed at Boruto, a wave of warmth surging within him. He realized that he was not merely a teacher imparting knowledge, but an indispensable guide on these children's paths to growth. The trust and support from his students rekindled his belief in being a teacher of ninjas. Thank you all. Shino's voice trembled slightly as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a brilliant afterglow. The classroom bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Boruto took Sarada's hand as they exited the classroom. While in her seat, Jin's gaze followed Boruto's departing figure, lost in thought. Class representative, school is over. Shall we go home together? A voice suddenly interrupted Jin's reverie. She snapped back to reality, glanced at the speaker, and smiled while shaking her head. Sorry, Didi, but I have some matters to attend to today, so I can't go home with you. All right, but class representative, you seem a bit strange today, Didi remarked, cupping her chin and leaning in closely. Her eyes fixed on Jin's face. Jin felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. Not at all. I'm just the same as before. Her hands moved unconsciously, betraying her flustered state. That's more like the class representative. Since you have something to do, I'll take my leave first. Butterfly chuckled at Jin's flustered demeanor before waving her hand and turning to leave the classroom. Jin gazed at Butterfly's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh, subsequently beginning to gather her belongings. However, her destination was not home, but rather the school rooftop. As Jin pushed open the roll-up door to the rooftop, she spotted Boruto leaning against the railing, seemingly waiting for something. Jin stepped forward and called out gently, Boruto, you undercover agents are quite amusing. You always prefer to meet on the rooftop. Boruto turned his head, his gaze landing on the somewhat anxious Jin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boruto, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who asked me to meet here on the rooftop? His words tightened Jin's heart momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. I apologize. I merely recalled a line from a movie. Please disregard it. Boruto shook his head lightly, chuckling softly. Jin sighed in relief, though her internal confusion remained. What exactly did you summon me to the rooftop for? Shouldn't you be escorting Sarada home right now? Boruto did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly approached Jin until only a fist's distance separated them. Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, and her body involuntarily trembled. Class monitor. Your personality resembles my mother's when she was young, though I wonder if it's genuine. Boruto, what do you truly wish to convey? What is your purpose in calling me to the rooftop? At that moment, Jin's heart raced, and she endeavored to maintain her calm. Boruto suddenly leaned closer to Jin's ear, his voice soft yet laced with an undertone of threat. Midnight tonight, at Sinju Park, that if you do not come, I shall reveal your secret to the Umbu. Jin's violet eyes widened in shock. Her previously flushed cheeks drained of color. Her breath quickened as she looked up at Boruto, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Boruto offered her little time to ponder. Having delivered his message, he turned and leapt off, vanishing at the edge of the rooftop. Jin stood alone on the rooftop, gazing at the fading sunset on the horizon. The orange-red glow bathed her figure but failed to penetrate the gloom within her heart. As night fell and the bright moon ascended, Shizuki sat quietly atop Hokage Rock, a slender white snake coiled around her shoulder. Boruto, he could indeed see. Those extraordinary eyes were not Byakugan, capable of perceiving the chakra fluctuations of Nu. Shizuki whispered to the small serpent, relaying the latest intelligence. Meanwhile, in a corner of Sinju Park, Boruto closed his eyes to rest. His hands casually tucked in his pockets. Leaning against an ancient tree, he appeared remarkably unruffled, as if awaiting a particular moment that a light footfall approached stealthily, and a figure clad in a gray-white cloak, adorned with a white rabbit mask, gradually entered his line of sight. Boruto opened his eyes. Class monitor, is it really necessary to be so mysterious just for a meeting? How did you discover this? Boruto? Jin's cool voice filtered through the mask, tinged with a hint of tension. Honestly, it was merely a conjecture. The pattern on your back revealed your secret. Boruto smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the design on Jin's cloak. The pattern on my back? You could see it? Does that mean you've awakened the Byakugan? Jin was taken aback, contemplating the possibility that Boruto had indeed awakened the Byakugan. Haha, class monitor, you guessed half of it. Boruto replied with a slight nod before shifting the conversation. That's so? Can you tell me the true purpose behind all your actions? Beneath her mask, Jin's emotions seemed to fluctuate. Everything is for the sake of revenge against Konoha. Each day I live serves this purpose. My life has been imbued with the mission of vengeance since the moment I was born. I must accomplish what my father could not. Her voice was filled with resolve and sorrow. At her words, Boruto shook his head, finding the situation unbearably dull. By the way, who exactly is your father? Forcing his daughter to bear the burdens he could not accomplish. What a despicable man. His words cut sharply to the core. Boruto, please refrain from speaking ill of my father. Jin's voice quivered slightly, clearly affected by the emotional sting. All right, class monitor, I do not wish to waste more words. You wish to destroy Konoha with your capabilities? Such a dream may never come to fruition. With that, Boruto stepped forward, advancing straight towards Jin. Observing this, Jin quickly raised her right hand, forming it into a gun shape, a crystal-clear water droplet coalescing at her fingertips before she launched it fiercely towards Boruto. Sharingan no Jutsu. Boruto merely tilted his head slightly, and the water droplet whizzed past him, piercing a large tree behind him, leaving a gaping hole that it seems the class monitor possesses some skill. Unfazed by Jin's attack, Boruto continued to close in. As he approached, Jin felt an internal struggle flash through her mind, but she soon regained her determination. Sueri no Jutsu, a far larger water sphere formed at her fingertips, surging towards Boruto with an unstoppable force. Yet, Boruto appeared to have foreseen her move, vanishing in an instant with Shunshin no Jutsu, leaving the water sphere to crash heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and spray. Where did he go? Jin scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Boruto. Just as she felt perplexed, Boruto's figure silently appeared behind her. His eyes shimmered with the brilliant light emitted by the Tensagen. A silver-white energy sphere clasped tightly in his hand. It's over. Boruto's voice resonated in Jin's ear, and the energy sphere plunged directly into her body. Jin's form jolted violently, her eyes glazing over as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Her mask slipped away, revealing her youthful and delicate face. The energy sphere traversed through Jin's body, allowing Boruto to catch glimpses of her innermost memories. There was the tender care of her mother, her father's mad obsession, and the tragic experience of being implanted with Nu, reduced to a tool for vengeance. Roots? Nu. How much blame can this Toanzo bear? Even in this era, it's no surprise. What a fitting legacy for the Fifth Hokage. Boruto's heart swelled with sympathy and pity as he gazed down at the unconscious Jin. Yet, in that very instant, the pattern of Nu on Jin's back suddenly radiated a dazzling purple light. Burning through her clothing, with a deafening roar, a colossal creature materialized in Sinju Park. This Nu. It appears rather unremarkable. Boruto, with his hands in his pockets, stood atop the tall tree, gazing at Nu with a slight smirk. In the late-night Hokage office, the dim light cast a tranquil ambience. Nu, Naruto murmured, his expression grave. Indeed, a According to the intelligence gathered by Sai, this series of events was orchestrated by the daughter of a member from the remnants of the Root organization disguised in the shadows. It is none other than Boruto's classmate, Jianjin Shinua. Her father, Shinua, entrusted the unfinished new to her before his demise. Sai has already set out to apprehend her, but regrettably, Jianjin has vanished without a trace. Nara Shikamaru handed a dossier to Naruto, which prominently featured Jianjin's image. Upon seeing it, Naruto fell into deep contemplation, his brow furrowed with concern. Just then, a familiar voice disrupted the silence of the room. "Nu, is it?" Kakashi, having leaned against the door at some point, gazed at Naruto and Shikamaru. Kakashi-sensei, the sixth Hokage. Both Naruto and Shikamaru turned to face Kakashi, astonished. "Sixth Hokage, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying your retirement?" Shikamaru remarked, somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's sudden appearance. "I considered leading a secluded life, living leisurely, but there are still unresolved matters between me and Danzo. Thus, I embarked on a solitary investigation into the traces he left behind." Kakashi elucidated that the legacy of Danzo, the bull-headed king, has likely been implanted within the girl named Jean. Once again, it is Danzo. Shikamaru helplessly shook his head, pondering how much more trouble and chaos he had left behind. In the present day, Jean has become the portal for summoning the Nu, a spirit beast. This beast could transport the wielder of the bull-headed king to enemy territory and, upon rampaging, self-destruct, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Kakashi's words were laced with disdain for Danzo's methods. It was so insidiously logical that it made one sick. This was indeed Danzo's consistent modus operandi. With a sigh, Shikamaru reflected on this that moment. A tremendous rumble echoed from afar, prompting the three to rush to the window to gaze into the distance. Oh no! It is the Nu! On the rooftops of Konoha, Sai was nimbly weaving between eaves, his mind racing even as he moved swiftly. Shimura Danzo, the man who once employed extreme measures to protect Konoha. I had thought each of his actions was imbued with profound affection for the village. Yet now, he sought to engulf the entire village in the flames of vengeance, a truly perverse inversion of priorities. If the cycle of tragedy and hatred continues unimpeded, those who once lived in the shadow of the Root organization will still suffer the scorn and rejection of society. Therefore, as long as there are those still struggling against this curse, it is my responsibility, as one who has also broken free from suffering, to assist them in regaining their freedom. A violent tremor surged forth, and Sai turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance, Sinju Park. At that moment, within Sinju Park, a gigantic creature emerged. The Inuit bore the visage of a monkey, the body of a raccoon, the limbs of a tiger, and the tail of a serpent. Did the leader manage to break the control of the mental sphere with the Nu's assistance? How intriguing. Boruto stood atop a great tree, his eyes glimmering with interest as he observed the Inuit. This juncture, Jean had managed to free herself from Boruto's reincarnation sphere, struggling to rise. Her upper garment was no longer intact, revealing her pristine skin, while her violet hair cascaded behind her, illuminated by the moonlight's cool embrace. Instinctively, Jean shielded her modesty with her hands, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic and shame, quickly replaced by resolve from a distance. On Hokage Rock, Mitsuki had also spotted the emerging Nu and reported to the small white snake. "The Nu has appeared. Understood. Eliminate Shinraku." Jean gazed up at the Nu, her brow furrowed with concern. "The current absorption of chakra is insufficient. Will it self-destruct?" Boruto appeared before Jean, his hands tucked into his pockets, his reincarnation eye shimmering with an otherworldly light. Jean was not taken aback by Boruto's presence. However, when she felt his star-like, profound gaze upon her, a wave of shyness and unease washed over her. One hand covered her exposed chest, while the other brandished a kunai towards Boruto, despite her body being laid bare under Boruto's watchful eye. She still sought to mask her embarrassment with this feeble cover. Simultaneously, the Nu had also noticed Boruto, its massive claw lunging toward him. Yet, Boruto stood undaunted before the oncoming claw, diamond lock, in an instant. 6 golden chains erupted from behind Boruto, plunging into the ground before breaking forth beneath the Nu's feet, tightly binding its body and tail. The Nu emitted a deafening roar, but the chain seemed forged from the hardest metal, rendering its struggles futile. The diamond chains contained sealing power, effectively suppressing chakra. Even a beast as formidable as the tailed beasts could not mobilize chakra once ensnared. "Leader, it is all over." Boruto's gaze returned to Jean. Watching the new thrash desperately against the diamond chains, Jin's body trembled, her eyes flashing with conflict and anguish. Nu, carry out the order. Absorb my chakra completely, then self-destruct. The restrained Nu heard Jin's command but made no move, merely growling deeply. Why, Nu? Absorb it now. Jin shouted at the Nu, her eyes glistening with tears. Leader, do you not understand? The Nu regards you as its mother. As long as you are near, it will never choose to self-destruct. Nor will it absorb your chakra. Moreover, under my diamond lock, it cannot even utilize the chakra within, let alone explode. Boruto raised his hand slightly, tightening the diamond chains around the Nu. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes reflected disbelief intertwined with complex emotions. She gazed at the Nu, tightly bound yet still growling, her heart swelling with unprecedented warmth and sorrow. Jin had never anticipated that as an orphan driven by hatred and the desire for revenge. She could feel such a profound emotional bond at this moment. Mother, Jin murmured, a word both foreign and familiar, awakening deep longings for her mother. The Nu's existence was ultimately perilous. I cannot allow it the opportunity for self-destruction. Boruto stepped toward the bound Nu. Seeing this, Jin immediately positioned herself in front of the Nu, kunai raised against Boruto. Boruto glanced at her. Leader, do you still intend to stop me in your current state? Jin bit her lip, resolutely stating, I cannot allow you to harm the Nu. In response, Boruto shook his head, merely waving his hand, and Jin found herself immobilized by an invisible force, the kunai slipping from her grasp. Simultaneously, her shielding hand fell, revealing her exquisite upper body. Jin's face flushed crimson as she felt Boruto's gaze upon her. Her skin began to heat with embarrassment and fury, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Gritting her teeth in frustration, observing Jin's reaction, Boruto chuckled softly. My apologies. In Sinju Park, the night enveloped everything in inky darkness, speckled with stars. Boruto, please. Do not look at me like that. Jin's voice was a mere whisper. Her cheeks aflame, a blend of shyness and anxiety swirling within her heart. Her words revealed an indescribable sense of shame. Boruto cast a glance at the blushing Jin, sighed gently, and approached the Nu. Currently, this technique could only absorb chakra on contact, far from the long-range absorption displayed by Akatsuki Kinshiki in the movie. Boruto reached out to touch the Nu's body, his reincarnation eye glimmering like the brightest star in the night sky. As his fingers made contact, the chakra within the Nu surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly coalescing in Boruto's palm, forming a resplendent purple sphere. The Nu's form shrank dramatically as it lost chakra. Trembling in agony, its howls echoing in the night sky, exuding vulnerability and despair. Although Jin could not turn, the resonance from deep within her heart allowed her to empathize profoundly. Boruto, what are you doing? Her voice carried a hint of unease, revealing her concern for the Nu's fate. I am resolving this crisis. The purple sphere in Boruto's hand gradually stabilized. It was a massive chakra extracted from the Nu. Imbued with destructive power, the Nu's strength was far too dangerous, akin to a ticking time bomb poised for detonation. I cannot allow it to persist. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Jin's eyes as she pleaded. Boruto, please do not kill the Nu. I beg you. Boruto halted his actions, turning to face the restrained Jin. Leader, I understand your feelings for the Nu. It is more than just a spirit beast to you. It is your sole reliance in this world. However, the Nu exists solely for destruction, for the peace of Konoha. I cannot allow it to continue to exist. As Boruto continued his absorption, the purple chakra sphere gradually darkened, exuding an ominous aura. Meanwhile, the Nu had shrunk to the size of a small dog, weak to the point of being unable to produce a sound. The diamond chains, rendered ineffective by its diminutive size, lost their binding power, yet it still struggled to lift its head towards Jin, its eyes brimming with reluctance. You exerted its last ounce of strength, stumbling and swaying as it made its way to Jin's feet, nuzzling its small head against her, before collapsing feebly onto the ground. Jin's voice trembled, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, splattering onto the ground and creating tiny droplets of water. She gazed down at Yu's fragile form, a wave of indescribable sorrow surging within her heart. Once a tool for her vengeance, it had now become the softest part of her being. At that moment, the image of the ox-head king behind Jin suddenly shattered, transforming into specks of radiant light that vanished into the night sky. Simultaneously, under Jin's gentle touch, Yu's body began to dissipate, turning into a wisp of smoke, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the night. Jin stood frozen, as if she had lost her most vital support, collapsing helplessly onto the ground, tears streaming down her face like a fountain. Alas, why do I feel as though I am the one destined to destroy Konoha? Boruto silently stood to the side, observing this scene with a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He fixated on the dark purple chakra sphere in his hand, the true Konohamaru. The dark purple chakra sphere slowly ascended under the force of gravity. As Boruto took measured steps towards Jianjin, kneeling down, he removed his outer jacket and gently draped it over her shoulders. Carefully zipping it up, Boruto, at that moment, a figure quietly approached. It was Mitsuki. He stared at Jianjin, still curled up on the ground, tears streaming down her face, as his palm instantly morphed into a sharp hand blade, aimed directly at her. However, just as the tension reached its peak, Boruto moved. Enough? Boruto merely cast a glance at Mitsuki, and an irresistible repulsive force suddenly erupted. Mitsuki was flung backward by this power, crashing to the ground, struggling to rise. He looked at Boruto with a complex expression. Why? Why are you helping this person who seeks to destroy Konoha? Boruto's lips curled into a faint smile. Mitsuki, your identity piques my curiosity. With that, the adamant prison erupted from beneath Mitsuki's feet like a living entity, binding him tightly. What? Mitsuki had no time to evade, clearly unprepared for Boruto's sudden assault. Boruto flickered and appeared before Mitsuki, the rebirth spirit ball silently merging into his body, causing Mitsuki to lose consciousness instantly. A synthetic human, sage mode. The son is indeed Orochimaru. As Boruto delved into Mitsuki's memories, he pondered silently. But why does he regard me as his son? Just as Boruto was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed an unusual surge of purple chakra swirling in the void, rapidly coalescing in Jianjin's palm. Jianjin also felt the presence of this power, and a dark red eye pattern gradually appeared on her palm, as if the eye possessed a life of its own. Gently blinking. You are still alive. How wonderful. Jianjin wiped away her tears and gazed at the pattern on her palm, a long-lost smile blossoming on her face. She looked back at Boruto and found him gazing at her as well, prompting her to quickly hide her hand behind her back. Boruto, Jianjin softly called out, her expression tense. To her surprise, she had been reborn and had re-established the contract with Jianjin. Boruto was secretly astonished that Yu's revival allowed for a renewed contract with Jianjin. Jianjin's eyes remained red-rimmed. Boruto, I will no longer allow you to absorb chakra. So Boruto nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing Boruto's softened demeanor, Jianjin let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Sai finally arrived with the Umbu members, surveying the scene before him. Boruto, the kneeling Jianjin, and the distant Mitsuki left Sai utterly bewildered. What on earth transpired here? Where is you? Sai murmured, then stepped towards Jianjin. However, Boruto quickly interposed himself in front of Jianjin. Boruto, rest assured, I will not harm her. I share a similar fate with her. Allow me to assist her. Sai's voice was gentle. This is all a consequence of the past spirits, and it has nothing to do with her. Upon hearing this, Boruto nodded and stepped aside. Sai crouched down, his gaze fixed on Jianjin. Jianjin, we are aware that you have endured significant suffering, but please trust that Konoha Village will be your most steadfast support. That we need to understand tonight's events in detail to ensure Konoha's safety and protect you. Jianjin nervously looked up, her gaze meeting Sai's sincere eyes, and she nodded gently. Has Dad come too? And has Uncle Kakashi arrived as well? Then let the suffering commence. A playful smile danced on Boruto's lips as he transformed into the form of Devapath Pain. Boruto, you? Sai looked at Boruto, now resembling Pain, momentarily puzzled. Just then, Naruto and Kakashi arrived at Sinju Park, scanning their surroundings. Is it over already? Pain. Kakashi squinted his eyes, glancing at Sai, Jianjin, and Boruto in his transformed state. The emotions from Kakashi added 1635 points to the progress bar. Naruto took a quick glance and hurriedly explained. Kakashi-sensei, that's Boruto using transformation jutsu. Oh, it's Boruto. It's been ages since I last saw you. Boruto, Kakashi greeted Boruto, now resembling Devapath Pain, but Boruto ignored his warm reception. Boruto raised a hand, fingers splayed, aimed at Kakashi, poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Hey, Boruto, you can't be serious. Kakashi involuntarily took a step back. You, who have copied over 1,000 jutsu, stand no chance against me. Boruto spoke in a grave tone characteristic of Devapath Pain. This statement reminded Kakashi of his own past bravado, and he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seems I've said something similar before. Boruto is indeed rebellious. Enough, Boruto. Quickly revert from transformation jutsu. Naruto finally couldn't contain himself any longer. Ridiculous. A bag of rice must be carried up 2 flights of stairs. Boruto merely snickered coldly, his body slowly floating into the air. Hey. Is he really? Kakashi felt an ominous premonition rising within him, and the surrounding Umbu members felt the same. Emotions from Kakashi added 896 points to the progress bar. Emotions from Yamashiro-sai added 263 points to the progress bar. Here we go again, Boruto. Naruto facepalmed in exasperation. From this moment onwards, let the world feel pain. Boruto, as Devapath Pain, wore an exceedingly serious expression, leading even Naruto to mistakenly believe he was serious. Emotions from Uzumaki Naruto increased the progress bar by 3578 points. Alright, let's add some water. With those words, nothing happened, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Only the chirping of insects beneath the moonlight seemed unusually loud and clear. That kid Boruto, Kakashi and Naruto exchanged glances, then shook their heads helplessly. Alright, Boruto has had his fun. Hurry down, Naruto urged, looking up at Boruto suspended in the air. Boruto huffed, humph. Though there's no grand performance, there's still art. Above Sinju Park, Boruto proclaimed in a tone bordering on solemnity, I am the god of explosions from ancient Greece. Boruto, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting now? Naruto frowned at Boruto in the air. Explosions? Is that what this is about? Kakashi's voice hinted at a measure of alertness. This height should suffice. Now, let you all enjoy this artistic feast. Boruto chuckled inwardly. Surveying the crowd below, I am Devapath Pain. Prepare to explode. Boruto, what do you mean by this? Explosions? Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Naruto, perplexed, attempted to piece together the fragments of his memory. Boruto paid no heed to Naruto's inquiries and simply raised his hand. Snap, accompanied by a crisp sound. Art is an explosion. At this moment, high above the village of Konoha, a purple-black chakra sphere ascended rapidly into the sky. This remarkable creation, formed from Boruto's absorption of News chakra, possessed power that rivaled that of an ordinary tailed beast bomb. As Boruto's voice faded, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the entirety of Sinju Park and the skies above Konoha. Immediately thereafter, a powerful surge of energy swept down from the heights. The purple-black chakra sphere expanded swiftly in the air, resembling a colossal firework ignited, before erupting violently. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed through the air, as the purple radiance instantaneously bathed the entire village of Konoha in light, rendering even the distant peaks clearly visible, as if it were broad daylight. What? Naruto and Kakashi simultaneously glanced skyward, their eyes filled with astonishment. The brilliance emanating from the explosion cascaded down upon every individual present, akin to the sun suddenly appearing in the night sky, making it impossible to gaze directly at Shin, clad in Boruto's coat, her purple hair swaying gently in the breeze, fixed her gaze upon the luminous spectacle above. Her heart awash with a myriad of emotions to that moment. Konoha was alive with nocturnal activities. Yet, this abrupt eruption shattered the tranquility of the night. People halted their endeavors, looking up at the sky, their faces reflecting a spectrum of surprise, fear, and curiosity as they beheld this extraordinary scene. That a tailed beast bomb. Could it be that a meteor fell and was obliterated by the Hokage using a tailed beast bomb? Murmured a ninja who had just exited a tavern, still under the influence of alcohol. His mind conjured a thrilling image of the event. From Naruto Uzumaki's emotional fluctuations, the progress bar surged by 8848 points. From Kakashi Hitaki's emotional fluctuations, the progress bar increased by 1765 points. This incident not only stimulated the emotions of those present, but also resonated with numerous villagers of Konoha, causing the progress bar to swell like a tidal wave. Is this even possible? It's increased my progress bar by nearly 500,000 in an instant. If this truly grants Konoha the Super Shinra Tensei, wouldn't the progress bar be maxed out? Boruto mused as he gently descended to the ground, reverting from his transformation and returning to his original form. Host. Uzumaki Boruto role played. Pain, Nagato, progress and roll. 16 still over 8 million to go. Regrettably, Nu has been incapacitated, leaving me without sufficient chakra for another attempt. Should I just absorb from Dad instead? Boruto's gaze inadvertently fell upon Naruto's abdomen. as if eyeing a prize soon to be claimed. Noticing Boruto's peculiar gaze, Naruto felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over him. He sternly inquired, "Boruto, what exactly is going on? And how did you end up here?" "Dad, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a stroll and unexpectedly encountered a massive creature, the son of the Hokage. How could I stand idly by while it wreaked havoc?" Boruto replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his head. Naruto shook his head in disapproval. "Boruto, this is not something you should involve yourself in. When faced with danger, your first instinct should be to hide. It is not the responsibility of an 8-year-old to protect Konoha. That is our duty as adults." All right, I understand. Dad. I'll be more careful next time." Boruto responded, feigning compliance while secretly plotting how to more efficiently increase his progress. As Naruto lectured Boruto, Kakashi observed the surroundings of Sinju Park intently. Is this the Vajra ceiling? Has Boruto perfectly inherited the abilities of his mother? Kushina. Moreover, the explosion earlier must have been triggered by Boruto extracting news chakra using the Rinnegan. It seems he has already mastered the Rinnegan proficiently. A genius indeed. No wonder he is Naruto's child, destined to surpass you and become a pillar of the ninja world. Kakashi gazed at Boruto, his eyes somewhat dazed, filled with contemplation. All right, Dad, please stop lecturing me. It's really annoying." Boruto interrupted Naruto's admonishment. "I've already said there won't be a next time. I'll explain it to Mom. Please don't keep nagging me here." Naruto's forehead twitched slightly in irritation. "Boruto," Kakashi quickly intervened. "Calm down, Naruto. This matter has been resolved perfectly. Thankfully, no one was injured. It's merely Sinju Park that has sustained some damage." "Long time no see, Uncle Kakashi." Boruto greeted Kakashi politely. Kakashi squatted down, leaning close to Boruto, whispering, "Hey, Boruto, there are so many people watching. Show me some respect and call me the 6th Hokage." Boruto rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly, "Why does everyone have this habit? So fond of formality." Nevertheless, Boruto complied with Kakashi's request. Kakashi smiled and gently patted Boruto's shoulder, approvingly stating, "Good, very good." Naruto's gaze shifted to the figure of Mizukage, standing upright behind Boruto, prompting him to ask curiously, "Boruto, what's wrong with him?" "He's fine. He just fell asleep." Boruto waved his hand, releasing his control over Mitsuki's mental sphere, allowing him to gradually awaken. "What happened to me?" Mizukage inquired, running over to greet Naruto and Kakashi. "7th Hokage, 6th Hokage. I remember you. Your name is Mizukage, right?" Naruto nodded slightly. Mizukage confirmed, "Yes, I am Mizukage, Boruto's classmate." Naruto pondered, the son of Orochimaru appearing here. Does he know about the existence of Gyuki and Nu? Boruto glanced at Kenshin. "Dad, what will happen to Kenshin?" "Children cannot choose their parents. The mistakes of parents should not be borne by their children. Rest assured, we will not do anything to Kenshin," Naruto assured him before adding sternly, "Do not let today's events leak out, understood? Now hurry home." "Got it," Boruto replied with a slight nod before turning towards home. "Mom, you're still awake at this hour." Upon reaching his doorstep, Boruto found Hinata standing there, her face etched with concern, her gaze fixed upon him. "Yes, the explosion earlier woke me up. I went to your room and found you missing. What on earth is going on? Boruto, where did you go tonight?" Hinata pressed on. "And where is your coat?" "This." Boruto hesitated, unsure of how to respond. With Boruto's current abilities and talents, is it truly wise for him to remain in the Ninja Academy, in the Hokage office? Kakashi observed Naruto, inquiring, "I understand your perspective, Kakashi-sensei. You wish for Boruto to graduate early, correct? But given that we are in a peaceful era, what could he accomplish by graduating early?" Naruto slowly approached the window, gazing out at the brightly lit Konoha village. "Even in the depths of the night I grew up without parents and have no idea how to guide Boruto. Yet, as a father, I wish for him to have a complete childhood. And simply growing up safely is enough for me." "Did you hear the explosion last night?" In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, a short-haired boy spoke to his classmates beside him, his voice inadvertently rising a few decibels, drawing the attention of those around him. Yes, I heard it too. It was terrifyingly loud. I heard it was a meteor that the Hokage promptly shattered. The 7th Hokage is truly remarkable." In a corner of the classroom, several students excitedly discussed, their eyes brimming with boundless admiration for Naruto. Their gazes instinctively turned toward Boruto, who they envied, sighing, "How enviable that Boruto's father is the 7th Hokage." Listening to his classmates' chatter, Boruto merely shook his head lightly. Is this really my Hokage dad? At that moment, Sarada leaned close to Boruto, whispering, Boruto, was it really the seventh Hokage who intervened last night? Recalling Naruto's admonition from the previous night, Boruto nodded. Yes, it should be. Upon hearing this, Sarada gazed in admiration and exclaimed, how utterly astonishing! To think one could shatter a meteorite. The seventh Hokage truly is remarkable. Boruto smiled faintly, replying, what is the big deal? It's just a meteorite. Sarada, your father is equally capable. The mention of Sasuke. Sarada paused for a moment, her eyes sparkling with hope, only to dim shortly thereafter. She had forgotten. Sarada had never laid eyes on Sasuke since her childhood. It was truly irresponsible of him to neglect visiting his daughter for such a long time. Observing the hint of melancholy in Sarada's gaze, Boruto felt a surge of empathy within him. Sarada seemed to sense Boruto's unease and asked softly, Boruto, do you know much about my father? Could you tell me about him? Boruto's gaze met Sarada's eyes, which were filled with anticipation, and he felt a ripple of emotion. He understood that for Sarada, her father Sasuke was both a familiar and a stranger. Sarada, your father is an extraordinarily formidable ninja. He possesses unmatched speed and strength, along with the Sharingan, which allows him to perceive everything. In battle, he consistently maintains his composure, analyzing situations to make the most accurate judgments. Sarada listened intently, as if through Boruto's words, she could envision her father's valor on the battlefield. But why does he never come home? Sarada sighed softly. Boruto found himself at a loss for how to respond at that moment. Mizukage, having quietly approached Boruto, interjected, are you speaking of Uchiha Sasuke? Mizukage, you know my father too? Sarada was surprised that Mizukage was aware of her father. Yes, Sasuke-san was a hero who, alongside the seventh Hokage, brought an end to the last great ninja war. With his Mangeki Sharingan, he wields incredible ocular techniques, and he has been a lifelong rival and dear friend to the seventh Hokage, as well as someone whom my father greatly admires. Admire, indeed. It must be the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the Rinnegan, Boruto thought, but merely smiled in response. Sarada, however, was intrigued by the term Mangeki Sharingan. Curiously, she inquired, what is the Mangeki Sharingan? Isn't the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit just the Sharingan? Sarada, you're not aware of this yet. Mizukage expressed mild surprise at Sarada's ignorance of the Mangeki Sharingan. Well then, Sarada, let us wait for Uncle Sasuke to return before discussing the Mangeki Sharingan further, Boruto interjected, steering the conversation away from the topic. Boruto, I apologize for what happened earlier, Mizukage said earnestly to Boruto. It's all right, but Mizukage, you're quite impressive yourself, mastering both wind and lightning release. We should have a sparring session sometime. Boruto waved his hand dismissively. Mizukage nodded lightly. As the day's lessons came to a close, Sarada stood at her doorstep, the gentle glow of the setting sun casting a warm light upon her expectant face. Boruto, tomorrow is a day off. Could you accompany me for some training? She asked softly. Upon hearing this, Boruto replied with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, Sarada, but I need to visit my grandfather tomorrow. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sarada's eyes, and just then, Boruto leaned in closer, gazing at her face. What's wrong, Boruto? Is there something on my face? Sarada asked shyly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Boruto smiled and gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, forgive me, Sarada, perhaps next time. A soft breeze swept by, playfully tousling their hair. Sarada gazed at Boruto's warm smile, a rush of warmth flooding her heart. She nodded gently, a smile blooming on her lips. All right, it's settled then. In the distance, Sakura stood quietly beneath the shade of a tree, carrying fresh ingredients she had just purchased from the market, her gaze tenderly observing the interaction between the two children. After Boruto departed, Sarada lingered at the door, her fingers gently brushing her forehead, a subtle blush still lingering on her cheeks. Boruto is quite unlike Naruto. He is so charming. I wonder where he learned that. Sarada mused silently. Sakura, noticing Sarada's bashful yet joyful expression, felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. Boruto has already left, she said, approaching with the shopping bag in hand. Sarada started slightly, then turned to face the approaching Sakura. Mom, you're back. Sarada stepped forward to take the shopping bag from Sakura's hands, and together they walked into the house, the dining table. Sakura's gaze fell softly on Sarada as she gently inquired, Sarada, are you and Boruto currently dating? Sarada's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly shook her head in denial. Mom, What are you talking about? Please don't joke like that. Sakura chuckled lightly. I merely noticed how close you two seem and couldn't resist teasing you. However, Boruto does possess a unique charm. Changing the subject, Sarada asked, Mom, do you know if Dad will have any news soon? Sarada, your father is on a crucial mission, one that is vital for our protection and that of the village. Sakura's expression turned serious as she tenderly stroked Sarada's head. Sasuke must miss you dearly, but as a ninja, he has his own responsibilities and missions. We must patiently wait, trusting that he will return soon. At the residence of the Huga clan, a solemn aura enveloped the ancient surroundings. Hinata gently held Hanabi's small hand, with Boruto trailing closely behind. The strongest clan in Konoha, Boruto remarked, gazing up at the sign inscribed with the characters for Huga. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Boruto. With eyes as pure as snow, a grave expression adorned his face, silver strands in his hair revealing the passage of time. That it was Huga Hayashi, who had quietly approached Boruto from behind. Hayashi embraced Boruto, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Here you are, Boruto. His previously stern demeanor transformed into one of warmth, his eyes twinkling with love. Grandfather. Hanabi's voice rang out sweetly as she joyfully dashed to Hayashi's side. Calling out with delight, Hayashi looked down, his gaze filled with affection. Bending down to embrace Hanabi as well. He gently nuzzled against the cheeks of both Boruto and Hanabi, relishing the rare moments of familial joy. Hanabi's smile bloomed like flowers in spring, while Boruto, standing by, wore a slightly exasperated yet amused expression. Hinata quietly observed this scene, a wave of warmth swelling within her, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Just then, the door swung open, and Hanabi stepped out. Sister, you're here, mother. Hanabi's expression turned slightly disdainful as she cast a glance at Hayashi, though she quickly masked it. Hayashi looked up at his youngest daughter, gently releasing Boruto and Hanabi. Hinata greeted warmly. It's been a while, Father, Hanabi. Yes, look at how your father is pretending to be loving in front of the children again, Hanabi remarked playfully, though a smile betrayed her amusement as she approached Boruto and Hanabi. Mirroring Hayashi's earlier actions, Boruto, you've grown taller. You're looking more and more like your father, Hanabi noted. And Hanabi, you're still as adorable as ever. Your smile is just like your mother's. Come, let your sister give you a hug. Hanabi enveloped both children in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. All right, let us head inside. Hayashi gently patted Hanabi's shoulder, signaling everyone to enter the house. As Hanabi played with Boruto in the courtyard, laughter echoed in the air. Hayashi quietly closed the door behind him and settled down before Hinata and Boruto. Boruto, show me your Tensigen. Let your grandfather take a look. The words of Hisashi were imbued with a hint of anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon Boruto's azure eyes. Dosen, Hinata gently called out, a trace of helplessness flickering in her expression each time they visited. Hisashi's grandfather was filled with curiosity regarding the Tensigen. Boruto muttered under his breath, yet he nodded and slowly closed his eyelids. When he reopened them, his eyes had transformed into the resplendent Tensigen, shimmering with silver light, vibrant hues dancing within, dazzling and magnificent. Hisashi's eyes were firmly locked onto Boruto's, a whirlwind of complex thoughts surging within him. He contemplated, images of Kagaya Akatsuki and Shin Akatsuki surfacing in his mind. The Tensigen, I never imagined that the Byakugan of the Huga clan could evolve like the Sharingan. Yet, is this Tensigen truly an evolution of the Byakugan? Hisashi's heart brimmed with doubt and confusion. Perhaps this is not merely evolution, but also a form of ancestral reversion or mutation. Hisashi pulled back his thoughts and inquired earnestly, Boruto, how much do you currently comprehend regarding the capabilities of the Tensigen? As for the foundational abilities of the Tensigen, I have mastered them all, Boruto replied, somewhat surprised by Hisashi's inquiry, yet he answered nonetheless. Hisashi nodded with satisfaction. I see, Boruto, you have indeed learned to wield the power of the Tensigen. With that, he slowly rose to his feet, gently pushing open the door and stepping outside. Boruto, allow me to personally assess your mastery of the Tensigen's power. I shall become your opponent. Immediately, Hisashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes slightly protruding. Father, Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. Hinata, this is to test Boruto's strength. In the past, there existed fierce competition and conflict among the ninja villages to enhance their own prowess. Some villages would go to great lengths to seize the ocular techniques of the Huga clan as the treasure of the Huga clan. The Byakugan naturally became the object of desire for many powers. Thus, the Huga clan birthed branch families and the caged birds to safeguard this power from being usurped by outsiders. The power of the Tenseigan is even more formidable. Even within Konoha, it may be secure. Yet, once we leave this land, who can guarantee there will be no danger? Even in times of peace, acts of violence and pillaging occasionally occur. Hisashi's words were laden with concern for the future and hope for Boruto. Come now, Boruto, let me see if you possess the qualifications to protect this power. Simultaneously, Hisashi pondered. If Boruto's strength does not meet my expectations, once he graduates from the ninja academy and becomes a ninja, I must select 5 bodyguards from the Huga clan to ensure his safety. Truly, I understand your desire to impress your grandson, but in the end, you may just end up pulling your back and lying in bed. Unable to rise at that moment, Hanabi stepped forward, teasingly addressing Hisashi. And you really don't understand the concept of holding back, do you? Boruto may come to resent you. Upon hearing this, Hisashi paused slightly. Well then, I shall leave it to you. Hanabi provocatively gazed at Boruto. So, Boruto, do you wish to spar with me, your aunt? Since my aunt wishes to fight, I shall certainly oblige, Boruto replied with a light chuckle, refusing to back down. Aunt? Hanabi corrected, a touch of irritation in her tone. Hey Boruto, how many times must I say it? You should call me sister. Boruto stubbornly shook his head. An aunt is an aunt. I will never call you sister. Boruto, it appears I must defeat you until you call me sister. Hanabi pouted, raising her fist. Hanabi. Hinata expressed her concern from the side. Do not worry, sister. I shall hold back. Hanabi laughed. Casting a reassuring glance at Hinata in the training grounds of the Huga clan, numerous clan members were engaged in training. The arrival of Hanabi and the others instantly became the focal point of attention. The clan leader, the presence of Miss Hanabi and Miss Hinata at the training ground drew respectful bows from the crowd. Hisashi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the center of the training ground, Boruto faced off against Hanabi. Hisashi stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the impending contest in the training ground of the Huga clan. Boruto and Hanabi stood opposed, merely a few meters apart. That young Master Boruto? This is my first time seeing him. Could it be that Miss Hanabi and young Master Boruto are to compete here today? The Huga clan members whispered among themselves, excitement palpable. Young Master Boruto, the child of the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and Miss Hinata, truly raises expectations. Mother, do you think Oni-chan will be alright? Himawari's small hand clutched Hinata's tightly. Her eyes filled with concern. Fear not, Himawari. This is merely a routine training session, Hinata gently reassured, stroking Himawari's head. Boruto, are you ready? Hanabi broke the silence first, a slight smile gracing her lips. Of course, Aunt. Boruto nodded lightly. A confident smile forming at the corners of his mouth. That I told you to call me sister. Hanabi feigned anger, correcting him again. Boruto did not respond directly, but instead surveyed the surrounding onlookers from the Huga clan. With so many spectators present, should he transform into pain? He shook his head, redirecting his gaze towards Hinata, Himawari, and his grandfather Hisashi. Having made a decision in his heart that in front of family, perhaps it was best to refrain. There was no need to rush the progress meter. Of course, except for his father. After all, Naruto had provided the most progress, so he could only endure a little hardship for his father. I'm coming. With a light shout, Hanabi activated her Byakugan, her ocular veins gently protruding. Boruto, however, did not utilize the power of the Tenseigan. Instead, chakra surged within him as he raised his hand, striking the air before him, creating a powerful shockwave. That the 8 trigrams air palm. When did Boruto learn that? Hanabi thought in astonishment as she witnessed Boruto's use of the air palm. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she also executed the 8 trigrams air palm. Clashing her attack against Boruto's, the two forces collided violently in midair, sending ripples visible to the naked eye. The dust in the training ground was swept up by this force, forming a brief barrier of sand and dust. The Huga clan members took a few steps back, marveling at the power exhibited by the two. Remarkable, young Master Boruto has actually mastered the 8 trigrams air palm of the Huga clan. An elder member of the Huga clan exclaimed, watching the swirling dust. Hinata, did you teach Boruto this technique? Hisashi turned to inquire of Hinata. Hinata shook her head. Father, I did not teach Boruto this technique. It seems he comprehended it on his own. Comprehended on his own, Hisashi's gaze involuntarily fell upon Boruto. In a daze, he seemed to see another familiar figure. Niji, not bad. Boruto, I didn't expect you to have such a hidden skill. However, from here on, I will be serious. With that, Hanabi's chakra surged, her figure flickering as she vanished like a specter, reappearing at Boruto's left side, with hands poised in a palm strike, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. She aimed a fierce blow at Boruto's side. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In the face of Hanabi's sudden onslaught, Boruto displayed no hint of panic. He slightly leaned to the side, skillfully evading the fierce strike, while simultaneously his right foot swiftly planted on the ground, utilizing the momentum to glide back several meters, instantly increasing the distance between him and Hanabi. Adamant ceiling chains. 6 golden chains erupted from behind Boruto, moving like living creatures, tracing golden arcs in the air. The chains deftly coiled around Hanabi's wrists and ankles, attempting to restrict her movements. What is this? Hanabi's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the approaching adamantine chains. This is a unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. I never expected Boruto to possess it as well. Hinata was taken aback by Boruto's ability to unleash the adamantine sealing chains. In the face of this formidable technique, Hanabi did not succumb easily. She swiftly adjusted her stance, her chakra surging within her 0.8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. With a delicate cry, the Huga clan's ultimate technique was instantaneously unleashed. A torrent of chakra erupted from Hanabi's chakra points, spiraling like a top and forming an impenetrable defensive field. Just as the chains were about to make contact, they were repelled by this rotating force, producing a series of crisp metallic clangs. The training ground was thrown into disarray, dust and air swirling chaotically due to the rotation of the heavenly spin, creating numerous whirlwinds. Incredible! Master Boruto has compelled Miss Hanabi to utilize the heavenly spin. If I recall correctly, Boruto is still under 9 years old, murmured the surrounding members of the Huga clan in absolute defense. Boruto pondered softly, gazing at the continuously spinning Hanabi. After deflecting the chains one by one, Hanabi finally ceased her rotation, her eyes locking onto Boruto with a grave expression. He actually harbors such abilities. This is troublesome. If I were to lose to him, would I truly have to be called it? I am still young. How could I accept such a title? Just as Hanabi's thoughts wandered, the ground beneath her suddenly fissured, and adamantine chain burst forth from the earth with a piercing metallic screech. Charging towards her, what? Hanabi exclaimed, swiftly reacting by lightly tapping the ground and leaping away just in time to evade the sudden assault. That was close. This scene feels eerily familiar. A sly smile curled at the corners of Boruto's mouth. Ant, one must not be distracted during battle. How infuriating to be underestimated by this brat, Hanabi thought, her ire rising as she glared at the chains thrumming menacingly behind Boruto. Remarkably, Boruto had yet to employ the power of his Byakugan. Yet he had already forced Hanabi into such a predicament. A genius, indeed. Outside the field, high as she watched Boruto with arms crossed, exhaling softly. Gentle step, twin lion fist. At that moment, Hanabi took a deep breath, swiftly gathering blue chakra in her hands. 2 ethereal lion figures materialized from the chakra, and as Hanabi moved, she shot towards Boruto like an arrow released from its bow. In the face of Hanabi's fierce onslaught, Boruto remained remarkably calm. Merely raising a hand, the adamantine chains behind him transformed into several golden shadows, resonating with metallic vibrations as they clashed fiercely with Hanabi's twin lion fist. Each strike of the twin lion fist landed with precision on the chains, sending them flying. However, the chains seemed to possess a life of their own, deftly weaving and shifting in direction, attempting to ensnare her. Hanabi was taken aback, realizing these seemingly ordinary chains were far more formidable than she had anticipated, each imbued with a heart-stopping power. Thus, she resolved to cease holding back. With the enhancement of her Byakugan, her perception reached its zenith. No subtle movement escaped her notice. She quickly adjusted her strategy, darting through the training ground like a swimming dragon, evading the chain's pursuit while simultaneously closing in on Boruto in search of a counterattack opportunity. After all, the adamantine sealing chains were primarily designed to deal with colossal beasts and tailed beasts. Attempting to ensnare a taijutsu elite like Hanabi was indeed a tall order. Boruto observed Hanabi's agile dodging, contemplating silently. All right, let's call it a day. our sparring session ends here. Just as their battle reached a fervent peak, Hayashi's voice rang out. Hearing his words, Hanabi protested, "Father, I haven't yet showcased my full strength. It is merely a spar. This is sufficient." Hayashi replied earnestly to Hanabi. With a resigned nod, Hanabi dispelled her twin lion fist. While Boruto likewise withdrew the adamantine chains that as night fell, the Huga compound was enveloped in tranquility. Hanabi had meticulously prepared a sumptuous dinner, the aroma wafting throughout the house. How do you find the dishes I personally crafted? Do they suit your palate? She leaned in gently, her shoulder almost brushing against Boruto's, smiling as she inquired. Quite delicious, Boruto replied, glancing at the table laden with delicacies and catching sight of Hanabi's eager gaze. Nodding with a smile. Really? Then eat plenty. Here, try this specially prepared beef stew with potatoes. Hanabi's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly picked up a piece of the stew with her chopsticks. Attempting to feed it to Boruto, her voice laced with affection. "Aunt, I'll manage just fine on my own." Boruto deftly intercepted the piece of meat with his own chopsticks. "Boruto, could you perhaps call me sister?" Hanabi's eyes glimmered with mischief as she half-jokingly remarked, "Calling me aunt sounds so aged. Come on, say sister for me." Boruto shook his head, firmly asserting, "No way, an aunt is an aunt. We must respect our generational titles." "Humph. You shall call me sister today." Hanabi huffed playfully, feigning anger, though a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth as she stood to chase after Boruto. Anticipating her move, Boruto nimbly evaded her grasp. This boy truly lacks charm. "Sunflower is far cuter," Hanabi laughed, chasing after him while beckoning to Sunflower, who was enjoying her meal. "Sunflower, come join us. Let's ambush your brother." Sunflower put down her bowl and cheerfully joined the playful pursuit. Nearby, Hinata and Hayashi quietly observed the scene, exchanging smiles filled with affection and adoration for their children. "Brother, just call aunt sister already." Sunflower tugged gently at Boruto's sleeve with her small hand, her innocent voice ringing out. Looking into his sister's expectant eyes, Boruto felt his resolve soften. "All right, since Sunflower has asked so sweetly, I suppose I can oblige." He sighed dramatically, deliberately elongating his tone, pausing to heighten Hanabi's anticipation. "Aunt sister." Ultimately, Boruto relented. Yet his voice carried a playful note, as if to imply it was but a harmless jest. Upon hearing this, Hanabi's face blossomed into a radiant smile, as though she had achieved a monumental victory. "Haha, did you hear that? Boruto called me sister," she exclaimed triumphantly, patting Boruto's shoulder. Sunflower clapped her small hands in excitement, and the room resonated with the joyous laughter of the family. Days later, Boruto and Sarada lounged atop the roof of the lightning release vehicle, allowing the wind to tousle their hair. Their locks fluttered in disarray, yet it did not diminish their enjoyment of the moment's serenity. "This is exhilarating." Rukudai mentioned that sitting atop the lightning vehicle is quite comfortable. "Having tried it today, I can certainly attest to that." Boruto stretched his body, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the wind not only invigorates the spirit, but also offers a splendid view of the scenery along the way through Konoha. Sarada said, leaning against Boruto's shoulder. The morning sun filtered through the sparse clouds, gently illuminating the tranquil Konoha, as if draping it in a golden veil. Boruto marveled at the modernized Konoha, incredulous at its transformation into a bustling metropolis. High-rises standing tall, trains, computers, telephones, and gaming consoles had seamlessly integrated into the daily lives of Konoha's citizens, becoming indispensable elements of their existence. Boruto lost himself in thought. Sarada broke the silence. "Boruto, our class representative hasn't been to school for several days. Do you know about her condition?" Boruto shook his head gently. "Don't worry. She's fine and should recover soon to return to school." Upon hearing this, Sarada let out a sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, "That's good to hear." Dai was worried she might be suffering from a serious illness, preventing even a visit to the hospital. Shortly thereafter, the lightning carriage arrived near Hokage Rock, and Boruto and Sarada leapt down from the moving vehicle's roof. "Hey, you two little rascals, are you trying to throw your lives away?" That's the roof of a moving vehicle. The actions of the duo startled the driver of the lightning carriage, prompting an exclamation of surprise. My apologies. Boruto and Sarada exchanged smiles before Boruto took Sarada's hand and they dashed toward the direction of the ninja school. Inside a classroom at the ninja school, Shino Aburame was addressing the students before him, announcing the training curriculum for the day. "Today, I want you to form groups of 3 for combat training. You should experiment and communicate with one another to lay a solid foundation for the teams you will form after graduation. At that moment, a girl raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, what about the class representative? She has been absent for quite some time." Shino nodded slightly. Regarding Kan's return, we are still waiting for her health to stabilize before making a decision. As the class representative, Kanjin was not only a role model for her classmates, but also a pillar of support for them all. Her outstanding performance and helpful nature had garnered her much affection, and her absence was a source of great concern for everyone. Seeing this, Shino quickly reassured the students. "All right, let's put the topic of Kanjin aside for now. You need to form your groups promptly to prepare for this afternoon's training. Boruto, let's team up, but we still need one more person. Who do you plan to recruit?" Sarada inquired quietly, leaning closer to Boruto. "No need to look further. Our companion has already arrived," Boruto replied, gesturing toward Mizukage, who had silently appeared beside him. Sarada tilted her head to gaze up at the smiling Mizukage, instinctively adjusting her glasses, her eyes glinting with caution. "What's wrong, Sarada? Is there something on my face?" Mizukage asked, noticing Sarada's unusual gaze with a hint of confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I just realized your skin is exceptionally fair, even fairer than most girls," Sarada remarked. Mizukage shrugged in response. "Being pale is just how I am. There's nothing I can do about it," Boruto mumbled to himself. Could this be the new trio of legendary ninjas? It certainly feels fated. Boruto, Sarada, and Mizukage. Your trio is simply an invincible presence. Who could possibly defeat you? Inogen, accompanied by Chocho and Shikadai, approached and observed Boruto's group forming. Sarada's eyes lit up as she beheld Inogen's trio. "Inogen, are you all forming the Ino-Shikacho combination? How exciting." Inogen shook his head and replied helplessly. "I had no choice. It was a family requirement. Honestly, I would prefer to team up with Boruto since he is the strongest, making it so much easier to win. On the training grounds of the ninja school." Sunlight streamed down at an angle. As afternoon approached, the group combat training officially commenced, igniting sparks of passion among the three-member teams. Next up, Nara Shikadai, Yamanaka Inogen, and Akimichi Chocho will face off against Uzumaki Boruto. Uchiha Sarada and Mizukage, Shino announced, signaling the upcoming match. Now this is going to be entertaining. The Ino-Shikacho combination against Boruto's team. This duel is absolutely unmissable. Iwabudo stood at the edge of the training ground, eagerly clenching his fists in anticipation. "Why do I always have to face Boruto?" Shikadai sighed, turning to Shino and half-jokingly asked, "Shino-sensei, can I just forfeit?" Shino shook his head gently. "Shikadai, the essence of combat extends beyond mere victory or defeat. It is also a process of learning and growth that if you choose to retreat in the face of a formidable opponent, how can you ever surpass yourself and enhance your abilities? This is such a hassle." Shikadai lamented, but he steeled himself and stepped onto the central training ground. Meanwhile, Boruto, Sarada, and Mizukage had already taken their positions opposite them. "Shikadai, I'm sorry, but today you'll have to experience the taste of hardship," Boruto declared as he transformed into the form of pain from the Akatsuki. "Here we go again, Boruto," Shikadai said with a bitter smile, observing Boruto's transformation into pain. "How ridiculous," he muttered, before Boruto could finish his sentence. Shikadai interrupted him. "Feel the pain, Boruto." Shikadai preemptively echoed Boruto's intended words. Hey, Shikadai, you're not playing fair by stealing my lines," Boruto exclaimed, surprised that Shikadai had mimicked him. A smile crept onto Shikadai's face as he thought. Boruto always loves to chant those painful phrases before battles, as if it somehow boosts his combat power. "Inogen, stick to the plan," Shikadai instructed, not allowing the momentary amusement to distract him. Inogen promptly unrolled a scroll, conjuring a bizarre creature. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation. A massive ink insect soared into the air, charging straight toward Boruto's team. Seeing this, Sarada swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a scorching fireball. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The fireball collided fiercely with the ink insect in midair, producing a dazzling steam explosion as the two forces evenly matched, instantly nullifying each other's offensive capabilities. That's a C-rank fire style technique. The Fireball Jutsu, Sarada, you are truly impressive, Iwabudo praised from the sidelines. But this isn't over yet. Inogen launched another attack, summoning two new ink insects that stealthily emerged from the smoke, again targeting Boruto's team. Mizukage prepared to unleash his jutsu, but unexpectedly, the ink insects detonated in mid-air, showering them with ink like raindrops. The trio hastily dodged but overlooked the changes occurring on the ground. Black shadows swiftly spread like vines, ensnaring Boruto's team in place. A surprise attack executed by Shikadai utilizing the shadow imitation jutsu. Is this the seamless coordination of Inoshikacho? It's simply astounding. Iwabudo watched the battle with excited anticipation, his fists occasionally clenching. That's a clever strategy, but it's still far from sufficient for me. Despite being ensnared, Boruto displayed no signs of panic. Shikadai felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing Boruto's calm demeanor. Chocho, now, Shikadai commanded. The partial expansion jutsu. Chocho's right hand instantly swelled to several times its original size, resembling a colossal hammer as it descended toward Boruto's team. However, just as the fist was about to strike Boruto, an invisible repulsive force emerged, firmly blocking Chocho's attack, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not breach that unseen barrier. What kind of jutsu is this? Chocho exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shikadai pondered. Is this the jutsu Boruto used against Shino-sensei last time? Not even the shadow binding technique can hold him. The emotional feedback from Chocho increased the progress bar by 43 points. The feedback from Shikadai increased it by 52 points. The feedback from Inogen increased it by 47 points. Not bad. These students have mostly elevated their progress bars to double digits now. Yet Mitsuki has never contributed any progress points. Boruto slightly adjusted the intensity of the repulsion, causing Chocho to be flung backward, rolling several meters on the ground, dust swirling around her. Hey, Chocho, you nimble chubby one, are you all right? Inogen asked with concern, looking at the fallen Chocho, struggling to rise. Chocho questioned, what on earth is this jutsu? Bound by Shikadai's shadow. I can launch an attack without hand seals. It's utterly outrageous. At that moment, Boruto slowly raised his palm, pointing directly at Shikadai and the others. Boruto, how is it possible that the shadow binding technique is so ineffective against him? Shikadai thought in shocked, in the face of overwhelming power, all strategies are in vain. You have proven your strength, but now prepare to feel pain. Embrace the suffering. Boruto spoke in the tone of pain from the Akatsuki. Shinra Tensei. This strategy, is it not derived from the emotions of oil woman Shino? With the progress bar increasing by 322 points, the scene that Shino had envisioned did not unfold. Instead, it was replaced by the chilling resonance of the adamantine chains. The three from the deer platform were firmly ensnared, and the situation was instantly reversed. Originally constrained by the shadow binding technique, Boruto and his companions regained their freedom. Conversely, the trio from the deer platform found themselves ensnared by the adamantine chains. Very well, this confrontation among the three has come to an end. Everyone performed admirably. The voice of teacher Shino resonated at the perfect moment as he gracefully stepped into the center of the training ground. His gaze brimming with approval, Boruto waved his hand lightly, and the adamantine chains fell away, liberating the trio from the deer platform. Boruto, did you really conclude this before I even made a move? Is this what they call a lay win in the deer platform? Mitsuki remarked as he approached Boruto as twilight descended. The world fell silent, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down, perched upon the sturdy branches of an ancient towering tree. Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly in a deep black robe, his bangs gently veiling his left eye. The Rinnegan, his visage was austere, and his eyes conveyed unwavering determination as he awaited in silence. Sasuke, at that moment, a nimble figure leaped onto the branch, calling out to Sasuke, "You're quite slow." Sasuke replied with a slight tilt of his head, his tone tinged with impatience. Though this was merely a shadow clone that had arrived, it had still taken considerable effort on my part. Speaking of which, where exactly are we? Naruto chuckled softly, slightly out of breath, and no time for questions. Where's the scroll? Sasuke responded succinctly. Naruto promptly produced a scroll and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke unfurled the scroll, meticulously examining its contents, which detailed the secrets surrounding the ox-headed king. To his astonishment, Danzo had indeed conducted research on Kaguya to this extent. With these clues, perhaps they could draw closer to the space that Kaguya once inhabited. Sasuke stowed the scroll away and prepared for action. Hey, Sasuke, are you really planning to leave just like that? Aren't you coming back to the village to check in? Naruto inquired urgently upon seeing Sasuke ready to depart. Sasuke turned to glance at Naruto, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Tell Sakura for me that I have always been sorry. With that, Sasuke vanished in a flash, disappearing into the night. It's I who should be apologizing. Naruto murmured softly, lowering his head as a puff of white smoke enveloped him, leaving no trace behind. The following morning, at the Hokage residence, the Boruto family gathered around the breakfast table, relishing this tranquil morning meal. All except Naruto, who had spent yet another busy night at the Hokage Tower. Sigh, does being Hokage really entail this much work? I don't remember Tsunade and Kakashi being this busy, Boruto mused, shaking his head lightly as he pulled himself back to reality, hastily finishing his last bite of breakfast before looking up at his mother, Hinata. Mom, I might be late coming back tonight. I've made plans to go to Ichiraku Ramen with Sarada. Oh, is it a date with Sarada? Hinata asked, slightly taken aback before gently inquiring. But Boruto, do you have enough pocket money? Upon hearing the word date, Boruto was momentarily startled but then waved his hand with a laugh. Don't worry, Mom. I have enough money. All right, but do come back early tonight and be safe, Hinata advised with a nod. Got it, Mom. Boruto replied before rising and departing from the house at the Ninja Academy classroom. The door slowly creaked open as oil woman Shino stepped inside. However, today, he did not immediately commence the lesson as usual. Instead, he paused, his gaze penetrating through the classroom's clamor and fixing upon the doorway. This unusual behavior instantly captivated the students' curiosity, prompting them to follow Shino's line of sight outside. There, standing quietly against the wall in a purple outfit, was Kamizuki, her face displaying a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. With her hands clenched into fists and her lips gently bitten, her eyes were a tumult of hesitation and struggle. Come in, Kamizuki, Shino called out towards the door. Kamizuki lowered her head, seemingly summoning all her courage, and finally took a step forward into the classroom. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to her, and the classroom fell silent. Everyone, I'm back, Kamizuki said softly, lifting her gaze to meet her classmates. Kamizuki, class representative. The students hurriedly left their seats and rushed towards Kamizuki, their faces aglow with joy and concern. They surrounded her, bombarding her with questions about where she had been and whether she was well. Kamizuki was enveloped by this sudden warmth, a complex swirl of emotions stirring within her. Gratitude mingled with a trace of unacknowledged bitterness. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine, Kamizuki said with a smile, striving to keep her voice light. Simultaneously, her gaze traversed the crowd and landed on one individual still seated, Boruto, who rested his hands behind his head, observing her quietly. When their eyes met, Boruto offered a gentle smile and a subtle nod. Tears shimmered in Kamizuki's purple eyes as she slightly lowered her head, allowing the tears to slip down unbidden. What's wrong, Kamizuki? Did someone bully you? The students asked with concern. Meanwhile, Sarada happened to notice the subtle interaction between Kamizuki and Boruto, her brow knitting slightly as a peculiar sensation stirred within her. At that moment, Shino clapped his hands gently, signaling for everyone to return to their seats. All right, class, please take your seats. Let us commence the lesson. As night fell, the vibrant streets of Konoha glowed with illumination, and Boruto and Sarada strolled leisurely, hand in hand. Their steps led them to the Ichiraku ramen shop, which gradually came into view. This once inconspicuous ramen shop had been transformed, its modest space now brightly lit and perpetually bustling with eager patrons seeking delicious fare. Boruto gently pushed open the door, and a rich aroma of ramen wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Welcome, came the enthusiastic voice of Ayam within the shop. Is that you, Boruto? Her face lit up with a smile upon noticing Boruto and Sarada entering hand in hand. It seems we have special guests tonight. A mischievous glint flickered in Ayam's eyes. Boruto chuckled shyly. Ayam, please don't tease us. We'll have 2 servings of your signature ramen. Thank you. Of course. Just a moment, Ayam replied cheerfully, turning toward the kitchen while tossing a playful remark over her shoulder. Boruto has really grown up, bringing his girlfriend to support my business. Sarada's cheeks flushed slightly at Ayam's words, and she shyly lowered her head. The two exchanged a smile before settling into a windowside table. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of fragrant ramen were served at their table. Boruto picked up his chopsticks and first served Sarada a piece of succulent chashu. Sarada, give it a try. This is far tastier than those burgers and even more nutritious. Sarada took a bite of the ramen and nodded in approval. It's really delicious. Just as they were immersed in their culinary delight, the door of the ramen shop swung open once more, revealing a tall figure, dressed in a striking orange shirt, with golden hair glistening under the soft light. It was none other than the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. His arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone in Ichiraka Ramen. People collectively set down their chopsticks, gazing at Naruto with admiration and calling out in unison, "Seventh Hokage, Hokage-sama." Naruto waved in greeting to the crowd. "Long time no see, Seventh Hokage." I smiled as she greeted him. "Yes, I've indeed been quite busy lately, and haven't been able to come by. My apologies," Naruto replied with a smile. I waved her hand dismissively, understanding, "Not at all, you are the village's busy leader." "Hey, Boruto, even the Seventh Hokage is here." At that moment, Sarada's voice resonated in Boruto's ear, laced with a hint of surprise. "Look, Dad often comes here for ramen, that I suppose he's here for a late-night snack before heading back to the Hokage office to continue his arduous work." "Just ignore him." Boruto wore a nonchalant expression. Meanwhile, I beaming with delight, remarked to Naruto, "Young Master Boruto is here today too, and he brought his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze instinctively swept the surroundings in search of Boruto's figure. When he spotted Boruto seated alongside Sarada, a glimmer of unexpected realization flickered in his eyes. "Boruto, Sarada, you two are here as well," Naruto exclaimed as he approached, a warm smile gracing his face. "Seventh Hokage." As Sarada noticed Naruto approaching, she intended to rise and greet him, but was held back by Boruto. "Sarada, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Naruto." Naruto nodded lightly and naturally took a seat opposite Boruto and Sarada. Observing Naruto's placement across from them, Boruto couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "Dad, can't you be a little more perceptive?" Naruto looked bewildered. "What do you mean, Boruto?" With a sigh, Boruto shook his head and chuckled. "You still ask what I mean? Dad, you truly are obliviously navi in response." Naruto shot Boruto a sidelong glance before redirecting his attention to Sarada. It was then that Naruto finally grasped the situation. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't realize you and Sarada were dating. I'm genuinely sorry about that." He thought to himself, avoid disrupting the young couple. Naruto stood and pointed to a distant table. "I'll sit over there so as not to intrude on you two." Just as he finished speaking, Ino and Choji entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Choji, you brought your daughter here for a meal." Naruto was taken aback to encounter Choji in this place. Choji nodded in agreement. "Yes, we plan to have our monthly ramen eating contest." Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the notion that a contest. "You compete with your daughter in this." Choji replied with utmost seriousness. "Don't interrupt me, Naruto. This is a battle of dignity for our hardy lineage." Ino chimed in. "In the face of calorie counts, this is a merciless world devoid of the father-daughter bond." Amused by their gravity, Naruto said, "I see. Then best of luck to you both." "Hey, Sarada, Boruto, you two are here too. Are you on a date?" Ino teased, gazing at the somewhat intimate duo. "Ino, weren't you supposed to be having a ramen contest with your father?" Sarada smiled slightly, deftly shifting the topic. "Indeed, today I must break my father's record. And the legendary queen of glutton a record as well. I will rewrite that too." Ino's eyes sparkled with determination as she and Choji made their way to their seats, preparing for the fierce ramen showdown. Standing to the side, Naruto observed the lively father-daughter duo, a smile creeping onto his lips as he shook his head gently and slowly made his way to his newly chosen seat. "Boruto, do you know who that legendary queen of gluttony is?" It's astonishing how Ino is so fired up. While savoring the delicious ramen, Sarada curiously inquired of Boruto beside her. Boruto, scratching his head, appeared somewhat bashful. "What's the matter, Boruto? Do you have something you find hard to say?" Sarada asked, noting his unease. Boruto smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Well, I'll tell you after we finish our ramen that I tea last." Both of them were thoroughly satisfied. Boruto took Sarada's hand as they headed to the cashier. Along the way, they spotted Ino and Choji, who were sprawled over the table, utterly stuffed. "Ino, are you all right?" Sarada approached with concern, observing Ino's state. Ino managed to lift her head slightly, offering a wry smile. "Sarada, I'm fine. Just too full. It seems I still haven't reached the legendary queen of gluttony level." "Well, since you're all right, we'll take our leave," Sarada said, preparing to depart with Boruto that moment. Naruto's voice called from behind. "Hey, Boruto, Sarada, don't stay out too late. Remember to come home early." He continued eating his ramen while watching them leave. "Humph, Dad, it seems you've not been home for a few days either. Looks like you want to experience the agony firsthand." Boruto thought. In a flash of smoke, Boruto transformed into pain from the Akatsuki, turning to point dramatically at Naruto, who was enjoying his ramen. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? The emotional resonance from Naruto surged by 1639 points. This unexpected transformation nearly startled Naruto, who was engrossed in his bowl of ramen. Though accustomed to Boruto's sudden antics, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. Sorry, Dad. I've truly been busy that I'll make it up to you soon. Boruto apologized. Humph. Boruto scoffed lightly before reverting to his original form, resuming his hand holding with Sarada as they continued towards the cashier. Sarada, weren't you always curious about who the Queen of Gluttony is? Boruto coughed lightly, lowering his voice. Yes, who could it be? Sarada asked with curiosity. Look over there. Boruto pointed to a photo hanging above the cashier. Following his gesture, Sarada's gaze fell upon the wall, where several photos and records were displayed. One particular photo stood out, a woman clad in a soft purple garment with pure white eyes, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she effortlessly lifted an empty ramen bowl. As if it were merely a trivial matter. That's Aunt Hinata, Sarada exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She never imagined that the legendary Queen of Gluttony would be Hinata Hyuga that in her memory. Aunt Hinata always exuded grace and gentleness, embodying both fragility and resilience, making it impossible to associate her with such a title. A luminous full moon hung in the sky like a pearl, casting a gentle and cool glow that painted every inch of Hokage Rock in a delicate silver hue. On the summit of Hokage Rock, a wooden bench stood quietly at the edge of a platform. Boruto and Sarada sat side by side, their silhouettes intertwining beneath the moonlight. The moon seems particularly full tonight. Sarada's soft voice broke the night's tranquility. Indeed, Boruto replied, gazing at the luminous orb. So, Boruto, does this count as a date? Sarada asked, a hint of shyness in her tone. Boruto nodded slightly, a smile curving his lips. Hearing his affirmation, a blush crept across Sarada's cheeks. In that moment, she took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and slowly turned to gaze at Boruto's profile. Sarada felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her surroundings began to blur. Instinctively, she removed her glasses, gently rubbing her slightly fatigued eyes with her fingertips. When she opened her eyes again, her single Tomo Sharingan had quietly activated, the crimson pupils shimmering with an unusual glow in the night. Boruto, she softly called, her heart racing as she prepared to confess her feelings. Boruto's gaze shifted from the distance to Sarada's face, noticing the subtle flush on her cheeks and the activated Sharingan. Why did you activate your Sharingan? Boruto asked, surprised by Sarada's sudden display. Sarada, what's wrong? Speak. I'm listening, he said, his eyes fixed on hers, their gazes locked, and Sarada's heart raced, as if trying to leap from her chest. Boruto, I like you. Summoning her courage, Sarada finally expressed the words she had long held within. Sarada, I like you too. Upon hearing Sarada's confession, Boruto's gaze softened, and he grasped her hand firmly as the words hung in the air. The atmosphere between the two became fervent and charged, as Sarada's cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her heart pounding like a drum. Their breaths began to intertwine, enveloping the space around them with an indescribable aura. Finally, Sarada slowly leaned in, trembling as she pressed her lips against Boruto's. Initially taken aback, Boruto's eyes widened in surprise, but that quickly morphed into tenderness. He embraced Sarada tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Their lips pressed together with fervor. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes were closely entwined, and the world around them seemed to come to a standstill. After a long moment, they finally parted, and Sarada's face still bore the blooming blush of cherry blossoms. As Boruto's gaze fell upon Sarada's countenance, he suddenly noticed that her Sharingan was gradually evolving from a single Tomo to a double Tomo. Has it truly evolved to the second Tomo, just like that? Could a mere kiss trigger such a transformation? If Naruto were to find out, he might just faint in disbelief. Under Boruto's steady gaze, Sarada felt a rush of shyness and turned her head slightly, unable to meet his eyes directly. Sarada, do you feel anything unusual? Boruto asked, regaining his composure as he gently caressed her cheek. Unusual? Not at all. I feel quite well, Sarada replied, shaking her head slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Sarada, look at your eyes. Boruto smiled softly, conjuring a black orb that transformed into a mirror, presenting it to Sarada. As she accepted the mirror and gazed down, surprise flashed in her eyes. Her single Tomo Sharingan had, unbeknownst to her, evolved into a double Tomo. Boruto, my Sharingan has evolved. When did this happen? She widened her eyes, looking up at Boruto. He nodded gently. It seems it was during our kiss. just now. A kiss. Does that mean kissing can make the Sharingan evolve? Sarada's eyes brimmed with curiosity and confusion. Perhaps. Why don't we try again and see if any new changes occur? Boruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, seemingly anticipating something. Try again. A blush returned to Sarada's cheeks, and she hesitated. Yet, in the end, she closed her eyes, as if silently acquiescing to Boruto's suggestion. Observing her response, Boruto felt a ripple of excitement within him as he leaned closer to Sarada. Their noses nearly touched, and he could distinctly feel her nervous breaths and the slight tremor of her body before gently kissing her lips once more. Unlike the previous instance, this time, there were no signs of Sharingan evolution. After a prolonged moment, Boruto separated their lips. Sarada, how do you feel? Sarada shook her head. I don't feel anything. Just a sense of comfort. Nothing more. The Sharingan, often referred to as the eye that reflects the soul, typically awakens and evolves through intense emotional stimuli. However, Sarada seemed to have awakened her Sharingan without experiencing any significant emotional upheaval, and now it had evolved to a double tomo. Boruto pondered privately. Could this imply that the method of Sharingan evolution has subtly changed? What if our kissing technique was incorrect, preventing further evolution? He gazed at Sarada, half-jokingly suggesting, perhaps we need to adjust our approach. Boruto, please stop joking, Sarada replied, shyly lowering her head. Now that I have the double tomo, it's quite good. There's no need to pursue further evolution. Let's try once more, Sarada. Perhaps this time it might evolve to the triple tomo. You should know that evolving the Sharingan to the triple tomo is exceptionally challenging. Sarada felt swayed by Boruto's words, lightly biting her lip as she nodded. Seeing this, Boruto's face broke into a satisfied smile, and he pulled Sarada into his embrace again, drawing them closer together, this time. Boruto guided Sarada with even more tenderness, their breaths gradually synchronizing. With a gentle shudder, their lips met once more, and Boruto dared to delve deeper into this uncharted territory. Yet, at that moment, Sarada suddenly pushed Boruto away, as if jolted by electricity. Boruto, how could you use your tongue? Sarada's voice was laced with surprise and shyness. Her cheeks flushed even more as she quickly distanced herself from him. I just wanted to see if a different approach would elicit a response from the Sharingan. I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings, Sarada. Boruto was momentarily taken aback, realizing he may have been too eager. Sarada, observing Boruto's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but smile. She leaned in to kiss his forehead. Next time, Boruto. After that night of Sarada's proactive kiss, their relationship subtly ascended to a new level, with their intimacy growing day by day. Sarada even dared to plant a gentle kiss on Boruto's cheek in the bustling classroom, claiming her affection for him. This act instantly ignited a wave of cheers and envy from their classmates, while Boruto maintained a facade of composure. Inwardly he reveled in joy, savoring the moment. How wonderful, Denki remarked, witnessing Boruto and Sarada's sweet interaction. What is there to envy? Let me tell you, Denki, women can be quite troublesome, Kuta retorted dismissively. Troublesome? In what way? Denki questioned, puzzled. You're still young, and you wouldn't understand, Kuta sighed, recalling his mother's stern figure. When you eventually marry, you'll naturally grasp the complexities of women. Only you, Kuta, would find them troublesome, Iwabi interjected, joining the conversation. Dating girls is a truly marvelous experience. Oh, is that so? Then why are you still single? Iwabi, after 2 years of being held back, why haven't you dated anyone? Kuta countered. That's because, Iwabi stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I need to focus on graduating and becoming an excellent ninja. How can I waste time on that? What a flimsy excuse, Iwabi. Inogen chimed in, teasingly. Look at you. Your skin is as dark as charcoal, and you're not exactly handsome. It's a wonder any girl would like you. As soon as Inogen finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. At least my skin is healthy. This tan is a result of my training. Although Iwabi felt embarrassed, he retorted defiantly. Unlike you, whose skin is pale like a ghost, you should probably get that checked at a hospital. Iwabi's comment elicited an eye roll from Inogen. Being pale is natural, unlike your sunburned skin, which you mistakenly think is healthy. Denki chuckled at the banter, shaking his head. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, one figure appeared particularly forlorn, Huga, quietly seated beside Boruto and Sarada. Her gaze, rich with unspoken complexity, drifted between the two, revealing an indescribable sorrow. She too harbored feelings for Boruto, but was acutely aware of the profound bond he shared with Sarada. Thus, her affection remained buried deep within, manifesting only as silent sighs. Time flew by, and soon the break period arrived. At the entrance of Uchiha Sakura's residence, Boruto gently knocked on the door. "Boruto, you're here." The door creaked open, revealing Sarada's radiant smile. Boruto nodded softly as he stepped inside. They settled onto the sofa in the living room, and he casually inquired, "Is Aunt Sakura not home today?" Mom and Aunt Ino went on a trip. They won't be back until tomorrow." Sarada seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, Boruto, I've learned a few new dishes lately and would love for you to try them." Boruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Sarada's cooking? I can hardly wait." As he spoke, he followed the graceful steps of Zhao Yang and entered the kitchen together. Within the culinary space, Zhao Yang had already prepared everything in advance, with an array of colorful vegetables and fresh meats. Alongside neatly arranged condiments upon the countertop, skillfully tying her apron, she commenced her cooking, while Boruto observed with keen interest, occasionally handing her the tools or spices she required. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an exquisite feast. From the vibrantly roasted fish to the aromatic braised pork and a refreshing vegetable salad. "Come, do taste these dishes. They are all recipes I learned from my mother," Zhao Yang said, presenting a pair of chopsticks to Boruto. Accepting the chopsticks, Boruto lifted a piece of fish to his mouth, where the tender flesh melded with the rich sauce, prompting him to close his eyes and savor the moment. "Wow, Zhao Yang, this taste is simply extraordinary. You are truly a born chef." Upon hearing Boruto's praise, Zhao Yang's face blossomed into an even brighter smile. "Really? That's wonderful," she replied softly, though a flicker of unease lingered within her heart. "I was worried you might not like it." "How could that be? As long as it is prepared by you, Zhao Yang, I find it delectable." Boruto set down his chopsticks, gazing earnestly at Zhao Yang. "I was just thinking, you will undoubtedly make a wonderful wife in the future." The phrase wonderful wife rippled through Zhao Yang's heart like a gentle spring breeze across a lake, causing her cheeks to flush as she shyly lowered her gaze. After the meal, Zhao Yang began to tidy the dishes, and Boruto, wishing to assist, was gently declined by her. "Boruto, please sit and rest. I can manage this." Reluctantly, Boruto acquiesced and wandered into the living room, where his attention was drawn to a picture frame on the coffee table, compelling him to pick it up for a closer inspection. The frame held 4 photographs, 2 capturing precious memories of Zhao Yang as an infant and at the age of 3. The other photograph of Sasuke took Boruto by surprise. It depicted the Eagle Squad shortly after joining the Akatsuki, alongside Yugo, Shigetsu, and Karen. At that moment, Zhao Yang approached, having finished her tidying, and curiously inquired, "Boruto, what are you looking at?" "I'm admiring your childhood photos, Zhao Yang. You were truly adorable." "Like a little angel," Boruto remarked, pointing at the picture of her at 3 years old. "Is that so?" Zhao Yang felt a warm wave wash over her as she took the frame to examine it closely, suddenly uncovering a startling secret. Only now did she notice that her father's attire in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Boruto's appearance when he transformed into pain. Her mother's photograph exuded warmth and maturity, while her father's image was youthful. Initially, she had mistaken it for a couple's photo, but now it dawned on her. Zhao Yang activated her Sharingan, the crimson double tomo swirling slightly, unveiling the secrets hidden within the frame. "Zhao Yang," Boruto called softly, his gaze fixed on her eyes. This Zhao Yang cautiously disassembled the frame, indeed discovering the concealed truth. Sasuke's photograph was, as expected, a group shot of the Eagle Squad, cleverly obscured by the other images and the frame itself, preventing it from being noticed. Zhao Yang's expression momentarily became vacant, her body trembling slightly as her gaze fixated on the red-haired girl with glasses standing beside Sasuke in the photograph. "Boruto," she turned slowly to face him, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Am I truly my mother's daughter? Am I genuinely her biological child?" Boruto was taken aback by Zhao Yang's unexpected question, responding with confusion. "What's wrong, Zhao Yang? Why hasn't my father returned home? There are no wedding photos of my parents, no group pictures either. The only image of my father is with someone else." Zhao Yang pointed to Karen in the photograph, her eyes glimmering with confusion. "The red-haired woman next to my father wears glasses just like I do." Boruto's mind raced with speculation. Was Zhao Yang suspecting that Karen was her real mother? Indeed, Zhao Yang bore a resemblance to Karen, leading him to ponder whether Sasuke had married Karen. But soon, he shook his head, attempting to clarify his thoughts. Didn't the battle at the Valley of the End with him becoming Hokage and Sakura marrying him? What on earth is Sasuke doing? He further contemplated. If Sasuke truly married Karen, then why does Xiaoyang live with Sakura? Moreover, Sakura has taken on the name Uchiha Sakura, clearly indicating that Sasuke married her. As for Xiaoyang's resemblance to Karen, perhaps it is merely coincidence or possibly Sasuke's genes manifesting in her. Boruto reassured Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, don't let your thoughts wander too far. A single photograph doesn't dictate the truth. Let us wait for Uncle Sasuke to return and tell you himself. However, tears began to well in Xiaoyang's eyes. Father, will he ever come back? He has left me and my mother for so many years on his missions, not even sending a single letter. Her voice trembled, and her eyes reddened. A surge of anger welled up within Boruto. That despicable Sasuke. How could he cause Xiaoyang such sorrow? When we meet, I will make him understand pain. He vowed silently, I will ask my father about Uncle Sasuke tomorrow. He must know. I want to know what kind of mission could keep him away for years. Uncle Naruto, Xiaoyang murmured softly. The following noon, in the Hokage's office, Naruto was diligently attending to official duties. That moment, a gray hawk quietly descended outside the window, gently pecking at the window frame, producing a crisp sound. Naruto turned at the sound, his gaze landing on the gray hawk. Ah, it's Sasuke's hawk. His communication method remains so archaic, Shikamaru remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sasuke is likely investigating in those remote areas, where there's probably no signal. Naruto carefully retrieved the letter from the hawk's leg, unfolding it gently, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the words within. Sharingan, he murmured, his expression turning grave. That moment, in a hot spring town within the Leaf Village. Kakashi, donned in a loose bathrobe, languidly leaned against a wall, propping himself up with his right hand, answering the phone in his uniquely charming manner. Naruto, didn't you know I was recuperating? His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke was attacked by someone with Sharingan while on a mission. Naruto's voice came through in a rush. Upon hearing the term Sharingan, Kakashi's expression deepened, plunging into thought, if that's the case. Then the assailant is either a survivor from the Uchiha clan or has some intricate ties to Orochimaru, he analyzed slowly. Meanwhile, Boruto and Xiaoyang had quietly arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Just as they were about to knock, inadvertently overhearing the conversation inside. Within the Hokage's office, Naruto concluded the call, turning his gaze towards Shikamaru. We need to gather more details from Orochimaru in person. But before that, let us meet with Sasuke. With that, he donned the Hokage cloak over his shoulders, leaving a shadow clone in the village. I'll personally seek him out. This matter is of grave importance. We must act swiftly. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Outside the door, Xiaoyang caught snippets of the conversation, tugging Boruto to hide in the shadows. Xiaoyang, I know you want to secretly follow my dad to meet Uncle Sasuke. But have you considered that at my dad's speed, we could never keep up? Boruto whispered cautioningly. But if we tell Uncle Naruto directly, he certainly won't take us out of the village with him. And we won't be able to see my father, Xiaoyang replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. That you're right. Then let us take advantage of the fact that my dad hasn't left yet and slip out of the village first. Boruto suggested. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. On the road outside the Leaf Village, beneath a large tree, Boruto and Xiaoyang concealed themselves to eye in this tranquil moment. Naruto's figure zipped by like lightning along the road. His speed was so remarkable, it seemed as though a gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves along the path to dance and sway. Wow, he is so fast, Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible, Dad, and he hasn't even activated Sage Mode or Ninetales Chakra. In the depths of Boruto's mind, he pondered silently. Let us proceed, Sarada. With that, Boruto and Sarada swiftly emerged from their hiding place, their gazes fixed intently on the direction in which Naruto had departed. The two followed closely behind, with Sarada keeping pace with Boruto, never falling behind. They navigated through the dense woodland, gracefully leaping over babbling brooks and deftly avoiding various obstacles, racing across the vast wilderness beyond Konoha. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space constructed of pristine white stones, a figure cloaked in black stood silently atop a white stone platform. His face was obscured by the shadows of his hood, rendering him enigmatic and inscrutable. The man in black issued a command to a youth behind him, who had snow-white hair, eyes gleaming with the three-tomo Sharingan, and the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his back. Shin, go and bring Uchiha Sasuke's daughter. The man intoned in a deep voice. As Boruto and Sarada raced ahead, Boruto suddenly sensed something and came to an abrupt halt. Boruto, what is it? Sarada asked, also stopping and looking quizzically at him. Boruto frowned, speaking in a low tone. There's a surge of chakra emanating from the trees ahead. A chakra surge. Could it be Uncle Naruto? Sarada speculated. Not my father. Boruto shook his head in denial. Just as he finished speaking, a figure leapt before Boruto and Sarada, crouching slightly and lowering his head. It was the youth known as Shin. He slowly raised his head, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan locking onto Boruto and Sarada. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Sarada gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Who are you with those eyes?" "I am Uchiha Shin," he replied coldly. "The Uchiha clan consists only of my father and me." "Who exactly are you?" Sarada demanded. However, Shin did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he took a scroll from his robe and murmured to himself, "Father said I must take you away. I must fulfill the task assigned to me." "Attempting to capture me, you might not possess the ability," Sarada remarked, gently adjusting her glasses. Boruto contemplated silently. That skin is as pure white as Mitsuki's, and he possesses a three-tomo Sharingan. Could he be an artificial human? A subordinate of Orochimaru? He fixed his gaze on Shin and asked, "The father you speak of, could it be Orochimaru?" Shin's demeanor instantly turned frigid as he coldly retorted, "You need not know. Die." With that, he released the seal on the scroll, and a massive shuriken connected by chains appeared in his hand. He swung the chain violently, and the shuriken hurtled through the air like a wild stallion. Aimed directly at Boruto. In the face of this sudden attack, Boruto merely shook his head lightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Such an impolite fellow. It seems I must make you experience the taste of pain." Kong FSA. Suddenly, 6 golden chains materialized behind Boruto, one of which swiftly entwined the oncoming shuriken. With a powerful tug, Boruto sent the shuriken and chain flying aside. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 chains slithered towards Shin like agile serpents, closing in on him swiftly. Clearly unprepared for Boruto's formidable abilities, Shin darted through the trees, attempting to evade the agile chains. Yet, the chains seemed to possess a will of their own, consistently ensnaring him just as he was about to escape. Thanks to the dynamic visual acuity granted by his Sharingan, he narrowly avoided the fatal grasp of the chains. "Fire style. Great fireball jutsu," Sarada exclaimed, rapidly forming hand seals that a massive fireball erupted from her mouth. Hurtling towards Uchiha Shin, the searing flames instantly turned the surrounding forest orange, distorting the very air around them. However, Shin was no ordinary adversary. He flickered and leaped into the air, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaught. In response, he hurled several shuriken, each aimed with precision at Boruto and Sarada. Unyielding, Sarada activated her double Tomo Sharingan, and a few shuriken appeared in her hand, which she flung forth. At a series of sharp metallic clashes echoed in the air as Sarada's shuriken collided with Shin's kunai, igniting sparks in the process. Ultimately, amidst a dazzling display of silver light, both sides' projectiles fell to the ground. That moment, as Shin descended from the air, the ground beneath him suddenly fissured that a golden chain erupted from the crevice, ensnaring Shin tightly, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as he was bound into a twisted form. "This technique truly never fails," Boruto mused, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at the firmly restrained Shin. "Boruto, did you just mention Orochimaru? Is he not one of the legendary Sannin?" Sarada inquired curiously, observing Shin's predicament. "Yes," Boruto nodded gently. "Are you saying Orochimaru wishes to capture me?" Sarada's voice held a hint of disbelief. "I suspect not. Orochimaru would not dare set his sights on you, but this Shin likely has some connection to him," Boruto explained. "How audacious to come after Sarada. Does your father not realize that Sarada's father is Uchiha Sasuke?" Boruto's gaze shifted to the struggling Shin, his eyes narrowing with cold intensity. Meanwhile, in a certain mysterious space, the man in black murmured, astonished by Boruto's strength, "Who is this blonde-haired boy? He has subdued Shin with such ease and possesses a power akin to that of Kinshiki. Could he be the child of that individual? I must complete the task assigned to me by father." Shin suddenly ceased his struggles. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin, gradually transforming into a unique pattern, resembling a circular design with 3 small spikes. Is that the Mangeki Sharingan? Boruto was taken aback by Shin's possession of such an so this is the Mangeki Sharingan. Sarada stared intently at Shin, equally astonished. It seems I must take this seriously. Boruto's pupil shifted from azure to a starry blue, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Upon activating his Tensegan, Boruto perceived everything around him with clarity. Noticing a peculiar small creature perched on a distant tree branch, gazing at him with its 3 Tomo Sharingan. What is that thing? I initially failed to sense it. It looks oddly reminiscent of the prawn boss from SpongeBob. Is it Shin's accomplice? Nevertheless, I must resolve the immediate predicament first, Boruto thought, slowly raising his right hand towards Shin, only to lower it again gradually. Sarada observed Boruto's indecisive gesture with confusion at that moment. Utilizing the capabilities of his Mangeki Sharingan, Shin manipulated the shuriken on the ground, causing them to levitate as if drawn by an invisible force. Is this your Mangeki ability, controlling objects? Boruto remarked nonchalantly. Before he could finish speaking, the shuriken unexpectedly split into 8 razor-sharp blades, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Boruto and Sarada. Just as the situation became dire, a golden flash appeared, revealing Naruto's figure standing before Boruto and Sarada. Enveloped in a brilliant golden chakra, Naruto exuded a formidable power as the chakra flickered like tangible flames. He swiftly enacted a defense. The golden chakra surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the 3 of them in an indomitable barrier. The incoming shuriken fragments were obliterated the instant they made contact with the shield, disintegrating into dust that scattered in the air. Have I arrived too late? Naruto stood resolutely before Boruto and Sarada, his Hokage cloak shimmering with the 9-tails chakra, billowing gently that you're quite slow, Dad. Boruto gazed at Naruto's silhouette, now adorned in the 9-tails chakra mode. Though undeniably striking, he remained unyielding in his demeanor towards Naruto. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Naruto offered an awkward smile. He had intended to showcase his prowess before his son, hoping to earn a compliment, only to be met with sarcasm instead. This is the power of Uncle Naruto's 9-tails. Such formidable chakra, how impressive, Sarada mused inwardly. After scanning the 2 for any signs of distress and confirming their safety, Naruto's attention shifted to Uchiha Shin, who was bound tightly by the adamantine chains. Does he even possess the Mangeki Sharingan? He murmured to himself, is this truly the 9-tails power wielded by the strongest ninja of our time, the 7th Hokage? Recognizing that Shin was no match for him, he deemed it wise to retreat. Within the mysterious realm, a figure cloaked in black muttered to himself at that moment. An ethereal, pure white creature abruptly appeared before the tightly bound Shin. What is that? Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of this bizarre entity. In an instant, the creature's Sharingan seemed to open a portal to another dimension, causing the surrounding space to warp and spin. What followed was an unbelievable spectacle. Uchiha Shin, along with the chains that ensnared him, vanished without a trace before their eyes. Space-time ninjutsu, Naruto thought, maintaining an outward composure while internally astonished. That Kimui, that creature, resembling a rogue boss, possesses spatial displacement abilities similar to Obito. Boruto was internally amazed, and just like that, he disappeared. Sarada remarked softly, disbelief lacing her tone. Did he escape? But returning to the matter at hand, Naruto asked, Boruto, Sarada, how did you both leave the village? Coming back to reality, he inquired. Uncle Naruto, it's like this. Boruto and I intended to visit the Hokage's office to ask you about my dad. We happened to overhear your conversation about looking for him. Sarada explained, her eyes reflecting a longing for her father. I see. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since Sarada has seen Sasuke. Naruto sighed, somewhat wistfully. Then I cannot allow you to return to the village alone. Let's go meet Sasuke together. He will be overjoyed to see you. Sarada, Naruto proposed. Really? We can truly see Dad. Sarada's voice trembled ever so slightly with excitement. Naruto nodded with a smile. Let us go. Stay close to me. The trio swiftly navigated through the dense forest, with Boruto and Sarada closely trailing behind Naruto. After a vigorous trek, they arrived at a tranquil meadow and decided to pause for a brief respite. At this moment, Boruto retrieved a scroll and carefully unfurled it as the scroll released its contents. A beautifully arranged bento appeared before them. Dad, it seems you haven't had lunch yet. This bento was specially prepared for you by Mom. It was meant for delivery, Boruto said. Naruto accepted the bento, chuckling. Haha, Hinata truly knows me well. Just as I was feeling hungry, he opened the bento box, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Boruto, Sarada, you should join me in this meal. Naruto invited, glancing at them. The three settled comfortably on the soft grass, indulging in the bento. Naruto then remarked, looking at both of you reminds me of my days with Sasuke and Sakura. Such memories truly evoke nostalgia. Dad, when you were little, Sarada gazed at Naruto with eager anticipation. Uncle Naruto, could you share stories about my father's childhood? Naruto looked into Sarada's yearning eyes, gently stroking his chin as he delved into memories. Ah, Sasuke's childhood. Let me think, he began. Let us talk about his time at the Ninja Academy. Back then, Sasuke excelled in both exams and ninjutsu, always ranking first. Just like me, Naruto smiled. Hearing this, Boruto couldn't help but smirk. Inwardly musing, first place. Being last in the rankings still counts as first, right? Boruto, what are you laughing about? Is there something amusing? Sarada inquired with curiosity. Boruto hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing, just recalling some funny things. Meanwhile, Naruto privately felt relieved. Thankfully, Boruto didn't reveal that I was the bottom of the class back then. It would have been quite embarrassing. Sasuke was quite the handsome one in his youth. Just like me, Naruto continued. During that time, the girls at the Ninja Academy were all fond of Sasuke, much like me. Boruto immediately countered, Dad, stop boasting. Aside from Mom, who else liked you at the academy? His remark left Naruto feeling somewhat awkward. And he shook his head with a smile. All right, I admit, I wasn't as popular as Sasuke back then. However, through unwavering effort and perseverance, I eventually earned everyone's recognition. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a cold demeanor, a sense of superiority, and a sharp tongue, which was entirely opposite of my nature. As Naruto jested about Sasuke's sharp tongue, Sarada's lips involuntarily pressed together. However, despite his seemingly aloof exterior, Sasuke possesses a remarkably gentle heart, Naruto added. After a brief interlude, their short rest came to an end, and the trio resumed their journey. They traversed deeper into the forest, where the path beneath them gradually grew rugged and arduous. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Sarada's heart brimmed with strength, for she was on the verge of reuniting with her long-absent father. Before long, a towering green structure loomed ahead. It was the designated meeting place with Sasuke. Naruto gazed at the tower and, noticing Sarada's labored breathing, expressed concern. Let's take a moment to rest. He halted, his gaze filled with warmth and understanding. Sarada, slightly out of breath, questioned, why? The tower is within reach, gently patting her shoulder. Naruto replied, Sarada, you've already traveled quite a distance. A little time won't make a difference. All right, I'll step aside for a moment, Sarada said. Naruto nodded in agreement, cautioning her to stay safe and not wander too far. However, Sarada, instead of genuinely stepping away, dashed toward the tower as soon as she was out of Naruto's sight. Shortly after Sarada left, Boruto piped up, Dad, I need to step aside too, and he also walked away. You too? Can't you take care of it quickly? Why go so far? Naruto inquired. That I can't just do it anywhere, Boruto retorted. Meanwhile, Sarada was swiftly approaching the small tower, wiping the sweat from her brow as her double Tomo Sharingan unconsciously activated. She gently pushed open the tower door, and a chilling aura enveloped her. Inside the tower, darkness reigned, with only a flickering candle casting a faint glow. Taking a deep breath, Sarada stepped inside. At that moment, a faint sound heightened her alertness. She turned to see a man clad in black robes, wielding a long blade, slowly entering her line of sight. Dad, Sarada instantly recognized the figure as her father, Sasuke. However, her call was interrupted by Sasuke's icy words. How did you find this place? Are you one of that man's accomplices? His voice brimmed with wariness and hostility as he drew the Kusanagi sword, pointing it directly at Sarada. Gazing at her father's familiar yet foreign visage, along with the weapon he held, Sarada's eyes welled with tears. She could hardly believe that her father failed to recognize her and was now aiming a sword at her. Just then, a figure suddenly positioned itself in front of Sarada. It was Boruto, who had inexplicably transformed into the likeness of Pain. Pain? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the figure clad in Akatsuki attire before him. You from the Uchiha clan can see so far? Far enough to not recognize your own daughter standing right in front of you. Boruto spoke in Pain's tone. You are Naruto's son? Sasuke then realized that the so-called pain was actually Boruto in disguise. To think you could see through a transformation jutsu, yet not recognize Sarada. How laughable. Boruto raised his hand, pointing directly at Sasuke, coldly stating, Shinra Tensei, feel pain. However, this time, Sasuke exhibited no emotional fluctuations that in response to Boruto's recent transformation into pain. Sasuke remained impassive and unperturbed. Boruto could not help but murmur to himself. To think he remains utterly unresponsive. What a detestable Sasuke. How could he allow Sarada to feel such sorrow? It is infuriating. If only I could unleash a Shinra Tensei upon him. No, I must ensure that Sasuke experiences the wrath of a Kinrin Zansatsu when the opportunity arises. With that, Boruto reverted from his transformation to that moment. Sasuke slowly lowered the Kusanagi sword in his hand, shifting his gaze toward Sarada. Tears streamed down Sarada's face uncontrollably as she choked out. I recognized you the instant I saw you, Dad, yet you pointed your sword at me. Her voice trembled, her tears blurring her vision. But she stubbornly held back from letting them flow freely. Upon hearing her words, a complex emotion flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice echoed from the entrance of the tower. So you are here, Sasuke. I apologize for my tardiness, Naruto said as he approached. What on earth is happening? Why did you bring the children here? Sasuke's tone bore a hint of reproach. This, Naruto began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Sarada's anxious interjection. I came to see Dad. I knew Uncle Naruto was coming to see you, so I followed him. There are things I must clarify. What do you wish to ask? Sasuke's tone remained cold and detached. My mother, truly my biological mother. Sarada's voice was laden with unease. Sarada, what is troubling you? Has something occurred? Sasuke's demeanor was still indifferent. Dad, you are never home. Why are you not with Mom? Is it so inconsequential to you that you cannot even recognize your own daughter? Sarada's emotions finally erupted, and she furiously produced a photograph, an image of Team Hawk. Who is this woman, standing beside you? Wearing glasses just like me. Should I be asking Mom about this? The photograph left Naruto momentarily speechless. And, Dad, where have you been all these years? What have you been doing? Sarada's barrage of questions was relentless. That is none of your concern. Sasuke's response was cold and resolute, as if a frigid wall had risen, barricading all of Sarada's hopes beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Sarada took a deep breath and shouted, Enough! She then ran out in a hasty retreat. She dashed away. Boruto glanced back at Sasuke, silently acknowledging, as expected of you, Sasuke. Your words are quite poignant. He then hurriedly followed Sarada out of the tower. Naruto, watching Sarada's sorrowful figure, softly urged Sasuke, at the very least, tell Sarada why you won't return to the village, even if it's just for her sake. Yet Sasuke responded indifferently. What good would that do? It would only burden her further. Sarada has Sakura to support her. There is no need for worry. Outside the tower, Sarada sat alone on a stone pedestal, tears shimmering in her eyes as she softly wept. Boruto approached her slowly, sitting beside her. Observing her tear-streaked face, he felt a surge of compassion. He gently embraced Sarada, tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, and softly reassured her, Sarada, do not be disheartened. I understand you harbor many questions and grievances. But Uncle Sasuke may have undisclosed burdens of his OW and at that moment. Sasuke and Naruto emerged from the tower side by side. Sasuke's gaze inadvertently fell upon the distant stone pedestal, observing Boruto and Sarada nestled together. His brow furrowed in disbelief. How could his precious daughter find solace in another boy's arms, especially one with such conspicuous blonde hair? Who could comprehend Sasuke's turmoil? After years of wandering, he returned only to discover that his beloved daughter had been swept away by a golden-haired boy. What manner of torment was this, Naruto? Sasuke's voice bore an edge of inquiry. Naruto scratched his head, responding somewhat awkwardly. Boruto and Sarada, they are dating now. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's frown deepened, his Sharingan involuntarily activating, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Boruto felt the sudden pressure and turned to find Sasuke's crimson gaze fixed upon him, an icy chill coursing through his veins. Oh no, I forgot Sasuke was here. This is not the time for such intimacy with Sarada. Boruto's thoughts raced. Surely, Sasuke wouldn't wield his Kusanagi against me. Would he? Just then, the sky above warped unexpectedly, and within the blink of an eye, two figures materialized against the azure backdrop. Point one was Uchiha Shin. the assailant from earlier, while the other donned the distinctive garb of the Akatsuki, his head devoid of hair and teeth, his pallid skin unsettling. His body was covered in transplanted Sharingan, an eerie and chilling sight. Upon his arrival, he swiftly unleashed several dark steel blades, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Boruto and Sarada. Naruto and Sasuke moved like lightning, positioning themselves in front of them. Naruto rapidly entered Sage mode, summoning a massive golden chakra fox head that enveloped them. The lethal steel blades, upon contact with the golden fox head, were instantly neutralized, transforming into mere sparks before vanishing into nothingness. Uchiha Shin and the Akatsuki-clad figure landed steadily nearby. What on earth is this creature? He is even more repugnant than Danzo. At least Danzo had only one arm embedded with Sharingan, but this guy has them all over his head. And he wears counterfeit Akatsuki attire. How ridiculous! Boruto cursed inwardly. Uchiha Sasuke, I must obtain your eyes to resurrect the Akatsuki. The figure in Akatsuki garb proclaimed coldly. Resurrect the Akatsuki? Who are you? Naruto demanded, his brow furrowed in suspicion. My name is Uchiha Shin. As he spoke, the Sharingan in his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo form, and simultaneously, the Sharingan covering his body shifted as well, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Uchiha Shin. Isn't that the name of the person beside him? Sarada was taken aback, but confusion outweighed her surprise. Enough of this chatter. Surrender now, and I will allow you to confess slowly later. For now. Be silent. Sasuke's voice was low, his wrist flicking as azure arcs of electricity danced in his palm, crackling ominously. Chidori thousand birds, hundreds of small, sharp, blue lightning needles rained down like a torrential downpour, bearing down on Uchiha Shin and his companion. Uchiha Shin evaded the barrage with astonishing speed, courtesy of his multitude of Sharingan. However, the boy beside him was not so fortunate, struck by the Chidori and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony before ultimately losing consciousness. What a waste! Unable to evade such a simple attack, Uchiha Shin coldly admonished the fallen boy. You should be more concerned about yourself. That moment, Naruto had quietly appeared behind Uchiha Shin, his speed so rapid that even the Mangekyo Sharingan failed to detect him. How swift! My Mangekyo Sharingan cannot even perceive your movements. Uchiha Shin was filled with dread as a powerful force bore down upon him. Rasengan. Naruto conjured a dazzling blue chakra sphere in his palm. With a resounding boom, the Rasengan struck Uchiha Shin squarely in the back. Due to the proximity, Uchiha Shin had no time to evade, and he was instantly impacted by the Rasengan. His body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several trees before embedding himself deep within a massive boulder, rendered immobile. Is that all? With your full Mangekyo Sharingan, is this truly your prowess? I expected something formidable, yet you merely came to deliver yourself. Boruto mocked, unable to restrain his derision. How could this be possible? His strength is indeed formidable. I am unable to even capture his movements. Uchiha Shin is embedded within the colossal stone, his eyes flickering with resentment. With a heavy thud, he laboriously extricates himself from the rock, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth after being struck by the Rasengan, his body evidently gravely wounded. Cursed be it, my body cannot move. Uchiha Shin gasps. Sasuke gazes at the two incapacitated individuals before him, showing no sign of leniency. He swiftly approaches the fallen boy, Shin, confirming his lack of threat before turning his attention to the distant. Similarly downed Uchiha Shin. Sarada, did you just say this boy is also named Uchiha Shin? Sasuke inquires in a low voice. Yes, Dad, he claimed to be Shin when he attacked us earlier. I never expected this person would also bear the name Uchiha Shin. Sarada replies, could this shared name indicate a clone? Orochimaru. Sasuke's brow furrows. Indeed, Sasuke, these two are undoubtedly linked to Orochimaru. Naruto interjects. Regardless, we must return them to the village for interrogation, Sasuke decides, proceeding towards Uchiha Shin. Meanwhile, Naruto conjures a colossal golden chakra hand, firmly grasping the boy Shin. Such a waste of the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing such power yet unable to manifest Susanoo. With this level of strength, how can he possibly resurrect Akatsuki? Boruto remarks. Boruto, what is this Susanoo you speak of? Sarada inquires, turning to him with a glimmer of curiosity. Susanoo is a unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of manifesting chakra into a gigantic warrior form, protecting the user and bestowing immense power. However, to utilize Susanoo, one requires not only an extraordinary amount of chakra and a mature Meijiki Sharingan, but also a profound comprehension and mastery of its abilities, Boruto explains. That sounds incredible. Mitsuki mentioned that my father also possesses the Meijiki Sharingan. Can he use Susanoo? Sarada continues to ask that, of course. Uncle Sasuke can unleash a complete form of Susanoo that exceeds 100 meters in size, its power capable of effortlessly obliterating numerous 100-meter-high mountains. Boruto replies, will I be able to wield such power as the Meijiki Sharingan and Susanoo in the future? Sarada asks, filled with aspiration. Just as Sasuke is about to approach Uchiha Shin, suddenly, Shin's Meijiki Sharingan begins to writhe uncontrollably. Exuding a terrifying aura, the space around him contorts, generating waves of black spatial ripples. Simultaneously, Naruto's golden chakra hand gripping the boy Shin experiences the same fate, as the spatial ripples abruptly sever it. It is indeed a space-time ocular technique, Sasuke exclaims. He quickly turns to Naruto, shouting, Sarada, be cautious of what lies beneath your feet. However, it is already too late. I shall take both of you brats as well. At that moment, a creature resembling a rogue boss appears beneath Boruto and Sarada's feet, unleashing spatial vortices in an attempt to draw them in. That bizarre creature can conceal itself even from my sage mode perception? Naruto is taken aback, instantly unleashing 9 golden chakra hands in an effort to disrupt the spatial vortex. Yet it proves too late. Boruto, Sarada, and Uchiha Shin are consumed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace. Sasuke instantly teleports to Naruto's side, his gaze fixed intently on him. Naruto, what exactly is happening? You couldn't even protect the children. You failed to notice that creature. Sasuke, remain calm, though Naruto's tone carries urgency. He strives to maintain his composure. That creature possesses a high degree of concealment. Even my sage mode perception cannot fully capture it. Naruto explains at that moment. Empowered by Sage Fox mode, Naruto extends his perception to its limits, yet finds nothing. This is unacceptable. I cannot detect Boruto or Sarada's chakra fluctuations at all. They may have been transported to a distant realm or concealed within a nearly undetectable barrier that Naruto's brow furrows, as he solemnly states. In the worst-case scenario, they may have fallen into an alternate space akin to Obito's Kimui. Naruto turns to Sasuke and asks, Sasuke, has your Rinnegan ocular power not yet recovered? Sasuke slightly shakes his head, replying, apologies. I've been delving into Kagaya's secret space recently. My ocular power has yet to fully recover and will require some time. After pondering for a moment, Naruto concludes, in that case, it seems we have no choice but to seek Orochimaru. He may know the whereabouts of Shin. Sasuke observes Naruto, sensing a lack of concern, and cannot help but ask, you seem unfazed. Naruto smiles faintly, responding, I do have some worries, but I have faith in Boruto's strength. That Uchiha Shin's power is roughly at the level of an elite Genin, but Boruto possesses the reincarnation eye. Ordinary elite Genin are no match for him. Sasuke nods at this. Yet a flicker of doubt remains in his heart. The reincarnation eye. Can Boruto truly master such power? Sensing Sasuke's unease, Naruto pats him on the shoulder, exuding confidence as he says, Sasuke, my son is a genius. He will certainly protect Sarada well. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sarada have arrived at Uchiha Shin's mysterious base. The moment they materialize, they are besieged by several clones identical to the boy Shin, weapons aimed directly at them. Boruto, where are we? Why do these people all look exactly like that Uchiha Shin? Sarada questions in astonishment. This is likely their stronghold. These must be clones of that Uchiha Shin. Boruto calmly analyzes. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin's voice emanates from a distant corner. Tinged with a chilling mirth. With you two brats as hostages, the resurrection of Akatsuki is imminent. He leans against the wall, remnants of dried blood at the corners of his mouth, appearing exceedingly sinister. Hostages? Resurrection of Akatsuki. You think you are worthy. Boruto responds fearlessly, transforming into the form of Deva Path Pain. Emotional response from Uchiha Shin. Progress bar increases by 241 points. That I never expected this Uchiha Shin to exhibit emotional fluctuations. I thought such experimental subjects would lack emotional responses like Mitsuki, but it seems he is the only one with emotional fluctuations. Boruto muses, pain? Uchiha Shin, upon seeing this, reveals a hint of surprise, since you see the leader. Why not bow down? Boruto adopts Pain's tone, filled with authority. Humph, a mere transformation technique. Uchiha Shin scoffs. Is that so? It seems you require a bag of rice, yet are unaware of how many floors you must climb. Boruto raises his hand, pointing directly at Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin gazes at Boruto's slowly raised hand, directed at himself. He stands, sneering. Stop your futile struggles, brat. Be a good hostage, and perhaps you might save your life. Save my life? How absurd. Boruto responds nonchalantly. Rather, it is you who should perform well. I might consider sparing your life. Brat, you are courting death. Uchiha Shin seethes with rage. Humph. First, receive my move, Shinra Tensei. Boruto declares. Emotional response from Uchiha Shin. Progress bar increases by 296 points. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Shin instinctively adopts a defensive posture, filled with confusion. However, the anticipated attack does not materialize. The surroundings remain eerily silent. Crafty little brat, you thought you would actually use that technique. It is exclusive to the Rinnegan. How could you possibly master it without the Rinnegan? Uchiha Shin sneers repeatedly. It appears you possess considerable knowledge. But who said Shinra Tensei can only be performed with the Rinnegan? A mysterious smile graces Boruto's lips. And I'm sorry, but I can indeed perform this technique. The last echoes of his voice faded. A formidable repulsive force erupted violently from Boruto's palm. This intangible power surged forth like a tempestuous wave, transforming into a shock wave that instantaneously obliterated everything in its path. Uchiha Shin, caught off guard, was violently thrust away by this force, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing through the walls of the stone chamber. A sizable hole was instantly created, sending Uchiha Shin flying into a more expansive space, where he tumbled on the ground for several rotations before finally coming to a halt. The emotional energy emanating from Uchiha Shin increased by 362 points. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is impossible, he murmured, his astonishment beyond words. He was acutely aware that Shinra Tensei was a unique ability of the Rinnegan, yet Boruto did not possess such eyes. This reality transcended his understanding. Sarada, I leave these clones to you, Boruto declared, turning to Sarada at his side. All right, Boruto, I'll handle these clones, Sarada replied, adjusting her glasses, her dual Tomo Sharingan already activated, gleaming with a sharp light. Boruto nodded and, in a flash, vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was now in close proximity to Uchiha Shin. Don't celebrate too soon, kid. Although I don't know why you're able to use Shinra Tensei, today is destined to be your last. He taunted. Uchiha Shin struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes flashing with a maddened crimson glow. You can take a hit. Huh. That's good. It will allow you to relish your suffering a bit longer. Boruto remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Die? Uchiha Shin's eyes, now swirling with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, writhed with boundless fury and powered. He swung his hand forcefully, unleashing over 100 pitch-black steel blades, which whistled through the air, aimed directly at Boruto. Each blade possessed a sharpness and velocity capable of piercing through steel, the air reverberating with the sharp sound of slicing wind. However, Boruto stood unfazed, his expression serene, enveloped by a layer of invisible repulsive force. The once unstoppable black blades, upon making contact with the intangible barrier surrounding him, were thwarted as if they had collided with an unseen wall. The blades spun helplessly in the air for a moment before falling to the ground with a crisp clatter. The emotional energy from Uchiha Shin increased by 269 points. Seeing this, Uchiha Shin's pupils constricted sharply. Disbelief flashing across his eyes, he roared in fury, attempting to counter Boruto's repulsion with a more violent display of power. Yet, no matter how he strained, the black blades could not breach the invisible shield. How is this possible? Uchiha Shin struggled to comprehend. The boy who had transformed into pain before him wielded such overwhelming strength. Boruto smirked coldly, rising into the air, looking down upon Uchiha Shin with an undeniable authority in his voice. You can't truly believe you can defeat me, can you? How laughable. You are merely immortal, while I am a god. The Deva path of pain. To challenge a god is sheer folly. The emotional energy from Uchiha Shin increased by 363 points. He gaped, staring at the figure of pain, Boruto, hovering above, exuding an aura akin to divinity, his heart swelling with unprecedented fear and shock. Boruto continued, your ability to manipulate objects reminds me of someone. Next, I shall employ his combat style against you. Prepare to savor this exquisite agony. With that, he raised his palm, and two black Rinnegan beads materialized out of thin air. One bead instantaneously transformed into a throne radiating golden light. Gently floating mid-air, Boruto leisurely seated himself upon the throne, and with a flick of his wrist, the other Rinnegan beads split into several smaller orbs, which then morphed into an array of diverse weapons. These weapons spiraled and danced in the air, each glinting with a heart-stopping cold light. Uchiha Shin, allow me to demonstrate what true suffering entails. As his words fell, the weapons, seemingly guided by invisible strings, surged toward Uchiha Shin at an astonishing speed. The emotional energy from Uchiha Shin increased by 399 points. What is this ability? Damn it, my ocular power is depleting too rapidly. I cannot escape through time-space. Uchiha Shin exerted all his strength, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning wildly as he attempted to command the steel blades to intercept the incoming arsenal. Yet, it was evident that his blades could not withstand the myriad of weapons Boruto wielded. The blades shattered and scattered, forcing Uchiha Shin to evade the onslaught of lethal attacks. The sharp weapons traced silver arcs through the air, and Uchiha Shin utilized his superior martial prowess to nimbly evade within the confines of the area, desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the cold gaze and unperturbed demeanor of pain, Boruto, seated upon the throne, conveyed to him that all efforts were in vain. He began to doubt whether he was truly facing a boy not yet 10 years of age. As time passed, Uchiha Shin's body became increasingly marred by the weapons, various wounds bleeding profusely, staining his garments crimson. That I must be cautious. I cannot kill him just yet. I need to torment him thoroughly. Boruto sat upon his throne, quietly observing the beleaguered Uchiha Shin below, his heart brimming with mockery and amusement. It is not every day I encounter someone from whom I can endlessly accrue progress without any burden. I cannot let him slip away easily, he murmured, seemingly viewing Uchiha Shin as a mere plaything at his disposal. Deep within Orochimaru's shadowy lair, in a dim tunnel, Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side. Soon, two figures, Shigetsu and Jugo, emerged faintly ahead. Sasuke, it's been a while, Shigetsu spoke first. Take us to see that guy, Shigetsu, Sasuke replied solemnly. However, Naruto interjected, no need, Sasuke. Orochimaru is already here. Just as he finished speaking, the light footfalls of Jugo and Shigetsu's footsteps were heard, and Orochimaru, clad in white, slowly entered their view. What a rare visit, Sasuke. Naruto, Orochimaru remarked with a meaningful smile. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his tone grave. Orochimaru. Hey, Orochimaru, how come you look younger than before? Naruto jested. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. You still don't understand my condition? There's no need for you to make a special remark about it. Sasuke spoke with earnestness. Orochimaru, it seems one of your subordinates has kidnapped my daughter and Naruto's son. If you have any schemes, now is the time to come clean. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. What suspicious actions have I taken? Are the surveillance measures outside the base merely for show? By the way, what kind of person can so easily abduct your children? Could that individual be stronger than Kagaya Akatsuki? Sasuke explained. This person is named Uchiha Shin, who possesses time-space abilities, and both his arms and head are Rinnegan. Upon hearing Uchiha Shin's name, Orochimaru's heart stirred. Let us discuss this in a more private setting. Having said that, Orochimaru turned and led them into another secure chamber. Meanwhile, within Uchiha Shin's secret base, Boruto sat comfortably upon his throne, one hand propping up his chin, his gaze leisurely surveying the chaos below. There, Uchiha Shin was besieged by a myriad of weapons, struggling desperately. A satisfied smile crept across Boruto's face as he intentionally slowed the tempo of his attacks, savoring the thrill of having everything under control. Simultaneously, his eyes never left Uchiha Shin, closely scrutinizing every subtle reaction. The emotional energy from Uchiha Shin continuously transformed into numerical increments on the progress bar. Indeed, the anguish induced by suffering yields the highest progress points, Boruto murmured. Yet, it is still too slow. I must ensure he experiences even greater torment to garner more progress points. With that, Boruto slowly rose, lightly waved his hand, and the throne dissipated into nothingness as he gracefully descended to the ground. Adamantine ceiling. The ground beneath Uchiha Shin suddenly fractured, and golden chains surged forth like venomous serpents animated by a life of their own. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised, with no opportunity to evade. The adamantine chain swiftly and precisely ensnared his limbs, binding him firmly in place, stretched out in a cruciform manner. Uchiha Shin panted, desperately attempting to break free from this constraint. Yet the adamantine chains, formidable enough to ensnare even-tailed beasts, rendered his struggles utterly insignificant. In this dire moment, he could only watch helplessly as Boruto approached step by step. "You bastard, brat. If you have the guts, let me go and face me without your jutsu." Uchiha Shin roared in fury. Upon hearing this, Boruto smirked disdainfully. "Are you any good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting? In this world, strength is the only truth. To survive, one must possess not only strength, but also influence and connections. My father is the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. Who is yours?" Uchiha Shin was momentarily at a loss for words. Boruto, seeing this, triumphantly patted his face. "So you're just a little turtle." With that, he suddenly produced a small black knife, its blade glinting ominously in the light. "Now, I shall pose a question to you that if you cannot answer, this knife will leave a mark upon your body." Uchiha Shin gritted his teeth, glaring at Boruto. "You little bastard, I will not answer any of your questions." Boruto chuckled lightly. "Stubborn, are we? I do enjoy a stubborn opponent." He elongated his words. "So, pay attention. What is 1000 minus 7? However, Uchiha Shin paid no heed to Boruto's question, his gaze filled solely with rage and defiance. Boruto, observing this, shook his head lightly, since he refused to answer. "Do not blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, the black knife sliced through the air, swiftly inflicting a long wound upon Uchiha Shin's body, blood gushing forth. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged, increasing the progress bar by 433 points. Uchiha Shin's expression contorted in agony, pain evident upon his visage. Yet he still clenched his teeth, refraining from uttering a single plea for mercy. Remarkably, the wound inflicted upon him began to heal rapidly, quite resilient. "Aren't you?" Boruto remarked indifferently. "Now, what is 1000 minus 7? He pressed the cold blade against Uchiha Shin's cheek, causing him to involuntarily shiver, yet he remained silent. With a swift motion, the knife cleaved through the Sharingan on Uchiha Shin's arm. Blood spraying forth. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged again, increasing the progress bar by 502 points. Uchiha Shin finally let out a painful scream. Yet, even so, he still did not respond to Boruto's question. "What is 1000 minus 7? Boruto inquired once more, impatience creeping into his tone. Another strike fell, leaving a deep gash on Uchiha Shin's other arm. Amidst the bloodshed, his body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he continued to grit his teeth, summoning all his strength to maintain his silence. "Humph, quite spirited. Let us proceed then," Boruto said coldly. "What is 1000 minus 7? As he prepared to strike again, Uchiha Shin finally spoke up. .993, his voice was weak and trembling. Yet it reached Boruto's ears clearly. Boruto paused for a moment. Then a satisfied smile crept onto his face, only to be replaced by a more mischievous expression that "It would have been better if you had answered sooner. But alas, your answer is incorrect." With that, he brought the knife down once more, inflicting a new wound upon Uchiha Shin. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged again, increasing the progress bar by 636 points. "You bastard. 1000 minus 7 is 993. Haven't you learned arithmetic?" Uchiha Shin screamed in agony. Yet, Boruto behaved as if he had not heard, persistently repeating the question. "What is 1000 minus 7? What is 1000 minus 7? To hell with you, brat. You're a lunatic, a complete lunatic," Uchiha Shin shouted in exasperation. Yet, Boruto remained wholly absorbed in his relentless inquiry about 1000 minus 7, unperturbed by Uchiha Shin's curses. "Incorrect answer, further punishment," Boruto declared coldly. Then, without mercy, he plunged the black knife into Uchiha Shin's calf, twisting it cruelly. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged again, increasing the progress bar by 369 points. Uchiha Shin let out a piercing scream, his voice breaking from the pain. "What is 1000 minus 7? Under relentless torment, Uchiha Shin finally broke down, attempting to provide a new answer. 997 is still incorrect. Boruto shook his head gently, his tone tinged with regret. Yet his actions grew even more decisive as the black knife plunged into Uchiha Shin's other calf. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged again, increasing the progress bar by 450 points. "What is 1000 minus 7? Boruto relentlessly reiterated the question. Uchiha Shin, gritting his teeth, summoned every ounce of strength to squeeze out a few words. I don't know. Despite the numerous wounds inflicted by Boruto's knife, they healed almost instantaneously. This regenerative ability must be a result of the Hashirama cells, Boruto mused internally, subsequently intensifying the severity of his punishment. Continue. What is 1000 minus 7? As time wore on, Uchiha Shin appeared to grow numb from the torment, his head drooping as he muttered various numbers to himself. 1000 minus 7 equals 996985007250521. His responses became increasingly chaotic, yielding fewer progress points. Boruto furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. What is happening? Why is he showing no reaction to the knife now? Has he truly been broken by me? He gazed at Uchiha Shin, now in a state of stupor. It seems you have adapted to ordinary attacks. Let us escalate the pain. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his chakra, enveloping the black knife in a crackling blue lightning. Emitting a piercing sound as the lightning-infused knife fell, Uchiha Shin convulsed violently, a mad strength surging through him as he thrashed against the adamantine chains. His body spasmed violently from the electric shock. Uchiha Shin's scream echoed throughout the space. Emotion from Uchiha Shin surged significantly, increasing the progress bar by 1336 points to "It truly is effective." Now, feel the pain, contemplate the pain, accept the pain, and understand the pain. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? At that moment, Sarada had already dispatched all the clones within the stone chamber. Hearing the distant screams, she cast her gaze toward the entrance. Upon arriving in the open space, she beheld Boruto, transformed into pain, relentlessly wielding the lightning-infused knife against the bound Uchiha Shin. Boruto, isn't this a bit cruel? Sarada softly remarked as she approached Boruto from behind. Boruto turned to face her. Sarada, have you taken care of your side? All done. Those clones were utterly feeble. Despite possessing 3 Tomo Sharingan, they were so weak, Sarada replied. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's dim and profound laboratory, Shin was once one of my many test subjects. But he has long since escaped my control. Danzo's arm, embedded with countless Sharingan, originated from Shin's body. Orochimaru began to explain to Naruto and Sasuke, Shin's physiology is exceptionally unique, regardless of the type of tissue transplanted. His body shows no signs of rejection. This makes him an ideal candidate for cloning experiments, Orochimaru continued. Upon hearing this, Sasuke frowned, questioning with curiosity, clones? Then why does he refer to himself as Uchiha? That is merely his self-designation. Although his Sharingan is but a copy, he harbors an almost obsessive attachment to the Uchiha name, particularly regarding your deceased brother, Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru responded, Sarada, he is our enemy. We must exhibit greater cruelty than him when dealing with foes. If our strength is lacking, it is we who shall suffer torment. At this moment, Boruto's words were resolute, his actions devoid of hesitation. Under the illumination of lightning, Uchiha Shin's pained groans grew increasingly harrowing. I understand, Boruto. Since he is powerless to resist, let us swiftly end his life, Sarada said. Kill him outright would be unwise. After all, it is rare to encounter someone who can help us progress. And we must extract every ounce of value from him, Boruto thought to himself. Just then, several figures made their way towards them. Boruto cast a casual glance and remarked, Clones, have they all arrived? Uchiha Shin, witnessing this, felt a flicker of hope in his eyes. You've come just in time. Please, save me. However, the clones disregarded his cries for help and instead advanced towards him, weapons in hand. The clones thrust their weapons towards Uchiha Shin, piercing him through and leaving him chilled to the core. Uchiha Shin stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to fathom the reality before him. What are you doing? I am the original. Boruto and Sarada were equally taken aback by the clone's sudden attack on Uchiha Shin. Enough? One of the clones coldly declared that a useless body is meant to be discarded. This is the lesson your father imparted to us. Why? Uchiha Shin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice faint. Your father's ocular power has waned. It is of no use now. The clone continued as the words fell. More clones surged forth from the shadows, each varying in form, some gaunt and emaciated, others plump and unwieldy, and some resembling giants. They swarmed forward like an unstoppable army of clones. Why are there so many? Sarada remarked, astonished by the sight. Boruto, however, remained remarkably composed. He had already discerned the entire situation of the base through the rebirth eye. When did this happen? Uchiha Shin struggled to lift his gaze, surveying the clones around him. We created them, one clone stated. Father, you are no longer needed. This moment, Uchiha Shin's heart had sustained grave injury. He spat out blood, the flame of his life flickering rapidly. In his dying moments, he turned his gaze away from the clones and fixed it upon Boruto. Is this it for me? Boruto mused inwardly. What a pity. I have yet to complete the progress bar. Uchiha Shin summoned his last vestige of strength to ask, what is 1000-7? You little brat. Boruto paused for a moment, taken aback. Even on the brink of death, you're still concerned about this. But since you asked, allow me to enlighten you. 1000-7 equals 1,000-1. Upon hearing this answer, Uchiha Shin's face bore a hint of relief. So, that's how it is. Haha, 1,000-1, he said, his head drooping as the flame of his life extinguished completely. Are you so obsessed with the Uchiha name? Especially with 1,000-1? Orochimaru interjected, his voice tinged with impatience and coldness. Enough with the idle chatter, just tell me where he is hiding. Within Orochimaru's base, Sasuke's voice conveyed a measure of irritation. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and replied, years have passed, and you still possess that same temperament, Sasuke. Very well. If you can capture that troublesome Shin, it would be beneficial for me as well. Moreover, I still owe Naruto a small favor. Naruto, how is the situation in Konoha? Is everything well? Orochimaru shifted the topic, inquiring about Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly. Yes, he is doing quite well in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to relay the detailed information regarding Uchiha Shin to Naruto and Sasuke. Outside the base, Sasuke and Naruto were preparing to depart at that moment. A voice called out, Sasuke, turning to look, they saw a red-haired woman with brown glasses hurrying towards them. It was Karen. She held several documents tightly in her hands, having just come from another base to deliver experimental data to Orochimaru, and had not anticipated encountering Sasuke here. Karen, Sasuke called softly. Karen approached Sasuke with a beaming smile. Sasuke, what brings you here? And Naruto, you are here too. Orochimaru interjected, explaining the situation. Sasuke's daughter and Naruto's son have been captured. They are here seeking clues from me. Upon hearing this, Karen's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Sasuke. What? Sarada has been captured? Sasuke nodded, confirming the news that we have already learned the whereabouts of the captor and are about to set off to rescue her. He briefly explained the situation. Without hesitation, Karen resolutely declared, Sasuke, please allow me to accompany you. After all, I was the one who delivered Sarada. I cannot stand idly by. With that, she swiftly handed the documents in her hands to Shigetsu beside her. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before he slowly nodded that in an instant. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan was activated, and his Rinnegan reverted to its 6-tomo form. A surge of purple chakra enveloped Sasuke, and the complete form of Susanoo materialized before them. Sasuke, has your ocular power returned? Naruto inquired. Sasuke nodded firmly, his response short yet resolute. Get on. Time is of the essence. Hearing this, Naruto and Karen quickly entered the interior of Susanoo. Susanoo soared into the sky, its wings unfurling like purple lightning cleaving through the heavens, racing towards Uchiha Shin's final hiding place. They flew. The wind howled, and the scenery whirled by as if rewinding. They betrayed their father and cruelly killed him, and my ocular power has yet to recover, rendering me unable to utilize time-space abilities. I can only retreat for now, murmured a creature resembling a rogue boss in a desolate and chilling corner of the base. It too was a clone of Uchiha Shin, albeit a deformed product, yet it perfectly inherited Uchiha Shin's abilities. Just as it took a step forward, an invisible force suddenly locked onto its small frame. What is happening? Why can't I move? It exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a powerful pulling force emanated from Boruto's direction. Akin to a black hole drawing it closer, It struggled with all its might, yet could only watch as it was drawn nearer to Boruto. Let me go, it screamed. However, it was now suspended before Boruto, unable to escape the binding force. That is the creature we transported using time-space abilities earlier, Sarada remarked. Could it be another clone? Indeed, it appears to be a unique individual formed due to a genetic mutation during the cloning process. Boruto replied, nodding. Meanwhile, he had unknowingly gathered a brilliant silver orb, the rebirth spirit ball, within his hand. What do you intend to do? The rogue boss-like creature asked, staring at the orb in Boruto's grasp. What do you think? Naturally, I intend to make you my pet, Boruto replied with a smile. Without hesitation, he merged the rebirth spirit ball into the creature's body in an instant. Its gaze became vacant, as if it had lost all semblance of soul. Boruto released his gravitational hold, and it slowly descended to the ground. From now on, your name shall be Rogue Boss, Boruto proclaimed. Yes, Master, Rogue Boss replied respectfully. With the death of Uchiha Shin, the army of clones turned their attention towards Boruto and Sarada. Boruto pondered inwardly. What a shame that these clones lack emotions. Otherwise, I could have filled the progress bar for the Deva Path of Pain today. Host, Uzumaki Boruto role, Deva Path of Pain, Nagato, Progress, 51. I am still 500,000 points away. Once I reach that, I will possess the power of the Rinnegan, and with both the Rebirth Eye and Rinnegan in hand. At this moment, Uchiha Shin's army of clones had completely surrounded Boruto and Sarada. Boruto, Sarada softly called out, "It's all right. Dad and the others have arrived." Boruto reassured her. "Dad is here." Sarada surveyed her surroundings. That moment, a section of the stone wall in the vast expanse suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. A colossal purple figure surged through, the Susanoo wielding Sasuke, Naruto, and Samaire, descending upon the battlefield with the force of a tempest. That towering silhouette stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by a dense aura of purple chakra that seemed almost tangible, causing the very air to tremble. Is this the Susanoo of my father? Sarada's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the imposing deity of war. Towering over 100 meters, her heart swelling with awe. The complete Susanoo. Boruto couldn't help but exclaim. The appearance of the Susanoo rendered the Uchiha Shin clones below momentarily stunned, their gaze fixated on the magnificent giant before them. Though devoid of emotion, the overwhelming presence and oppressive aura radiating from the complete Susanoo instinctively halted their movements. At this moment, Naruto and Samaire leapt down from within the Susanoo, with Naruto reminding Sasuke. "Sasuke, don't kill anyone." "Naruto, you remain as naive as ever," Sasuke replied, casting a glance around to confirm Sarada's safety before heaved a sigh of relief. Naruto and Samaire approached Boruto and Sarada, inquiring with concern about their well-being. "Boruto, Sarada, are you both all right? What could possibly happen to us, Dad? You arrived just in time. I was about to head back on my own," Boruto teased lightly. "Boruto," Naruto sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. "Sarada, you've grown so much," Samaire said softly, her gaze warm as she looked at Sarada. Sarada, feeling a bit anxious, studied Samaire closely, pondering to herself. "Is she the woman from the photograph my father has?" Sasuke stood tall within the complete Susanoo, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the scene below. He focused on the battered figure of Uchiha Shin, pierced through by specialized kunai, kneeling on the ground. And a flicker of emotion stirred within him. "Is he already dead?" Sasuke murmured to himself. Then, his gaze shifted toward Boruto, who wore a nonchalant expression on his face. "Do think he could defeat the one with the Mangeki Sharingan without a scratch?" Sasuke remarked coolly at this moment. Sarada looked nervously at Samaire. She observed that Samaire also wore glasses, and a multitude of questions flooded her mind, yet she was at a loss as to how to voice them. "You are Sarada." Her voice trembled slightly. Samaire, noticing her unease, smiled gently. "Indeed, Sarada, you may not know my name yet, but you can call me Aunt Samaire. That I can hardly believe how much you've grown. Aunt Samaire, have you seen me before?" "When? Why do I have no recollection?" Sarada asked, perplexed. "Well, I assisted in your birth when Sakura brought you into this world," Samaire replied with a smile, reminiscing about the moment that marked the arrival of a small life into the world. Upon hearing this, Sarada's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a sense of relief. She softly said, "So, it was back then," and a pang of guilt for Sakura welled up within her, after discovering the truth. Sarada engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Samaire, while Boruto and Naruto shared a knowing glance. Giving them space, Naruto's gaze fell upon the small figure of his pet, Piju, trailing behind Boruto, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "Boruto, isn't that the creature that captured you and Sarada before? What is going on?" "Dad, it's now called Piju, and it's my pet dog," Boruto explained. "At a pet dog? Are you sure?" Such a peculiar creature as a pet seems rather dangerous. Naruto expressed his concerns. Don't worry, Dad, it's under my control with my rebirth eye now. It's completely safe. Though it's a bit ugly, it's more than adequate as a dog, Boruto replied confidently. He then turned to Piju and softly commanded, Come on, Piju, give us a bark. Despite its bizarre appearance, Piju obediently bowed its head and made a comical yet earnest woof, which made Naruto shake his head and chuckle. Meanwhile, Sasuke had dispelled the complete Susanoo state, and the colossal purple figure vanished into thin air. Clad in a black robe, he descended from the sky, his gaze icy as he surveyed the army of clones before him. The sixth tomo of his Rinnegan gleamed with an otherworldly purple light, causing the Uchiha Shin clones to collapse in droves at once. Impressive, just one glance, and all those clones fell into Jinjutsu. Boruto marveled inwardly. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto began, but Sasuke interrupted him. I merely ensnared them in a Jinjutsu. He stated, Naruto, how do you intend to deal with these clones? Sasuke inquired again. Though they are products of cloning, they are still human, and many of them are just children, Naruto replied earnestly. Naruto, you remain the same. Sasuke gently shook his head. Let me think. The first priority is to teach them right from wrong, Naruto said. Since everything has been perfectly resolved, Sasuke, you should also return to the village and rest for a while, Naruto suggested, looking toward Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Zorana, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Samaire. Sasuke replied softly, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, Naruto created dozens of shadow clones. The clones will remain here. Once we return to Konoha, we will send these cloned children to an orphanage to give them a fresh start. After making the necessary arrangements, Sasuke again summoned the complete Susanoo, its massive form rising like a mountain. Wings unfurling. It then soared into the sky, carrying them away at great speed. Inside the Susanoo, Boruto gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, chuckling to himself. Who would have thought that the majestic complete Susanoo would become a mere mode of transportation? Shortly, they arrived near Orochimaru's base. Samaire waved goodbye, her eyes filled with reluctance. Sasuke, Zorana, farewell. Zorana waved her little hand in response to Samaire's farewell. The Susanoo ascended slowly, and Samaire watched their departing figures for a long while. Sasuke, you must find happiness, she sighed softly before turning away, her silhouette appearing somewhat lonely and desolate. The Susanoo continued its flight toward Konoha, the wind roaring in their ears as the land below shrank away. And the outline of Konoha gradually became clearer in the glow of the setting sun. As night fell, Sakura, carrying her luggage, gently pushed open the door and entered the foyer, her voice tinged with fatigue. I am back at that moment. Zorana approached with a beaming smile. Mom, you're back. How was the trip? As she spoke, she took the luggage from Sakura's hands. Sakura smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Zorana. Ino insisted on playing a little longer, which delayed our return. Zorana waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, as long as you're happy, Mom. Her smile brightened further. Noticing Zorana's unusual cheerfulness, Sakura curiously asked, Oh, Zorana, why are you so happy today? Zorana smiled mysteriously. Mom, can you guess? Sakura teased. Guess? Did Boruto confess to you today? Zorana's cheeks flushed. Mom, don't say such things. Just then, Sasuke, seated on the living room sofa, heard Sakura's words and felt his right hand clench involuntarily as he slowly stood up and walked toward the foyer. Sakura. Sasuke stood at the entrance, his gaze filled with complexity. Sakura rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Zorana comforted her with a smile. Mom, this isn't a dream. Dad has really come back. Sasuke's voice was low and filled with remorse. Sakura, I'm sorry for everything. Hearing this, tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she covered her mouth with her hands, then dashed forward, embracing Sasuke tightly. It was as if she wanted to release all the years of longing and grievances in that moment. Sasuke's body stiffened slightly, but he soon extended his uninjured arm, gently embracing her in return. Under the warm glow of the lights, their figures were closely intertwined. Sakura's voice quivered. Sasuke, you really have returned. Sasuke gently caressed Sakura's hair, his voice tender. Indeed, I have returned. Sarada stood by, observing the scene, her heart swelling with emotion as she stepped forward to embrace the two, forming a tight-knit family unit. Within the Uchiha residence, Sarada eagerly inquired, Father, since you are home for a rare few days, could you guide me in my training today? She gazed expectantly at Sasuke, who, upon hearing her words, looked at her hopeful expression and gently nodded. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at a training ground in Konoha, where sunlight bathed the earth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, and a massive fireball erupted forth, saturating the entire training area in a fiery orange hue. Father, I have already mastered this jutsu, Sarada softly remarked from her position nearby. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, asked, You have learned it? When did this happen? Sarada smiled confidently, just as Boruto's voice rang out from a nearby tree. Sasuke uncle, Sarada is a prodigy. She has nearly mastered the Uchiha clan's fire-style jutsu, and she now possesses the double Tomo Sharingan. Boruto exclaimed, Boruto, you're here too. Sarada's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Yes, I happened to be nearby, and did not expect to find Sarada and Sasuke uncle here. Boruto leaped down from the tree. Indeed, today father has come specifically to guide my training. Sarada replied. Sasuke's gaze fell upon Sarada's eyes, and he marveled inwardly. The double Tomo Sharingan. Indeed, the last time I saw Sarada, her eyes were already the double Tomo Sharingan. Since you have awakened your Sharingan, I shall teach you Chidori, Sasuke stated. First, allow me to demonstrate this jutsu. Sarada, activate your Sharingan and observe closely, he said in a serious tone. Understood, Sarada responded, activating her Sharingan. Chidori, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, then raised his right hand, where azure lightning danced wildly, accompanied by the resounding sound of Chida. By concentrating his chakra and employing the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he could accurately discern every movement of his adversaries. Sasuke's figure flickered as he dashed toward a massive boulder. The blue light, woven from the swirling lightning, tore through the air in an instant and struck the boulder. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered, debris scattering and dust billowing, showcasing the tremendous destructive power of the technique. Incredible, father, Sarada exclaimed in awe. Sasuke slowly lowered his hand, the lightning dissipating, and looked at Sarada with encouragement. Sarada, now it's your turn to try. Yes, Sarada nodded emphatically, quickly forming hand seals, taking a deep breath, and concentrating her mind. Chidori, she called out, as the chakra within her ignited, a surge of blue electricity rapidly gathering in her right palm, producing a sound akin to Sasuke's Chidori. Imitating Sasuke's movements, she lunged forward, channeling all her strength into the strike. However, compared to Sasuke's smooth and powerful execution, Sarada's attempt appeared somewhat awkward. Though her Chidori took form, its speed and power paled in comparison to Sasuke's. Remember, while the Sharingan can replicate jutsu, true mastery requires time and relentless practice, Sasuke advised gently. By the way, father, your Sharingan is the Mangeki Sharingan, right? She suddenly asked with curiosity. Why do you ask about that all of a sudden? Sasuke replied, a hint of surprise evident in his tone at Sarada's inquiry about the Mangeki Sharingan. How does one awaken the Mangeki Sharingan? Sarada pressed further. The complex emotion flickered in Sasuke's eyes. The matter of the Mangeki Sharingan was still too premature for her. We shall discuss it another time, he said, shifting his gaze to Boruto, as if contemplating deeper implications if Sarada were to fall into an illusion and witness Boruto's death. Would her double Tomo Sharingan instantly transform into the Mangeki Sharingan? Sasuke pondered silently as the topic of the Mangeki Sharingan arose. Boruto noticed Sasuke's intense gaze fixated on him, causing a tightening in his chest as he inwardly grumbled. This guy isn't planning to use the Kusanagi to deliver a life and death lesson in front of Sarada, is he? Then tell her. Hate me, my dear daughter. Meanwhile, Sarada stared at Sasuke, noting his lack of response regarding the Mangeki, which only intensified her curiosity. Why was father so concerned about Boruto? Could the awakening of the Mangeki be linked to Boruto? Did kissing truly facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan? The thought caused Sarada's cheeks to flush. At that moment, in the training ground, the three were lost in their own thoughts until Sakura's gentle voice broke the silence. It seems you have been quite engrossed in your training. Are you hungry? Here, this is the bento I prepared with my own hands. Enjoy it while it's warm. She smiled, holding two exquisitely crafted bento boxes, clearly prepared with care for Sasuke and Sarada. Boruto, you're here too. Come join us, Sakura invited. Boruto grinned brightly. Then I won't hold back. Soon, a picnic blanket was spread across the training ground, and the four gathered to enjoy the bento. As Sasuke savored the meal, His gaze inadvertently fell upon Sarada, who, in fleeting moments, cast shy glances at Boruto, a subtle blush gracing her features. This slight change in demeanor instantly extinguished his appetite, prompting him to shift his focus to Boruto. "What's the matter?" "Sasuke, uncle. Is there something on my face?" Boruto inquired, having keenly sensed Sasuke's scrutiny. Sasuke nonchalantly replied, "Nothing, merely observing how much you resemble Naruto. Equally bothersome. You just took my daughter away," Boruto thought to himself. Sarada, upon hearing this, quickly defended Boruto. "Father, how could you say that about Boruto?" Sakura chimed in. "Indeed, Sasuke. Boruto is so considerate and well-behaved. How can you say such things?" Listening to the words of his wife and daughter, Sasuke felt a tumult of emotions within, as if silently shouting, "Damn it, you leave me no room for love." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Naruto was engrossed in his duties when a sudden yawn broke the tranquility. "Strange, who is mentioning my name?" he mused aloud. Days later, at the entrance of Kanagakur, as dawn broke, Sarada gazed longingly at her father, who was about to depart. "Father, when will you return next?" Sasuke, touched by her forlorn expression, gently stroked her head, his eyes filled with affection. "Sarada, do not display such a face." "Dad," Sarada softly called. Sakura, standing nearby, observed quietly, a hint of unnoticeable worry etched on her face. Yet she strove to offer a warm smile. Attempting to ease the heavy atmosphere of parting, Sasuke slowly crouched down, lightly tapping Sarada's forehead, and said gently, "Until we meet again." Sakura then produced a carefully prepared bento, extending it to Sasuke, while slightly bending down herself, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sasuke accepted the bento, his gaze briefly lingering on Sakura's slightly flushed cheeks, before he ultimately turned to leave, uttering, "I am off." Sakura's eyes glimmered with a tinge of disappointment as she murmured, "Is there no portion for me? How unfair." Before waving goodbye to Sasuke at that moment, Boruto, having appeared beside them unbeknownst to anyone, took Sarada's hand and called out to the departing Sasuke, "Take care, Sasuke uncle. I will look after Sarada well." Sasuke abruptly turned, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashing a crimson hue as he fixated on Boruto, holding Sarada's hand. His grip involuntarily tightened into a fist, a myriad of potential fates for Boruto racing through his mind. However, in the end, he simply exhaled softly, refraining from looking back, and walked away. "Finally, he's gone. I haven't had a chance to spend quality time with Sarada these past few days." Boruto gazed at Sasuke's departing silhouette, a smile gracing his face. In a secluded corner of a training ground within the Hidden Leaf Village, Boruto and Sarada embraced tightly, their lips pressed together. Sarada had shed the shyness and innocence of her first kiss, replaced instead by the deepening understanding and profound emotions shared between them. After a prolonged moment, they gradually parted, with Boruto gazing intently at Sarada's cheek. "What is it?" Sarada inquired softly. "Nothing. I just think that if you grew your hair long, you would look even more beautiful," Boruto said gently. "Long hair, you say?" Upon hearing this, Sarada's mind conjured the image of Kinshiki's waist-length purple hair. "Does Boruto prefer long hair?" she asked curiously. "It's not that I prefer long hair. Rather, I believe it would suit you better," Boruto replied, shaking his head lightly. "If Boruto thinks long hair looks better, then I shall grow it out." Sarada nodded in agreement. Boruto secretly rejoiced, with just a single remark. He had inspired a girl to consider growing her hair long. What a delightful charm he possessed. As time passed, the holiday came to an end, and the classroom of the Ninja Academy buzzed with activity. Denki's gaze fell upon a peculiar creature at Boruto's feet, and he inquired curiously, "Boruto, what is that following you?" "A summoning beast." As Boruto and Sarada entered the classroom, their classmates were drawn to the small, curious figure trailing behind Boruto, filled with intrigue. Though the diminutive figure of Pakin was small, it was remarkably eye-catching, especially with its palm-sized face adorned by a specially crafted half-mask. This mask, hand-picked by Boruto for Pakin, featured a black base embellished with a row of pristine white teeth. While it seemed fearsome, it was merely a disguise to conceal Pakin's originally unsettling visage. In response to Denki's query, Boruto replied, "This is my pet dog, Pakin." The statement instantly sparked a wave of chatter among the classmates. Iwave, perplexed, remarked, "Is that really a dog? Although it has a tail, it walks upright, has only one eye, and wears such a peculiar mask. Its appearance is truly unusual." A girl, unable to contain her curiosity, gently touched Pakin's tail, only to be startled when Pakin spoke up. "Hey, kid, don't touch my tail." The sudden voice made the girl gasp and retract her hand swiftly. Her face a mix of astonishment and curiosity. The classroom atmosphere erupted with excitement as classmates gathered around, filled with endless curiosity about the uniquely appearing Pakin. "Pakin, they are my classmates. Mind your manners when you speak. Or else," Boruto chided lightly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Yes, master," Pakin responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In the arena, Iwabe and Metal were embroiled in a heated argument about who among the 5 Kage was the strongest. Exchanging blows. "The Hokage is undoubtedly the strongest," Iwabe asserted firmly. "Not necessarily. Strength depends on the situation," Metal countered. As Boruto and Sarada stepped into the arena, he couldn't help but wonder what prompted them to fight all of a sudden. "They are arguing about who is the strongest among the 5 Kage," Mitsuki explained. "What is there to argue about? My dad is invincible," Boruto replied casually. Mitsuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, the hero who ended the last ninja world war, possesses immense chakra and the power of the 9 tails. His strength is unrivaled among all Hokage, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him invincible. "Mitsuki, you do have a way with words." Boruto chuckled. "Isn't that the truth?" Mitsuki retorted. "Yes, you're absolutely right." Boruto nodded repeatedly. Then Mitsuki reminded, "By the way, it seems today is the day the 5 Kage are holding a conference in the Leaf. A conference of the 5 Kage?" Boruto murmured to himself, Itaraku ramen. Boruto and Sarada pushed the door open, greeted warmly by Young Master Boruto has arrived. She noticed the peculiar creature following Boruto and inquired out of curiosity. "Oh, what is this?" Boruto awkwardly smiled. "I am San. This is my pet summoning beast." Initially intending to refer to it as a dog, he opted for summoning beast considering the setting of the ramen shop, aiming to avoid unnecessary complications. "A summoning beast. It certainly has a unique appearance," I am commented. Boruto quickly placed his order. "I am San. 3 bowls of your signature ramen, please." "All right, please wait a moment. The ramen will be ready shortly," I am smiled in response. Subsequently, Boruto and Sarada found a seat, only to discover Denki, Iwabe, and Metal were also present at that moment. Iwabe and Metal were still engrossed in their debate over who among the 5 Kage was the strongest. Denki, noticing the commotion, softly advised, "Now that we're in the restaurant, let us not continue arguing." Boruto, appearing somewhat impatient, interjected, "Are you still arguing? How tedious." Iwabe turned to see Boruto and exclaimed, "Boruto, Sarada, you're here too. Boruto, you've arrived just in time. Who do you think is the strongest among the 5 Kage?" Just as Boruto was about to respond, the television screen above flickered to life, broadcasting the grand entrance of the 5 Kage. A golden lightning bolt streaked across the sky as the 5th Raikage, Darui, made a commanding entrance, adorned with his Raikage hat. Metal shouted excitedly, "Here comes the 5th Raikage, Darui." Iwabe also praised, "What a flashy entrance." Yet, Boruto silently mused, "Raikage Darui. The Cloud Village is doomed." The broadcast transitioned. A mist enveloped the screen, revealing the 6th Mizukage, CHJR, who entered with his twin swords. Boruto internally scoffed, "The 6th Mizukage, CHJR. What a disappointment." The mist village is finished. Following that, a stone statue slowly rose, unveiling the 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, who appeared strikingly with one hand pressing down her hat and the other on her hip, her long legs partially visible. Boruto couldn't help but grumble. The 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, the rock village is also finished. Finally, a whirlwind of yellow sand swept through, revealing the 5th Kazekage, Gaara. Boruto gazed at the screen, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Why has Gaara become less handsome? What has he endured in the Sand Village? The Sand Village is finished too. With the gathering of 4 Kage, the 5 Kage conference commenced officially. Above the hidden leaf village, a figure hovered serenely, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. Pain of the Akatsuki, that was Boruto's shadow clone. While his original self leisurely enjoyed ramen with Sarada in the shop at that moment, Pain's eyes were fixed on the Hokage Tower. And he solemnly declared, "Now, begin to feel pain." "Naruto, why hasn't Sasuke joined this meeting?" Gaara asked, gazing at Naruto, who stood quietly by the window. Darui interjected, "Didn't you mention there was urgent news regarding Sasuke's mission?" Naruto turned slowly, Sasuke has already set off to investigate the mission further. As the situation is critical, he explained. You mean? Gaara's voice carried a hint of unease. Our ninja world is about to face an unprecedented crisis. Naruto stated gravely. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office became laden with tension. The eyes of the 5 Kage interlocked, conveying a weighty sense of urgency. What is the specific situation? Naruto, CHJ broke the silence first. Do you remember White Zetsu? Naruto replied. The army of White Zetsu that Obito prepared to combat the Ninja Alliance, CHJ added. However, according to Sasuke's in-depth investigation in Kage's dimension, those White Zetsu armies were created long before we ninjas appeared. Naruto spoke with a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of the 4 Kage in the office. Moreover, Naruto continued. Based on the clues gathered by Sasuke, we can infer that a force capable of threatening Kagaya may descend upon the world in the near future. Black Soil murmured, even more powerful than Kagaya. A flicker of concern passing through her eyes. Could it be? Naruto nodded in affirmation. Indeed, those White Zetsus were created by Kagaya to combat those unknown formidable foes. That's so. How much buffer time do we truly have before that enemy makes their appearance? Darui inquired solemnly. After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied. It's hard to say. Perhaps a few days, months, years, or even an indefinite period. This is indeed a predicament. Darui frowned deeply. If this were to happen in our era, it might be manageable, but the words of this generation's Chojuro reveal a hint of worry. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked with curiosity. For a moment, silence enveloped the group, a palpable weight hanging in the air. Since you all find it difficult to voice, allow me to speak. Black Soil broke the stillness. To be honest, our next generation's current level of ninja prowess is worrisome. In this era of peace, the youth are generally weaker, and the number of ninjas has significantly dwindled, with many shunning the path of a ninja. Darui nodded in agreement. Though I wish to deny it, war indeed unleashes the potential in ninjas, compelling them to evolve continuously. Black Soil continued. Our generation was forged in the crucible of conflict, having endured countless life and death trials to attain our current strength. However, the next generation lives in a relatively peaceful environment, lacking real combat training, which is undoubtedly a significant shortcoming. Compared to past eras, they are fundamentally unreliable. But which generation has not faced such criticism? Gaara interjected, his gaze profound. What say you, Naruto? Naruto smiled softly, a vision of his son Boruto flashing through his mind. Indeed, our era is starkly different from theirs, yet I do not believe they are weaklings. They may merely be tender shoots at present, but I firmly believe that one day they will grow into ninjas surpassing us, spreading their branches and leaves to make our village flourish with vitality. This is my unwavering conviction. The group was profoundly moved by Naruto's words, immersed in emotion, when suddenly a painful voice pierced the atmosphere. How ridiculous! How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? The voice, unmistakably belonging to Pain, Boruto's shadow clone, resonated from above the Hokage office, shattering the tranquility within. Where did that voice come from? Darui queried in confusion. It seems to be from above. Black Soil pointed lightly, indicating the Hokage building's rooftop. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but facepalm with a wry smile. Boruto, what mischief are you up to now? In the skies above Konoha, Pain's figure gradually descended upon the Hokage building's top platform, reminiscent of his initial invasion of the village. The other 4 Kage arrived, their faces etched with astonishment. Pain? Gaara was the first to speak. Akatsuki, Black Soil followed suit, her tone laced with disbelief. The emotions from Gaara increased by 1356 points, from Black Soil by 864 points, from Chojuro by 1341 points. All 4 Kage, except Naruto, were utterly shocked by the sight of Pain clad in Akatsuki garb. Indeed, I am Pain, a god. Feel pain. Accept pain. Contemplate pain. Understand pain. Pain's form ascended slowly, as if towering over the others. Is this truly Pain? Darui glanced at Naruto. Naruto shook his head helplessly and looked up at Pain. Boruto. What do you intend to do? Boruto. Is that Pain your son? Gaara asked, somewhat incredulous. Naruto nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Impressive, he can fly just like the old man. What jutsu is this? Black Soil inquired curiously. Boruto, come down at once. Naruto could no longer contain his anger, his voice stern. However, Pain in midair seemed oblivious, instead proclaiming loudly, "How absurd! Let the world feel pain." Upon finishing his declaration, his Akatsuki attire suddenly tore apart. The fabric on his left shoulder vanishing, revealing skin pierced by a black rod. "Naruto, what is your son planning?" Chojuro asked, utterly bewildered. Here we go again. What new trick is this?" Naruto sighed in resignation at the sight of Pain's sudden wardrobe malfunction. "Shinra Tensei," Pain announced, his hands forming a seal, his presence imposing and fearsome. "Shinra Tensei?" Gaara's eyes widened as he watched Pain's hand seals. Boruto shouldn't know this technique yet. Naruto mused internally, but this time he could no longer bear it. In a flash, he leaped towards Pain. Just as Naruto was about to reach him, Pain transformed into a wisp of white smoke, disappearing without a trace, leaving Naruto grasping at air, another shadow clone. Gaara chuckled softly. "You fell for it, Naruto." The others chimed in with light laughter. Darui even remarked, "At this rate, it truly seems possible for them to surpass us, perhaps even you and Sasuke." Ugh, at this point, I can't even squeeze out a single progress point from my old Manin Ichiraku ramen. Boruto savored his ramen while inwardly sighing. Opposite him, the chubby shopkeeper held a bowl larger than his own face. Devouring the ramen and occasionally exclaiming how delicious it was, Sarada couldn't help but be amused by the shopkeeper's antics, stifling a laugh behind her hand. "Hey, shopkeeper, could you be a bit more mindful of your table manners?" Boruto couldn't resist chiming in. The shopkeeper immediately set down his bowl, bowing his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, master. This ramen is just too delicious. I've followed my father for years and have never tasted anything this good." Before he finished speaking, the bowl of ramen was annihilated in mere moments. The shopkeeper gazed at the empty bowl, wagging his tail at Boruto, his single eye sparkling with longing, as if to say, "Master, I would like another bowl." Boruto, feigning exasperation, replied, "My goodness, where on earth are you putting all this ramen? One bowl isn't enough for you. With your appetite, I can't afford to keep you. Perhaps I should just hand you over to Orochimaru for experiments instead." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's tail shot up in fear, his body trembling slightly, appearing both comical and pitiable that he frantically bowed to Boruto, pleading, "No, master, please don't send me to Orochimaru. He is a terrifying person, and I do not wish to become his experiment." In his memories, his father, Uchiha Shin, had often spoken of Orochimaru's cruelty and cunning. He was a presence as fearsome as a venomous serpent, and his father had endured countless inhumane tortures at his hands before he managed to escape. Seeing Boruto unmoved, the shopkeeper turned to Sarada, bowing in supplication. "Mistress, I beg you, please speak a good word for me to the master. I truly do not want to go to Orochimaru." "Mistress," Sarada was taken aback for a moment before smiling at Boruto. "All right. Boruto, stop teasing the shopkeeper. Since he wants to eat more, let us get him another bowl." Boruto chuckled lightly and turned to Ayam. "Ayam, could you please prepare another bowl of ramen for the shopkeeper?" "Sure thing. This little guy certainly has a big appetite." Ayam laughed as she brought another steaming bowl of ramen to the shopkeeper. Gazing at the ramen before him, the shopkeeper was overcome with gratitude. Once again burying his face in the steaming bowl, days later, near the entrance of the ninja school. "Why are you following me?" Butterfly tightly grasped a long-haired boy in a white outfit. The boy, restrained by Butterfly's strength, flushed slightly. Breathing a bit hurriedly, he gently patted Butterfly's enormous hand, as if he had something to say. "Butterfly, he seems to have something to say. Let him go," Kanji suggested softly. Hearing this, Butterfly slightly retracted the power of her amplification technique, gently setting the boy down. This scene was witnessed by passing students, who paused to form a circle, curiously observing the unfolding drama. "Boruto, what is happening over there?" Zweliana cast a curious glance at the group of students gathered over there. Unsure of the situation, she suggested, "Let's go take a look." Boruto, grasping Zweliana's hand, drew closer to the crowd. "Are you Fun from the neighboring class? You've been tailing me these past few days, haven't you? Are you secretly in love with me? Relentlessly pursuing me for that reason?" Dai questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. However, she quickly shook her head and narcissistically added, "But I'm afraid we are like macarons and natto, completely incompatible. How could we possibly be a match?" Upon hearing this, Fin hastily interrupted Daity's musings, pointing to the side where Jianjin stood, and explained, "No, the person I am truly interested in is actually Jean." Only after the words escaped his lips did Fin realize he had let slip a secret. a flicker of regret crossing his face. I misspoke. Dai, slightly taken aback, remarked, so it's the class president, huh? Humph. What a person of poor taste. Fun glanced around, noticing more and more classmates closing in, and felt a surge of nervousness as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Ultimately, he mustered his courage, took a deep breath, and fixed a determined gaze upon Jianjin Dai. I have always liked you. Please, would you go out with me? Fun said, bowing his head as he spoke. Zwoliana observed the entire scene and softly commented. So it's this person who has a secret crush on the class president, confessing his feelings to is this what a confession looks like? With my beauty, why haven't any handsome boys confessed to me? Dai twirled around in self-indulgence, muttering to herself, in an instant. The surrounding students covered their eyes, expressing their discomfort. Dai scoffed. Humph, a bunch of tasteless individuals. Jianjin, observing Fun's hopeful expression, couldn't help but be reminded of Boruto. With a stoic demeanor, she replied, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like. These words doused Fun's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Upon hearing Jianjin's response, Zwoliana instinctively tightened her grip on Boruto's hand. Fun's complexion paled slightly. He lifted his head and murmured to Jianjin, You like someone? I should have known better than to confess. I might as well have continued to hide. Subsequently, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Quickly fleeing the scene, Dai watched Fun's retreating figure and shook her head helplessly. Sigh. Is this how boys react after a failed confession? Meanwhile, Jianjin gently sighed and turned to leave when she spotted Boruto among the crowd. Her gaze fell upon the tightly clasped hands of Boruto and Zwoliana, and she slightly lowered her head, pursing her lips before jogging off towards the school in the spacious classroom of the Ninja Academy. Shino solemnly announced, Classmates, our class will embark on a journey to the hidden mist village in the land of water. This marks our school's inaugural field trip beyond the village. I urge everyone to exercise caution and prioritize safety. Upon hearing that they would be going to the hidden mist village, students began to murmur amongst themselves that moment. Daity's thoughts drifted towards the delectable cuisine of the land of water, conjuring images of the ocean, seafood, and the tantalizing sights of beachside grilling, making her mouth water uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lu Tai appeared somewhat anxious, remarking, The hidden mist village? My impression of it isn't very favorable. Boruto, however, privately mused. The hidden mist village, a territory of ordinary people. I hope someone there can truly understand pain. The following morning, Hinata carefully organized Boruto's belongings at home, her concern evident as she said, Boruto, I know little about the current situation in the land of water. You must be cautious and avoid danger. Boruto confidently replied, Don't worry, Mom. I'm strong now. Besides, if there's real danger, I can always use Boss P to teleport back instantly. Speaking of Boss P, Hinata's gaze fell upon the small Ninetales in Himawari's hands. A transformation conjured by Boss P, Boruto suddenly exclaimed, Oh right, Mom. Once I arrive in the land of water, I'll have Boss P take you and Himawari on a little trip. Isn't Himawari always talking about wanting to try the local specialties? As the massive ship slowly sailed towards the land of water, Boruto and Zwoliana stood side by side on the deck, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea, letting the ocean breeze caress their faces. Zwoliana curiously inquired, Boruto, what do you think lies on the other side of the sea? Boruto smiled slightly, feigning mystery as he replied, On the other side of the sea, it's the enemy. The enemy? Are you suggesting we might encounter trouble during our journey in the land of water? Zwoliana's brows furrowed lightly, a flicker of confusion and curiosity crossing her eyes upon hearing this. Boruto gently shook his head, leisurely pointing towards the vast blue sea. A few seagulls soared gracefully through the air, and the salty sea breeze playfully tousled his hair. Zwoliana followed the direction of Boruto's finger, took a deep breath, and savored the refreshing sea air. Beyond the sea lies freedom, Boruto softly stated. Freedom, Zwoliana repeated, her gaze turning to Boruto, who was steadfastly staring at the ocean. The wind gently tousling his hair. In that moment, she found herself captivated, and after a brief pause, Zwoliana instinctively leaned closer to Boruto, pecking his cheek lightly. Boruto was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled. Zwoliana, you're becoming bolder. Zwoliana's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she met Boruto's gaze without flinching. Such is the nature of young love. It feels as though one could be satisfied without indulging in chocolate. and even feel full from the sweetness of it on the opposite side of the deck. Dai observed the intimate gestures between Boruto and Liana while savoring her chocolate, feeling quite contemplative. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jianjin beside her, who was staring intently in Boruto's direction, seemingly lost in deep thought. "Class president?" Dai softly called out. When Jianjin didn't respond, Dai raised her voice. "Class president." Only then did Jianjin snap back to reality, fidgeting with her hands in a flustered manner. "Dada. What's wrong, Dai?" "Class president, you've been acting increasingly strange lately," Dai remarked with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "What's strange?" Jianjin replied nervously. "Class president, you don't happen to like Boruto, do you?" Dai asked directly. "Dai, what are you saying?" Jianjin's face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly defended herself, yet her voice bore a barely detectable tremor, betraying her inner turmoil. "Look at you. Your face is all red. How can you deny it?" Dai teased, channeling her inner detective. Jianjin took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and softly replied, Dai, please don't say such things. I merely admire Boruto." "Admire?" Dai's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. "Dai, let us not discuss this. Let us talk about the delicacies of the land of water instead." Jianjin quickly shifted the topic, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Delicious food? Speaking of the cuisine of the land of water, that's enough to make anyone's eyes sparkle." Dai's eyes lit up with excitement as she grasped Jianjin's hands. "Did you know? The land of water is a paradise for seafood lovers. Their grilled dishes, sashimi, and seafood soup are each a culinary delight. Especially their signature sushi. It's utterly irresistible. Just thinking about the fresh seafood paired with special sauces and vinegared rice makes my mouth water." As Dai spoke, Jianjin couldn't help but smile as the grand ship continued its voyage. Time passed, and the once clear sky gradually succumbed to a thick fog, enveloping the sea in a mysterious haze. With the appearance of the fog, the students had no choice but to leave the deck and return to the cabin. Inside the cabin, students either read or played games, passing the time in boredom. Only Iwabuchi sat quietly in a corner, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. The next morning, as the ship slowly approached the harbor of the hidden mist village, the fog that had troubled everyone throughout the night finally began to dissipate, revealing the outline of the village. "That I heard this place was rural. I didn't expect its modernization to surpass that of Konoha," Lu Tai remarked, gazing at the skyline filled with towering buildings, exuding the atmosphere of a modern city. "I underestimated the ordinary people. The hidden mist village is surprisingly developed." Boruto silently marveled at the prosperity of the hidden mist village. "Classmates, it's time to line up for roll call. Don't get separated. The guide from the hidden mist will be here soon." Shino's voice echoed from the shore. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in green attire, adorned with the hidden mist forehead protector, approached. With striking purple eyes and a distinctive purple pattern beneath his left eye, he wore a long blade at his waist, exuding an air of valor. "Welcome to the hidden mist village. I am Kagaya Shinkuro, your guide from today onward." Kagaya slightly bowed his head in greeting. "Kagaya? That surname seems to belong to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, doesn't it? Could this appearance indicate that he is a descendant of Yagura?" Boruto pondered inwardly. "Ts so handsome." Some girls in the class were completely captivated by Shinkuro's looks. After exchanging a few words with Shino, Shinkuro approached Boruto. "It is truly an honor to welcome the long-anticipated son of Hokage Naruto, Uzumaki. Along with your classmates." Shinkuro deeply bowed to Boruto, his tone imbued with respect. "Such courtesy. Is this the prestige of my Hokage father?" Boruto mused silently. "No need for formalities. I am Uzumaki Boruto. Feel free to call me Boruto," he replied with a smile. "Very well, Boruto. I am Shinkuro. I look forward to working with you," Shinkuro added. Under Shinkuro's guidance, they traversed a body of water and entered the heart of the hidden mist village. Within the village, the streets bustled with activity, lined with shops showcasing an array of goods that dazzled the eye. The group could not help but marvel at the vibrant scene before them. Filled with awe and admiration, Boruto gently took Sarada's hand and strolled leisurely through the streets of the hidden mist village. By the way, Boruto, where is that rascal boss?" Sarada suddenly inquired. "Oh dear, I forgot to wake him. He's still sound asleep in the cabin of the ship. That will call him later," Boruto replied. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a nearby alley. "You bumped into me yourself. Don't pin this on me. The wave's voice rang out, glaring fiercely at a man in gray. And what of it? You little leaf brat. Don't wander around our territory. The man in gray retorted defiantly. It seemed a wave had gotten into a conflict with someone from the hidden mist. Sarada frowned as she glanced towards the alley. Humph, it seems someone is in need of a lesson. Boruto smirked coldly, and in an instant, a puff of smoke enveloped him as he transformed into the form of Pain from Akatsuki. Humph, a little leaf brat looking all dejected, unable to even find his way, the man in gray scoffed. The wave, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in anger and shot back. What did you say? You scoundrel from the blood mist. You little leaf brat, today I shall teach you a lesson in manners, the man in gray declared, raising his hand to strike a wave with a fierce palm strike, clearly intending to intimidate the outsider. However, Iwabe remained calm, swiftly sidestepping the sudden attack while gripping his iron rod, preparing to retaliate. Just then, Boruto, embodying pain, appeared between the two. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? With merely a glance. Boruto exerted a slight push of repulsion, sending the man in gray flying through the air, tumbling several times before landing awkwardly on the ground. Iwabe, are you all right? Sarada approached to ask. Iwabe shook his head. His gaze fixed on the man in gray who had been sent sprawling by Boruto. That I'm fine. That guy just insists on causing trouble for me. From the man in gray, named Hachiko. Emotions surged, increasing his progress bar by 96 points. Who are you? Hachiko raised his head painfully, staring at Pain before him. I am God. Pain, Boruto declared in a tone filled with authority, daring to bully a servant of God. It seems you will need a great deal of suffering. Pain, God? Hachiko muttered, struggling to rise. No matter who you are, for daring to strike me, you will regret stepping foot on this land. Boruto's lips curled into a cold smile. I relish those who crave suffering. Continue to embrace it. With that, he raised his hand towards Hachiko. Stop. Just then, a sharp voice called from another alley. Yet Boruto appeared not to hear, unleashing a wave of repulsion from his palm. Hachiko attempted to evade, but his speed was far too slow, and he was struck by the force, sending him flying once more, crashing against a wall before coming to a halt. Progress from Hachiko's emotions increased by 116 points. While from the figure named Kisame, it surged by 221 points. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He can activate it without forming hand seals. Hachiko struggled to sit up, blood trickling from his mouth. His body racked with pain. This was merely a fraction of Boruto's repulsion. Had he applied himself fully, Hachiko's bones would surely have shattered. Who is this person? Hachiko couldn't even withstand a single blow. Why is he helping the little leaf brat? Kisame emerged from the shadows, his expression complex as he regarded Pain. That attire? Akatsuki? He exclaimed. Boruto turned, scrutinizing the approaching Kisame. Who are you? Do you also desire suffering? Suffering? You overstate matters. I have no need for it, Kisame replied, and no need for suffering. How unfortunate. Boruto sighed lightly. This man's strength is at least that of a Nin. It would be wise not to provoke him lightly. Kisame mused inwardly. He was keenly aware that the mysterious figure before him, clad in Akatsuki garb, possessed unfathomable power, as evidenced by Hachiko's dismal defeat. Sir, this is my friend. He is inexperienced. I kindly ask you to show some leniency. Kisame stepped forward, his tone imbued with respect and entreaty. Boruto narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a cursory glance at Kisame. What is your relationship with the swordfish Kisame? Kisame was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications of Boruto mentioning Kisame. Kisame is a member of my clan. He is like an uncle to me, Kisame slowly explained. However, Boruto seemed unsatisfied with this answer. Just a relation? How dull. I shall take my leave. Boruto casually remarked, dispelling his transformation and gesturing for Sarada and a wave to follow him. Transformation technique. That golden hair. He is indeed the son of Hokage Uzumaki Boruto. Kisame gasped internally, his gaze fixated on Boruto's departing figure. Boss, that just now was the son of the Hokage, Hachiko, nursing his wounds. Leaned against the wall and murmured to Kisame that I saw. Kisame replied. When shall we act? Hachiko pressed eagerly. Act? With our current strength, we are likely no match for him. I never anticipated the Hokage's son to possess such prowess. Kisame replied solemnly. What should we do? If we do not eliminate the Hokage's son, how can we incite a war between the leaf and the mist and restore the glory of the blood mist? Hachiko fretted and no need to rush. Once we obtain the 7 ninja swords, even if the Hokage's son possesses shadow-level strength, he shall meet his demise at our hands. Kisame's eyes glinted with determination. The 7 ninja swords? Hachiko's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention. Where are we headed? CHCH inquired curiously, looking ahead at Shinkuro leading the way. Shinkuro smiled gently and replied, Well, Lord CHJ, our wish is to meet with you all. Upon hearing this, CHCH could not help but murmur softly, The Mizukage? I thought we were going to meet some handsome gentleman at that moment. A voice both gentle and authoritative rang out. Oh, what delightful little guests we have. The group turned to see Terumi May gracefully approaching from the depths of the Mizukage building's corridor. Lady Terumi May. Shinkuro immediately bowed respectfully and proceeded to introduce Boruto and the others. This is the former Mizukage, Lady Terumi May. She not only played a pivotal role in ending the Ninja World War, but also laid a firm foundation for the village's prosperity. Hearing Shinkuro's praises, Terumi May chuckled lightly, shaking her head as she turned away. Those are all matters of the past. Boruto gazed at the slightly plump Terumi May before him, inwardly questioning, Is this really Terumi May? Time truly is a merciless blade. Hasn't it transformed into the visage of an elderly lady? Yet, it is also true that not every woman possesses the ability, like Tsunade, to maintain her youthful appearance through the use of the Yin seal. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Boruto executed a transformation jutsu, assuming the guise of pain from the Akatsuki. This spectacle left Kagura perplexed. Boruto, what are you doing? Meanwhile, the surrounding students had grown accustomed to Boruto's antics, silently pondering. Here we go again. Boruto is about to embark on another lamentation. Kagura turned to gaze at the figure of pain among the students, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Akatsuki, pain, the emotions emanating from Kagura increased the progress bar by 15-16 points. Boruto raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed, and addressed Kagura in a grave tone. Feel the pain. Ah, so it is Naruto's son who is transformed. Kagura scrutinized Boruto in the guise of pain, chuckling. How amusing. Naruto's son can mimic so convincingly that even I was almost deceived. Just kidding. Boruto merely smiled faintly before dispelling the transformation jutsu, reverting to his original appearance. Such an intriguing child. Now, to return to the matter at hand, Kagura said, her smile fading as she adopted a serious demeanor. Chojuro has heard that the children from Konoha have come to visit, and he has arranged an exchange program, hoping we can deepen the friendship between our two villages through this opportunity. Please follow me. With a gentle wave of her hand, Kagura led everyone deeper into the Mizukage building. Before long, they entered a spacious office, adorned with minimalist yet elegant decor. Chojuro, the current Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, was already seated, awaiting their arrival. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Chojuro, the present Mizukage. I appreciate your long journey from Konoha to our Hidden Mist Village, and I warmly welcome you. Chojuro stood to greet them. Boruto silently chuckled at the ordinary nature of the greeting, keeping his thoughts to himself. Subsequently, Chojuro commenced his speech, which caused Tsubaki to feel somewhat drowsy. In conclusion, I sincerely hope that you all can coexist harmoniously with the Hidden Mist Village, enjoying yourselves to the fullest. Chojuro said with a smile. In a bustling hotel lounge within the Hidden Mist Village, Kagura announced, I will handle the check-in for everyone. Please wait here for a moment. Afterwards, I will personally guide you around the village's various attractions. Kagura then hurried away to arrange accommodations for Boruto and the others. Tsubaki, munching on potato chips, exclaimed, Kagura is truly an impeccable man. Thoughtful, considerate, and remarkably powerful. Such a man deserves someone like me. Kagura, who had ascended to the rank of Chunin 2 years ago as a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, had also been heard to be a trusted confidant of the 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, as Mizuki slowly recounted. You certainly know quite a bit, Mizuki, Tsubaki remarked, surprised that Mizuki was so well informed. Mizuki explained, while I was in the Sound Village, I heard some tales about him. Not only has he become a Chunin, but he is also a trusted aide to the 6th Mizukage and has been chosen as the successor of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. The inheritor of the twin swords, Kiba, the 7 ninja swordsmen, are they the legendary group? Ruka asked incredulously. Mizuki nodded, continuing, indeed, the Hidden Mist Village possesses 7 cursed swords, which choose their wielders. Those selected become part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. each of whom is immensely powerful that it is said that their combined strength could obliterate an entire nation. Obliterate a nation? How formidable! Tsubaki gasped in astonishment. However, Boruto interjected, but, during their first gathering, they were all taken down by Might Guy, who turned them into the 3 treasures of good fortune. The 3 treasures of good fortune? Ruka asked, looking bewildered. Boruto explained, that means 4 were kicked to death by Might Guy right there, and had the remaining 3 not fled quickly, they would have met the same fate. Tsubaki listened in shock, unable to contain her curiosity. Boruto, is that really true? Who was Might Guy? How come I've never heard of such a powerful figure? It is true. The 7 ninja swordsmen were indeed taken down during a mission by a ninja known as Mad Guy, who is likely the Might Guy Boruto referred to. Mizuki confirmed that it seems that Might Guy is the father of Metal Lee's Master's father. Aizen added. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Metal, who was seated on the opposite luxurious chair. Father of Metal Lee's Master's father. That title is quite a mouthful. Ruka chuckled. It's the father of Might Guy. Boruto succinctly clarified that so he is the father of Kakashi's lifelong friend, Might Guy. No wonder he is so formidable, Tsubaki exclaimed, realization dawning upon her at that moment. Kagura returned, prompting everyone to conclude their discussion about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thank you for your patience. Allow me to first guide you on a tour of the Hidden Mist Village's Ninja Academy, Kagura announced, a water training facility within the Hidden Mist Ninja Academy. Dozens of Mist students wielding wooden long swords practiced with unwavering concentration. They gracefully traversed the water's surface, each strike sending splashes flying, the crisp sound of wooden blades echoing in the air. Kagura led the group to the edge of the training area, allowing them to observe the training scene more clearly. The swordsmanship of the Hidden Mist Village truly lives up to its reputation, Tsubaki remarked in admiration. Indeed, to be able to fight freely on such turbulent waters without sinking, it is evident that their foundational skills are exceptionally solid. Ruka added that moment. The 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, appeared among them, fixing his gaze on Boruto and proposing, Boruto, what do you think? Would you like to engage in a sword practice match and experience the swordsmanship of the Hidden Mist Village? Boruto surveyed his surroundings, noting the large audience, and readily agreed. A practice match? With so many witnesses, let us do this. Seeing Boruto's consent, Chojuro gently called, Kagura. Here, Kagura responded promptly. You will accompany Boruto in his practice, Chojuro instructed. Kagura hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face as he said, but, you are all ninjas. If you wish to become true friends, why not start by understanding each other's strengths? Chojuro suggested. Kagura nodded in understanding. I comprehend. With that, Boruto and Kagura each took hold of a wooden sword. Standing on the water's surface, poised for confrontation, that a puff of white smoke enveloped Boruto, who transformed into the figure of Pain. How heavy is a sack of rice to carry up several floors? This scene momentarily startled Kagura, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't mind it. It's just a little quirk of mine. Boruto chuckled lightly at that moment. The students of the Hidden Mist Village cheered for Kagura, urging him, Kagura, you must not lose to the Konoha boy. Meanwhile, Boruto's classmates appeared confident, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Then let the match begin. With Chojuro's command, the competition officially commenced. Kagura gripped his wooden sword tightly, the water beneath him gently rippling, as if he had melded with the surface. In contrast, Boruto, embodying pain, held his sword with one hand, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he quietly observed Kagura. Kagura pondered, what is going on? Boruto appears to be full of openings. Yet why do I feel that if I make a move, I will fall into his trap? He was acutely aware that Boruto, as the son of the Hokage, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength, even at a young age. Still not making a move? Then I shall strike first. Next, it's a sack of rice to carry up to the 2nd floor, Boruto said nonchalantly. As Pain, Boruto advanced toward the steadfast Kagura, each step accompanied by his words of suffering. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Is he really just going to stroll over? He truly underestimates Kagura. Who is this kid? Oh, I believe he is the Hokage's son. I heard he just arrived in our Hidden Mist today. Does the Hokage's son really suffer so much? Why is he uttering those words of pain? On the spectators' platform, the students of Kirigakure whispered among themselves. their curiosity intertwined with a hint of dissatisfaction regarding Boruto's behavior in their eyes. Kagura was not merely a 10-year-old prodigy who had attained the rank of Chunin. He was also the future heir of the ninja blade, the flatfish. Thus, witnessing Boruto treat him so frivolously naturally stirred discontent in many hearts. Though Boruto's steps on the water were slow, they exuded a sense of composure and confidence. As he drew nearer, an invisible pressure subtly enveloped Kagura, compelling him to focus even more intently. This sensation was reminiscent of his practice matches with Lord Chojuro. Kagura mused inwardly. Radai, how many exchanges do you think it will take to determine the victor? Jinzai turned to Radai and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Radai replied, although this is a contest of swordsmanship and we have yet to see Boruto wield a sword, his strength is exceptionally formidable. If he were to go all out, perhaps he could end the battle with a single strike. However, judging by his current demeanor, it seems he intends to hold back, just as the two conversed. The battle on the water had quietly commenced. Boruto's figure flickered, the wooden sword carving a flawless arc in the air as it hurtled towards Kagura. So fast. Kagura gasped internally, hastily swinging his wooden sword to parry. The two swords clashed with a resounding thud. The impact not only caused the water beneath them to ripple violently, but also sent sprays of water soaring several meters high, creating a spectacular curtain of water. From Kagura's emotions, the progress bar increased by 112 points. Such incredible speed, his movements are nearly impossible to discern. The son of the Hokage possesses such extraordinary power. The students of Kirigakure marveled in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Boruto's classmates remained notably calm, silently observing the unfolding duel. As the water curtain gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of Boruto and Kagura emerged. Their wooden swords had splintered into several pieces, leaving only the bare handles in their grips. Kagura felt a slight numbness in his hands and inwardly conceded. Not only in speed, but even strength surpasses mine. The wooden sword is too fragile. I shall switch to another weapon. Boruto chuckled lightly. Discarding the handle of his wooden sword with a flick of his wrist, simultaneously, a black bead appeared in his hand, which instantaneously transformed into two pitch-black long swords. He casually tossed one towards Kagura. Kagura, taken aback, caught the suddenly materialized long sword and, upon closer inspection, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine blade!" Though it lacks a sharp edge, its aura alone speaks of its exceptional quality. From Chojuro's emotions, the progress bar surged by 13 points. When did he draw this sword? I didn't see him perform any unsealing gestures. It just appeared out of thin air. The sixth Mizukage, Chojuro, gazed intently at the ebony long sword in their hands, his mind swirling with questions. Well then, let us continue. Boruto lightly waved the long sword in his hand. Yes, I will give it my all, Boruto. Kagura inhaled deeply, adjusting his state of mind, preparing to face the impending fierce clash. This time, Kagura took the initiative, his form nimbly darting across the water's surface. The black long sword in his hand traced deep arcs in the air, each strike revealing his profound understanding of the swordsmanship. Boruto, light on his feet, leaped effortlessly across the water, evading Kagura's flurry of fierce attacks with ease, akin to a dance upon the waves. The two obsidian-long swords clashed with fervor on the water's surface, each collision accompanied by a crisp metallic ring, sparks and splashes intertwining in a dazzling display. Kagura is truly worthy of my admiration. He can withstand Boruto for such an extended period. She munched on chips while watching the battle below. Her gaze fixed upon Kagura. Her comment elicited laughter from the crowd. As her self-absorption was already a well-known fact, Boruto's strength is so formidable. Surely Kagura must be on the verge of defeat? One worried Kirigakure student remarked. Observing Kagura gradually falling behind as time progressed, Kagura's stamina began to wane, his breath coming in labored gasps, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Each collision sent tingles through his hands, yet he clung tightly to the long sword. Continuing to fight Boruto at that critical moment, Boruto suddenly surged forward, striking out with a blade imbued with the force of the void. Kagura hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but ultimately, he could not withstand this ferocious blow. His form skidded across the water's surface for several meters before he finally managed to stabilize himself. It merely speed and power, devoid of technique. Kagura knelt on the water, panting heavily. He had exerted all his strength. Yet Boruto remained nonchalant, as if this were merely a game to him. Observing Kagura, who knelt, gasping for breath, Boruto made no move to exploit the opportunity, merely watching in silence. Kagura, rise, continue the battle, you must not lose. The shouts of the Kirigakure students echoed throughout the training ground. Kagura lifted his gaze towards Chojuro in the stands, where he saw encouragement illuminating the latter's eyes. Lord Chojuro is watching me. I cannot afford to lose like this. Kagura silently recited these words in his heart, slowly rising to his feet. Witnessing Kagura regain his stance, Boruto's classmates were unexpectedly influenced by the Kirigakure students. And someone in the crowd initiated a cheer. Go, Kagura! This cry quickly resonated, forming a wave of Go, Kagura! Among the Kirigakure students. Boruto stared incredulously at his classmates in the audience. Hey, aren't you all my classmates? Why are you cheering for someone from another village? Red-Eye chuckled lightly. Apologies, Boruto, but we are actually more eager to see you falter this time. That a smirk played on Boruto's lips. Falter? You may never witness that in your lifetime. For I am Pain of the Six Paths, Kami-sama, invincible. Just as it seemed no one would cheer for Boruto, two clear and melodious female voices rang out simultaneously. Boruto, go. It was Sarada and Inogen. Boruto smiled slightly. Two cheers are more than enough on the platform. Sarada and Inogen cheered for Boruto, both taken aback by the unexpected occurrence. Their gazes met, and Inogen nervously averted his eyes, unable to hold Sarada's gaze. Meanwhile, Kagura continued to catch his breath, his gaze unfocused as he stared at Boruto, who had transformed into Pain of the Six Paths. His expression suddenly twisted grotesquely, as if possessed by an evil spirit. Fixating intently on Boruto, is he about to lose control? Chojuro observed Kagura's distorted visage, concern brewing within him. Should I intervene? His gaze flickered between Boruto and Kagura, ultimately deciding to remain a spectator. Perhaps Boruto could restore Kagura's reason. What has happened to him? Boruto stood upon the water, gazing at Kagura's suddenly transformed face, the murderous intent flickering in his violet eyes. Then, Kagura moved, charging at Boruto like a ferocious beast, the water beneath him trembling violently from his rapid steps. He swung his sword with ferocity, yet Boruto merely sidestepped gracefully, effortlessly evading the strike, and countered with a swift blow aimed at Kagura's back. Kagura reacted quickly, positioning the long sword behind him. The two blades clashed with a sharp metallic ring. And once more, the water beneath surged, sending forth a torrent of splashes. The battle grew increasingly intense. Kagura's assault did not diminish but intensified, each stroke targeting critical points, accompanied by the howling wind. Despite the escalation in speed and power, Boruto remained composed, deftly countering Kagura's onslaught. After a particularly fierce clash, Kagura was sent flying by Boruto's strength, tumbling several times before landing heavily on the water, yet he quickly regained his footing, his face still contorted in a fierce grimace. It seems you are suffering greatly now, Kagura, but my suffering surpasses yours. Boruto mimicked Pain's tone, his expression shifting dramatically to eye in the audience. Iwaburo observed the scene unfold, a sense of familiarity washing over him. How reminiscent this scene is. Is Boruto about to get serious and bring this practice match to a close? Now, you must watch closely, Boruto said leisurely, revealing a sheathed blade in his hand from who knows when, with a subtle flick of his wrist. The long sword danced gracefully in the air, spinning several times before the sound of a swift whoosh resonated as the long sword seamlessly returned to its sheath. Wow, that's so cool. Some girls in the audience gazed with sparkling eyes, akin to twinkling stars. Jingjin jested from the side. This guy Boruto really knows how to play it cool. Boruto leaned forward, slightly crouched, his legs apart, and his gaze intense, locked onto Kagura before him. Tendaidi re Ayatsu Shirshir Okan, as he called out in a deep, powerful voice. Boruto swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword, harmoniously coordinating with his left hand to execute a fluid and graceful draw. This sequence of movements unfolded almost instantaneously, so swiftly that it was a feast for the eyes. Following this, Boruto unleashed a decisive strike. The blade shimmered like lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing sound that cut like the wind. Kagura, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with his own blade, but was instantly overwhelmed by Boruto's might, sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, just as he was about to crash into the wall. Chjur swiftly maneuvered behind him, catching him steadily, albeit taking 2 involuntary steps back. From Chjur, An emotional surge of 1238 points was registered. Kagura actually lost like this. My heavens, how strong is the son of the Hokage? One must remember that Kagura is a CH Nin. Does this mean he possesses the strength of a J Nin? How old is he? The students from Kirigikure whispered among themselves, gazing in disbelief at pain on the water's surface. What incredible power! Naruto's son possesses such strength at this age. CH marveled inwardly. What is happening to me? Lord CH Kagura, with CH support, slowly rose to his feet, his face gradually regaining its former calmness as he murmured to himself. I've lost control again, that I truly cannot wield the sword. That he lowered his head, filled with self-reproach. Observing this, CH gently patted Kagura's shoulder, his eyes reflecting understanding and encouragement. Kagura, you have performed admirably. Losing control is not your desire. It is merely a manifestation of your relentless pursuit of the sword's essence and your unwillingness to accept the status quo. Remember, the sword is an extension of the spirit. Only with a heart as tranquil as water can the sword reveal its true power and brilliance. CH spoke gently. Kagura slowly lifted his gaze to meet CH gratitude and determination shimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Lord CH but I will strive to cultivate myself, to master my emotions, and not let them become a stumbling block on my path of swordsmanship. Subsequently, Kagura turned towards Boruto, who had reverted from his transformation, a wry smile gracing his lips. What a disastrous defeat. Boruto, you are truly impressive. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet could not conceal his acknowledgement of Boruto's prowess. Boruto smiled slightly, humbly responding, not at all. It was merely luck. Kagura, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I have greatly benefited from it. The trio then returned to the observation platform, where Denki excitedly approached Boruto. Boruto, that move you just pulled off was absolutely magnificent. I didn't know you were skilled in swordsmanship. Boruto shook his head with a smile. I am not skilled in swordsmanship. Not skilled in swordsmanship. Then why did you call out so dramatically? Tendai re Iadutsu Shurshurakan? Denki inquired curiously. Boruto blinked playfully, jesting, because saying the name is to look cool. Upon hearing this, Denki's eyes lit up in realization, and he teased, so it was all for show. What a waste of such a beautiful name. Boruto chuckled. The name isn't mine. I borrowed it from someone who practices the San-Ry. He indeed has a knack for naming. Sant-Ri? I've only heard of Itt-Ri and Nai-Ri. How does one wield 3 swords? Ruka interjected with curiosity. Perhaps one holds a sword in each hand and uses their backside to clamp down on a third. Haha, maybe that's how it works. That way, during a sword duel, one wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks from behind. Jingjin speculated, amusing himself and eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. Only Didi remained unsmiling, visibly annoyed. Jingjin, you are truly disgusting. I was eating chips and nearly lost my appetite because of you. It's just a Sant-Ri. There are people in Kumogakure who can wield an Hakid-Ri. Boruto remarked nonchalantly. That Denki's eyes widened in disbelief. Hakid-Ri? That sounds too exaggerated. My worldview is about to collapse. Indeed, Boruto, how could one manage 8 swords? How would one hold them? Even if one could barely grasp them, the side effects would likely be overwhelming. How could one hope to win in battle? Sarada wondered aloud. One can indeed wield 8 swords and still triumph over opponents. Sarada, when Uncle Sasuke returns, you can inquire about it, Boruto said with a hint of mystery in his smile. Father, has he faced someone using Hakid-Ri? Sarada's eyes sparkled with curiosity, thanks to Muron Yuan, who loves to eat spicy pickled cabbage, for the inspiration. Now, everyone, please take a short break and feel free to explore. That we will gather at the beach in the afternoon. I shall lead you on a tour of the Memorial Park. Kagura announced to the crowd at Kirigikure Ninja School. The environment here is truly delightful, Sarada remarked, gently leaning against Boruto's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the glimmering sea. Indeed, Boruto replied, adjusting his posture to ensure his shoulder provided her with the utmost comfort. Feeling Boruto's tenderness and thoughtfulness, Sarada tilted her head slightly to glance at him, and then pecked him on the cheek. Boruto smiled faintly, having grown accustomed to such spontaneous displays of affection from Sarada. He gently took her hand. Sarada, do you know how to kiss? Like here? Boruto pointed to his lips, a mischievous grin illuminating his face. Sarada's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully punched Boruto, though her eyes sparkled with laughter. Stop it. This is a public place. Oh, so you mean in a secluded area, it would be acceptable? Boruto leaned in close to Sarada's ear, whispering with a teasing tone that Sarada's face turned as red as a ripe apple. And she shot Boruto a glare, offering no rebuttal, merely resting her head back against his shoulder. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying a hint of saltiness mingled with the fragrance of distant flowers. Uplifting their spirits, it is truly unfair. Why do all the little kids get to pair off while I remain single? At that moment, a middle-aged balding man from Kirigakure happened to pass by, inadvertently catching sight of Boruto and Sarada's intimate exchange, prompting him to mutter under his breath. Though his voice was low, it drew laughter from those around him. He scratched his bald head, feeling embarrassed, and quickened his pace, seemingly eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. By the way, Boruto, did you forget to wake up the boss? Aren't we supposed to pick up Key from Kirigakure? Sarada suddenly reminded him. Boruto slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting. Thanks for the reminder. He mentally called out the name boss. Almost instantly, in a luxurious cabin on a ship, the boss jolted awake from slumber. My master is calling me, it thought, promptly leaping up and opening the cabin door, racing towards the deck. Its single eye gazed down at the beach, instantly transforming into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan that a wooden board rose beneath its feet. And under its control, it floated gently, gliding towards Boruto's direction. Is that the boss? Sarada asked in surprise, looking at the wooden board soaring towards them. Boruto nodded. Yes, it's the wood release flying technique. The boss skillfully landed the wooden board before Boruto and Sarada. Master, mistress, you called for me. Its tail wagged excitedly, displaying its exuberance. Yes, return to Konoha, Boruto instructed succinctly. The boss immediately responded, understood. Its Sharingan spun once more, creating a black spatial vortex. Boruto and Sarada were drawn into the vortex and disappeared from the sandy beach. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in their home in Konoha. The space-time ninjutsu is truly remarkable. It allows us to return to Konoha in an instant, even from such a distance, Sarada remarked. Boruto nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite convenient, he pondered inwardly. The Rinnegan also possesses space-time capabilities, though I have yet to master it and cannot utilize it. Upon returning to Konoha, the mischievous proprietor utilized a transformation technique to take on the appearance of a diminutive Ninetales. When Himawari first encountered the proprietor, she was taken aback by its appearance, immediately activating her Byakugan and delivering a precise point strike, nearly causing it to perish on the spot. From that moment forth, the proprietor harbored a profound fear of Himawari at home, perpetually maintaining its petite Ninetales form. As they descended the stairs, Hinata was seated on the couch, watching television with Himawari. Upon hearing the commotion from the staircase, Hinata turned to see Boruto and Sarada approaching hand in hand. Boruto, Sarada, have you already arrived in the land of mist? She inquired softly. Boruto nodded affirmatively. Yes, Mom. We just returned using the proprietor's space-time abilities. Ah, the proprietor, Himawari exclaimed as she excitedly dashed towards the small Ninetales at Boruto's feet, cradling it in her hands. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto asked, Mom, aren't you tempted to visit the land of water for a bit of fun? Hinata shook her head. I think I'll pass. You all go ahead and just be careful. Boruto replied. All right, I'll bring Himawari back tonight. Subsequently, the proprietor once again invoked its space-time powers, and they instantly found themselves back on the sandy beach. Wow, so this is the land of water, Himawari exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. The gentle sea breeze caressed her hair, and the breathtaking vista of sea and sky prompted her to burst into jubilant cheers. The trio strolled leisurely along the coastline, the sand beneath their feet soft and fine. Himawari occasionally bent down to carefully select shells of various shapes and vibrant colors, delicately placing them into a small cloth bag she carried. After a delightful frolic by the seaside, a gentle rumble of protest emanated from Himawari's little belly. Himawari, are you hungry? Boruto perceptively noticed his sister's discomfort and inquired with concern. Himawari looked up at Boruto and nodded. Yes, I'm a bit hungry, brother. Then let us find something delicious to eat, Sarada suggested. I recall CHCH mentioning a seafood restaurant nearby with an excellent reputation. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant adorned with various oceanic motifs and settled into a window-side table. Welcome. May I take your order? The smiling waitress approached, presenting them with menus. Boruto took the menu and first encouraged Himawari to choose her preferred dish. As she perused the array of seafood images, Her eyes lit up with excitement, and finally, she pointed at a vividly colored seafood platter exclaiming, "I want this one." Boruto and Sarada exchanged knowing smiles, and each ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. However, when the waitress brought out the caviar that Sarada had ordered, a small mishap occurred. She was holding a scale in her hand. "Wait, a bowl of caviar comes with a scale. What is this?" Boruto questioned, confusion etched on his face. The waitress hurriedly explained, "Sir, the caviar is priced by weight. Is this a joke? If the table next to us sees this, they'll think we can't afford it," Boruto replied with slight irritation. The waitress quickly waved her hands in explanation. "This is our restaurant's standard policy for all customers. It applies equally." "What do you mean, equally? Is this little amount enough for anyone? Bring another jar. We each want one." "Take that scale away." The waitress, flustered by Boruto's outburst, hurried off to find the restaurant manager. "Whose children are these, anyway?" "Not sure. They look like they're from out of town." Meanwhile, other patrons in the restaurant cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. The waitress anxiously reported to a one-armed middle-aged man, "Manager, look at those children. Their attire doesn't seem like they can't afford to dine here." She spoke with hesitation. The manager, upon hearing this, involuntarily turned his gaze towards Boruto and his companions. A ripple of recognition stirring within him. So similar. Could they be that person's children? He muttered to himself, then instructed the waitress, "Do as they say. Accommodate whatever they wish to eat. Brother, please don't be angry." Himawari softly coaxed Boruto. "Himawari, don't listen to your brother. He was just speaking off the cuff," Sarada clarified from the side. Upon hearing this, Himawari's face brightened with relief. "Ah, so brother isn't actually angry," Boruto chuckled and clarified. "I just suddenly recalled a line from a movie and spoke without thinking." Just then, the one-armed middle-aged man approached them slowly. "I never expected our humble establishment would be graced by the presence of the Hokage's son." "It is indeed an honor," he remarked sincerely. Introducing himself as the restaurant manager, Boruto curiously asked, "Oh, you know me?" The manager shook his head, yet his eyes brimmed with admiration. "I do not know you personally. But I have seen your father, the Seventh Hokage. You bear a striking resemblance to him." Sarada interjected, "You've met Boruto's father?" The manager nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Yes, that was on the battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War. If it weren't for Lord Hokage's shadow clone saving my life back then, I might have suffered more than just the loss of an arm." That he paused before continuing. "I always wanted to find a chance to thank him in person. But life got busy, and with the Hokage's own duties, I never got the opportunity. Meeting you here today feels like fate." With a smile, the manager declared, "Today's meal is on me. Please enjoy." He gave Boruto and the others no chance to refuse and turned away. Sarada couldn't help but chuckle, using Uncle Naruto's name just to have a meal. Boruto shrugged in resignation. "What can I say? My father is the Seventh Hokage." Soon, an array of seafood delicacies filled the table, including 3 jars of precious caviar specially prepared. However, a slightly miffed voice piped up, "But, master, I don't have any caviar." Tea was the proprietor. Boruto laughed. "I almost forgot about you." He then turned to the waitress. "Could you please bring another jar of caviar?" The waitress promptly complied, soon returning with a jar of aromatic caviar for the proprietor. After their meal, Boruto and his companions departed, leaving a stack of money on the table. Subsequently, Boruto and Sarada strolled leisurely through the land of mist with Himawari, selecting numerous local specialties and toys, while also picking out a few items of clothing for Hinata. The proprietor once again activated its space-time abilities. And as the black ripples of space appeared, Himawari joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, Sarada-nichan, today has truly been my happiest day." As the spatial ripples gradually faded, Himawari found herself back at home in Konoha in the Mist Memorial Park. Kagura was leading everyone to a tall, earthen tower, solemnly recounting its history. This is a testament to the time when the land of mist was known as the Bloody Mist. It is a place where students were forced to slaughter one another during their graduation exams. His voice resonated with deep pain and reflection regarding that harrowing history, recalling the era of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, when it was said that the village was shrouded in blood almost daily. Boruto pondered silently, reflecting on how the fourth Mizukage Yagura was manipulated by Obito with the Sharingan, resulting in the creation of the Bloody Mist. Now that the bloodshed had dissipated and the village had returned to peace, the echoes of Kagura's words were abruptly interrupted by Iwaburo, Are you suggesting that all this blood debt can simply be forgiven? My grandfather perished at the hands of the fourth Mizukage Meeting. The land of mist cannot be absolved. His words elicited shock among the crowd. Boruto mused to himself, realizing that Iwaburo's grandfather had been slain by Yagura, which explained his reticence throughout their journey. Kagura, feeling a mix of emotions, could only murmur, "I apologize." However, Iwaburo vehemently retorted, "What are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you, but your attitude only serves to incite further anger at that moment." A group of ninjas, adorned with misty headbands and resembling thugs, approached. The leader, a man clad in white, coldly inquired, "What is the commotion about?" Another ninja subtly whispered, "Those are the young ones from Konoha Do. So these are the infamous Konoha youngsters I've heard about." The white-clad man sneered. Upon hearing this, Iwabumi's fury escalated. Indeed, there are few good people from the blood mist. With that, he brandished an iron rod, ready to strike, only to be halted by Boruto. "Fungu?" Kagura recognized one of the newcomers. Her tone laced with surprised awe. "It has indeed been a long time, Kagura," Fungu replied with a mocking grin. "What's this? Have you become Konoha's little lapdog?" Kagura's expression soured. "My affairs are of no concern to you." Fungu, however, grew even more arrogant. "How could they not concern me? You are a candidate for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the blood mist. Yet here you are, like a dog wagging its tail behind Konoha ninjas. Your current state is one of utter disgrace." He then turned to Boruto. "So it is the young master of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder Kagura is so eager to curry favor with you. I shall bring you down now, and we shall gain notoriety in the blood mist." A cold smile crept across Boruto's lips. "Just a bunch of clowns like you. Very well, allow me to introduce you to suffering." With that, he executed a transformation technique, morphing into pain, and slowly advanced towards Fungu. "Suffering? You think a mere transformation technique can inflict suffering upon us?" Fungu scoffed, drawing a kunai to stab at Boruto. Yet, Boruto effortlessly seized his wrist. A gentle yet firm squeeze elicited a cry of pain from Fungu, causing his kunai to fall to the ground. "Pain? Precisely. Continue to experience it," Boruto stated coldly. "Kagura, is it acceptable for me to administer a few rounds of pain to them?" Kagura smiled faintly. "Be my guest, as long as no lives are lost. Then, let us begin with a sack of rice." Fungu yelped in agony. "Let go of me." Struggling with all his might, he attempted to break free from Boruto's seemingly casual, yet significantly powerful grip. His face contorted in pain, revealing a pitiful visage. "Is this little bit of pain enough to make you crumble? There is much worse awaiting you. I hope you can endure," Boruto taunted, his words tinged with a sense of cruel amusement. As if partaking in a merciless game, carrying a sack of rice up several flights is merely the beginning. Fungu was internally horrified, incredulously pondering, how could this younger individual possess such strength? At this moment, regret flooded his heart, wishing he had never provoked this harbinger of doom. "What are you all waiting for? Come at him together," Fungu urged his companions, attempting to salvage some semblance of dignity despite the pain. The thuggish ninjas from the mist, though filled with trepidation, were spurred into action by their comrades' call and brandished their weapons, ready to swarm Boruto. However, Boruto appeared to regard them with indifference. Just in time. He barked, suddenly exerting his strength, flinging Fungu away with force that Fungu's body arched through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, he let out a pained groan, struggling to breathe. The surrounding thugs exchanged glances, their previously high spirits dissipating in an instant. Witnessing Fungu's downfall, a sense of retreat began to creep into their minds. Boruto stood resolutely, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the crowd. As if peering into their very thoughts, "All who crave suffering, step forward," Boruto taunted, his voice dripping with disdain and contempt. Yet, in the face of his provocation, none of the thugs dared to advance. Instead, they began to withdraw. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, save for Fungu's anguished groans. "What? Do you no longer wish to experience pain?" A cold smile graced Boruto's lips as he slowly approached. With each step he took, the thugs retreated, their faces etched with terror. Sensing their fear, Boruto swiftly appeared before one of the thugs. "What is pain?" he inquired, his tone laced with undeniable authority. The thug trembled, nearly dropping his weapon in fright. "That I don't know." "Now you will," Boruto declared, delivering a resounding slap across the thug's face. The sound echoed sharply, instantly reddening the thug's cheek. The force of the strike sent him sprawling to the ground, clutching his face in agony. The remaining thugs were paralyzed with fear, hastily retreating to avoid becoming the next victim. Yet, Boruto had no intention of sparing any of them. He vanished and reappeared before another thug, continuing his interrogation. "What is pain?" The thug stammered. "Pain is being slapped." "Incorrect," Boruto retorted with a scoff, stepping down hard on the thug's toe that a faint crack of bone echoed as the thug let out a heart-wrenching scream, curling up in agony. The remaining two thugs, realizing escape was futile, grimly raised their weapons towards Boruto. "If you desire suffering, you must first learn to endure a beating," Boruto stated coldly, advancing upon them, under the oppressive force of Boruto's presence. The two thugs were on the verge of collapse, their bodies trembling. "What is pain?" "Pain is something that must be honed over time," Boruto said, before unleashing a flurry of rapid slaps, sending the two thugs soaring through the air. They traced 2 arcs before crashing heavily to the ground. "You think you can comprehend suffering, fresh graduates of a mere 2 or 3 years?" Boruto chuckled derisively, then turned his attention back to the still prostrate Fingu. "Stop feigning death. Continue to savor your pain." With that, he stomped hard on Fingu's hand, twisting it cruelly. Fingu's piercing wail filled the air as he pleaded, "Please, I was wrong. I don't want to suffer anymore. Spare me, Kagura. Is this truly acceptable? They are ninjas from the same village as you." Ikuta expressed concern as he observed the scene. Kagura shook her head. "It's fine. They could use some hardship. They spend their days idly in the village, bullying the weak. But Boruto constantly speaks of pain. Is that truly all right?" Inoji interjected. "It's fine. He relishes it. These notions of pain have become second nature to him, even a form of ninjutsu," Ikuta explained further. "Ninjutsu?" Kagura queried. Intrigued, "We call it mouth ninjutsu. It allows him to torment his opponents physically while simultaneously unsettling their minds," Ikuta clarified. Understanding dawned upon Kagura. "I see. So it possesses such an effect." That moment, while Boruto tormented Fingu, he noticed the remaining thugs supporting each other, attempting to flee. "Who said you could leave? The suffering has not yet concluded," Boruto bellowed, causing the thugs to freeze in terror. Disregarding their pain, they prepared to unleash jutsu or throw smoke bombs in a desperate bid to escape. Yet Boruto was already prepared. He raised his hand towards them. Universal pull, Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, the fleeing thugs found their movements halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force, drawing them inexorably towards Boruto, panic-stricken and powerless to resist. They could only watch helplessly as they approached him. Boruto stepped back, crouched slightly, and coiled his fist in anticipation. 0.8 trigrams burst. Ordinary punch. "Can you withstand 20 years of suffering?" He let out a low growl, his fist striking the ruffians with a whistle of wind. Although Boruto intended to temper his strength, the force of his blow still inflicted excruciating pain upon them, causing them to tumble to the ground in lamentation. Observing the anguished figures before him, Boruto remarked nonchalantly, "When you choose this life, you must acknowledge your faults and stand tall when facing punishment." Under the combined assault of Boruto's verbal jabs and physical impact, Fingu and several rogue ninjas were left battered and bruised, kneeling in a most pitiable state. Unfortunately for them, they lacked the regenerative prowess of Uchiha Shin. If the torment continued, they might very well meet their end. "Enough. Let this be the conclusion," Boruto said, stretching his body lightly before dispelling his transformation technique, returning to his original form. Witnessing Boruto revert and depart, the ruffians felt a wave of relief wash over them, embracing each other and weeping as if to expel every ounce of their suffering. "Silence. You're unbearable," Boruto admonished coldly. His words. They immediately fell silent, stifling their sobs to mere quivers, fearful of inviting further merciless punishment. "Boruto, that technique-absorbed palm was truly impressive. You managed to draw them in from such a distance." Kagura marveled that it was merely a trivial skill. "Nevertheless, these fellows will likely spend 10 days to half a month in the hospital." Boruto replied with a casual smile, gesturing towards the ruffians behind him. "No worries. This is a lesson they rightly deserve." Kagura concurred. "By the way, Kagura, there's something I need your assistance with." Boruto suddenly shifted the topic, directing his gaze toward Sarada, who stood nearby. "What is it?" Kagura inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing major. Just come with me," Boruto said, leading Kagura away from the crowd. "Boruto, go ahead. They can't hear us here." Kagura whispered, I would like to request that you secure a hotel room for me. Boruto stated plainly that a room all to yourself. I thought it was something significant. No problem. I'll take care of it. Kagura readily agreed. He then turned to the group and announced, Thank you all for your hard work today. It's getting late, so let us return to the hotel to rest. With that, he led everyone towards the hotel. Sarada, watching Boruto and Kagura's departing figures, was unable to suppress her curiosity. Boruto, what were you discussing with Kagura? You seemed rather secretive. She couldn't help but ask. Boruto smiled slightly, leaning closer to Sarada's ear and whispering a few words. Instantly, Sarada's cheeks flushed crimson, spreading to the roots of her ears. The misty village of the hidden mist was gently cloaked in a veil of fog that night. In an opulently decorated hotel room, Sarada, clad in a pink nightgown, slowly sat up from the bed. She moved delicately, striving to make no sound, fearing she might disturb the slumbering Chaochu and Inogen in the same room. At this moment, a complex swirl of emotions surged within Sarada, a blend of anticipation, anxiety, and a touch of trepidation. Finally, she resolved to gather her courage, rising lightly and stepping barefoot onto the plush carpet. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of making even the slightest noise. Her movements were nimble as she stealthily approached the door, inhaling deeply before gently pushing it open. The sound of the door creaking was expertly muffled as she swiftly and quietly closed it behind her. Anxious not to disturb her sleeping companions, wandering along the empty corridor, Sarada's heart raced with each beat. Arriving at the door of another room, she extended her hand, fingertips brushing against the cold doorknob. In that moment, doubt washed over her, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, a mark of her shyness and nervousness, her crimson Sharingan inadvertently activating. Ultimately, Sarada mustered her courage, turning the doorknob with a gentle twist. The door was unlocked and easily yielded to her push. She stepped cautiously into the room, carefully shutting the door behind her. Though the chamber was shrouded in darkness, Sarada could distinctly make out Boruto sleeping soundly beneath the covers. She murmured softly, Are you asleep? Yet, uncertainty clouded her heart. Standing at the threshold, Sarada hesitated, unsure of her next move, remaining still. Meanwhile, Boruto had not truly fallen asleep. He was merely pretending, fully aware of Sarada's every action. He shook his head subtly at her indecision outside the door. After a moment, Sarada finally steeled herself, gliding closer to the bedside. She sat down gingerly, then swiftly burrowed into the covers, with her back turned to Boruto. She felt an overwhelming tension, her body instinctively curling up. Just then, Boruto wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, the unexpected gesture causing her to shiver. Boruto, you're not asleep? Sarada asked in a voice barely above a whisper. Boruto nestled his head against her hair, inhaling deeply, savoring the faint fragrance of her tresses. He replied succinctly, tightening his embrace around her. Sarada's heart raced even faster, almost echoing in her ears. However, Boruto interrupted her. No talking, just sleep. He held her close, as if seeking to merge her into his embrace. Thus, they lay together in tranquil silence. No words exchanged. Sarada gently rested her head against Boruto's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filled the room, Sarada awoke languidly in Boruto's arms. Suddenly, panic surged within her. Oh no, she gasped quietly, extricating herself from Boruto's embrace and preparing to dash towards the door. Boruto, lazily sitting up, observed Sarada's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but smile slightly. What's the matter, Sarada? I snuck out without Chaochu and the class rep knowing. If they find out, Sarada's voice trembled with a hint of urgency and unease. Just as she was about to push the door open, she glanced back at Boruto and impulsively ran over to plant a soft kiss on his lips. Without another word, Sarada hurriedly exited the room. Boruto touched his lips where she had kissed him, watching her retreating figure with a faint smile playing on his lips as Sarada re-entered her room. She found Chaochu and Inogen still fast asleep, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Quickly, she returned to her bed, feigning rest. Not long after, Chaochu stirred, yawning and looking at Sarada. Where did you go last night? I noticed you were missing when I got up to use the bathroom. Sarada's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself, replying, I suddenly felt a bit hungry, so I went down to grab a snack. Chaochu regarded her with a hint of suspicion but said nothing further, only muttering, You could have at least called me. Sarada promptly apologized, promising to bring her along next time, secretly grateful for having concocted a reasonably plausible excuse. So, have you been getting along well with those from the Hidden Leaf Village? Long Tenju, while wiping his face with a towel, inquired of Kagura, who was holding a basin of water beside him. At a tranquil hot spring in the Hidden Mist Village, Kagura nodded slightly, responding, "Yes, quite well." "That's good to hear," Long Tenju said, his tone betraying a sense of relief. "Lord Long Tenju," Kagura suddenly spoke, "I have decided to accept the trial for the candidate of the flounder." Long Tenju's eyes sparkled with surprise at her words. "Really? That's wonderful, Kagura. You've finally taken this step." Subsequently, Kagura took the key to the storeroom from Chijiro and proceeded towards the chamber housing the 7 ninja swords. Deep within the Hidden Mist Village, inside an ancient and solemn structure, Kagura took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. The creaking of the door hinges echoed throughout the spacious room. Where the dim light was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings, rows of shelves held various weapons neatly arranged, and in the most prominent position lay 7 distinct ninja swords, each radiating a pulsation of chakra. Kagura's gaze fixated on one particular sword, the double-edged flounder. He gently lifted it, his eyes tracing along the blade as he murmured, "Double-edged flounder." In a spacious training ground, Kagura wielded the flounder, practicing his swings above the water's surface. Truly a remarkable weapon, Kagura thought to himself, reflecting that had he possessed this sword during his previous spar with Boruto, perhaps. He shook his head, interrupting his own musings to no, even with the flounder in hand, I would not have triumphed over Boruto. Just as Kagura was lost in self-reflection, a figure approached him slowly. "It has been a long time. Kagura-do, have you already obtained the key to the storeroom?" "Shigetsu, aren't you under house arrest?" Kagura turned to see Shigetsu, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly surprised by his appearance. "House arrest is something one must actively lift," Shigetsu replied with a smirk. "Moreover, I no longer take orders from Chijiro. It is time to ignite the battle for our dignity." Refusing to follow Chijiro, "Do you seek to become a rogue ninja?" Kagura's voice conveyed a mixture of shock and confusion. "A rogue ninja? Humph, that is your term. To me. This is a revolution. We will overthrow Chijiro's rule, eliminate the Hokage's son, and reignite the era of blood within the Hidden Mist Village." Shigetsu spread his arms, fervor gleaming in his eyes. "Kagura, join us. Let us establish a new blood-soaked era, allowing the Hidden Mist Village to rise once more." Shigetsu extended his hand, attempting to invite Kagura into their ranks. "Shigetsu, why are you doing this? We have only just achieved peace. Yet you wish to." Kagura shook his head, staring intently at Shigetsu. "Umph, has the brainwashing by Meiterumi and Chijiro seeped into your very bones?" Shigetsu sneered. "Have you truly forgotten your surname, forgotten that you are the grandson of the 4th Mizukage? Katsuyagura?" Shigetsu, the shadows of the brutal era have finally begun to dissipate, and the Hidden Mist Village is gradually moving towards peace and prosperity. I am acutely aware of the weight carried by my surname. But that does not mean I wish to repeat the past and allow its tragedies to unfold once more. Kagura's voice was resolute as he aimed the flounder at Shigetsu, his gaze piercing. Seeing this, Shigetsu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his mocking demeanor. "Humph, do you think you alone can stop me?" "Chu!" Shigetsu suddenly shouted. Instantly, the water beneath Kagura surged, and a burly man clad in dark red ninja attire, wearing a mask, erupted from the surface and seized Kagura. Kagura gasped, "This is bad." "Bunshin!" Shigetsu called out once more. Simultaneously, another female ninja with light yellow hair emerged from the water, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Several golden orbs of electric chakra materialized before her, crackling with arcs of golden lightning. Kagura was struck by the sudden lightning balls, enveloped in golden currents that caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, Shigetsu swiftly seized Kagura by the throat, wresting the flounder from his grasp. "Without you, the 7 ninja swordsmen can still rise again," he declared coldly. "Aikir, Taiku, Hibi, Mei, Suki." Shigetsu continued to call out. 4 more ninjas clad in dark red attire emerged from the water. "You?" Kagura struggled to break free from their grip, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. "That I could easily choke the life from you now. But I want you to witness how we overthrow Chijiro's regime and eliminate the Hokage's son." Shigetsu said with a sinister grin. then struck Kagura, rendering him unconscious. He glanced at the double-edged flounder in his hand before tossing it to Suki. "Boss, you don't want this?" Suki caught the flounder deftly. A look of confusion on his face. "What I desire has always been the great sword, Samahata." His words revealed an unwavering obsession with Samahata. After confiscating the key to the storeroom from Kagura, Shigetsu turned and departed. "Let us go. The glorious era of the 7 ninja swordsmen is about to return." As night fell like ink in the room of an inn, Sarada gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Just as before, she lingered at the threshold, hesitating to advance further, her hands unconsciously entwined, fingers lightly rubbing together, her head bowed, a hint of shyness and discomfort gracing her features. Boruto, noticing her demeanor, smiled and gracefully rose from the bed. Approaching Sarada slowly, "Sarada, you're here so early today? I left a shadow clone over there." Sarada replied in a barely audible voice. "I see." Boruto responded softly. Sarada felt his presence drawing nearer, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her clear eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety. "Boruto, what are you going to do?" she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Boruto did not answer directly. Instead, he continued forward until he stood directly before Sarada, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's warm breaths. He smiled gently. "What do you think?" In this room of a solitary male and female, Sarada shuddered slightly at his words, desiring to retreat, yet finding no avenue for escape, her back pressed against the cold wall. Boruto took the opportunity to extend his hand, gently resting it against the wall, creating a wall-dong posture that quickened Sarada's heartbeat. Her body instinctively shrank back slightly, her mind racing with internal dialogue. "Sarada, oh Sarada, what on earth are you so shy about?" The flush on her face gradually faded as she lifted her gaze to meet Boruto's. Their eyes locking, her Sharingan unconsciously activated. She reached out, placing her hand gently on Boruto's chest, giving him a soft push that sent him against the opposite wall. Following this, Sarada supported herself against the wall as well, her other hand caressing Boruto's cheek, dramatically reversing the situation. Boruto blinked in surprise, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Gazing into Sarada's crimson eyes, "Long last. This blade is in my hands. The very weapon my father once wielded." Deep within the storeroom of the hidden mist village, Wendan gripped the double-edged flounder, murmuring, "Lightning blade. Fong." Simultaneously, Shigetsu sensed the chakra emanating from Samahata in his grasp. Whispering, "I've obtained it, the great sword." Samahata. A manic smile spread across his shark-like teeth. "This colossal blade, once belonging to Kisame Hoshigaki, is now mine." He caressed the slightly quivering Samahata, speaking solemnly, "Do not rush. Soon you shall feast to your heart's content." Dull blade, Digaki, flute-playing giant hornet, lightning blade, Fong, Wendan, broken blade, decapitation great sword, Taiku, explosive blade, splashing ghost, Aikir, double-edged flounder, Suki, long blade, sewing needle, Mei, and migrate sword, Samahata. From this moment forth, we, the 7 ninja swordsmen, officially declare our return. Shigetsu surveyed the surroundings, his voice resolute and undeniable. "Boss, we have now gathered all 7 swords. What is our next plan?" Taiku asked, wielding the decapitation great sword, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Shigetsu pondered for a moment before replying. "Let me think. First, we must eliminate the Hokage's son to incite chaos, then take the opportunity to stage a coup with those individuals. However, the Hokage's son is not to be underestimated. It might be difficult to act within the hidden mist village." Taihaku expressed his concerns. Shigetsu narrowed his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "Indeed, it is too risky to act directly within the village. However, we can find a way to lure him outside the village. Does he not have many classmates coming? We can simply capture one as bait." A splendid idea. Wendan nodded in agreement, his eyes shimmering with the same excitement and anticipation. "Well then, let us officially commence our operations." The 7 ninja swordsmen, with a commanding voice, Shigetsu Shizun issued the order, and the group nodded in unison, each beginning their preparations. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak outside the storeroom, a solitary figure stood quietly. Shigetsu Shizun indeed possessed considerable strength. Yet his character was profoundly despicable. It was unexpected that he would orchestrate a coup. He sighed softly, contemplating the involvement of members from the Ghost Lantern clan. That it mattered little. for I am no longer a resident of the Hidden Mist Village. These conflicts hold no relevance for me. The 7 ninja swordsmen. I wonder if Naruto's son can withstand them. Shigetsu murmured to himself before his form flickered and vanished from sight. As night fell. The streets of the Hidden Mist Village were illuminated by flickering lights. Raikage, carrying several bags of purchased goods, wore an expression of excitement as he prepared to return to the hotel. However, at that moment, a street light began to flicker erratically. Suddenly, Raikage's figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a scattered pile of goods gently swaying in the night breeze. That I in a luxurious hotel room, Sarada declared. Reverse Tengu. Boruto was taken aback by Sarada's sudden advance. Yet, he thought to himself, what of it? I welcome it. The shyness that adorned Sarada's face quickly faded, replaced by a mischievous grin. Her fingers softly caressed Boruto's chin, her gaze becoming slightly dreamy, just as she leaned in. Poised to place a kiss upon his lips, the faint rustle of the curtains abruptly interrupted her movement. Boruto, displeased, turned toward the window and muttered, damn it, who is the impertinent fool that has interrupted my moment? I shall make them experience endless torment. On the window pane, a smear of blood quietly emerged, forming a line of text. Your companion is in our hands if you wish to rescue him. Come. Sarada furrowed her brow, suspicion brewing within her. Who has been captured? Could it be that group of ruffians from yesterday who targeted our classmates? She turned to Boruto, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Boruto pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's unlikely to be them. Those thugs should still be lying in the hospital. This must be the work of their backers. After speaking, he closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal his Byakugan. As the entire landscape of the Hidden Mist Village unfolded before him like a painted scroll, ultimately, his gaze settled upon a solitary island beyond the village, where Raikage and Kagura were bound by iron chains. While Shigetsu and his cohorts lurked in the shadows, it is the kin of the ghost shark, 7 of them. Are they the 7 ninja swordsmen? Boruto mused inwardly. On that desolate island, Shigetsu and his group stood with their swords drawn, waiting silently. Do you think the Hokage's son, Boruto, will truly come? When Dan inquired softly, if he doesn't, we shall execute him. Shigetsu retorted coldly, I have thoroughly investigated. That brat's name is Raikage, and his father is the wealthiest man in the Leaf Village. With Lightning Rail being his family's enterprise, should we kill him, it would undoubtedly incite hostilities between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. With a sharp gaze, Shigetsu glanced at the tightly bound Raikage. Boss, we have movement. Hachika suddenly pointed toward the distance, where a figure was steadily approaching. At that moment, Boruto approached, a wooden plaque slung over his shoulder, walking with resolute steps. Kagura and Raikage, despite their chains and gagged mouths, struggled fiercely, emitting muffled cries upon seeing Boruto coming alone. The Hokage's son, you have finally arrived. Shigetsu leaped from the shadows, his voice dripping with provocation. Boruto gently placed the plaque on the ground, leaning slightly against it, and nonchalantly remarked, what was your name again? It doesn't matter. Who shall be the one to receive a bag of rice next? Pain. The Hokage's son, I admit I was no match for you before. With the shark skin now in my possession, you stand no chance against me. Today, to die at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen is a fate you may consider fortunate, Shigetsu sneered. The 7 ninja swordsmen? How laughable. The unfinished business of Might Guy shall be completed by me. As Boruto spoke, he flipped the wooden plaque over to reveal the words foot kicking the 7 ninja swordsmen inscribed upon it. Foot kicking the 7 ninja swordsmen? You little brat, you are far too arrogant. I have never encountered someone so audacious in my life. Dan mocked derisively. Well, today you shall witness it, Boruto replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unperturbed, enough with the chatter. Hachika, kill that Raikage brat first, and see how long he can remain arrogant, Shigetsu commanded. Understood. My great sword is eagerly awaiting its thirst for blood, Hachika responded, brandishing his executioner's blade. A fierce expression on his face as he charged toward Raikage. Just then, Boruto swiftly extended his hand, an overwhelming gravitational force pulling Raikage and Kagura to his side with astonishing speed. What? Shigetsu and the others were left aghast. In an instant, Boruto performed a transformation technique, morphing into the form of Deva Path Pain. Kidnapping is one thing, but seeking to take a life. Let me ask you, do you not regard me, Tobarama Sinju, as a threat? As Boruto transformed into Deva Path Pain, arcs of blue lightning danced around him, the black and red cloud robe bursting apart under the energy's tumult, revealing the skin on his left shoulder. Adding an aura of dominance, Devapath Pain, Shigetsu and his companions stared in disbelief as Boruto transformed before their eyes, surrounded by flickering blue arcs, his attire torn by the energy's surge. Humph, merely a transformation technique. And you dare to think you can foot-kick the 7 ninja swordsmen. It is nothing but a dream, Windan scoffed coldly. The jutsu you just exhibited was indeed impressive, but before my shark skin. Any technique is merely a futile struggle, Shigetsu asserted, his gaze fixed coldly upon Boruto. At that moment, Boruto casually waved his hand, releasing the bindings that held Kagura and Raikage. Boruto, be wary of that shark skin blade. It is a living demon sword that can devour the techniques and chakra of its opponents. Kagura urgently cautioned, tearing the tape from her mouth. That it matters not. I am the strongest. Boruto smiled confidently and began to walk towards Shigetsu and the others. A mere transformation technique? Many have spoken similarly to me before, yet their fates were all agonizingly tragic. You shall not be the exception. Shigetsu, feeling a surge of anger, commanded his subordinates to prepare for combat and began forming hand seals. Crimson Mist Barrier. As he unleashed the barrier, the entire island was enveloped in a thick, dense fog, visibility plummeting to near zero, and the figures of Shigetsu and his men became indistinct within the mist. Boruto stood resolute amidst the fog, thin steel wires stealthily coiling toward him. The longsword needle technique. Boruto smiled lightly. An invisible force surged from him, creating an impenetrable repulsive force field that kept the wires at bay. Just then, Ikaru burst into the mist, wielding the explosive blade, leaping toward Boruto like a tiger descending from a mountain. Die, Hokage's son. Ikaru roared as hundreds of explosive tags materialized on the blade, threatening to engulf Boruto in a cacophony of explosions. However, upon contact with the repulsive force field, the explosive tags encountered an invisible barrier. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a dazzling blaze, yet all of it was thwarted by the repulsion, unable to touch even a hair on Boruto's head. From the ghost grapefruit Ikaru, emotional progress increased by 98 points. Is this the jutsu that defeated Hachika? How could it be so powerful, easily repelling even the explosion of the explosive blade? Ikaru exclaimed in shock. Because you are simply too weak, Boruto replied disdainfully, extending one hand, slightly raising it, with his ring and little fingers bent, the middle finger resting upon the index, and the thumb proudly raised, as if he were in command of everything. Domain expansion. With a deliberate exhalation, Boruto uttered these words, unleashing an even more formidable repulsive force that surged forth like an unstoppable tide. The air surrounding him was torn asunder by this immense power, creating ripples of white that spread outward, while the ground itself was rent, sending soil flying in all directions. What? Ikir exclaimed in shock, hastily brandishing his explosive blade to shield himself. Yet, the released repulsive force far exceeded his expectations. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, the explosive blade was violently knocked from his grasp by this irresistible power. Simultaneously, his body was propelled backward by the overwhelming impact, tumbling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Fortunately, Shigetsu was quick-witted, swiftly employing a water sphere to catch Ikir, thereby mitigating most of the force. However, even as the water sphere successfully absorbed the shock, Ikir's hands had already sustained catastrophic fractures from the assault. No, my hands, Ikir lamented, his arms dangling helplessly as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream, as if to expel all the agony within him. The emotional turmoil from Ikir contributed 398 points to the progress bar, while the despair from Shigetsu added 132 points, and the anguish from Shigetsu's true form contributed 223 points. Witnessing Ikir's torment, the others wore expressions of grave concern, their hearts filled with disbelief at the unforeseen turn of events. Shigetsu's face darkened ominously. He had not anticipated Boruto's overwhelming strength, which could withstand even the explosive power of the explosive blade. At that moment, the dense fog began to dissipate under the relentless assault of the repulsive force, revealing the island in all its stark clarity. Incredible! Is this truly Boruto's power? Kagura marveled at the devastated landscape in the distance, her voice laced with awe. Boruto, give it your all, show them the might of pain, and let them understand the burden of a single grain of rice. Denki shouted excitedly from afar. Next, it will be your turn to experience suffering. Boruto coldly directed his gaze towards Shigetsu, son of the Hokage. Do not presume that you can easily overcome me. The power of the shark's skin is beyond your imagination. Shigetsu bellowed, his form suddenly surging forward like a fierce shark, lunging at Boruto with ferocity. A mere water clone, Boruto dismissed Shigetsu's charge, raising his hand toward a massive boulder behind him. In an instant, Shigetsu's true form, previously obscured, was drawn forth against his will by an invisible force, laid bare before Boruto. How is this possible? How did he discern that it was a water clone? Shigetsu's heart raced with shock as his body sped uncontrollably toward Boruto. This is the first kick, Boruto stated nonchalantly. Then shouted, Tend, Buddha Mountain Shadowless Kick. Shigetsu's eyes widened in horror as he frantically swung his shark's skin, attempting to block the impending strike. Yet, it was too late. Boruto's foot connected with devastating force, sending Shigetsu hurtling backward. Shigetsu cried out, crashing violently into a massive rock, becoming ensnared within it, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion as pale as a ghost. The emotional turmoil from Shigetsu added 443 points to the progress bar. How can this be? The Hokage's son is merely 9 years old. How does he possess such overwhelming strength? This is beyond human. Wendan gasped, her tone stripped of the earlier disdain. This moment, they were engulfed by profound regret, feeling as though they had willingly walked into a trap, offering themselves as mere fodder for Boruto. Next, the second kick. Boruto's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the remaining 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Faced with the icy glare of Tendo pain, Boruto, the 6 members instinctively recoiled a step. An unprecedented chill seeped into their hearts. Aikir, his hands rendered useless, was consumed by pain and terror, turning to flee without hesitation. Desperate to escape this harrowing place, before me, no enemy shall evade their fate. They will only submit to the baptism of suffering. Boruto raised his hand once more, and Aikir's body was inexplicably halted midair, as if ensnared by an invisible tether, inexorably drawn back toward Boruto. Please no. I no longer possess the explosive blade. I've withdrawn from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Do not kick me. Aikir pleaded, his voice tinged with utter despair. Yet, Boruto appeared unmoved, mercilessly lifting his leg. The second kick, he proclaimed, Tend, Wind God Leg. In an instant, Aikir was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, his body tumbling across the ground, rolling helplessly. A cloud of dust rising around him. The emotional turmoil from Aikir contributed 330 points to the progress bar. The remaining 5, witnessing this spectacle, exchanged resolute glances. They understood that in the face of Boruto, begging for mercy or fleeing would be utterly futile. Only by fighting with all their might could they hope for a slim chance of survival. Ninjutsu. Thunder's victory. Wendan raised her thunderblade, golden lightning surging forth like a torrential wave, coursing into her being. She shimmered with the brilliance of a golden lightning fox, crackling with energy, her presence formidable. Goff, Hasaku, and Habai were equally undeterred, each brandishing their ninja swords and launching a fierce assault on Boruto. Thunder Burial, Thunder's Feast. Wendan swung her thunderblade, unleashing a blinding arc of golden lightning that roared toward Boruto. However, Boruto remained utterly unmoved, merely casting a casual glance at her attack. The golden arc seemed to encounter an invisible barrier in midair, dissipating into nothingness. Damn it, ninjutsu is ineffective, Wendan roared in frustration. Observing the 5 armed with ninja swords advancing towards him, Boruto simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, a wave of repulsion surged forth, hurling the assailants away, who rolled several times upon hitting the ground before coming to a halt. Now, for the third kick, Boruto coldly declared that moment. Wendan, groaning upon the ground, felt an invisible force drawing her toward Boruto. Tend, descending dragon leg, Boruto bellowed, delivering a powerful kick. Wendan was sent soaring into the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground, dust erupting around her. The emotional turmoil from Wendan contributed 368 points to the progress bar. Next, Boruto repeated the process, drawing Goff, Hasaku, and Habai toward him, each receiving a kick in turn. They were sent flying as if kicked like a soccer ball, tumbling through the air before crashing down violently. Now for the last one. Are you from the Hozuki clan? Your watery form can withstand ordinary attacks. Allow me to increase the intensity, Boruto remarked with a hint of mockery as he gazed at the kneeling Izuki. The seventh kick, he intoned .9 Heaven's Thunderbolt double kick. Boruto leaped into the air, his chakra surging, the azure power of lightning coalescing around his feet, akin to a thunder god descending upon Izuki. Oh no. It's lightning release. Izuki thought in terror as he beheld Boruto, the blue lightning dancing in the sky. He intended to rise and evade, but an invisible force immobilized him, rendering him unable to move. Zzz. Boruto's foot landed squarely on Izuki, and the blue current erupted forth. The ground erupted with flying debris as Izuki let out a piercing scream, his watery form billowing with steam under the electric assault. Ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, the emotional turmoil from Izuki contributed 447 points to the progress bar. Goodness, to deal with the Hozuki clan with such ruthlessness, Mizukage observed from the sea outside the island. Shivering involuntarily that Naruto's child possesses an absurd level of power, though these individuals, aside from Shigetsu, were merely ch9 level. The ease with which Boruto triumphed was astounding. Is this the end? Kagura murmured, gazing at the fallen seven. Wow, Boruto is truly incredible, defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen with a mere kick. What a spectacle! As the electric shock echoed in the air, Boruto murmured to himself, the achievement of unlocking the foot-kicking Ninja Blade 7 has been attained. Just as his words hung in the air, a sudden, jarring voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiaji, cease this at once. What on earth are you doing? Do you intend to devour me? Shizukane's expression was one of sheer terror. His eyes wide as he beheld Jiaji methodically consuming him. Kagura, witnessing this alarming scene, spoke with uncertainty. Could it be that Jiaji has gone berserk? Is this a fusion with Jiaji? Yet, it appears that the method of merging is distinctly different from that of Kisame. Boruto's gaze was fixated on Shizuken, whose form was gradually transforming into that of a shark human, deep contemplation swirling within him. Before long, Shizuken's body was being devoured by Jiaji, his skin manifesting shark-like patterns. Exuding an aura of primal ferocity, at that moment, Shizuken, or rather, this shark human, let out a chilling chuckle. Chakra? I crave chakra. No sooner had he uttered those words than the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him towards Boruto with the swiftness of an arrow. However, as he neared Boruto, an invisible repulsive force halted his advance, and no matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not breach this unseen barrier. Chakra! Chakra! He bellowed, his desperate attacks accompanied by frantic screams. Boruto's gaze turned icy as he muttered. Is Jiaji in control of his consciousness, seeking to absorb chakra? Are we? Let us see who can absorb more. With a subtle wave of his hand, the repulsive force dissipated, granting Shizuken the freedom to lunge at Boruto. His hand, adorned with barbs akin to Jiaji's, struck towards Boruto, only to be grasped firmly by him. The moment Boruto made contact with Shizuken's arm, he distinctly felt his own chakra draining away. A cold smirk crept across his face as he activated the powers of his Rinnegan. Beginning to siphon Shizuken's chakra, suddenly, Shizuken's body convulsed violently. From the great sword Jiaji, a surge of emotion flowed, the progress bar increasing by 356 points. Boruto was taken aback, then chuckled darkly. Ah, I didn't expect Jiaji to possess emotions. It makes sense, after all, it is a living blade. Very well, let us not be polite. You absorb yours, I shall absorb mine, and we shall see who is the quicker siphoner. After an intense struggle, Jiaji ultimately could not outpace Boruto's absorption. At this juncture, Shizuken's body quaked uncontrollably as Jiaji voluntarily detached from him. Now, Jiaji had shrunk significantly from its original broad blade, wriggling like a caterpillar as it crawled away. Simultaneously, it emitted a series of pained clucks. Distancing itself from Boruto, not even think about escaping. Boruto snorted coldly. Since you also possess emotions, then you shall participate in the next phase of suffering. The 1000-7 segment, in the depths of the storage room in the Hidden Mist Village. Terumi Mei and CHJ are stared at the bloodied words scrawled on the wall, their brows furrowed. The key to the storeroom should be difficult to replicate. Where could it possibly be? Terumi Mei inquired. CHJ replied. The key is currently in Kagura's possession, and with Kagura now missing, Shizuken and his cohorts have likely seized it from him. What do you intend to do now? Terumi May spoke in a low tone to Sage-R's expression grew resolute as he picked up a sharp blade from the ground, slowly drawing it forth, his tone unwavering. The 7 ninja blades are a symbol of the Hidden Mist Village's honor. Since someone dares to use their name for nefarious purposes, threatening the village, I vow to eradicate them. On a small island outside the Hidden Mist Village, a row of crucifixes stood tall, with Shizuken and the other 7 firmly nailed to them. Jiaji was similarly bound to a crucifix, emitting pained clucks as its body writhed in a futile attempt to escape its shackles. Boruto, what will you do next? Kagura's gaze flitted over the crucified figures before finally settling on Pain, Boruto, in front of him. Boruto's eyes were cold as he replied, naturally, I shall make them experience 100-fold, 1,000-fold of torment. They kidnapped my little brother and sought my life. They must pay dearly for their actions, suffering to the point of regretting their very existence. Kagura frowned slightly upon hearing this, turning his gaze towards Boruto as he implored, Boruto, before you enact this suffering, may I ask them one question? Is that permissible? Boruto glanced at Kagura, responding indifferently. Go ahead. Kagura then turned to Shizuken, who had been roused from his stupor by a splash of cold water. Shizuken opened his eyes, meeting Kagura's gaze before shifting to Boruto, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The son of the Hokage, you are indeed formidable. To perish at your hands. I can at least die with dignity. Kagura's eyes narrowed sharply as he regarded Shizuken, slowly asking, Shizuken, why did you instigate this coup? Shizuken burst into laughter, a mad glint sparking in his eyes. Coup? You are mistaken, Kagura. This is a revolution. Kagura's brow furrowed further. A revolution? Then why are you so fixated on returning to the era of blood mist? That time was rife with. Shizuken interjected, his voice brimming with mania. Of course, it's because it's entertaining. Imagine, yesterday you were close comrades, and the next moment, you are engaged in a fight to the death. The thrill and exhilaration are incomparable. Ha! As Kagura gazed upon Shizuken's maniacal laughter, a chill surged through him. He turned away from Shizuken, addressing Boruto. I have finished my questioning. Boruto, please commence with your torment. A cruel smile danced on Boruto's lips as he remarked. I find it amusing that you all think you can incite a coup with just the few of you. But it matters not. I have no interest in that. Now, let you all taste the flavor of suffering. With that, Boruto splashed cold water onto the remaining unconscious figures, rousing them from their stupor. That a few began to plead for mercy, while Ikirita and Injetsu could only groan weakly due to their severe injuries. Boruto disregarded their cries for mercy, instead stating, Next, I will pose a question to you. If you answer correctly, I shall free you and escort you out of the land of water. However, if you answer incorrectly, you shall face the punishment of pain. The group felt a shiver run down their spines. Even in their dire predicament, a glimmer of hope lingered in their hearts. Boruto elongated his voice, surveying each person on the crucifix. What is 1,000 minus 7? This seemingly simple question momentarily stunned everyone. ITS 993. Jufing shouted first, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet, Boruto shook his head lightly, his tone devoid of emotion. Incorrect. Now, it is time for suffering. He then produced a long whip from his hand and swung it down 8 times. The sharp sound echoing through the air, the 7, along with Jiaji, were soundly struck by Boruto's lashes. When he struck Injetsu, Boruto infused the whip with lightning chakra. The emotions from the flute-wielding giant surged, increasing the progress bar by 265 points. The air was pierced by the anguished screams of the 7. Ikirita and Injetsu writhed in pain from their injuries, while Shizuken remained unperturbed by Boruto's lashes. Though his expression shifted slightly, he suppressed any sound of discomfort. Jufing roared, Why? Why is it wrong? 1,000 minus 7 equals 993, doesn't it? Electric, perplexed, looked toward Kagura. Boruto is likely just trying to torment them. This question has no answer. Kagura shook his head slightly, observing their punishment without a hint of sympathy. You bastards. Why? It was Jufing who answered. Wendan screamed in anger, thrashing wildly against her crucifix. Boruto coldly regarded them, stating, I forgot to mention that if one person answers incorrectly, all of you must endure the punishment. After all, you are the 7 ninja blades, are you not? He turned his gaze to Jiaji, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. That I almost forgot you are a blade. Hard as you are, a mere physical attack will not inflict pain upon you. If I recall correctly, You detest fire, do you not? With that, Boruto's chakras surged, igniting the whip in flames, with a sudden flourish of his hand. The flame whip lashed violently against the skin of the sword. The fire, though devoured by the blade, evidently inflicted pain, causing it to writhe uncontrollably. The emotional response from the great sword, Jiaji, registered an increase of 328 points on the progress bar. The onlookers, crucified alongside, were left aghast, unable to fathom that Boruto would spare not even a single blade. Rest assured, I shan't use the fire whip on you. After all, your bodies could scarcely withstand it. Boruto declared. He then continued with his inquiry. What is 1000 minus 7? There's simply no answer. Everyone refrained from responding. He is merely toying with us, shouted Hachizaku. Is no one going to answer? Boruto scoffed before delivering another crack of the whip upon them. This strike was far more brutal than the last, leaving deep welts across each of their skins. What is 1000 minus 7? Boruto's voice was as frigid as ice. The captives groaned in agony, his question hanging over them like an invisible blade. Wait. The voice of Jufeng trembled, attempting to respond yet swallowing his words, for he knew any answer would only yield further suffering as time wore on. Several began to grow numb to Boruto's whip, their emotional responses dwindling to its time to amplify the intensity. Boruto proclaimed, the long whip in his grasp crackling with azure electricity, a stark contrast against the night. With each swing of the whip, accompanied by the sharp, ear-piercing sound of electricity, he struck precisely upon the bodies of those on the cross. Even Shizung, who had been silently enduring, could no longer suppress his cries of anguish. Having lost patience, Boruto ceased to ask about 1000 minus 7, instead mercilessly wielding the electrified whip against them. This is unbearably painful, Shueiwa lamented, observing the flickering arcs of electricity from the island. You've been watching all along. Haven to you, Shueiwa. Mizuki appeared on the surface of the sea, slowly approaching Shueiwa. I never anticipated I could conceal this from you. Shueiwa shrugged helplessly. However, if Wuin village discovers I am here on such a task, it will spell trouble. I also never imagined that after so many years, I would return to my homeland to undertake such a mission. I truly cannot comprehend why those fools would consider overthrowing the Mizukage. Shueiwa gazed disdainfully at the 7 individuals being tormented by Boruto on the island. With such meager strength, a bunch of youngsters who have never even experienced war dare to attempt a coup? Oh, Shueiwa, do you harbor disdain for them? Mizuki asked curiously. Of course, Shueiwa scoffed, her eyes brimming with contempt. Seeing these youngsters wielding the 7 ninja swords without even knowing how to use them is an affront to the legendary blade's reputation. How can I not be angered by their desecration of the swords? Is that so? Shueiwa, you were once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, were you not? Mizuki remarked slowly. That is all in the past. Shueiwa sighed, seemingly unwilling to delve into those memories. By the way, Mizuki, looking at Boruto now, do you truly think he is your son? Well, despite his cruelty at present, it is only directed at enemies, Mizuki replied. Her gaze shifting to Boruto, who continued to swing his whip in the distance. For his comrades and family, Boruto is exceedingly gentle and cherishes them. He truly is my son. It seems you have learned much in Konoha. Shueiwa remarked, tossing a scroll to Mizuki. This contains names of those who support Shizung from the shadows. Just deliver it to the Mizukage, and I shall take my leave. With that, he instantly transformed into water, blending into the ocean. Meanwhile, on the island, the cries of agony echoed incessantly. The emotional response from the great sword, Shizung, registered an increase of 749 points. I will answer. Shin collapsed, her voice laced with sobs. It equals 911. No, 998. No, I don't know. Please, stop hitting me. I beg you. Yet, Boruto seemed to disregard her pleas, continuing to wield the whip that I never asked. Why do you answer? Continue to endure the pain, beneath the blinding arcs of electricity. Their bodies convulsed, skin charred by the electric arcs, emitting a repugnant, burnt odor. Jufeng, Wendai, Hachisaku, and the others were on the brink of fainting, while Ikarutai and Injitsuki's groans had grown faint, as if they were about to draw their last breath. Shizung was the only one still relatively coherent. Boruto regarded him and could not help but praise. You're quite capable, aren't you? Pressure main. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Jiaji began to thrash wildly. The emotional response from the great sword, Jiaji, saw the progress bar increase by 990 points. Is there emotion here? Boruto found amusement in Jiaji's reaction to this moment. Jiaji had consumed a considerable amount of Boruto's chakra, becoming exceedingly rotund. "Are you missing the Akatsuki's Kisame?" Boruto inquired softly. Upon hearing that name, Jiaji appeared agitated, nodding with its massive mouth while emitting a series of clucking sounds that Boruto's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chuckled lightly. "Deciding to grant this sword a special treatment, since you long for him so dearly, let us impart upon you more suffering." Lightning 5 whips. With that, Boruto swung the whip, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder and the explosive sound of air. Striking the great sword, Jiaji, as if 5 furious electric dragons had descended upon it. Jiaji convulsed violently under the relentless barrage of electric strikes. The emotional response from the great sword, Jiaji, saw the progress bar rise by 1129 points. Though the electric shocks were agonizing, Jiaji absorbed them completely, ultimately letting out a satisfied belch. "Kamika, are you all right?" At that moment, Chujuru, leading dozens of Wuin Umbu members, hastily arrived on the small island. Kamika gently shook her head and replied, "Lord Chujuru, I am unharmed." Chujuru nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Shizhong and the others, who were now battered and barely clinging to life. "Has it all come to an end?" Chujuru mused inwardly, his gaze filled with astonishment. Evidently, Boruto had single-handedly defeated Shizhong and his companions, who wielded the 7 ninja swords. Showcasing such formidable strength at his age was truly terrifying. Chujuru turned to Boruto, expressing his gratitude. "Boruto, thank you for rescuing Kamika and thwarting Shizhong and his company." Boruto smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. They simply lacked resilience, which was rather disappointing. Jiaji is far more durable. Chujuru could only chuckle helplessly at this. Mentioning Jiaji, he cast his gaze upon the now corpulent great sword, Jiaji, and was momentarily taken aback at that moment. Boruto waved his hand lightly, and the crosses morphed into black beads. Returning to his grasp, Shizhong and his companions, along with Jiaji, were freed, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted from Boruto's torment, resembling lifeless husks. Had they retained consciousness, they might have regretted their existence in this torturous world. "Since all is well, Uncle Chujuru, we shall return to the hotel," Boruto declared as he dispelled his transformation technique, addressing Chujuru. Chujuru nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to depart. "Let us go, Denki." Boruto waved at Denki. Denki excitedly replied, "Yes, Boruto. Your 7 kicks were simply magnificent." Hearing Denki's praise, a proud smile spread across Boruto's face. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted. "What is it, Boruto?" Denki inquired, puzzled. Boruto grinned slightly and said, "I almost forgot to perform a finishing move." With that, he reached out, drawing near the wooden plaque inscribed with the 7 ninja swordsmen, which lay on the ground. He then tossed the plaque high into the air and leaped, perfectly splitting it in 2. Now, that's a perfect conclusion. After Boruto and Denki departed, 2 members of the Wuin Umbu stealthily approached the plaque, which had been cleaved in half by Boruto's kick. The son of the Hokage, who employs the kick of the ninja swordsman, is utterly audacious. One of the members of the Mist Umbu furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure and surprise. Nevertheless, he truly possessed such capabilities. Even with the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shichikage and his companions could not best him, instead being mercilessly tormented. Another Umbu member responded indifferently, his tone laced with an imperceptible note of approval. "Humph, Shichikage and his lot are nothing but worthless scum. A disgrace to our midst." Had the son of the Hokage faced the original 7 ninja swordsmen, the outcome might have been quite different. The earlier Umbu member snorted derisively, his words dripping with contempt for Shichikage and his companions. At that moment, Chijiro happened to overhear the low conversation among the Umbu members. He gently cleared his throat, signaling them to maintain silence. Meanwhile, within a hotel room, Sarada sat upright at the head of the bed, clad in a pink nightgown, perusing a hefty tome. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Boruto stepped in slowly. Upon seeing Boruto return, Sarada quickly closed the book and asked with concern, "Boruto, has everything been resolved? Is Denki all right?" "Denki is fine. It was merely a few pesky karami," Boruto replied as he approached, shedding his clothing and preparing to lift the covers. "Wait, you just finished fighting. You still carry the scent of charred remnants. Go take a shower first." Sarada's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tugged at the edge of the quilt. Upon hearing this, Boruto paused momentarily, lowering his head to sniff himself. Indeed, he detected a faint odor of burnt fabric. He glanced at Sarada, noting her bashful demeanor, and smiled, saying, "All right then, I'll go wash up, but don't you dare peek." Sarada's face turned even redder as she retorted, "Who would peek at you? Hurry along." "If I had known, I would have gone to bed earlier. I worried for nothing," Sarada muttered to herself, then curled her body into the quilt, revealing only her small head. From the bathroom came the sounds of water cascading and Boruto's humming. "I'm washing seaweed, Sanosu Higumi." What is Boruto singing? It sounds rather pleasant. Sarada mused to herself, a smile tugging at her lips. Before long, the bathroom door swung open once more, and Boruto emerged clad in a fresh blue nightgown. Droplets of water clinging to his hair, giving him a particularly refreshing appearance. He approached the bed, gazing at Sarada, who was curled up into a ball, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Sarah, aren't you feeling stifled like that? Would you like to come out for some fresh air?" Sarada stirred beneath the covers, her voice muffled. "No, I'm quite comfortable like this. Is that so?" Boruto replied, deliberately lifting a corner of the quilt and sliding in beside her. Within the warmth of the covers, their gazes met, breaths intertwining, imbued with warmth and sweetness. Sarada's cheeks flushed crimson, and she slightly parted her lips, as if to say something. Meanwhile, Boruto, with a beaming smile, gently grasped her hand. At that moment, Sarada leaned closer to Boruto and placed a soft kiss upon his lips. Boruto was initially taken aback, but warmth soon filled his eyes as he gradually deepened the kiss. Their heartbeats seemingly sinking in that instant. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Sarada's cheeks glowed like blooming roses. Her head bowed shyly as she softly uttered, "Boruto, we." Boruto chuckled gently, teasingly tapping Sarada's nose with his fingertip. "Sleep," he said with tenderness. With that, he held Sarada close, closing his eyes as they embraced and drifted into slumber. The following morning, when the first rays of sunlight quietly penetrated through the curtain's gap, Sarada abruptly awoke, breaking free from Boruto's warm embrace and sitting up straight. "What is it, Sarada?" Boruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, a look of confusion on his face. "The shadow clone over there has vanished. I must hurry back." There was a hint of urgency in Sarada's voice. Boruto watched Sarada's somewhat hurried figure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he gently shook his head, just as Sarada was about to lift the covers and rise to leave. Boruto suddenly reached out, grasping her hand and pulling her back into his embrace, planting a soft kiss on her lips before releasing her. Sarada turned the doorknob gently, returning to her own room. At that moment, Tsubaki was still fast asleep, while Kanji sat at the head of the bed, looking at Sarada with a puzzled expression. Sarada, feeling a bit anxious, glanced at Kanji, her mind racing to devise a response. "Kanji, shoo. Let us keep our voices down so we don't wake Tsubaki," she whispered. Kanji glanced at the sleeping Tsubaki and nodded. "Where did you go last night? Was that a shadow clone in your bed?" Kanji inquired curiously. Sarada quickly responded in a hushed tone, "I was training last night, leaving a shadow clone merely to avoid worrying you." She endeavored to make her tone sound casual. Kanji's eyes glimmered with understanding. "Oh, I see. Just make sure to rest as well. Don't overexert yourself," Kanji replied softly, but inwardly she concocted a narrative for Sarada. She thought, Sarada is striving to keep pace with Boruto, diligently training every day. No wonder she has become so strong. At the same time, Kanji resolved silently. "Indeed, I should also work hard to train, at least to catch a glimpse of his back." Sarada nodded, secretly relieved that Kanji did not press further. She walked to her bedside, gently sitting down, her mind still savoring the sweet moments shared with Boruto the previous night, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. In a cinema within the Mist Village, Boruto stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat drowsy. "Such a dreadful film. I truly cannot fathom why Iwabuchi and the others are so enamored." Boruto glanced down, observing Iwabuchi and the others engrossed in the screen, occasionally exclaiming, "How impressive!" inwardly grumbling. "Boruto, do you think this movie is terrible?" "I find it quite acceptable," Sarada remarked from beside him. "The lead actor, Kage, is a very renowned performer from our Konoha village, immensely popular. Nearly all students at the Ninja Academy are familiar with him. Half a year ago, it was reported that he could not continue filming due to health issues, and many students lamented. Now that he has returned to shoot again, it's surprising that this film premiered in the Mist Village as well." "Kage? Never heard of him," Boruto replied, wrinkling his nose. In any case, I find it utterly cringeworthy. If only we could bring Naruto here, so they could witness what a true masterpiece looks like. Boruto observed the excited expressions of Denki and the others below, his thoughts drifting. Wait, a movie? A role-playing system? An idea suddenly flashed in Boruto's mind. If I were to film a movie playing pain, would it help me advance my progress? Uncertain, yet willing to try, he pondered the prospect of filming a teaser. If it succeeded, he could directly turn his portrayed roles into films without the hassle of acting. But he had already mapped out the plot, intending to film the segment where pain invades Konoha. Boruto schemed inwardly. The study trip to the land of water concluded. Wait a moment, I haven't boarded the ship yet, Tsubaki exclaimed, dragging an enormous suitcase as she hurried toward the luxurious steamer that was about to set sail from the dock. Tsubaki, you are late. Why are you still carrying such a massive suitcase? Shino, holding a list, inquired with slight surprise. That I couldn't help it. Every local specialty looked so delectable that I simply couldn't choose. So I decided to bring them all, Tsubaki explained helplessly. At that moment, Kagura stood on the dock, waving goodbye to Boruto on the ship's deck. Boruto, I hope we have another opportunity to spar in swordsmanship. Boruto stood on the deck, his gaze deeply fixed upon Kagura and the others, bidding farewell below. If you seek suffering, you are welcome to visit Konoha. Suffering? Kagura glanced at Chijiro beside her, questioning whether she had misheard. Chijiro awkwardly smiled in response. My apologies. I misspoke. If you wish to spar, you can come to Konoha anytime. I am always available. As the ship gradually departed from the harbor, the figures of the mist villagers slowly vanished from their sight. It's time to return to Konoha. Sarina gently took Boruto's hand and softly spoke. Boruto turned to look at Sarina and nodded. The ship cut through the waves, and the sea breeze lightly tousled their hair, bestowing a refreshing and pleasant sensation in the Hokage residence of Konohagakure. Boruto pushed the door open and announced, I'm back. Upon hearing Boruto's voice, Himawari immediately sprang from the corner of the living room. Followed closely by the now nine-tailed Pakin, she held a sketchbook in her hands, her face radiant with a bright smile. Yes, little Hima. Boruto affectionately ruffled Himawari's hair. What's this? He inquired curiously, eyeing the sketchbook in her grasp. Welcome back, Boruto. Hinata emerged from the kitchen, smiling. Yes, Mom, Boruto replied. Himawari is practicing her drawing as she is going to participate in the Konoha painting contest in a few days, and if she wins first place, your father will present the award personally, Hinata explained. Oh, I see. Boruto nodded, and then turned to Himawari. Let me see how your artwork is coming along. Excitedly, Himawari handed the sketchbook to Boruto, who received it. Though it bore the marks of a kindergarten child, the outlines were clear, and the cartoon figures came to life on the page. The scene depicted Boruto and Sarina strolling along the beach, while little Kyubi, Pakin, followed behind them. Wow, little Hima, you've drawn wonderfully. You're sure to win first place, Boruto exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Upon hearing this, Himawari's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy. Really, brother? Of course, it's true. Boruto gently encouraged his sister as dinner time approached. The family gathered around the dining table, which was laden with an array of delicious dishes lovingly prepared by Hinata, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Is Dad not coming home tonight? Himawari blinked her large eyes, gazing toward the door. Observing her expectant expression, Hinata felt at a loss for how to comfort her, resorting to gently stroking her hair instead. Let us not worry about Dad. Let us enjoy our meal, Boruto said, as he placed some of Himawari's favorite dish on her plate. 2 days later, within the confines of a luxurious villa in Konohagakure, Boruto sat in the spacious and exquisitely furnished living room, surveying his surroundings with amazement. Electric, your house is truly vast, easily 10 times larger than mine. Is this the grandeur of the wealthiest in Konohagakure? Electric smiled modestly in response. Boruto, please don't tease me. If the Hokage wished to live in such a house, he could simply choose at will. Curiously, Electric then asked, by the way, Boruto, what prompted your sudden interest in filmmaking? With determination in his eyes, Boruto replied, I want to turn my father's story into a movie, allowing more people to understand his legendary journey. Electric's eyes widened in realization. So you wish to bring the tale of the Seventh Hokage to the big screen. What a marvelous idea. Electric then pressed further. So, you came to me hoping. Boruto clarified, I've already created the trailer myself. I just need the financial prowess and influence of your rakeage company to help promote it. Without hesitation, Electric agreed. Boruto, no problem at all. Leave the promotion to me. As night fell, the bustling streets of Konoha were softly enveloped in warm, dim lights. Shops lining the streets blazed with bright lights, and advertising screens cycled through vibrant product promotions, adding a touch of excitement and clamor to the evening. However, something felt different tonight that a massive advertising screen abruptly changed its display. The previously cheerful background music was suddenly interrupted, replaced by a heavy and tense melody that a narration began. The greatest crisis of Konoha has arrived. Pain's 6 paths have descended, and the ultimate showdown of the destined child is about to unfold. Passers-by stopped to watch, their faces marked with confusion and curiosity. The scene shifted to reveal Pain's figure slowly drifting above the Hokage Tower. Is that Pain? Are they really making a movie about that battle? People exchanged whispers, their expressions filled with astonishment and intrigue. They had lived through that fierce battle, and witnessing this now stirred an indescribable emotion within them. As Pain ascended, he uttered words of anguish. Foolish, feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, understand pain. Those who do not know suffering cannot comprehend true peace. The image then shifted to a close-up of Pain, arms and legs spread wide, standing like a demonic deity in the air, proclaiming loudly, "From this moment forth, let the world feel pain." An elderly ninja stood transfixed before the screen, a flicker of fear and nostalgia in his eyes. He had narrowly escaped death during that battle, a memory forever etched in his mind. Similarly, some younger and middle-aged ninjas nearby recalled that dark chapter in history. The scene swiftly transitioned, showcasing Naruto standing resolutely before Pain. The background music swelled into an inspiring and uplifting melody, as if igniting the courage and resilience within everyone's hearts. "That's the 7th Hokage," a child exclaimed, pointing at the screen with admiration. How will he confront this unprecedented challenge? What fate awaits Konoha? The narration resonated deeply, each word striking the audience's hearts, creating ripples of emotion. The advertisement continued, interspersing clips of Naruto and Pain's fierce battle. Every strike, every defense was heart-stopping and gripping, leaving viewers breathless. The movie Naruto, The Clash of Destiny unveils the legendary battle of the 7th Hokage. Stay tuned. As the final credits rolled, the background music reached its peak. The advertisement screen gradually dimmed, yet the discussions among the crowd grew ever more fervent. "Oh my goodness, are they really making a movie? This is so astonishing," an excited young ninja exclaimed to his companion amidst the bustling streets of Konoha. "Indeed, just judging by the quality of that trailer. If this movie comes to fruition, it's bound to be a hit," his friend eagerly echoed. "But Pain, he brought so much suffering and hardship to us in Konoha. Can this movie truly be released smoothly?" At that moment, a middle-aged man raised his concerns, his tone heavy with memories of that turbulent history. The Hokage was incredibly handsome in his youth. That orange eye pattern paired with his heroic garb is simply beyond description. In a ramen shop, several women sat together, captivated by the trailer playing above them, showering praises on Naruto's portrayal. As they savored the delicious Ichiraku ramen, they excitedly discussed, "The Hokage is indeed dashing, but I think Pain is even more striking." One of them suddenly remarked, prompting immediate rebuttals from the others. "How can you say that? Pain is our enemy. The calamities he brought still haunt us." A girl with a ponytail frowned, her tone laced with evident discontent and indignation. "Oh, I'm not saying I support Pain," the dissenting girl quickly clarified, fearing misunderstanding. "That I just find his aura of mystery and power incredibly captivating. Dad, I want to see the movie about the 7th Hokage. I want to see him battle Pain." A young boy clutched his father's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. The father, gazing at his son's eager expression, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He understood that while that battle was painful and brutal, it also bore witness to the resilience and rebirth of Konoha. It was an integral part of the 7th Hokage Naruto's legendary life. "All right, when the movie is released, I'll take you to see it," he smiled, affirming his son's request. "Wait, is the trailer only airing once? I want to see the 7th Hokage's valor again." A young man gazed at the large screen, which replayed advertisements of his past life, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Host, Vortex Boruto, Roll, Pain, Nagato, Progress, 71. Indeed, it was effective. Merely a trailer had increased the progress bar by 300,000. In the living room of the Electric family, Boruto contemplated to himself that moment. Electric returned to the living room and said, "Boruto, I've just received news that the advertisers have pulled the trailer. No matter how much I offer, they refuse to re-upload it, though. Do you know the reason?" Boruto asked, momentarily taken aback. "I heard that someone from the Hokage Tower reported the trailer to your father." Electric replied with some concern, "I see that it's nothing to worry about. Electric, that I appreciate your help today." Boruto interrupted, a contemplative expression crossing his face, that he thought to himself, "Is Dad trying to stop this?" The battle scenes between Naruto and Pain in the trailer were actually filmed by Boruto and his shadow clones. Without any enhancements from his previous life, they could present such breathtaking visuals. "Never mind, I'll just ask him directly." Boruto shook his head and bid farewell to Electric as he headed towards the Hokage Tower. Inside the Hokage office, Boruto gently pushed the door open and stepped in at that moment. Naruto was deeply engrossed in his work. Hearing the door, he looked up at Boruto and said, "Boruto, you've arrived." "Yes, Dad," Boruto replied softly. "That trailer, you shot it, didn't you? Are you planning to bring that heavy history to the big screen?" Naruto inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Yes," Boruto nodded slightly. "That history had left too many scars and shadows on the people of Konoha." "Boruto, are you certain this is the right course of action?" Naruto set down the documents in his hand, his expression turning serious, locking his gaze onto Boruto. Boruto nodded. "Dad, I fully understand the pain that history brings to Konoha. However, precisely because of that, we should confront it. Film is not merely a vessel for entertainment. It is a bridge for conveying emotions and thoughts that I wish to use this film to help more people understand that history, grasp pain's position and suffering, while also showcasing your resilience and rebirth along with the village." Naruto fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Boruto, I comprehend your perspective, but you must realize that not everyone can view that history as rationally as you do. Many still harbor deep-seated fears of pain. If this film is mishandled, it could reignite panic among the villagers." Boruto shook his head. "Dad, have you forgotten? You are Naruto, the hero of Konoha. The fear of pain is gradually dissipating. They know that no matter how formidable the enemy, as long as you are present, Konoha can attain peace. Perhaps the older generation still fears pain, but the new generation only holds admiration and longing for you." "Boruto," Naruto gazed at his son, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Dad, you are the eternal flower of hope in this world." As Boruto spoke, he unexpectedly produced a bouquet of pristine paper flowers and gently handed it to Naruto. After Boruto departed, Naruto stared at the immaculate paper flower on his desk, gradually sinking into reflection. "May you become that everlasting flower of hope. Very well, I shall try to believe in you this once." "Vortex Naruto," he murmured, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze traversed the window, casting itself upon the brilliantly illuminated Konoha, and he whispered, "Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato-senpai, Konan-senpai." Naruto exhaled softly before stepping out of the Hokage office, strolling down the street. Naruto was frequently greeted warmly by villagers, his face adorned with a warm smile as he patiently responded to each. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd. "Hokage-sama, I heard there's going to be a movie about you and Pain. Is it true?" A little girl looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naruto crouched down, tenderly ruffling the girl's hair, and replied gently, "Yes." The girl's eyes lit up instantly. "That's amazing. I must see it, and tell all my friends to watch it too." "Boruto, what did you just say?" "A movie, and it's about Pain's invasion of Konoha." In a hot spring resort in Konoha, Kakashi pushed Might Guy's wheelchair, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Boruto. "Indeed," Boruto affirmed. "Does Naruto know?" Kakashi pressed. "Dad is aware, and he intends to participate in the filming with shadow clones." Boruto continued that if you, Uncle Kakashi, are unwilling to partake, I may have to ask my shadow clones to portray you. "Boruto, your words truly astonish me." Kakashi rubbed his temples, seemingly taken aback by the sudden proposal. "Using shadow clones to play my part, that's quite a bold idea." Just then, Might Guy leaned forward in his wheelchair, a look of uncontainable excitement brightening his face. Interrupting Kakashi's thoughts, "I asked it about Pain's invasion of Konoha, recreating the battle with Pain in the film." "Boruto," Might Guy exclaimed, gripping Boruto's arm with enthusiasm. "Yes," Boruto nodded. "Can I be invited to participate? I was on a mission at that time and couldn't join Kakashi in fighting Pain." It has always been a regret of mine, Guy said earnestly. Guy, you only have one leg left. It's best to take it easy and enjoy retirement, Kakashi advised. Kakashi, even with one leg, my youth has not yet concluded. Might Guy's words brimmed with defiance and passion as he turned to Boruto expectantly. I am sorry, Uncle Guy, but to maintain historical accuracy, we plan to invite those who participated in that battle back then, Boruto said apologetically. Has my youth faded? Might Guy lamented. However, if there's ever a film about Uncle Guy, I will certainly invite you, Boruto quickly added. Really? My youth is still ablaze. Might Guy regained his confidence. Pain's invasion of Konoha. This is about my battle with Pain. I actually died once during that battle. Will I have to die again in the film? After all, I am the 6th Hokage. Kakashi seemed somewhat hesitant. Very well, I've been retired for so long. It would be nice to get some exercise, Kakashi ultimately agreed. Uncle Kakashi, you've agreed. You're the first to consent to participate. The others all want me to use shadow clones to portray them. Rest assured, Uncle Kakashi, I will ensure you die quite elegantly in the film. Boruto said with a smile. Kakashi was momentarily speechless, feeling that he had agreed a bit too hastily. Boruto silently chanted Puppy Boss, and in an instant, the space beneath him seemed to ripple gently. Followed by the gradual appearance of the figure of his pet dog, Puppy Boss. This is the clone of Uchiha Shin, possessing spatial abilities akin to Kamui, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. Boruto nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Are we shooting now? I'm still in my bathrobe. Allow me to change into suitable attire first, Kakashi said with a hint of exasperation. Shortly after, Kakashi returned dressed in a green vest and ninja attire. Pushing Might Guy back, Puppy Boss activated its Sharingan again, and the spatial ripples surged once more, causing the three to vanish from their location. Where are we? Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, finding himself in a desolate landscape of abandoned buildings. This is a deserted city in the land of fire. Let the filming commence, Boruto announced. Might Guy, sensing the moment, pushed his wheelchair away from the two to give them space. Subsequently, Boruto retrieved a scroll from his pocket and gently unsealed it. Revealing 9 cameras. Boruto, where on earth did you acquire so many cameras? Kakashi inquired curiously. Sponsored by Konoha's wealthiest, Boruto replied. Boruto nonchalantly remarked, at the Ramen Company. Kakashi murmured to himself a kati that moment. Boruto instantly transformed into the likeness of Pain, gently waving his hand to manipulate 9 cameras, causing them to scatter in different directions, 2 of which soared above them. Performing acrobatic maneuvers, he then conjured 2 shadow clones, one morphing into Irika, dressed in a green vest. Crouching slightly, poised for action, the other transformed into an injured person lying on the ground. Was this the scene from that time? It felt so immersive, as if he were reliving it once more. Kakashi gazed intently at the figure of Deva Path Pain before him, surrounded by a familiar, yet foreign environment, his heart brimming with emotions. Having spoken, Kakashi too assumed his appearance from those days. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes reigniting with brilliance. Then, let the filming commence, Boruto commanded, and the shoot officially began. The black rod in Deva Path Pain's hand glinted ominously, aimed directly at Irika. Kakashi swiftly entered the fray, dodging with agility, as a faint electrical spark flickered on his palm, gripping Pain's black rod tightly. Locking eyes with Pain's Rinnegan, the atmosphere charged with tension. Quickly take the injured away. I'll handle this, Kakashi calmly declared. With a slight exertion, he snapped the black rod, a mere illusion created by a transformation technique. Upon witnessing this, Pain retaliated with a kick, but Kakashi easily evaded it with a crouch. Boruto was not concerned about the kick genuinely landing on Kakashi. After all, they were merely filming a movie, and the speed could not exceed a certain limit, or else the cameras would be unable to keep up. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a trio of earth walls adorned with dog heads that instantly surrounded Pain. Following this, Kakashi unleashed a fierce lightning cutter, countered by Pain's devastating Shinra Tensei. The Lightning Wolves and Shurapath's clones made their entrance, with Choji and Choji's father rushing to assist. The series of battle scenes flowed seamlessly, captivatingly shot in one continuous take, apart from brief pauses during the casting of Shinra Tensei and Kamui, leaving the audience in awe. Was this truly the site of Kakashi's confrontation with Pain? Such a vivid representation of youthful exuberance. Might Guy watched from a distance, tears of emotion streaming down his face. It seems my time has come to an end. Kakashi's final scene found him half buried beneath the rubble. exhausted to the brink of death while saving Choji. Thus, Kakashi's role was nearing its conclusion. Might Guy, witnessing Kakashi's battered form gazing upwards from the ruins, propelled his wheelchair towards him with fervor. "Kakashi, you can't die." Might Guy fervently shook Kakashi's body. "Stop shaking. I might really die if you continue." Kakashi slowly rose from the debris, dusting himself off with a smile. "Guy, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Yet, this feeling is quite nostalgic. As if we have returned to the days of fighting side by side." "Boruto, have I wrapped up my scenes?" Kakashi inquired with a grin. "Not yet. There's still a segment left," Boruto replied. "Though? There's more?" Kakashi asked, curiosity piqued. "Yes, you still have the part where you carry your dad," Boruto informed him. "That scene? It truly evokes fond memories," Kakashi mused. After more than 10 days of shooting, the film Naruto, the fate of the heirs had reached the halfway point. With only Naruto and Hinata's scenes remaining. Only Kakashi and Konohamaru had personally participated in the filming. When Konohamaru learned they would be recreating Pain's invasion of the Hidden Leaf Village, he could hardly contain his excitement. Readily accepting Boruto's invitation, he then eagerly boasted to Boruto about how valiantly he had defeated the 6 paths of pain in the past. At the height of his enthusiasm, he even demonstrated the Rasengan, asking Boruto if he was impressive, which made Boruto awkwardly shake his head in denial. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, in the abandoned city chosen as the filming location, Boruto admired. "This layout is quite impressive. I didn't expect it to be completed so swiftly." Beside him, Denki responded, "Yes, my father heard that you were going to reenact the classic battle between the Hokage and Pain. And he allocated a substantial budget for me to assist in the filming. I even hired dozens of ninjas to meticulously renovate this place." Boruto surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. "Though, it doesn't need to be so elaborate. As long as we retain the Hokage office and the Hokage rock, along with a rough outline of other structures, that should suffice. After all, these buildings will soon cease to exist. Are you planning to recreate this scene as well?" "It could be accomplished with special effects," Denki questioned. Boruto shook his head, asserting, "Special effects inevitably have flaws. Authentic visuals are what truly render a perfect effect." Intrigued, Denki asked, "But to raise the entire Hidden Leaf Village? Only your father, the 7th Hokage, could achieve that, right?" Boruto smiled confidently, replying, "Indeed, but this replica of the Hidden Leaf Village is only 1/10 the size of the original, so I believe I can manage it." "What? Boruto, can you truly do that?" Denki asked incredulously. Boruto nodded gently, contemplating, "Although my chakra is not yet sufficient to unleash such a level of Shinra Tensei, combined with my ocular power, I should be able to pull it off, at least for this scaled-down version of the Hidden Leaf Village." "Boruto, can I witness this?" Denki exclaimed excitedly. Boruto nodded, cautioning, "Yes, but you must stand back a bit." Subsequently, the rebellious boss led Denki to a distant mountain. With a telescope in hand, he focused intently on the abandoned city below. Once everything was prepared, Boruto transformed into Pain's visage, hovering in midair, his eyes shimmering with a deep purple light. He spread his arms and legs, as if to embrace the very sky, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. "Shinra Tensei," Boruto exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged within him, pushing his Rinnegan's ocular power to its utmost limit. That a formidable repulsive force erupted from his being, enveloping him in darkness, an extraordinary phenomenon where light was repelled. This power radiated from Boruto, swiftly expanding outward, tearing apart the air of the entire abandoned city. Denki, through the telescope, witnessed this spectacle with wide eyes. Hardly believing what he saw, below, the abandoned city succumbed to Boruto's overwhelming repulsive force, buildings collapsing, debris scattering, dust swirling as if an apocalyptic catastrophe was unfolding. But he murmured, "This is utterly astonishing. I've never witnessed such a magnificent scene. Even the stories of the war recounted by my father do not evoke such vividness and awe." Denki pondered, "And this is merely a 1/10 scale model of the Hidden Leaf Village. How powerful must Pain have been to obliterate the entire village back then?" As the aftershocks of the repulsive force gradually subsided, the abandoned city lay in ruins, reminiscent of the chaos during Pain's invasion of the Hidden Leaf. The entire city appeared as though it had been devoured by colossal power, transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Boruto gently descended into the pit, reverting to his original form, a hint of fatigue evident on his face as he panted lightly. Internally, he mused, This is the first time I've expended such a vast amount of chakra and ocular power. My chakra is nearly depleted, and my ocular power has diminished significantly, but it seems I managed to recreate this iconic scene. As night fell, within the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Boruto, draped in a Hokage cloak, strode in with a bento box in hand. Is that you, Boruto? Several staff members at the Hokage office stared. Astonished by the sight of Boruto carrying a bento, their gazes quickly shifted to the bento in his grasp. It's young Master Boruto. Usually, he transforms into pain to deliver meals to the Hokage. Why has he chosen to don the guise of the fourth Hokage today? Boruto paid no heed to the murmurs and proceeded straight to the Hokage's office. In the corridor, Shikamaru, just exiting the office, spotted Boruto approaching. Boruto, so, you're not becoming pain anymore, but dressing up as the fourth Hokage instead? Shikamaru jested. I'm rather tired of pain. It's time for a change of pace. Who shall we impersonate next? How about Uchiha Obito? What does Uncle Shikamaru think? Boruto inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's lips twitched involuntarily as he chuckled helplessly. Naruto may not have the appetite for a bento prepared by Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, Boruto pushed the door open and strode confidently inside. Hearing the door creak, Naruto glanced up, only to find his father, Minato Namikaze, Boruto, standing at the threshold, momentarily taken aback. Father Boruto, what trickery is this? Naruto asked in confusion. Dad, do I resemble Grandpa? Boruto cheekily replied. Naruto, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. Having finally adjusted to Boruto transforming into pain to deliver his lunch, he now found himself receiving a bento from his own father. A feeling both peculiar and absurd that left him in a state of bemusement. Boruto, enough of the antics. Transform back immediately, Naruto urged. Boruto flashed a slight smile, his form shimmering as he reverted to his original appearance. Placing the bento on the desk, Dad, did you really only allow shadow clones to participate in the filming? I've already asked Mom, and she agreed to join, Boruto stated. Hinata is participating as well, Naruto pondered. Recalling the time he was firmly bound to the ground by Pain, while Hinata bravely rushed forward to confront Pain's silhouette. This place truly resembles the devastated Konoha. Even the Hokage rock is still here. Naruto remarked, surveying his surroundings and gazing at the Hokage rock carved into the mountainside. He then turned his attention to Boruto. Today, I specifically took a day off. Boruto, didn't you say you wanted to film a movie? Let us get started. Does the Hokage even need to take a day off? He shook his head, then summoned 5 shadow clones, transforming them into the appearance of Pain, the 6 paths of Pain. As Naruto beheld the 6 paths of Pain before him, he too performed a transformation jutsu, reverting to his former self during the battle with Pain. The filming commenced in earnest, with cameras continuously shifting angles to capture every exhilarating moment. After 2 hours of shooting, Naruto ultimately transformed into a form pinned to the ground by a black RODAT. That moment, the troublesome boss had also brought Hinata over, who paused upon seeing Naruto impaled by the black rod. Hinata, you've arrived, Naruto greeted with a smile. Hinata nodded gently, turning her gaze to Boruto. Boruto, are we starting the filming now? Yes, Mom. Let us begin, Boruto replied. Hinata took a deep breath, reverting to her former self, recalling the scenes and words exchanged back then. Swiftly getting into character, the filming resumed, with Boruto as Pain raising his hand and addressing Naruto, who lay on the ground. It's about time. We must take you away. That moment, Hinata rushed forward from a distance, leaping high to strike Pain away, positioning herself protectively in front of Naruto. Witnessing the familiar scene and silhouette, Naruto felt a surge of emotion and involuntarily shouted, "Why did you come out? Run away. You can't possibly stand against that guy," Hinata resolutely replied. "This is my own decision, that I came here of my own volition, that it was Naruto who changed me, and it is Naruto's smile that saved me. Therefore, if it is to protect Naruto, I will not hesitate to stand up again, even if there is a next time." Boruto gazed at Hinata, a moment of astonishment washing over him, though he maintained a neutral expression. This is the second time. Mom. Hinata's words were gentle yet unwavering, as if transcending the fabric of time. Soon after, the scene of Pain overpowering Hinata unfolded, but thankfully, it was merely acting and not genuine combat. Nevertheless, even in performance, Hinata's battered appearance nearly prompted Naruto to leap up and confront Pain. Boruto, after wrapping up her scenes, Hinata filmed alongside Naruto's shadow clones for several days until they finally completed all shooting tasks, leaving only the post-production and editing to be done. 2 weeks later, the movie Naruto, The Clash of Fate was completed, awaiting approval for release. What does this mean? Why didn't the movie pass inspection? Boruto queried, gazing at the screen in perplexity. The review department requires us to remove any segments involving Danzo Shimura for it to pass, the technician explained. Danzo Shimura? Boruto furrowed his brow. Indeed, Danzo had appeared in the film during Pain's invasion of Konoha, where he chose to remain inactive for his own ambitions, indifferent to the fate of the village. I've confirmed it. The directive came from 2 elders of Konoha. The technician continued. Elders? What are their names? Boruto pressed. They are both of considerable seniority, named Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi. The technician strained to recall. Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi. Boruto pondered. Yes, those two, the technician affirmed. What the hell? Those 2 old codgers are still alive. They've managed to live from the First Shinobi World War until now? Boruto exclaimed incredulously. In a solemn chamber within Konoha, Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi sat in grand chairs, their faces marked by age, skin sagging with deep wrinkles, and their postures slightly hunched. Before them lay a report regarding the review of Naruto, The Clash of Fate. The report clearly stated the need to eliminate segments featuring Danzo, as his portrayal was overly negative, potentially inciting discontent and discussion among the villagers. That we don't need such controversies to disrupt this hard-won peace, Mizukage remarked slowly. Tsunade Kamachi nodded, adding, especially since the village is currently in a state of peace. Just then, a whirlpool of energy suddenly rippled before them, and Boruto along with the troublesome boss appeared. Time-space. The unexpected arrival of Boruto caused Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi to exclaim in surprise. Yuri really still alive? How old are you two anyway? How do you manage to live so long? Boruto teased. You must be Naruto's son. What an impudent boy. It seems you need to be taught some manners. Tsunade Kamachi retorted with displeasure. Boruto disregarded her words and continued. No wonder the segment with Danzo needs to be removed. It turns out you 2 old fossils are behind this, but I don't wish to waste any more breath on you. Those who are near their end should behave accordingly. With that, Boruto produced 2 silver-white reincarnation spirit orbs, tossing them gently towards the elders. What? Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi attempted to evade, but their frail bodies were incapable of doing so. In an instant, they were ensnared by the spirit orbs, their gazes turning vacant and dazed. Days later, Mizukage and Tsunade Kamachi passed away in their beds, their demise attributed to natural aging. Ultimately, Naruto, The Clash of Fate successfully passed inspection. On the day of its premiere, crowds thronged outside theaters in Konoha, forming winding lines. Finally, it's premiering? I've been looking forward to this. Indeed, this is the first film featuring the 7th Hokage. The audience buzzed with excitement, filled with anticipation for the film's portrayal of the battle between the 7th Hokage and Pain. With the trailer showcasing spectacular fight scenes. The lights in the cinema dimmed, the screen abruptly illuminated, accompanied by a stirring opening score that instantly transported the audience into a world both familiar and enigmatic. The film commenced with a 3-minute ink wash animation, narrating the poignant story of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who heroically embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the Akatsuki organization, ultimately meeting a tragic end. As the visuals flowed, the silhouette of Jiraiya's heroism quietly emerged in the hearts of the audience. It's Lord Jiraiya. I never expected to see you again in a movie, an elder ninja exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. Farewell, Master Jiraiya. I will never give up, never give up. As the poignant background music played, Jiraiya was struck to the ocean depths by Pain's 6 paths in the watercolor animation of the film, casting a heavy and sorrowful atmosphere over the cinema. Many viewers' eyes brimmed with tears, deeply mourning Jiraiya's sacrifice. With the melancholic narration of Jiraiya gradually concluding, the film officially transitioned into its main segment. The curtain of the narrative unfurled amidst the melodious strains of the theme song, Transparent World. As a rapid succession of gripping scenes flashed across the silver screen, these vignettes vividly illustrated Pain's formidable strength and ruthlessness, while foreshadowing an unprecedented crisis looming over the Hidden Leaf Village. The audience's emotions ebbed and flowed with the tension of these exhilarating snippets. As the song built to its crescendo, the scene shifted to Naruto's solitary figure, standing atop the ruins of the devastated Hidden Leaf Village. Confronted by the immensely powerful Pain, his eyes radiated not a trace of fear or retreat, but a resolute glimmer of indomitable spirit. The viewers gripped their popcorn tightly, their eyes fixated on the screen. Anxious not to miss a single crucial detail, their heartbeats quickened with each scene transition, intertwining tension and anticipation. Some whispered with companions about the unfolding plot, their faces alight with excitement and anxiety. Others closed their eyes in silent reminiscence of the heart-stopping moments spent battling Pain, those life-and-death instances resurfacing vividly in their minds. As the theme's melody gradually faded, the scene shifted to a forest where Pain's 6 paths had assembled. The Deva path of Pain slowly spoke, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, let the world feel pain." Immediately, the animal path of Pain unleashed a shockwave beneath him, successfully leaping into the hidden leaf village and summoning the other Pains. Soon, the streets of the village were suffused with an intense aura of battle. Villagers scattered in panic, desperately seeking safe havens. Their faces bore the marks of terror and despair, as if the apocalypse had descended. Tsunade, the then Hokage, swiftly organized the remaining forces to resist the onslaught of Pain's 6 paths. However, faced with an almost insurmountable foe, the defenses of the hidden leaf appeared alarmingly fragile, as if on the verge of collapse. The scene shifted to Danzo Shimura, who secretly convened the elite members of Root, turning a blind eye to the crisis enveloping the village. His gaze was sinister and cold, a smirk of concealed malice gracing his lips. His actions sparked murmurs of disdain and anger among the audience. Who is this old man leaning on a cane? A young viewer could not help but turn to a friend beside him, his tone laced with confusion and indignation. The friend, furrowing his brow, seemed unable to accept Danzo's indifference. At such a critical juncture, he chooses to sit idly by. It's truly revolting. Their dialogue resonated with those around them, who unanimously expressed condemnation and dissatisfaction with Danzo's behavior. Some older ninjas recognized Danzo, muttering curses against this cunning and selfish old fox. That a middle-aged ninja whispered vehemently, "That Danzo fellow has always prioritized his own interests, completely disregarding the village's safety." His fingers drummed nervously against the armrest, as if that could somehow alleviate his inner turmoil and anger. As the film progressed, it led to a fierce confrontation between Kakashi and the Deva Path of Pain. Undeniably one of the film's pivotal moments. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi, once an elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf, was renowned for his exceptional wisdom and calm judgment. Faced with Pain's overwhelming might, he did not flinch or flee, but rather analyzed his adversary's weaknesses and flaws with composure. Kakashi utilized his Sharingan, striving to capture every minute detail of the Deva Path's attacks. On screen, their figures danced in a flurry, each clash resonating with thunderous roars and sparks flying. The Deva Path's Shinra Tensei seemed capable of obliterating any obstacle, while Kakashi's Raikiri struck with the swiftness of lightning. The intensity of their duel left the audience awestruck. Their hearts raced in tandem with the unfolding battle, eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing any pivotal moment. With every successful evasion of Pain's attacks or insightful observation of his vulnerabilities, the cinema erupted with gasps and cheers. However, the Deva Path's strength exceeded Kakashi's expectations, ultimately leading to Kakashi's demise in the battle. At the moment Kakashi fell, silence enveloped the cinema, followed by a wave of hushed whispers and sighs spreading through the crowd. The Deva Path is too powerful. The 6th Hokage did his utmost. A young man lamented softly, his voice heavy with regret. Another man chimed in, "Indeed, only the 7th Hokage can defeat the Deva Path." As the story unfolded, the scene transitioned to Konoha using a shadow clone to deceive the Hell Path and triumphing with a Rasengan. On screen, Konoha boldly declared to the vanquished Hell Path, bearing the name of the village, "I, Sarutobi Konoha, will make you remember me." His youthful yet resolute voice resonated within the cinema, igniting a surge of fervor and passion among the audience. Incredible! So this is how powerful Konoha-sensei is already as a genin. In one screening room, Boruto and his classmates were engrossed in the film. Yes, even the special jonin couldn't defeat the Hell Path. Konoha-sensei is indeed impressive, Inogen concurred. The narrative continued to evolve, leading to the Deva Path descending alone upon the Hokage building, slowly questioning Naruto's whereabouts. As Pain ominously stated that war accompanies death and suffering for both sides. Tsunade vehemently retorted, "Our great nation has endured the same torment. Yet, The Deva Path merely shot her a cold glance before ascending into the air. The camera captured the Deva Path's gradual ascent as he began uttering those excruciating words. How many bags of rice must one carry to the second floor? I gave you an extra bag of rice. I washed it. Did the real Pain truly utter these lines, or were they solely spoken by Boruto portraying him? The students in the theater focused their attention on Boruto in the front row, filled with curiosity. A bag of rice. And I washed so much mud in those black tiles. Each tile is caked with dirt. Who gave you a bag of rice? All right, add water. As the Deva Path delivered his final line, the screen was suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light. The entire Hidden Leaf village was reduced to ruins in that strike. Dust swirling in the air, as if the very sky were shrouded in a dark haze. The audience collectively gasped in shock, some even covering their mouths in fear of uttering a cry. The impact of this scene was so profound that even those who had truly lived through and perished once felt an unprecedented emotional upheaval. But on screen, as the Deva Path unleashed his almighty push, the Hidden Leaf village was instantly annihilated, leaving behind a colossal circular crater. Mom, did Pain create this pit in our village? A tender voice rang out in the cinema, imbued with a child's inherent innocence and confusion. The child's mother gently stroked his head, unsure of how to respond to his inquiry. The camera shifted once more, a puff of white smoke billowing forth, and Naruto Uzumaki finally emerged. His appearance ignited an explosion of excitement within the cinema. The Hokage was truly so cool back then. An enthusiastic female audience member exclaimed to her companion, her eyes shimmering with profound admiration. On the screen, Naruto stood resolutely before Pain's 6 paths, his gaze piercing. The silhouette adorned in a divine robe swaying gently in the breeze. Suddenly, an exhilarating and rousing score erupted, heralding the commencement of the ultimate showdown between Naruto and Pain in merely a few exchanges. Aside from Deva Path, Naruto had decisively vanquished the remaining Pains. The astounding prowess exhibited by Naruto ignited fervor within the cinema, with applause and cheers reverberating continuously. Is this the might of the 7th Hokage? It is truly breathtaking. Iwabuchi clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. As the stirring music gradually subsided, the audience anticipated Naruto's imminent triumph over Deva Path. However, in the ensuing clash, Naruto found himself firmly pinned to the ground by Pain's black rod. On the screen, Naruto was ensnared by Deva Path's rod, rendered immobile, his once unwavering gaze now betraying a hint of struggle. Just as Pain intended to abduct Naruto, Hinata resolutely stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of him. Her eyes glinting with determination. Despite her grievous injuries, Hinata refused to relent, recalling the myriad moments shared with Naruto, which fortified her resolve to safeguard him. For the sake of protecting Naruto, I shall face death without fear. I shall act upon my words and charge forward. This is my ninja way. Because of him, I cherish Naruto the most. Deva Path unleashed both repulsion and attraction, launching an assault on Hinata. Witnessing Hinata collapse onto the ground, desperately crawling towards Naruto, the audience was profoundly moved, many discreetly wiping away tears. The image of Hinata selflessly shielding Naruto became etched in Kinjin's heart, her gaze shifting towards the front row where Boruto sat. Deep in contemplation, if it were Boruto pinned to the ground, would I possess the courage to throw myself in front of him? Upon witnessing Hinata's fall, Naruto erupted in fury, his Crimson Ninetales chakra enveloping him as he engaged in an even more thrilling confrontation with Deva Path. Breaking free from the constraints of the Black Rod, Naruto charged towards Deva Path like a ferocious beast. Deva Path, undeterred, unleashed Shinra Tensei once more, attempting to send Naruto flying. Yet this time, bolstered by the formidable power of the Ninetales, Naruto stood his ground, progressively advancing toward Deva Path. Deva Path gazed at the rampaging Naruto and coldly questioned, "Do you hate me? Perhaps you've begun to comprehend pain, but my suffering surpasses yours." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Pain struck the ground with a fist, his expression abruptly shifting, eyes and face distorting grotesquely. What is happening? Why did I just witness such a bizarre transformation in Deva Path's face? The audience in the cinema also noted this peculiar detail, murmuring amongst themselves, yet the film continued unabated. Subsequently, Pain executed the Earth Explosion Stars, attempting to seal the rampaging Naruto. However, Naruto ultimately broke free from the seal, delivering the final blow to Deva Path with a Rasengan in their climactic duel. Following this, Naruto sensed Pain's chakra through the black rod embedded in him, successfully tracing Nagato's hiding place, under Naruto's persuasion. Nagato gradually relinquished his original plans and beliefs, redirecting his support towards Naruto's vision of peace. Using the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, Nagato resurrected those who had perished during Pain's assault on Konoha. Entrusting his will to Naruto before passing away, the scene shifted to Naruto embarking on his journey back to the Hidden Leaf Village, his steps heavy, breaths labored, exhaustion evident on his face, just as he was about to collapse from fatigue. Kakashi appeared in the nick of time, gently carrying him on his back. In the cinema, the audience was moved by this scene. The narrative continued to unfold as Naruto finally returned to the village. Accompanied by a warm yet slightly melancholic melody, villagers gathered, cheering and expressing their gratitude and joy, with children eagerly surrounding Naruto. At this moment, the lights in the cinema gradually illuminated, and the film gently drew to a close. After watching the film with his classmates, Boruto returned home after seeing Sarada off. Host, Uzumaki Boruto role, Deva Path Pain, Nagato, role progress. 100. Ding. Congratulations to host Uzumaki Boruto for completing the roleplay. Reward, all abilities of Deva Path Pain, Nagato. At that moment, Boruto felt a surge of chakra within him, flowing like a mighty river, an overwhelming force swelling, and his ocular power intensifying as well. He hastily approached the mirror, only to discover that his eyes had quietly transformed into the Rinnegan. Does this Rinnegan lack a unique ocular technique? What a pity, but then again, Nagato's Rinnegan originally belonged to Madara, rendering it incapable of utilizing the wheel tomb. Boruto mused softly. Now, I possess both the Rebirth Eye and the Rinnegan, coupled with Nagato's extraordinarily vast chakra reserves. Could I be the foremost beneath the six paths? Boruto contemplated inwardly. However, it seems the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye can only be used alternately. Wait, it appears that switching is not mandatory. As he spoke, Boruto's left eye transformed into the Rebirth Eye while his right eye remained in the Rinnegan state. To his astonishment, when he attempted to wield both ocular powers simultaneously, the two forces did not repel each other as he had anticipated. Rather, they seemed to achieve a remarkable equilibrium. Within his vision, he beheld the clarity and illumination of the Rebirth Eye, capable of perceiving all things and penetrating illusions, alongside the profound depth of the Rinnegan that governed life and death and discerned souls. Host, Uzumaki Boruto role, Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, role progress, 500000. Playing my dad's father? Never mind, this role-playing system is too tedious. I might as well use shadow clones to film a movie. Boruto resolved silently. Rinnegan, Rebirth Eye, but what is this eye? Boruto gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his right eye displaying a profound grayish-black sclera, with the iris shimmering with a faint blue glow. It awakened alongside my Rebirth Eye, yet did not exhibit any extraordinary abilities. Aside from an enhancement in dynamic vision, it seemed merely a fortified version of the Byakugan. He shook his head in resignation. Well, there's no use dwelling on this. My strength is now sufficient to execute that plan. Late at night, Sarada lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Ever since sharing a residence with Boruto in the Mist Village, she had grown accustomed to falling asleep peacefully in his embrace. Now, back in Konoha, Sarada frequently suffered from insomnia. Each time she recalled those intimate nights spent with Boruto in the Mist Village Hotel. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Sigh, have I become unable to sleep without Boruto's embrace? Sarada murmured to herself as she sat up in bed. Despite spending nearly every moment together during the day, a sense of inexplicable emptiness washed over her whenever night fell and they parted ways. She wrapped her arms around her knees, burying her head between her legs, filled with confusion and struggle. What should I do? Gazing out the window, Sarada took a deep breath, rose from her bed, and cautiously approached the window. Gently opening it, the night breeze brushed against her cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness. She stared in the direction of Boruto's home, resolved to stealthily climb out the window, fearful of making any noise that might awaken Sakura. Sarada landed lightly in the courtyard, striving to keep her movements soundless. She traversed the quiet streets, quickly arriving near Boruto's house. However, when she glanced at Boruto's window, she hesitated. What if Hinata finds out? Sarada paced back and forth in the moonlight. Forget it, I'll just head back. Just as Sarada prepared to turn away, she suddenly felt an invisible force locking onto her as she began to gasp in alarm. She swiftly covered her mouth. That force drew her closer to Boruto's room as she neared the window. It opened automatically, and upon entering, it closed behind her. Sarada, why are you sneaking around at my doorstep? Boruto sat at the head of his bed, playfully teasing Sarada, who was within the room. Sarada turned her head away, unable to meet Boruto's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't sleep. So I just wanted to see you. Observing Sarada's shy demeanor, a wider smile crept across Boruto's lips at that moment. Sarada, disregarding her bashfulness, walked straight to the side of Boruto's bed, lifted the covers, and nestled herself beside him. Lying closely against him, Sarada, you, Boruto began to speak. However, Sarada gently pressed her finger against his lips, silencing his words that don't talk, just sleep. Subsequently, enveloped in Boruto's embrace, she inhaled his breath and drifted into a deep slumber. Experiencing the most comfortable night since her return to Konoha, the following morning, when Sarada awoke, she found herself lying in the crook of Boruto's arm. She shifted slightly, feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing. Boruto seemed to sense her movement, slowly opening his eyes, their gazes locking. Good morning, Sarada, Boruto said softly. Sarada replied in kind. Good morning, Boruto. She then gently extricated herself from his embrace, realizing she was in Boruto's room. She knew she needed to leave quickly, just as she prepared to rise from the bed. Onaikin, came the voice of Himawari from outside the door. Upon hearing Himawari's voice, Sarada froze, internally lamenting her predicament. This was bad. If Himawari saw her, who knew what she might think? In a flurry, she dove back under the covers, hiding herself completely. Boruto watched Sarada's frantic actions with a chuckle, shaking his head at that moment. Himawari pushed the door open and entered, spotting Boruto sitting at the head of the bed. Brother, it's time for breakfast. Yeah, Himawari, I'll be down soon. You go ahead, Boruto responded. Himawari appeared oblivious to any unusual circumstances and skipped out of the room. What a close call. If I had been seen, how would I face Himawari? Sarada emerged from beneath the covers, letting out a sigh of relief. Boruto, noting her anxious expression, remarked with a smile, what are you afraid of? If she knows, she knows. But Sarada attempted to voice her concerns, but was cut off by Boruto. All right, I'll have Pakin take you back. Shortly thereafter, Pakin arrived at Boruto's room. After Sarada planted a quick kiss on Boruto's cheek, she was whisked away by Pakin's space-time jutsu back to her home, that on a deserted island in the land of water, a ripple of spatial distortion quietly manifested. Moments later, Boruto and Pakin appeared upon the island. Boruto slowly activated his Rinnegan, raising a finger as he intoned, summoning technique. Outer path, golem. In an instant, a plume of white smoke erupted behind him, and a towering outer path golem, standing 100 meters tall, materialized on the island. I can't believe I managed to summon it successfully. Boruto mused as he gazed up at the majestic figure before him. I thought it had been permanently sealed within Kagaya's dimensional space, never to be summoned again. Yet, when Boruto attempted to manipulate the golem, he found it utterly immobile. It lacks tailed beast chakra to function, unless one expends chakra and life force like Nagato did. But that's irrelevant. I never intended for you to fight anyway. Days later, within an orphanage in Konoha, in an office, Kabuto, clad in a long black robe and wearing glasses, prepared for the educational curriculum for the following day. Serving as the director of an orphanage felt like a gross underutilization of his talents. Just then, Boruto's figure silently appeared behind him. When did you? I didn't even sense your presence, hearing the voice from behind. Kabuto turned around slowly, astonishment etched on his face. You're Naruto's son. What brings you here? Kabuto inquired cautiously. Boruto smiled nonchalantly. Nothing much. I simply hope that you can return to your former profession. Kabuto's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze flitting over Boruto as he sought to glean some insight from his expression and toned on Naruto's son. Your words perplex me. I have long since renounced my past and dedicated myself wholly to educating and aiding these homeless children. What do you mean by returning to my former profession? Kabuto asked, confusion evident. Continue to play your role as the Dream Master, Boruto replied with a smile. Dream Master, did I once fulfill dreams for others? A flicker of puzzlement crossed Kabuto's face before realization dawned that he murmured softly. Are you referring to the Edo Tensei? Boruto nodded gently. Indeed, the Edo Tensei. Kabuto fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Naruto's son, Do you understand what the Edo Tensei entails? It is a forbidden technique that toys with the dead that I once committed unforgivable errors in pursuit of power. However, I have resolved to abandon that dark past and atone in my own way. Atonement? Is it because of Izanami? Boruto inquired curiously. Kabuto was taken aback, surprised that Boruto knew of Izanami. That Jinjutsu, I have long since unraveled. The current me has merely rediscovered my true identity. Rediscovered your identity? Yet, to me, the title of Dream Master suits you far better. As for being the orphanage director, perhaps you should consider it a part-time role, Boruto said, a smile gracing his lips as he activated his Tensigen. Coalescing a brilliant silver chakra sphere in his hand. In an instant, Kabuto's chakra seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. Flowing like a tide into the sphere Boruto held. Kabuto's eyes widened in shock as he realized his chakra was being ruthlessly siphoned away, leaving him increasingly weak. What is this ability? Kabuto managed to utter, half kneeling on the ground. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable power that could so effortlessly extract another's chakra. Boruto glanced at the weakened Kabuto and declared, "This should suffice now that I didn't approach you earlier because I feared my strength was insufficient to control you. But now, I have you in my grasp." Kabuto gazed at Boruto, confusion swirling in his eyes. "What are you doing this for?" "To defeat the Akatsuki clan," Boruto replied with unwavering conviction. As soon as the words left his mouth, a Tensei spirit sphere appeared before him, instantaneously merging with Kabuto's being. Kabuto's eyes became hollow and vacant, as if under the thrall of some mysterious force. His body no longer belonged to him. He had become a puppet under Boruto's control. Boruto approached Kabuto, extending a finger and gently flicking it, producing a crisp snap. Instantly, Kabuto's previously vacant gaze regained clarity. "What have you done to me?" "Nothing much. You will simply be serving me from now on," Boruto replied nonchalantly. Kabuto looked at Boruto, a profound sense of shock welling up within him. "This is terrifying. Are you truly Naruto's son?" Boruto, a smile playing on his lips, teased. "What? Do you need a DNA test to prove it?" Kabuto shook his head. "No need. The resemblance between you and your father is so striking that a DNA test would be redundant." "All right, enough chit-chat. Follow me to a certain place," Boruto said calmly. Deep beneath the land of fire, a vast hidden space lay concealed. After a distortion of space, Pakin transported Boruto and Kabuto to this location. "This is the outer path golem. How could it possibly be here?" Kabuto exclaimed upon seeing the towering figure. Boruto replied coolly, "Indeed, this is the outer path golem. From now on, you will work for me here. As for the orphanage, just use shadow clones to handle it. Oh, I even have the right to refuse." Kabuto retorted helplessly. Boruto shook his head lightly. "When you performed Edo Tensei, did you retain any backup of the corpses you used?" "The corpses I acquired are all sealed within a scroll, which is currently in a hidden abandoned base of Orochimaru. It also contains the body of Uchiha Madara from his elderly years." Kabuto elaborated. "Uchiha Madara, you say?" "Indeed. I have a lingering doubt. Why does Uchiha Madara, upon being reincarnated through your Edo Tensei, manifest as his younger self?" Boruto, recalling his curiosity while watching the anime, could not help but voice his thoughts. "The Edo Tensei of Uchiha Madara is a meticulously crafted creation of mine." Kabuto elaborated that it is a technique that sacrifices Madara's own body as the vessel for the reincarnation. His own body? Could it be a clone? Boruto astutely grasped the critical information and ventured a hypothesis. Kabuto nodded gently, affirming Boruto's conjecture. "Indeed, the corpse of Uchiha Madara that I acquired was aged and decrepit. However, I successfully cultivated a young clone using his genetic material. The essence of the Edo Tensei lies in summoning the soul back to this world and merging it with the vessel. The higher the compatibility between the soul and the vessel, the greater the accuracy of the reincarnation, allowing the individual's power to approach their former peak." Kabuto patiently elucidated. "The clone I nurtured has achieved nearly perfect compatibility with Uchiha Madara's soul. Therefore, when he is reincarnated, he appears as the youthful form of that clone." Kabuto continued. Upon hearing this, Boruto pondered. "I see. No wonder Uchiha Madara's appearance during the Edo Tensei in the anime was that of his younger self." Nodding, Boruto inquired, "Then, how much time would it take to cultivate Uchiha Madara's clone again?" Kabuto contemplated for a moment. "Originally, it took me 3 months to cultivate Uchiha Madara's clone. However, with the assistance of the Outer Path Golem, I estimate it could be completed in about 15 days. Nonetheless, I will require some equipment necessary for cloning that this. Boruto waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about the equipment. The experimental apparatus from Uchiha Obito's base has already been transported back to the storage in Konohagakure. Kabuto paused. Uchiha Obito, one of Lord Orochimaru's former test subjects. After the Edo Tensei of Uchiha Madara, do you have confidence in your ability to control him? Kabuto reflected on the difficulties he faced in controlling Madara during the previous Edo Tensei. Boruto, sensing Kabuto's concern, reassured him with confidence in his own strength that it will be fine at that time. I will also reincarnate Sinju Hashirama, Sinju Tobirama, and my grandfather, Namikaze Minato, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage? Why have you excluded the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kabuto inquired with curiosity that I hold no fondness for the third Hokage, and he serves no purpose for me. Boruto candidly replied. 20 days later, within the confines of the base. Boruto gazed intently at the 4 cultivation vessels before him. This moment, the clones of Uchiha Madara, Sinju Hashirama, Sinju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato were nearing completion. Each of their forms exhibited the youthful state they possessed before their demise. Lying quietly in transparent vessels filled with nutrient solution, Kabuto stood nearby, skillfully manipulating complex instruments and meticulously adjusting various parameters. Soon, Kabuto's gaze shifted to Boruto, informing him that their clones had completed cultivation. Very well, let us commence the Edo Tensei ritual, Boruto declared in a solemn tone. Deep within the secret base of the Land of Fire, the clones of Uchiha Madara, Sinju Hashirama, Sinju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato were being gently extracted from their vessels. Their smooth, immaculate bodies still bore traces of the cultivation solution, lying on the cold ground and slightly writhing. Boruto stood quietly before them, his gaze profound. He raised his hand slightly, and 4 silvery reincarnation orbs merged into the bodies of the 4 clones. As the orbs integrated, the writhing of the clones ceased instantaneously. That moment, a burst of white smoke enveloped the area, and Boruto's form transformed. He now appeared as a dark-haired man, clad in a long black and gray robe. The collar adorned with pure white fur, and a white 3-eyed fox mask covering his face. Boruto, what is this? Kabuto asked, bewildered by Boruto's sudden metamorphosis. For now, my identity must remain concealed from them. Boruto replied softly. Simultaneously, an invisible aura enveloped his body, preventing others from sensing his chakra fluctuations. Upon hearing this, Kabuto nodded slightly, seemingly understanding Boruto's intentions. Then, let us begin. Boruto swiftly formed hand seals, then struck the ground forcefully as a deep chant echoed forth. Edo Tensei. Immediately, intricate and mysterious symbols erupted from the ground, writhing as if alive, encircling the 4 clones. Concurrently, a circle of white light rose from the ground, enveloping them, their bodies beginning to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Countless paper-like substances seemed to surge from the earth, converging upon his form. The paper-like materials accumulated. The outlines of Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, and Minato gradually took shape. It worked. Next, Kabuto stood behind Boruto, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 ninjas. Instinctively taking a step back, Hashirama's eyes gradually regained clarity as he surveyed Boruto and Kabuto before him. Was I not liberated from the Edo Tensei by the Sage of 6 Paths? What is happening here? He then turned to his left, staring at Tobirama, only to freeze in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly incomprehensible. This yet another scheme by that ninja named Orochimaru. Tobirama glanced at his hands. Then at his left, his eyes wide with shock, Madara. When he realized that the individual standing beside him was not his imagined disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Uchiha Madara, his astonishment grew even more pronounced. That moment, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan casting a cold glance at Tobirama, as if regarding him as an insignificant insect. After the initial shock, Tobirama vanished from his spot, reappearing behind his elder brother. Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, too, found himself perplexed by his reincarnation. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara beside him, he instinctively recoiled, quickly taking position behind Hashirama. What a swift reunion! Hashirama, Uchiha Madara spoke coldly. Indeed, it seems we meet again in the blink of an eye. Hashirama mused. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen be the one reincarnated? Why is it Madara? Tobirama finally could not restrain himself from speaking. "Brother," Tobirama exclaimed again. "Fear not, Tobirama. Madara will not turn against us at this moment." Hashirama reassured his younger brother, though confusion lingered in his own heart. However, Uchiha Madara merely snorted, diverting his attention from Hashirama and the others to Boruto and Kabuto. "Tobirama, this is your fault for inventing this technique. It has summoned me back yet again." Hashirama reproached Tobirama, "Be silent, brother. This time, the precision of the reincarnation surpasses the last. Our power is now akin to our former peaks. You truly believe these two children can control us?" Tobirama retorted, attempting to raise his hand to unleash chakra, only to be abruptly suppressed by a formidable force that rendered him immobile. That he stared in astonishment at Boruto, who had raised his hand. Two fingers extended. "Initially, I sensed no chakra from him. I never expected such power could restrain me." Tobirama mused inwardly. Uchiha Madara regarded Kabuto behind Boruto, remarking, "You are the one who reincarnated me back then. Are you not? Now, you stand behind this individual? It is indeed an honor for Lord Madara to remember me that I now serve this esteemed individual." Kabuto gestured towards Boruto. "You cannot perceive my chakra, can you?" Uchiha Madara thought to himself, "Now that we have been reincarnated, what is your intention? Do you seek to annihilate Konoha?" Minato finally broke his silence, unable to contain his curiosity. "Annihilate Konoha? With the likes of us being restrained by the person before you? I wonder if my elder brother can break free. This reincarnation should perfectly restore his strength," Tobirama pondered, while remaining vigilant of Boruto and Kabuto. "Welcome back to the ninja world, everyone." Boruto finally spoke, his voice imbued with an air of mystery. "Who are you?" As the pillars of the past stood before Boruto, he inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Uchiha Menma," Boruto replied nonchalantly. "Uchiha? Yet another malevolent figure," Tobirama began, but was abruptly silenced by the intense gaze of Uchiha Obito, rendering him hesitant to continue. "Uchiha, I believe that the Uchiha clan was solely represented by Sasuke. Are you perhaps the son of Sasuke?" Tobirama questioned Boruto with curiosity. "Sasuke's son? Are you jesting?" Boruto thought to himself before responding. "No, Uchiha Menma is merely my alias. My true name is something you cannot yet know." Upon hearing this, Tobirama pressed further. "Very well, Uchiha Menma. What is the purpose of your Edo Tensei resurrection? Is it truly to bring ruin to Konoha?" Boruto shook his head and spoke softly. "Not Konoha. Not Konoha. Do you intend to annihilate the entire shinobi world?" Tobirama remarked, suddenly struck by a realization. "Second Hokage, your vision is rather limited. I have no interest in either the shinobi villages or the world at large. My aspirations are eternally set upon the stars and the vast seas," Boruto declared, as if discussing something trivial. "In the future, the Akatsuki clan will descend upon the shinobi realm, but I require your strength to combat them." "The Akatsuki clan?" Tobirama and the others fell into deep contemplation. "I need your power to confront the formidable Akatsuki that may arrive. Their strength is so great that even the current Seventh Hokage and Sasuke may not prevail." Boruto stated gradually, "Seventh Hokage? Has Konoha truly reached its Seventh Hokage?" Tobirama seemed incredulous. "Who is the Seventh Hokage?" Minato could not help but interject, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "The Seventh Hokage is Uzumaki Naruto." Boruto replied coolly that this. Minato's face brightened with a smile. "Naruto, have you truly become Hokage?" Boruto glanced at Uchiha Obito, who stood silently, and pondered, "Is Obito's silence a result of his spirit being shattered after being manipulated by Black Zetsu?" He then addressed Obito. "Uchiha Obito, after your dreams have been shattered, are you now unable to dance once more?" Shattered dreams. Obito was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the tumultuous journey of his life. "Throughout my life, I have resorted to any means necessary to achieve my goals. In pursuit of my dreams, I severed bonds, abandoned my clan, manipulated my descendants, and even instigated conflict among people. Originally averse to war, my intention was merely to protect my brother, safeguard my family, and bring the waters of my ambitions to the opposite shore. However, when I finally reached that shore, my brother was gone, and my friends stood opposed to me. That I sought to bring peace to the world through the infinite Tsukimi, only to become a mere pawn for Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. These thoughts crossed his mind. Obito erupted into laughter. Ha! In his laughter, the former arrogance had dissipated, leaving only a sense of liberation and transcendence. Observing Obito's sudden outburst, Minato was puzzled and quietly asked, "What is wrong with him?" "Do not mind him," Tobirama replied coolly. Members of the Uchiha clan often exhibit such bursts of laughter. Minato, taken aback, remarked, "Is that so? This is my first time hearing of such a thing." Unable to dance once more, Obito's laughter gradually subsided, and he turned to Boruto with a profound gaze. "Young one, even if my dreams have been shattered, I remain Uchiha Obito. Do you wish to dance as well?" Obito's eyes widened as his Sharingan transformed into Rinnegan at that moment. A hand gently rested upon Obito's shoulder. "Calm down, Obito," Tobirama's steady voice resonated. "Since this young man has indicated that adversaries akin to Kagaya Akatsuki will descend upon the shinobi world, we are now comrades in battle." Obito shot a glance at the hand on his shoulder and scoffed. "Remove your hand, Hashirama." Tobirama chuckled heartily and promptly withdrew his hand, placing one on his hip while scratching his head in embarrassment. "Humph," Obito huffed disdainfully, turning his back to the group. Boruto observed this scene, inwardly musing, "At Tsundere Obito." Tobirama then turned to Boruto, adopting a serious demeanor. "Since Minma here has indicated that the Akatsuki will arrive in the future, what do you propose we do? At present, I am uncertain of the exact timing of their arrival." Boruto pondered for a moment. "You two should team up to investigate the remnants left by Kagaya in the shinobi world. Perhaps you can uncover information regarding the Akatsuki clan." "Investigate Kagaya's remnants?" "How dull," Obito scoffed, then glanced at Tobirama with a glint of battle intent in his eyes. "Hashirama, I only wish to engage you in battle once more." Obito clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. Tobirama looked at Obito and shook his head helplessly. "Come now, we are currently in the Edo Tensei state. Though you really wish to fight in such a condition?" "Of course," Obito replied without hesitation. "No matter how many times, for I have already reached the other shore." Hashirama, Minato, witnessing the tension between the two, could not help but inquire, "Boruto, are you not going to stop them?" Boruto smiled slightly. "Stop them? No. I am far more interested in witnessing their clash." With that, he looked at Obito and Tobirama, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "The old place, Hashirama." Just as Obito was about to make a move, Boruto called out, "Wait, before you fight, I would like the second Hokage to perform a little show." "What do you mean?" Tobirama raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning to go. "What kind of show can Tobirama perform?" Tobirama inquired with curiosity. Boruto raised his hand and waved it gently, causing Tobirama to be manipulated by an invisible force to perform a transformation jutsu. Before long, Tobirama was adorned in a splendid blue and white Peking opera costume, complete with a headdress and a flowing cape, creating a completely new appearance to "Oh, not bad. That outfit suits you well, Tobirama," Hashirama commented, nodding in approval as he observed Tobirama's transformation. "Hey, Uchiha," Tobirama began, only to find his limbs moving uncontrollably, singing lyrics involuntarily, reflecting on years gone by, tears unspent. In the ornate towers, fate intertwines. The gallant hero descends with fiery mane. The Tang Emperor rewards my governorship. The Western Liang Kingdom rebelled. Your father summoned me to his court, forcing me to don my armor on the front lines, tearing apart lovers, each to their own side. Why is my mouth also out of control? Tobirama thought frantically. What is he singing? It's quite melodic, Hashirama remarked, nodding in agreement. Humph, not bad at all, Obito scoffed, a mixture of disdain and begrudging admiration gracing his features. Minato, observing the scene with embarrassment, scratched his head, uncertain of how to react. So this is how Edo Tensei is utilized. I have learned something new, Orochimaru muttered to himself. Wonderful. This is far more visually appealing than a flat paper figure. Boruto applauded enthusiastically as he watched Tobirama perform. After the performance concluded, Boruto released his control over Tobirama. At that moment, Tobirama's expression twisted in disbelief. He had never imagined he would present himself in such a manner, especially not with Obito praising him for his performance. He glared at Boruto and shouted, "You wretched little Uchiha! I shall unleash continuous explosions upon you." With that, he raised his hand, intending to plunge it into his own body. However, his actions were halted by Boruto's hand. Cursed Edo Tensei! I should never have invented this jutsu that toys with the dead. Tobirama cursed inwardly. As night fell upon the Valley of the End, the moonlight cascaded like water. Hashirama gazed at the barren canyon before him, perplexed. Is this truly the Valley of the End? Where are the statues of Obito and me? After sealing Kagaya Akatsuki, Naruto and Sasuke fought here, destroying both of your statues. Boruto explained that I suspect they will be replaced with new ones in the future. Destroyed, and they will be replaced? Hashirama's face contorted with discomfort upon hearing this revelation. Was that the conclusion of Naruto and Sasuke's battle in the Valley of the End? The gaze of Uchiha Madara fell upon the stone before him. The fingers of his statue intertwined with those of Hashirama. Forming a symbol of reconciliation, he slowly stepped aside, calling out loudly, "Hashirama, Madara." Hashirama positioned himself opposite Madara at that moment. A gust of night wind swept through, gently lifting their hair as they silently locked eyes. Just then, a green leaf fluttered by, caught deftly in Madara's hand. What constitutes a true dream? He stared at the leaf, as if seeking clarity through it. As he shifted his perspective, Hashirama's face emerged within the confines of the leaf. It turned out to be a smile gracing the corner of Hashirama's mouth. However, at that instant, the hollow visage of Hashirama within the leaf abruptly transformed into a colossal sword. Madara paused momentarily, the green leaf slipping from his grasp. Simultaneously, a great sword had appeared in Hashirama's hand, pointed menacingly at Madara. In the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Sinju Hashirama stood at an impasse. At this juncture, two figures materialized behind Boruto, Sinju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. Has the barrier been set? Boruto inquired. Minato nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, the barrier that severs chakra perception has been established." Upon hearing this, Boruto nodded in agreement. "The fact that you were reanimated by Edo Tensei must remain a secret from the Seventh Hokage, lest it cause complications." Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, still clutching the green leaf, fell into a trance. In contrast, Sinju Hashirama summoned a scroll and drew forth a massive sword. Pointing it at Madara, "I've waited long enough. Madara, let us commence." Gazing at the colossal sword in Hashirama's hand, a slight twitch crossed Madara's lips. Witnessing this scene, Boruto produced a scroll, unsealing it to reveal the Uchiha fan. He tossed it lightly, and the fan landed securely in Madara's hand, who caught it. Feeling the familiar texture, Madara immediately unleashed his full might, his Rinnegan glowing with an ethereal light, surrounded by a powerful surge of chakra. Hashirama, undeterred, swung his great sword, its tip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Hashirama, Madara, beneath the moonlight, their figures entwined in a dance of combat, and within the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The clash of formidable ninjutsu and taijutsu resonated violently, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks, engulfing the Valley of the End in a tempest of dust and energy. Boruto, Tobirama, and Minato stood at a distance. Observing this transcendent confrontation, the fated clash unfolded like a live broadcast of magnificence. Boruto mused. At this moment, their battlefield shifted to the surface of the lake above the Valley of the End. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara formed hand seals, and in an instant, a colossal wave of fire erupted from his mouth, surging towards Hashirama. Hashirama's eyes sharpened, wielding his great sword, while his other hand swiftly formed a seal. Wood style, birth of the tree world. Countless robust trees erupted from the depths of the lake like bamboo shoots after rain, blocking Madara's torrential flames. The trees crackled in the blazing inferno but remained unscathed, growing even more resilient, showcasing the astonishing and tenacious vitality of Hashirama's wood style. Observing Hashirama effortlessly neutralizing his fire style, Madara couldn't help but scoff, swiftly forming a one-handed seal, wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The water's surface quaked suddenly as a massive wood dragon soared from the lake, its gaping maw lunging at Hashirama. "Humph! How dare that Madara use wood style before my brother? Truly an act of arrogance." Tobirama sneered at Madara's wood style technique. "Madara, employing my ninjutsu against me is quite amusing," Hashirama remarked with a slight smile, appearing unperturbed by Madara's wood dragon. In response, Hashirama summoned his own wood dragon, a more formidable counterpart that resonated with power. The two wood dragons engaged in a fierce clash, splintering wood scattering through the air, their massive forms twisting and rolling as they produced thunderous roars. Ultimately, Hashirama's wood dragon gained the upper hand, its superior chakra and mastery of wood style overpowering Madara's, entangling it and rendering it immobile. Yet, Madara displayed no sign of despair. Instead, his eyes blazed with intensity. "Hashirama, you remain as formidable as ever, but this time, I am different." Before his words could fully escape, Madara leaped, landing firmly atop his wood dragon. His Rinnegan transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a tangible blue chakra surged around him. Susanoo, with a whispered incantation, the wood dragon, previously ensnared by Hashirama, was enveloped in a formidable blue armor, evolving into Susanoo wood dragon. Empowered by Madara's Susanoo, Hashirama's wood dragon shattered instantly, while Madara's wood dragon broke free. Charging ferociously towards Hashirama, No Ninetales, then substitute with a wood dragon. You truly are something, Madara. A smile graced Hashirama's face that I never anticipated Madara would employ Susanoo over a wood dragon, Tobirama exclaimed in astonishment. Just like how Sasuke and Naruto merged Susanoo with the Ninetales, this time it's with the wood dragon. I shall name this technique Armored Wood Dragon's Celestial Descent. Minato interjected, casually naming the technique. Has Madara truly reconciled with Hashirama? I never witnessed him using wood style before Hashirama in the anime. Boruto pondered internally. Wood style? Wood dragon jutsu? Hashirama clapped his hands together, causing the lake to surge once more as 3 wood dragons soared into the sky. Their deafening roars echoing through the heavens, charging towards the Susanoo wood dragon. However, unexpectedly, the Susanoo wood dragon displayed unparalleled speed and strength, effortlessly swatting the 3 wood dragons aside, sending wood chips flying like stars and tracing arcs in the air before crashing into the lake. I never imagined it could be so powerful. It seems I have no other choice. Hashirama entered Sage mode, mysterious black markings appearing on his face. Sage art. Wood human jutsu. In an instant, a towering wooden giant, over 100 meters tall, emerged beneath him, with 3 wood dragons swirling around it. Are you finally serious, Hashirama? Madara laughed heartily, as the wood dragon Susanoo underwent its transformation, expanding into a colossal blue Susanoo that wielded 2 massive chakra swords. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Hashirama's wooden giant clashing against Madara's Susanoo. The Susanoo furiously swung its long blades, cleaving through mountains and severing rivers with its immense sword energy. Meanwhile, the colossal wooden giant, with its indomitable wooden form, adeptly defended and countered using the agile wood dragons. The sky above the Valley of the End became shrouded in ominous clouds, resonating with the thunderous clash of their overwhelming energies. Hashirama, Madara, after another fierce exchange in midair, resulting in a blinding flash of white light, they gracefully descended back into the valley. Beneath their feet lay the symbol of reconciliation formed by the fingers of their statues. Ha ha, Madara, it seems this time we are evenly matched, Hashirama exclaimed, a hearty laugh escaping him as he gazed at Madara. Madara gently shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the luminous moon in the sky. A faint smile gracing his lips as he softly declared, Hashirama, I have lost. The dream I have pursued all along turned out to be an illusion. Ultimately, I discovered that what I yearned for most was perhaps the tranquility that follows our battle. In Madara's words lay a subtle sense of relief, as if the long-standing grievances and conflicts had finally found their resolution in this moment. Hashirama, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. He took a steady step forward, his voice calm. Madara, we have both been lost, but what matters is that we have found our way back. Now, let us move forward as comrades. With that, Hashirama extended his hand towards Madara. Madara paused for a moment. Then a smile graced his lips. In that smile, there existed both a reconciliation with past grievances and a hopeful anticipation for the future. He slowly extended his hand, clasping it tightly with Hashirama's palm. In that instant, it felt as though the chasm of a millennium had been transcended, dissipating into thin air. Boruto, witnessing the successful hand-holding of Hashirama and Madara, couldn't resist teasingly exclaiming, Hurry, hurry, give him a kiss. Give him a kiss. Tobirama and Minato, initially quietly observing this scene, were taken aback by Boruto's words. Tobirama furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his tone as he retorted, Hey, you Uchiha brat. What are you saying? Do you want Aniki to kiss that wicked Uchiha Madara? Boruto chuckled. Could it be that Madara is the one kissing Hashirama? Tobirama, incensed by this suggestion, raised his finger, You mischievous Uchiha brat. However, before he could finish, Boruto immobilized him with a mere gesture. The vexatious Uchiha Tobirama could only mutter his grievances about the Uchiha clan behind Boruto. Yet, Boruto remained unfazed, thinking to himself, Let them scold me. After all, I am not an Uchiha at that moment. Minato broke the awkward silence, saying, Mr. Uchiha Itachi, can we return to Konoha for a visit? Boruto turned his head, glancing at the hopeful Minato, his face concealed beneath the mask revealing a mix of complex emotions. Certainly, but you will need to undergo a transformation, and while in Konoha, you must control your chakra to avoid detection by the Seventh Hokage, Boruto replied calmly. Hashirama and Madara approached, as well, with Hashirama nodding. A visit to Konoha indeed requires a disguise. Madara's appearance is too intimidating and needs some beautification. Upon hearing this, Madara inwardly muttered, "That sounds like something Hashirama's mother once told me. But when was that?" Yet he refused to relent verbally. "Humph, Hashirama's mother is much better than your pitiful, despondent face." Hashirama burst into laughter. "Ha, really?" He then turned to Boruto, asking, "So, little brother Itachi, is Tsunade still around?" Boruto responded, "Tsunade is still here." Hashirama felt a slight relief. "Is that so? It's good to know she is still around, that I regret not being able to say goodbye to her last time." Hearing Tsunade's name, Madara couldn't help but remember that woman he had failed to defeat even with Susanoo. Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama's mother? Hashirama's mother, I can't believe I fell for your tale of attempting to commit suicide with a kunai if Susanoo couldn't defeat you. How could I have believed that? Hashirama, recalling Madara's words, also reminisced about the past, patting Madara's shoulder and awkwardly scratching his head as he laughed. "Ha, my apologies." Deep within the hidden underground base of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru was skillfully operating complex scientific instruments. In front of him, a transparent petri dish was filled with nutrient solution, nurturing embryos that had begun to take shape. Orochimaru turned around to face Boruto, stating slowly, "The clones of Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and Nagato have all been successfully cultivated that we only need to wait another 10 days for the process to be completed." Boruto nodded slightly and asked, "By the way, do you know where Uchiha Madara's new corpse was after the Fourth Great Ninja War?" Orochimaru frowned and replied, "At that time, I was trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, and I have no knowledge of the corpse's whereabouts. Did Konoha not retrieve it?" After hearing this, Boruto gently shook his head. "Konoha holds no secrets for me. The corpse is not in Konoha," he said. Orochimaru continued, "Either Konoha destroyed Madara's corpse at that time, or," Boruto interjected, "is it Orochimaru?" In Konoha, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, gently showering the entire village in a golden hue. On the platform above Hokage Rock, the transformed Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, and Minato stood in a line, gazing down at Konoha below. "Is this now Konoha? It is far more prosperous than in our time," Hashirama remarked as he observed the towering buildings and high-tech ambience of the village. Minato echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, times are advancing, and Konoha continues to progress." Hashirama stroked his chin, perplexed. "Huh? Wasn't our village situated on a plain? Why does it seem to be in a pit now?" Tobirama added, "Yes, I didn't pay close attention during the last time I was reincarnated. Only now do I realize it seems to be in a pit." He casually remarked, "Could it be the work of the Uchiha?" Hashirama shook his head, earnestly advising, "Tobirama, do not attribute all matters to the Uchiha. You are too suspicious." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Madara's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Tobirama, I truly wish to fill your mouth with black rods." Tobirama, upon hearing this, quickly moved closer to Hashirama, exclaiming, "Aniki." Minato, gripping the railing with both hands, gazed down at Konoha, his eyes filled with pride and sentiment. "Naruto, is this the village you inherited as Hokage?" At that moment, Hashirama began to stride forward towards the stairs. "Aniki, where are you going?" Tobirama inquired with concern. Hashirama smiled in response. "I plan to take a stroll and have a good look at the current Konoha." With that, he continued onward. Meanwhile, Madara snorted coldly and turned to head for the opposite staircase. Tobirama watched Madara's retreating figure, contemplating inwardly. "This guy Madara is too dangerous. I cannot allow him to wander Konoha unaccompanied." Thus, he quietly followed, deliberately maintaining a distance. By noon, outside a dango shop, an elegant reception table was set. Sarada gently picked up a skewer of 3-colored dango and tenderly offered it to Boruto's mouth. With a smile on his face, Boruto took a bite, savoring the taste. "How is it?" Sarada softly inquired. Boruto nodded, evaluating. "Not bad, though it leans a bit towards the sweet side." At that moment, a young man on the street witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "Who is this little brat, getting fed by a girl?" he remarked with a hint of acidity that a nearby friend quickly whispered a reminder. Keep it down. That's the son of the Hokage. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression softened instantly. Oh, I see. It's the Hokage's son. Then, it's all good. Meanwhile, Madara strolled alone through the streets of Konoha, his transformed appearance unremarkable, clad in loose casual attire. His once prominent spiky hair was now neatly tied back, making it hard to believe he was once the Shura of the ninja world. He navigated through the bustling crowd, absorbing the unique atmosphere of this era. The shops lining the streets were filled with an array of modern amenities, dazzling him with their variety. People wore beaming smiles of happiness, and children frolicked joyfully in the streets, all of which felt so foreign to Madara. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon a dango shop where a girl with black hair and red glasses was with a blonde boy. Golden hair and facial hair. Could that be the child of Naruto? Madara pondered internally but did not dwell on it. However, as he passed by them, he chanced to glance back and was instantly taken aback. He noticed the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of Sarada's clothing, surprise etched across Madara's face. That is the Uchiha clan emblem. She is Sasuke's daughter? As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, she actually needs to wear glasses. He approached Sarada from behind, his tone laced with curiosity. You are of the Uchiha clan. What is your name? Startled by the sudden voice, Sarada's body trembled slightly before she turned around. What came into view was an ostensibly ordinary middle-aged man. However, her instincts sharply sensed that this individual was far from simple. I am Uchiha Sarada. May I ask what you need? She politely replied. Madara's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously scrutinizing Sarada before he slowly spoke. As a descendant of the Uchiha, why do you wear glasses? Did Madara, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, truly find Sarada's eyewear shocking? Indeed, when I first encountered Sarada, she was but 3 years old, already donning a pair of spectacles. The revelation that she was the daughter of Sasuke took me aback. Boruto mused silently to himself. Sarada was momentarily taken aback by Madara's inquiry. She had not anticipated that this sudden stranger would show such keen interest in her eyesight. However, she quickly regained her composure and explained. I have had poor vision since childhood, causing me to see things in a blur, necessitating the use of glasses to correct my sight. Upon hearing this, Madara's brow furrowed slightly as he reminisced about the Uchiha clan of yore, who seemingly did not suffer from such visual impairments. He muttered to himself, is it possible that the Uchiha clan has descendants with visual defects? Noticing Madara's apparent fascination with the Uchiha lineage, Sarada took the initiative to inquire. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Uchiha clan. Might you reveal your identity? Just as Madara was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily before fabricating an identity. I am merely a researcher intrigued by Uchiha history. Upon seeing your clan's emblem, I couldn't resist asking a few questions. Sarada nodded lightly in understanding, choosing not to delve deeper into the stranger's identity. As it was not uncommon in Konohagakure to encounter outsiders fascinated by the history of ninjas, Madara contemplated inwardly. Let her wear glasses. After all, the Uchiha clan is but a remnant of its former self. Meanwhile, Tobirama observed Madara conversing with Sarada and Boruto, silently musing. This golden-haired, blue-eyed child must be Naruto's offspring. What are Madara's intentions? Does he wish to harm Naruto's child? Your name is Sarada, is it not? Would you care to become my disciple? Madara suddenly shifted the conversation, extending an invitation to Sarada. Disciple, what could you possibly teach me? Sarada queried. Puzzled, I can impart to you the formidable techniques of fire release. Madara replied confidently. Fire release? I have already mastered all the techniques of the Uchiha clan. Sarada responded unabashedly. You have mastered them all? Then I shall teach you how to awaken the Sharingan. Madara's tone held a hint of temptation, but I have already awakened it, Sarada stated, her eyes revealing the crimson double tomo swirling within. What? You have awakened the double tomo Sharingan at such a young age. I remember at your age, I was still playing with Hakamitsu. Madara thought to himself. A genius. I must take her as my disciple. His gaze then shifted to Boruto, who stood beside Sarada, a smirk playing on his lips. I can also teach you how to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Are you referring to the Mangeki Sharingan? You know how to awaken it. Sarada's voice dropped to a whisper, clearly astonished by Madara's words. Observing the glint in Madara's eyes directed towards him, Boruto felt a surge of caution. This old fool lacks martial virtue. His gaze resembles that of Sasuke when he looked at me. He wouldn't dare to orchestrate a life and death lesson in front of Sarada, would he? then turn to her and say, "Hate me, my dear disciple." Boruto shook his head internally and, adopting a nonchalant tone, whispered to Madara, "Best avoid excessive contact with the Seventh Hokage and Sasuke's child. It could lead to unnecessary trouble." "Humph, do you possess the strength to fear them?" Madara scoffed inwardly. "I fear not, but the time is not yet ripe," Boruto transmitted again. "Humph," Madara coldly scoffed in his heart before turning to leave without a trace of regret. Why did he leave so abruptly? What a peculiar individual, Sarada mused, her brow furrowed in confusion as she watched Madara's retreating figure. "Sarada, do not mind him. He is merely a dancer, unworthy of your concern," Boruto reassured her. "The dancer. He doesn't quite look the part," Sarada replied, puzzled. Meanwhile, Tobirama, having observed Madara's departure, exhaled a sigh of relief and continued to follow him at a leisurely pace. However, as he passed by Boruto and Sarada, he couldn't help but glance back, musing, "So it is the wicked little Uchiha." In the afternoon, under the glow of the setting sun, in the streets of Konoha, Hinata held a bag of recently purchased items in one hand, while tightly clasping Hanabi's small hand with the other. "Daddy." At that moment, Hanabi spotted Naruto approaching from the end of the street and immediately released Hinata's hand. Darting towards him, "Naruto-kun," Hinata called out gently, a smile brightening her face as she hurried after her daughter. Naruto crouched down, arms wide open to embrace little Hanabi as she rushed into his arms, lifting her into the air and spinning her around, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Hinata stood by, quietly watching the tender interaction between father and daughter, her eyes brimming with affection. "Hey, Dad, why are you home so early today? Have you finished your overtime work?" Boruto asked as he strolled over, hand in hand with Sarada. "One-chan, Sarada," Hanabi exclaimed excitedly from Naruto's embrace. Though the duties of Hokage were indeed demanding, they were not always so overwhelming. Naruto nodded in agreement, in a corner of the street. The disguised Minato quietly watched this heartwarming scene. Reflecting, "You have grown into a remarkable adult, Naruto." Memories of holding little Naruto's hand alongside Kushina flooded his mind. "If only I had recognized Obito back then. If only I had discerned his plot sooner. Perhaps everything would have unfolded differently." Minato sighed inwardly, his gaze filled with complex emotions, regret for the past and gratitude for the happiness of Naruto's family in the present. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows. Observing Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, and Boruto's affectionate tableau, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his heart swirling with indescribable emotions, as Naruto cradled Hanabi, he seemed to sense something and glanced towards a corner of the street. "Yet found it empty. What's wrong, Daddy?" Hanabi inquired curiously. "It's nothing," Naruto replied softly, shaking his head. That night, in an inn's loft room in Konoha, Madara sat across from Hashirama and Tobirama. Hashirama raised his cup towards Madara. "Matter, it is indeed rare to sit together in such tranquility once more." Madara smiled lightly and raised his cup in response. "Hakimitsu." Tobirama watched his brother clink glasses with the malevolent Uchiha Madara and interjected, "Ani, this reincarnated body lacks taste." Hashirama paused, taken aback, before breaking into hearty laughter. "Ha, no matter. We shall toast nonetheless." Tobirama shook his head gently, rising to his feet, his gaze drifting through the window to the twinkling lights of Konoha at night before stepping outside. "Tobirama, where are you headed?" Hashirama inquired. "I wish to take a stroll around the village," Tobirama replied. "Huh? Did you not already explore earlier today?" Hashirama asked, puzzled. Tobirama offered no further explanation and departed alone, walking along the bustling streets. He observed the faces of people radiating happiness, yet a wave of complexity stirred within him. So many people still out and about at this hour, and hardly any ninjas patrolling. Everyone appeared so relaxed and carefree. "Naruto, you have surpassed Ai as Hokage," Tobirama thought. However, this peace in Konoha felt almost unsettlingly excessive. This excessive tranquility might lead to complacency, Tobirama murmured to himself. His gaze fell upon a convenience store where several children were engrossed in their games. Completely oblivious to their surroundings, he recalled his own era, where even children as young as them trained diligently each day. Ever vigilant of the potential for war, he shook his head, reflecting on the profound changes in time. Such excessive comfort might lead the village to lower its guard, and one day, a new threat could silently approach. If what Uchiha Minma foretold were to come true, the Tsutsuki clan might one day descend. Tobarama pondered. He continued his stroll, soon arriving at the public training grounds of Konoha. There truly no one training here. Tobarama surveyed his surroundings, and the vast training ground lay desolate and empty. Only the gentle night breeze caressed the wooden training posts, producing a soft rustling sound that in his memories. The training ground was always bustling, whether by day or by night, filled with ninjas honing their skills or practicing diligently in solitude. Yet now, this space appeared particularly forlorn. Had the ninjas of Konoha forgotten their duties as shinobi? Tobarama pondered this, his brow furrowed in concern. He understood well that true peace had never existed in the world of ninjas. Despite an outward facade of tranquility, undercurrents of turmoil perpetually surged beneath the surface. The remnants of past wars and sacrifices seemed to have been gradually erased by the passage of time. However, the lessons woven from blood and tears should not be so easily forgotten. Just as Tobarama was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps interrupted his reverie. He swiftly darted to a treetop. Observing discreetly that a girl clad in a purple training outfit, with hair to match, entered the training ground, accompanied by a small creature at her feet. It was Akatsuki, who had been returning to this training ground daily since her return from the Mist Village. At least some had not forgotten the path of the ninja. Tobarama mused with a sense of relief regarding Akatsuki's dedication. "Yay, throw the discs. This time, throw 10. Akatsuki commanded, addressing the small creature at her feet. Yay let out a low growl, nodding its tiny head, stretching its little paws into the large bag Akatsuki had brought, retrieving the discs one by one and tossing them into the air with vigor. Water release. Water sphere. Akatsuki formed a gun-like shape with one hand, a droplet of water coalescing at her fingertips, flying swiftly along the trajectory of the discs, striking each one accurately and shattering them in succession. Tobarama silently appraised her remarkable mastery of water release, as well as the extraordinary abilities of her summoning creature. "Yay, throw faster," Akatsuki urged, her focus unwavering as she continued her water attacks on the flying discs. However, no new discs were forthcoming. Puzzled, she looked at Yae, who was now panting, its tiny paws raised in a gesture of exhaustion, indicating that there were no more discs left at all. "Then let's proceed to taijutsu training," Akatsuki declared. Immediately, Yae's tail was enveloped in a dark purple chakra, transforming into a long whip. Yae swung its tail, the whip striking toward Akatsuki, who evaded with the grace of a leaf in the wind. Skillfully dodging the creature's attacks, her purple eyes sparkled with determination, each maneuver executed with precision. Faster, even faster, Akatsuki continued to urge Yae, her agility becoming increasingly ethereal, each brush with the whip accompanied by a subtle whoosh. Showcasing her exceptional taijutsu skills, Tobarama, perched silently on the treetop, found his admiration for Akatsuki growing. This young girl not only displayed a profound proficiency in water release, but also excelled in taijutsu. More importantly, her fervor and perseverance in training illuminated the future of Konoha, planting the seed of the idea of taking her as a disciple in his mind as time flowed gently by. Akatsuki concluded her training, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Sitting on the ground, she propped herself up with her hands, gazing breathlessly at the luminous moon above, where Boruto's visage seemed to materialize within its glow. She reached out, yearning to touch the ethereal image, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Boruto." At that moment, Tobarama vanished from the treetop, reappearing directly behind Akatsuki. She immediately sensed his presence, instinctively becoming alert. Executing several elegant backflips to distance herself, simultaneously, Yae growled menacingly at the unexpected figure, its claws scraping the ground, poised for an attack. "Who are you?" Akatsuki demanded, brandishing a kunai warily at the white-haired man in loose clothing before her. "Impressive vigilance. What is your name?" Tobarama inquired, gripping her kunai tightly. Akatsuki's eyes reflected both wariness and curiosity as she replied, "I am Akatsuki, a student of the Ninja Academy. May I ask who you are?" "Esteemed elder, still just a student, yet with notable talent. Then my name is Tobarama Sinju, and I wish to take you as my apprentice, Akatsuki," he stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing the man before her with a flicker of surprise. Clearly astonished by his sudden proposal to take her as a disciple, "It seems that you will not believe me without a display of strength," Tobarama remarked, instantly vanishing from sight and reappearing behind her. How fast? Kanetsuki gasped, quickly spinning around, only to find a mere afterimage. Tobarama had already returned to his original position, while behind her, a wooden board within the training ground quietly splintered. If he had attempted to strike me just now, I would have surely. A wave of fear washed over Kanetsuki. Seeing Kanetsuki in danger, Ye lunged toward Tobarama with a fierce roar. However, Tobarama merely extended his hand and caught the creature effortlessly, no matter how hard it struggled. It could not escape. Its tail shot up in preparation to absorb Tobarama's chakra. Stop! Ye! Do not absorb his chakra! Kanetsuki commanded. Hearing her shout, Ye's tail drooped back down. Oh, this little one can absorb chakra? What a peculiar summoning beast, Tobarama remarked. Oh, you truly wish to take me as your apprentice? Kanetsuki asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Tobarama nodded affirmatively. Why me? There are many ninjas in Konoha far more accomplished than I. She questioned. With a faint smile and a gaze filled with depth, Tobarama replied, I see your potential, your perseverance, and your yearning for strength. In this era of peace, many ninjas have lost their readiness for battle. Yet you have not. You remind me of my brother and myself. No matter the circumstances, we never abandoned our pursuit of power. Kanetsuki lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, the image of Boruto standing before her flickering in her mind. Then she lifted her head, her gaze resolute. I am willing. Tobarama-senpai. I yearn to become stronger. Deep within a secret base in the land of fire, in a stone meeting room, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Minato sat upon stone benches, silently awaiting their discussion. Hashirama's gaze shifted towards Tobarama, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Tobarama, you seem quite pleased these past few days, he remarked. Tobarama smiled softly in response. Brother, I have encountered an exceptionally talented child in Konoha. Her aptitude in water release is outstanding. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's interest peaked. So, have you taken her as your disciple? That is indeed the case, Tobarama confirmed with a nod. In another corner of the base, Boruto stared intently at the four clones before him. The clones of Itachi Uchiha, Nagato, Kushina Uzumaki, and Mito Uzumaki lay quietly on the ground, their bodies draped in soft blankets. As four silver reincarnation orbs merged into their forms. Boruto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning impure world reincarnation. The ground erupted with intricate, mysterious symbols, creating a surrounding array that encircled the four clones tightly. With a soft sound, a ring of white light ascended from the earth, the bodies of the clones beginning to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Countless fragments, akin to sheets of paper, lifted from the ground, slowly drifting toward them. As these fragments gradually coalesced, their once blurred outlines became increasingly distinct, ultimately restoring their forms entirely. What is this? Itachi's voice held a note of confusion as clarity returned to his gaze. Realizing he was in an unusual place, he questioned, Didn't I already break free from impure world reincarnation? Itachi fixed his eyes on Boruto, who wore a fox mask, and the figure of Orochimaru behind him. Orochimaru, have you broken the Jinjutsu of Izanami? Itachi inquired. Your Jinjutsu is indeed formidable, even 1 against 7. I still feel its effects, Orochimaru replied. Is it possible that a long time has passed since then? Itachi, regaining his composure, noted the stark difference in Orochimaru's appearance. He turned to the red-haired man on his left. Nagato, you too have been reincarnated. Yes, I never expected to be reincarnated again, but this time I am no longer in a frail state, Nagato responded. Are you Lord Mito? Kushina gazed with a perplexed expression at the woman beside her, whose red hair was intricately styled and adorned with a headdress. You are Kushina, having grown so much, Mito remarked, recognizing her. Is this the Edo Tensei of Tobarama? What on earth has transpired? Both Kushina and Mito have been revived through Edo Tensei. What exactly are you plotting, Orochimaru? Itachi inquired once more. 1 against 7. Why don't you pose that question to him? For now, I am merely complying with his orders, Orochimaru replied, gesturing towards Boruto with an air of indifference. Welcome back to the world of shinobi. I am Uchiha Menma. Boruto introduced himself. Uchiha, a relative of Madara, Mito pondered silently, casting a glance at Nagato. This red hair, could it be from the Uzumaki clan? A glimmer of alertness flashed in Kushina's eyes as memories of her death resurfaced. Uchiha, the Sharingan, that masked man. With that thought, Kushina clenched her hands tightly. Uchiha? Impossible. The Uchiha clan should have been entirely wiped out. Itachi activated his Mangeki Sharingan, and a formidable power enveloped Boruto, rendering him inscrutable, he contemplated. Exchanging puzzled glances with Nagato, who shook his head slightly. If even Nagato's Rinnegan could not discern him, could he possibly be Uchiha Obito? Itachi speculated inwardly. Uchiha Menma is merely my alias. My true identity is not yet for you to know. Boruto stated, as though he could perceive Itachi's confusion. Then what is your purpose in reviving us? To destroy Konoha? Nagato questioned, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Destroy Konoha? Oh, Nagato, is one great calamity not sufficient for Konoha? Do you wish to bring about another? Boruto jested. Great calamity? You mean Shinra Tensei? Nagato shook his head. I have entrusted hope to my disciple and will not act against Konoha again. Enough of idle chatter. I shall take you to meet a few individuals. Follow me, Boruto instructed. The group ceased their discussions and followed Boruto into another room. Inside the adjoining chamber, several individuals who had been seated rose to their feet. That chakra fluctuation, it belongs to Mito, Hashirama exclaimed. Kushina, you two have been revived through Edo Tensei? Minato sensed Kushina's chakra, his body trembling slightly with tension. Mito, Obito also sensed it, following Hashirama's gaze, his hands instinctively clenching. I can't believe even my sister-in-law has been brought back by that Uchiha Menma through Edo Tensei. Tobirama remarked in astonishment. As Boruto led the group into the conference room, Itachi and the others displayed expressions of surprise. Hashirama, Mito approached him, extending her hand. Hashirama clasped Mito's hand, softly uttering, Mito. At that moment, Obito observed the scene with a cold snort, turning his head away to avoid looking at them. Minato called out, Kushina. Minato. Kushina then rushed into Minato's embrace. Everyone, let's refrain from reminiscing just yet. Please take a seat. Boruto said, I have important matters to announce. Upon hearing this, everyone settled down. Most of you are familiar with one another, but these two may be new to you. This is Uchiha Itachi, and this is Nagato. Boruto indicated Itachi and Nagato. Uchiha, another naturally malevolent Uchiha brat. Tobirama's words dripped with disdain. A malevolent Uchiha brat. Indeed, as the one who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. I am undeniably evil, Itachi remarked with self-deprecation upon hearing Tobirama's comment. What did you say? You slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. I recall now. Uchiha Itachi, you are Sasuke's older brother? Tobirama's initial shock transformed into scrutiny as he gazed intently at Itachi. A faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, Tobirama offered an apology. My apologies, I misspoke. Uchiha, you are a naturally virtuous Uchiha brat. Naturally virtuous Uchiha. Itachi was taken aback by Tobirama's sudden shift in demeanor. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and by their own kin. Mito gazed incredulously at Uchiha Itachi before shifting her gaze to Uchiha Obito, who stood with his arms crossed, coldly looking away. Uchiha Itachi. You are a child of the will of fire, but alas, you were born in the wrong era. Had you lived in my time, the position of Hokage would never have been held by Hiruzen. What a pity, Tobirama said, his smile fading into a hint of regret. The will of fire? Itachi murmured to himself. Now, please allow me to speak. Once I have finished, you may resume your conversations, Boruto interjected. The shinobi world is on the brink of an invasion by the Akatsuki clan, and I require your strength to resist them. However, at present, you are merely Edo Tensei bodies, Boruto explained. Indeed, if those members of the Akatsuki clan possess strength comparable to Kaguya, if not even greater, then with our Edo Tensei forms alone, we cannot hope to stand against them. Should we be struck? Minato trailed off. Thus, I intend to truly resurrect you. Boruto declared slowly. Truly resurrect. The attendees gasped in unison, their eyes fixated on Boruto, awaiting his elaboration. You mean to say you will employ the outer path, samsara of heavenly life? Obito interjected at this juncture. Precisely, it is the samsara of heavenly life, Boruto affirmed with a nod. Obito, regarding your remains from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Boruto turned his gaze to Obito. You seek my eyes, do you not? Alas, those eyes have long since lost their power, Obito replied, shaking his head gently. Lost their power? Boruto pondered deeply till he recalled that in the series, Obito's final eyes were in the three-tomos state, while in the manga, Obito was already blind. After separating from Kaguya, my chakra and the power of the Rinnegan were completely drained, and my eyes have regressed to the three-tomo state. Losing even the ability to activate the Mangeki Sharingan, Obito explained slowly. That presents quite a dilemma. Boruto sighed. Is there not still one Rinnegan left? Obito recalled Sasuke's six-tomo Rinnegan and mentioned it casually. You mean Uchiha Sasuke? Tobirama inquired. Rinnegan? Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan? Itachi exclaimed in surprise. Obito nodded. Indeed, and it's not just any Rinnegan. The samsara of heavenly life requires the life of the caster as a sacrifice. Would Sasuke be willing to sacrifice himself to resurrect us? Nagato questioned, his brow furrowed in skepticism. You intend to capture Sasuke and compel him to perform the samsara of heavenly life for you? Itachi suddenly stood up, his voice tinged with agitation. After all, Sasuke was his younger brother. How could he bear to watch him sacrifice himself for others' revival? Calm down, Itachi. Please take a seat, Boruto urged, and Itachi, upon hearing this, gradually complied. That I have an idea, though I'm not certain of its feasibility. Boruto began tentatively. The group turned their curious gazes toward him. Since the samsara of heavenly life requires the caster's life as a sacrifice, could we not seek another to perform the technique? Boruto proposed. Those capable of wielding the Rinnegan are exceedingly rare in this world. Moreover, who would believe that Sasuke would willingly part with his Rinnegan to resurrect us? Obito countered skeptically. To wield the Rinnegan? I might have a thought on that, Orochimaru chimed in. Orochimaru, my idea coincides with yours, Boruto responded. We could simply clone Obito's body, implant the Rinnegan into the clone, and have it perform the samsara of heavenly life. Boruto elaborated further. A clone. Is that truly feasible? If successful, it would be akin to, Tobirama mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though I possess a Rinnegan, I cannot simply gouge out my own eyes for experimentation. It seems Sasuke will have to endure some hardship. Boruto contemplated inwardly. So, we must seize the Rinnegan from Sasuke. Hashirama directed his gaze toward Boruto. Take Sasuke's eyes? Even when I first became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I might not have been able to overpower Sasuke at that time. Now, as we are merely Edo Tensei bodies, even in unison, we may not rival Sasuke's current strength. Are you confident in your ability to procure his Rinnegan? Obito questioned, his gaze piercing into Boruto's. This is merely a hypothesis. There is no rush for experimentation. For now, let us summon some combat power through Edo Tensei. Boruto concluded. In the land of fire, within a secluded and profound gorge, two figures gradually made their entrance. Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Itachi abruptly halted, directing his finger towards a seemingly inconspicuous cluster of stones within the gorge, and softly remarked, that is the resting place of Uchiha Shirsui's remains. Is this truly the famed grave of Shirsui the teleporter? I had assumed it was located within Konohagakure, Kabuto responded, astonished. However, Itachi, cannot you undertake the excavation yourself? Must you insist on involving me? I am exceedingly occupied, he added with a hint of complaint. That I do not wish to disturb the remains of my dear friend. I must rely on you, Kabuto, Itachi replied, turning away. Alas, it seems I have no choice. I shall handle it. After all, I have unearthed countless graves, and this one shall not make a difference, Kabuto said, gently squatting down, his palm grazing the ground. In an instant, the earth began to tremble slightly. As the vibrations intensified, stones were gradually displaced, revealing an ancient stone coffin. Kabuto's techniques were deft and agile, clearly indicative of his proficiency in such matters. He gently pushed aside the lid of the coffin, unveiling a decayed corpse clad in black attire, a short sword slung across its back, and adorned with the forehead protector of the Leaf Village. Kabuto swiftly produced a sealing scroll from his possession, meticulously sealing Shirsui's body within. It is done. Itachi, we should take our leave. Kabuto stood, addressing Itachi, who had his back turned. Itachi turned to face him, his gaze complex as he regarded the scroll containing Shirsui's remains. Giving a subtle nod without uttering a word on their way back to the base, Itachi glanced at Kabuto and inquired, Kabuto, do you have any knowledge of Sasuke's current situation? Kabuto replied, oh, how you care for your brother. Engaging in a 1 versus 7 confrontation. That I am unaware of Sasuke's condition. I have not seen him since the 4th Great Ninja War. That's so? Itachi mused. However, I have heard that he is now married and has a daughter. Kabuto remarked with a hint of jest. Sasuke is married and has a daughter? A niece, then? Itachi murmured. In a corner of the amusement park within Konohagakure, a meticulously manicured patch of grass was the stage for Himawari. who gleefully kicked a vibrantly colored shuttlecock. Not far away, Hinata stood quietly, her gaze filled with warmth as she observed Himawari's every move. Outside the amusement park, a disguised Kushina pointed at Hinata and Himawari, softly asking Minato beside her, "Is that my daughter-in-law and granddaughter?" Minato nodded slightly in affirmation, replying, "Yes." Kushina continued, "Naruto has married such a beautiful girl. Are those eyes Byakugan? She belongs to the Huga clan." Minato responded, "She is the daughter of Hisashi." "What? Does that not make her a princess of the Huga clan? How remarkable. Naruto truly has accomplished much." Kushina's tone revealed a mix of surprise and delight. "Indeed, Naruto is now the Hokage," Minato stated. "Yes, Naruto has indeed become Hokage." Kushina picked up a flyer in her hand, emblazoned with an advertisement featuring the 7th Hokage Naruto, savoring Ichiraku ramen. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she reminisced about the tiny form of Naruto when he was just born. Now, their son had grown into the Hokage of the Leaf Village, marrying a princess from the Huga clan and establishing his own family with children. "Minato, I yearn to embrace Naruto now, to apologize to him personally. Lamenting that I could not be there as he grew, missed his wedding, and failed to." Kushina's voice quivered, tears shimmering in her eyes. Upon hearing Kushina's heartfelt expression, Minato spoke softly to comfort her. "Kushina, there will surely be an opportunity in the future," that he gently added. "As we are now in a state of impure resurrection, it is best not to meet them. Let us merely observe from afar." He understood Kushina's inner turmoil and grief, yearning to reunite with their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Just then, two men quietly passed by them on the street. A young man remarked to his friend, "Have you seen the Minato movie?" The friend replied, "I have seen it. Alas, it pains my heart that the 4th Hokage lost his parents shortly after the 7th Hokage was born." The young man sighed. "Indeed, I initially intended to watch it again, but ultimately could not bring myself to do so." The friend indignantly added, "And that Danzo, he is truly despicable. How could such a vile person exist in Konoha? Not only did he fail to support the 4th Hokage, but he also prevented others from doing so during Pain's invasion. It is utterly disgusting and malicious. Indeed, how many misdeeds has that old dog Danzo committed? It truly makes one sick. Oh, you know where his grave is. I would love to unearth it," the young man's friend said through gritted teeth. "The Minato movie? Did you actually make a film, Minato?" Kushina softly inquired. "At a film?" Minato shook his head, looking perplexed. Shortly thereafter, Minato and Kushina arrived at the entrance of a cinema. "There really is a movie, and we are the protagonists? Who could have filmed this?" Kushina pointed at the poster outside the cinema, her face a picture of confusion. The poster depicted a golden-haired youth cradling a red-haired girl under the luminous moon in a princess carry. Standing at the entrance of the cinema, Minato and Kushina's gaze was fixed on that image, as if it had transported them back to a moment in their past. "Come, Minato, let us go inside and see how this film unfolds," Kushina said, pulling Minato's hand, her face beaming with joy. Inside the cinema, in a screening room, Kushina and Minato quietly took their seats in the last row, side by side. The auditorium was already filled to capacity. "So many people. Are they all here to see the Minato movie?" Kushina whispered to Minato, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. As the lights dimmed, the large screen illuminated, slowly revealing a long-buried past through the interplay of light and shadow. The film began in the Ninja Academy, showcasing the moment when Kushina and Minato first met. Is this truly the 4th Hokage, the father of the 7th Hokage? He was already so handsome as a child. A female audience member remarked, "It is exquisitely filmed. Minato was so adorable as a child." Kushina quietly commented to Minato beside her, "Is that so? I believe you are even cuter, especially with your red hair." Minato smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness and nostalgia as he gently held Kushina's hand. As the film progressed, the climactic moment arrived when Kushina was kidnapped by a group of unknown ninjas. After being rescued by Minato, he embraced her in a princess carry, leaping into the sky as moonlight poured down, adding a touch of romance and warmth to the scene. Instantly, the audience erupted in excitement. "Wow! That scene is so cool. The 4th Hokage truly is a hero saving the damsel in distress," a male viewer shouted, and the surrounding crowd echoed their admiration. Kushina gazed at the screen, watching herself and Minato, a wave of warmth washing over her. She turned to Minato and saw him looking at her with deep affection. "Minato, You were truly brave back then, Kushina softly expressed. Minato smiled faintly, gently patting the back of Kushina's hand. As if to convey that such actions were simply his duty, the film continued, portraying the battles Kushina and Minato faced together, the birth of Naruto, and the tragic scenes of their sacrifice to protect the village. The actions of Danzo in the film once again provoked the audience's disdain. That old dog Danzo deserves a terrible fate. He refused to assist the fourth Hokage and even obstructed others from doing so. He is utterly inhumane. The cinema was filled with low murmurs cursing Danzo. When Kushina witnessed the moment in the film where she and Minato sacrificed themselves to protect Naruto, her eyes welled with tears. She grasped Minato's hand tightly, as if she could feel the helplessness and despair of that time. Kushina, do not fear. I am always here, Minato softly reassured her, his voice steady and gentle. The entire auditorium felt suffocating, as many audience members silently wept at the poignant scenes of Kushina and Minato's sacrifice. Host. Uzumaki Boruto role. Namake's Minato, 4th Hokage. Role progress. 100 ding. Congratulations, host Uzumaki Boruto, on completing the role of Namake's Minato. You have been rewarded with all the abilities of Namake's Minato, 4th Hokage. As the abrupt sound of the system prompt echoed, the chakra of Minato Namake's, his understanding of sage arts, mastery of ninjutsu, and his wealth of combat experience surged into the body of Boruto Uzumaki like a tidal wave. That I've mastered sage arts, and now I can use the Flying Thunder God technique. This is exactly how the role-playing system should function. Boruto exclaimed to himself with excitement. Host. Uzumaki Boruto role. Uchiha Obito, with the tiger-striped mask. Role-playing progress. 5 million playing as Obito. What a remarkable coincidence. It's as if a pillow was delivered just when I was feeling sleepy. With the film of Minato, my shadow clone is perfectly suited to portray Obito with the tiger-striped mask. There's no need to shoot a movie. Just a few days of waiting will suffice to complete the role. Boruto pondered inwardly. 3 days later, on a body of water in the land of rain, Boruto, donning a fox mask, strolled effortlessly across the surface alongside Nagato. This is precisely where I once controlled Pain's 6 paths and engaged in a fierce battle with Master Jiraiya. It was here that Master Jiraiya sank to the ocean floor. Nagato remarked softly, "Is this the place? Then let us welcome back Jiraiya." Boruto's eyes beneath the fox mask transformed into the Rinnegan. If Jiraiya's remains truly lie within these waters, they have likely turned to a pile of bones by now. Activating the Rinnegan, Boruto instantly perceived every minute detail of the entire body of water. I found it. Boruto's gaze locked onto a one-armed skeleton. At that moment, he gently raised his hand, and a repulsive force field emanated from him. He then descended directly into the depths of the sea. The surrounding water being pushed aside, as if encased in an invisible bubble, Boruto slowly approached Jiraiya's remains. No wonder Kabuto was unable to obtain Jiraiya's corpse. This region's extreme underwater pressure is simply beyond human reach. Soon, Boruto reached the ocean floor, carefully examining the remains, and upon confirming their identity, decisively sealed them within a scroll before returning to the surface. Did you retrieve Master Jiraiya's remains? Nagato inquired, looking at Boruto as he emerged from the water. Yes, Boruto nodded gently, then walked beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, both Boruto and Nagato vanished from the waters and reappeared in their base, within a secret chamber of the base. 2 figures materialized behind Kabuto. Boruto casually tossed the scroll containing Jiraiya's remains, which landed steadily in Kabuto's hands. Kabuto received the scroll, puzzled, and asked, "Whose remains are these?" "Jiraiya." Boruto replied in a calm tone. Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. "So it's Jiraiya." That he slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing a one-armed skeleton before his eyes. Only bones remain. It seems the prolonged immersion in the water has led to the complete consumption of the flesh by fish. Extracting the genes to cultivate a clone from mere bones will likely take some time. Kabuto mused that on a vast, uninhabited island in the land of water, a profound purple vortex appeared in the air, and Boruto stepped forth from within. Since acquiring all of Minato's abilities, his comprehension of time and space had ascended to new heights. The spatial powers inherent in the Rinnegan and the Tensegan were now effortlessly grasped by him. Let me attempt Sage Mode. Boruto seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to guide the surrounding natural energy into his being. As the natural energy successfully merged, a dramatic transformation occurred in Boruto's aura. A refreshing, ethereal essence emanated from him, and silver patterns began to emerge in his eyes, spreading like a spider's web around them. This was the unique mark granted by Sage Mode. Boruto could distinctly sense the enhancement of his physical strength and perception. Even without activating the Rinnegan, everything around him appeared exceptionally clear. The subtle flows of energy in the air could not escape his keen awareness. Taking a deep breath, he savored the torrent of chakra within him. A smile creeping onto his lips. This Sage Mode. Truly extraordinary. Before Boruto, a black Rinnegan bead slowly materialized, transforming into a mirror. The silver patterns reflected in the mirror made him nod slightly and murmur, "How cool." Afterward, Boruto stretched his body and approached the island's cliff, casually throwing a punch. The wall crumbled as if it were mere tofu, easily penetrated, debris flying and leaving behind a massive fist-sized hole. My power has indeed increased significantly. Boruto gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the strength bestowed by Sage Mode. Next, let me try this. He lifted his palm, chakra gradually coalescing. A rapidly spinning sphere of chakra quickly formed in his hand. Simultaneously, chakra surged within him, the yin-yang attributes continuously infusing into the Rasengan. In an instant, the originally azure Rasengan morphed into a deep black. Boruto continued to channel chakra into it, as the black Rasengan began to swell. "Compress," Boruto exclaimed, and under his precise control, the black Rasengan rapidly shrank, the energy fluctuations on its surface growing increasingly intense. Harboring world-destroying power, final shape. At this moment, the Rasengan in Boruto's hand had astonishing mass, spinning at high speed. The centrifugal force generated a ring of pale white Saturn-like bands around it, great spiral sphere. This technique operates on principles similar to wind release, Rasengan. However, the great spiral sphere infuses yin-yang chakra, while the Rasengan utilizes wind chakra. Boruto gazed at the great spiral sphere in his hand. This technique was essentially a rapidly spinning tailed beast bomb. Though this move possessed tremendous might, it would be ineffective against the Akatsuki clan. I recall that Kaguya could absorb ninjutsu and amplify it before releasing. For her, this technique would merely serve as a charging tool, Boruto lamented. However, it could certainly serve to impress and dominate weaker foes. With that, Boruto slowly floated into the air. This is a farewell gift. The great spiral sphere naturally descended from his hands, transforming into a dark beam that sliced through the sky. In an instant, the entire island erupted in brilliant light, and a colossal shockwave generated towering waves. The surrounding sky became shrouded in thick dust, and the island's silhouette gradually blurred amid the roaring sounds until it was engulfed by the dense smoke, disappearing entirely from the sea. Days later, where is the island? How could it vanish? I had several boxes of plundered treasures hidden there. How could it just disappear? A group of pirates from the land of water sailed to the site. The leading pirate pointing at the water ahead. Before them lay the utterly destroyed remains of what was once a vast island akin to a large city, with scattered debris and charred earth floating on the surface. Who could have done this? To completely obliterate an island of such magnitude, a pirate said, fear evident in his voice. Had they been on the island at the time, they would have surely been reduced to nothingness. Not even scraps remaining. In Konegakure, within Sinju Park, under the radiant sun on a soft patch of grass, Sarada gracefully knelt. Meanwhile, Boruto laid comfortably with his hands folded across his chest, relishing the comfort of Sarada's lap. His eyes were tightly shut, a blissful smile gracing his face, exuding pure enjoyment. Sarada, equally smiling, gently stroked Boruto's golden hair, gazing down at his face resting on her lap, that a gentle breeze caressed them, causing their hair to flutter lightly. At that moment, Sarada leaned down, planting several soft kisses on Boruto's forehead and lips. Boruto slowly opened his eyes, looking at Sarada's lowered head, teasingly saying, "Sarada, besides leaving me with a face full of saliva, what else can you do?" "Saliva?" Sarada blushed faintly at his words. "What else do you want me to do?" "What do I want?" Boruto suddenly sat up, then playfully pushed Sarada down onto the grass. His hands braced on the ground as he gazed intensely at her. Sarada was taken aback by Boruto's unexpected action. However, a fleeting glimmer of shyness and anticipation flickered in her eyes. She gently nudged Boruto, her voice barely above a whisper. "Boruto, what are you going to do?" With a mischievous grin, Boruto gazed at Sarada and replied, "What do you think?" Sarada lay back on the grass, turning her head away, feeling a touch of nervousness. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze steadfastly fixed on Boruto. This time, she exerted a bit more force, pushing Boruto down onto the soft grass, her hands bracing against the ground. "You really turning the tables on me," Boruto exclaimed, lying on the grass, meeting Sarada's eyes. "Humph. That's what you get for teasing me earlier," Sarada said, lightly caressing Boruto's cheek. Her eyes slightly glazed, she tenderly cradled his face, drawing him in for an intimate gaze. Then, Sarada slowly leaned down and gently pressed her lips against Boruto's. After a long moment, they finally parted. By the way, Boruto, it's been a while since we practiced together. I want to know just how much of a gap there is between us, Sarada stated. Actually, it's not that much, just a tiny bit. Boruto raised his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together. A tiny bit? I don't believe that. Sarada shook her head. Really, it's only a smidgen, Boruto replied with a smile. In a training ground in Konoha, Boruto and Sarada stood at opposite ends. Boruto had his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of laziness, while Sarada assumed a combat stance, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Boruto, let us have a sparring match in taijutsu this time. Are you ready?" Sarada inquired. "Bring it on, Sarada," Boruto answered in affirmation. "I won't hold back against you," Sarada remarked earnestly. "I will." Though, Boruto thought to himself, as the battle commenced, Sarada swiftly darted forward like a phantom, quickly closing the distance to Boruto, her kunai aimed directly at his vital points. Hey, are you trying to murder your husband right off the bat?" Boruto mused inwardly. Nevertheless, Boruto remained unfazed, gracefully spinning away from Sarada's onslaught, retaliating with a punch aimed at her flank. Sarada reacted with remarkable speed, skillfully dodging Boruto's fist while twisting in midair, launching a fierce roundhouse kick towards him. Boruto slightly leaned to the side, blocking Sarada's leg with one arm, while his other hand transformed into a knife hand strike aimed at her. Sarada was momentarily startled but remained composed, adjusting her position in the air to deflect the attack and springing backward, creating distance between them. Meanwhile, hidden behind a large tree outside the training ground, a figure observed Boruto and Sarada's fierce exchange. It was Itachi, in disguise as, "Oh, that's my niece Sarada?" Itachi pondered, watching the intense taijutsu duel unfold. "That golden-haired boy must be Naruto's child," he mused, impressed by their prowess, which clearly surpassed that of ordinary chunin. "Are they geniuses?" he thought to himself. But why is Sarada wearing glasses? Could it be a vision issue? Itachi scrutinized Sarada's eyes, lost in contemplation. Could it be because she hasn't awakened her Sharingan yet? Back in the training ground, the sparring match between Boruto and Sarada had escalated to a fever pitch. Sweat trickled down Sarada's forehead. Yet she fought with unwavering resolve, each clash resonating with the sound of bursting air. "Boruto, take this punch," Sarada shouted, leaping into the air, her fist slicing through the wind as she aimed a powerful strike at him. Boruto, seeing this, accelerated suddenly, dodging her mighty blow with an astonishing angle and seizing her arm tightly. With a gentle tug, he caused Sarada to lose her balance, but he quickly reached out to steady her, preventing her from truly falling. "Boruto, you're amazing. The gap between us keeps growing," Sarada admitted, her tone devoid of despair, instead brimming with spirited determination. "That I need to train harder so that I can stand beside you in the future." As dusk settled over the streets of Konoha, Boruto held Sarada's hand as they strolled leisurely. Sarada softly said, "Boruto, you can leave me here. That I need to pick up some ingredients for dinner for Mom. She has been especially busy at the hospital these past few days and comes home late." Boruto nodded, gently releasing Sarada's hand to bid her farewell. Not long after, Sarada, carrying a bag full of ingredients, wandered alone down the now darkening streets, the moonlight cascading over her shoulders. Behind her, a figure stood silently by a telephone pole, seemingly merging with the night, quietly watching Sarada retreat into the distance. Sarada sensed a peculiar feeling, glancing back only to see a solitary crow soaring through the sky. How strange, it felt like someone was there just now. Was it just my imagination? She murmured to herself. As she reached the street corner, she brushed past a man with black hair. Suddenly, Sarada was overtaken by a wave of dizziness. The vibrant world around her faded into shades of black and white, and the brilliant moon transformed ominously into a blood-red orb. "What is happening?" Is this an illusion? When did this occur? Sarada quickly realized she seemed to have fallen into a jinjutsu. Meanwhile, Boruto, who had raised his hand, slowly lowered it, sighing, well, this is 1 against 7 that let Sarada experience some hardship at that moment. Ensnared in the jinjutsu, Sarada swiftly formed hand seals, striving to break free from the illusory bonds, but to no avail. Just then, the illusion shifted abruptly, and a familiar voice called out to her. It was her father's voice. Sarada turned, but failed to catch a glimpse of Sasuke. Stay calm, Sarada. This is just an illusion, she reassured herself. The scene shifted once more, and Sasuke appeared before her, surrounded by a dozen adversaries clad in black robes adorned with red clouds, his body battered and bruised. He spotted Sarada, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, Sarada, how did you get here? Hurry, get out of this place. Hearing her father's urgent call, Sarada's heart tightened. Stay calm. This is just an illusion. It's not real. Before she could finish her thought, her Sharingan activated. The illusion transformed again, revealing Sasuke kneeling before Sarada, his eyes hollow and bloodied as if cruelly gouged out. Sarada, get out of here. Run, they're coming to take your eyes, he urged, gripping her hand tightly. Dad, this is just an illusion, not reality, Sarada said, trembling at the sight of her father's horrific visage. The scene shifted once more. Sasuke was now crucified, a shadowy figure in a black robe looming over him. Obscured in darkness, the figure slowly raised its arm, revealing a long knife, seemingly poised to inflict a brutal punishment upon Sasuke. Why? Why can't I break this jinjutsu? Sarada's hands swiftly formed seals, her Sharingan spinning rapidly. Yet, the illusion's power was formidable. Even her advanced eyes could not unravel it. A piercing scream echoed as the shadowy figure thrust the knife, piercing through Sasuke's crucified body, blood flowing down the blade. Sasuke's body trembled slightly as he used his last ounce of strength to shout, Run, Sarada! Meanwhile, outside the illusion, Itachi's gaze fixated on Sarada, who clutched a bag of groceries. That moment, her eyes had transformed into Sharingan, gleaming with a crimson light in the night. She awakened her Sharingan directly. It seems Sarada's talent surpasses even that of Sasuke. Itachi murmured to himself, Forgive me, Sarada. Itachi was on the verge of dispelling the illusion when, at that moment, Sarada's double tomo Sharingan underwent a sudden transformation, evolving into a triple tomo. Within the realm of the illusion, a blurred figure, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly thrust a long blade towards Sasuke, the echo of anguish screams ringing incessantly in the air. Who has cast this illusion upon me? Sarada gradually acclimated to the tormenting cries of Sasuke within the illusion. Her heart brimmed with rage. After all, you are merely a false father. Scream all you wish. Just then, the indistinct figure abruptly pivoted, its kaleidoscopic Sharingan and a Rasengan fixated intently on Sarada. Although its features remained obscured, the malevolent aura emanating from it sent chills down her spine. It approached Sarada with deliberate strides. Chuckling coldly, Your father's eyes are indeed remarkably effective. As it neared, Sarada suddenly felt her body stiffen, realizing to her horror that she could not command her own movements. Who are you? Why have you ensnared me in this illusion? Sarada cried out in fury. Yet, the blurred figure appeared oblivious to her pleas, continuing its advance. Standing before Sarada, it extended a finger towards her left eye, declaring coldly, I shall claim your eye. As the two fingers drew nearer, Sarada could distinctly sense the chill of the impending touch against her eyelid, the sensation so vivid that she nearly succumbed to believing it was real. Do not fear, Sarada. This is merely an illusion, she whispered to herself, trembling, yet the palpable sensation rendered her unable to deceive her own mind. Stop, Sarada shouted with all her strength. Her double tomo Sharingan spun wildly, striving to break free from the clutches of the illusion. However, the blurred figure's movements showed no sign of hesitation, its fingers mere moments away from her. In an instant, Sarada's double tomo Sharingan underwent a transformation. The original double tomo swiftly evolved into a more formidable triple tomo. Suddenly, the entire illusionary realm began to undergo cataclysmic changes. The world shattered like a torn net, dissolving as if it were a canvas being violently ripped apart. The sights before Sarada quickly became hazy, dissipating until they transformed into nothingness. Abruptly, she regained her senses, finding herself still standing on the street enveloped in night. the shopping bag in her hand having fallen to the ground unbeknownst to her. She breathed heavily, her triple Tomo Sharingan gradually reverting to its normal state. Yet, the lingering terror and fury within her remained unresolved that a sudden thought struck Sarada. She quickly looked up towards the top of the utility pole. But there was nothing there, only the gentle caress of the night breeze in a shadowy corner. Itachi observed everything intently. Triple Tomo, I had thought Sarada had yet to awaken her Sharingan. It appears she has long since done so. He murmured to himself that my apologies, Sasuke. Please forgive me once more. That Itachi's heart was heavy with complex emotions and guilt. Who could have cast this illusion upon me? After returning home, Sarada lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind replaying the various scenes from the illusion. She pondered, moreover, my Sharingan should be able to see through illusions. Why did it not dispel it immediately? Could the one who cast the illusion also possess a Sharingan of a higher caliber than mine? Could it have been one of those clones of Uchiha Shin? Yet, she quickly dismissed this speculation. No, those clone Sharingan could not possibly ensnare me in an illusion. Sarada suddenly recalled Sasuke's image within the illusion and contemplated silently. Could it be that this illusion was cast by my father? Has he returned to Konoha? Then why not come home? Sarada rose, walking to the mirror, gazing intently at her own eyes, which shimmered with triple Tomo Sharingan. Her gaze then fell upon a photograph of herself with Sakura and Sasuke, taken during Sasuke's last visit to the village, a family portrait. He finally returns, only for me to fall into that terrifying illusion. How infuriating, father, Sarada lamented. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, Sasuke suddenly yawned. It seems my little peanut is missing me, he chuckled softly to himself. Simultaneously, within Sarada's room, a distortion of space occurred, and the rogue boss materialized before her. Upon seeing him, Sarada's face instantly lit up with a smile. After a ripple of space, she vanished from her room, reappearing silently in Boruto's room. Boruto, Sarada called softly, gazing at him sitting at the bedside. Sarada, Boruto responded. Without hesitation, Sarada pulled back the covers and nestled into his embrace. It seems my father has returned to the village today, Sarada remarked. Did Uncle Sasuke come back? Boruto asked, surprised. Yes, and he even ensnared me in an illusion. How bothersome, Sarada complained. Boruto thought to himself. An illusion cast by Sasuke. Isn't that a 1 against 7? Sarada must be imagining things. Did Uncle Sasuke cast an illusion on you? Boruto asked, astonished. I am not certain of the reason. But it did cause my Sharingan to evolve into triple Tomo, Sarada said, slowly activating her triple Tomo Sharingan and gazing directly at Boruto. Triple Tomo, that's incredible, Sarada, Boruto exclaimed, looking down at her face in admiration. Not at all. It pales in comparison to your Tensegan that I wonder when I will evolve into the Mangeki Sharingan, Sarada mused, recalling the moment when Sasuke had looked at Boruto regarding the topic of the Mangeki. Suddenly, Sarada leaned in and pecked Boruto on the cheek. Sarada, you rogue. How dare you ambush me? Boruto laughed. I did ambush you. What of it? Sarada retorted. Boruto chuckled. Oh really? Then I shall ambush you too. Sarada, undeterred, replied, come at me. I'm not afraid. After a playful scuffle, the two gradually settled down, and Sarada fell asleep nestled in Boruto's arms. Master Boruto, called a bespectacled man in a white coat, of average build, as he approached Boruto, who had just stepped out of his home. Boruto turned at the sound, recognizing it to be Uncle Kitasu. Kitasu hurried to Boruto's side, respectfully addressing him, Master Boruto. Boruto raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is it? Is there something again? You aren't asking me to take your inventions to my father, are you? Uncle Kitasu shook his head, exhaling in resignation. I wish to go myself, but Hokage-sama is simply too busy to as the son of Hokage-sama. You are the only one in Konoha who can meet him at any time. Boruto shrugged. I don't have time right now. You can go by yourself. Master, please hear me out. This time, what I have is unlike anything before. It is a groundbreaking technology that could revolutionize the future of ninja combat. Kitasu insisted earnestly. It could revolutionize the future of ninja combat? Boruto asked, intrigued. Indeed, I have recently developed a sealing scroll that can seal ninjutsu. By pre-sealing ninjutsu within the scroll, one can unleash it at a critical moment, allowing a ninja to execute multiple ninjutsu in rapid succession without the need for complex hand signs or depleting their chakra. Kitasu excitedly explained, pride shining in his eyes for this new technology. Boruto, piqued with interest, replied, "That does sound impressive, but does it really work?" "Absolutely. I have conducted numerous tests, and the results have been remarkable. Moreover, the potential of this technology is limitless. If it can be widely adopted among ninjas, the combat dynamics of the future will undoubtedly undergo a seismic shift." Katasu elaborated. "In that case, Uncle Katasu, I am eager to see that sealing scroll of yours." Boruto stated that if Master wishes to see it, then it shall be done. Katasu smiled in response. Following this, Katasu and Boruto made their way to a training ground. "Master, this is the scroll capable of sealing ninjutsu." As the assistant slowly unfurled a scroll and gently placed it upon the ground, he asked, "Is this it? How is it to be used?" Boruto, filled with curiosity, inquired. With a smile, the assistant patiently responded, "It's quite simple. My young master, all you need to do is perform your ninjutsu directed at this scroll, and it will automatically absorb and store the technique you unleash." Upon hearing this, Boruto nodded slightly and raised his palm. Rasengan, a dazzling blue sphere coalesced in his hand. This was the signature technique of the Hokage, an A-rank jutsu. Remarkably, young Boruto had already mastered it while still attending the Ninja Academy, a testament to his exceptional talent. The assistant thought to himself, "I must cultivate a good relationship with my young master. With his gifts, he is surely destined to be the 8th Hokage of Konoha. If Boruto ascends to the position of Hokage one day, then my research would face no constraints," the assistant mused inwardly. Following the assistant's guidance, Boruto directed the Rasengan towards the sealing scroll. Just as the sphere was about to make contact with the scroll, a strange ripple emerged on its surface, as though an invisible hand was gently drawing the Rasengan within. Once the sphere vanished, intricate runes appeared on the scroll's surface before swiftly disappearing, returning it to its original state. It truly worked. Boruto's interest in the sealing scroll was piqued. The assistant smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "So, what do you think, young Boruto? My invention has not disappointed you, has it? It's quite impressive, but how exactly do I use it?" Boruto asked, his curiosity unabated. The assistant patiently elaborated, "Simply throw it, and the sealing scroll will automatically unfurl in high-speed motion, releasing the jutsu you had previously sealed within a certain range. Is it really that simple?" Before the assistant could finish, Boruto hurled the scroll towards a distant wooden post. With a soft thud, the scroll rapidly opened in midair. Moments later, a blue Rasengan shot forth from the scroll, striking the wooden post with precision and shattering it to pieces. "Not bad, but this scroll is a bit large," Boruto commented. "This scroll is still in the experimental phase. Our current technology can only produce one of this size." The assistant explained, "I have an idea." Boruto said, "What insight do you have, young master? Please share it with me." Upon hearing Boruto's new idea, the assistant perked up, his ears attentive. Boruto stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before stating, "What if we inscribe a transformation technique onto the sealing scroll, allowing it to change size or shape according to the ninja's needs? That would make it more convenient to carry." The assistant's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, young Boruto, you are truly brilliant. How did I not think of that? This idea is fantastic. If the scroll can change its size and shape at will, its practicality and concealability would increase significantly." Boruto then inquired, "Do you have any more sealing scrolls, Uncle Assistant?" The assistant nodded with a smile and produced another sealing scroll. Boruto performed the transformation technique on the scroll, and with a puff of smoke, it shrank from the size of a water bottle to that of his thumb. He delicately pinched the scroll between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely and thinking to himself, "This looks rather like a bullet, doesn't it? The sealing scroll resembles a cartridge, while the ninjutsu is akin to the bullet itself." Boruto mused, "If I could create a gun that fires these, that would be revolutionary. Indeed, the times are changing." He recalled the humorous images from his previous life of Sasuke and Naruto exchanging fire with Gatling guns at the Valley of the End. Boruto chuckled inwardly, thinking, "If I can truly create such a thing, I must assert that it is far more practical than ninjutsu. Young master, would you mind taking this to the Hokage for his appraisal? Once he witnesses it firsthand, he will surely praise it. This could even lead to widespread adoption of this technology among the ninjas of Konoha," the assistant said, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Boruto. "No." Boruto replied curtly, "Ah, young Master Boruto, you leave me momentarily speechless. Uncle Assistant, my father does not hold you in high regard. What future do you have mingling with him? Boruto stated bluntly. What do you mean by that, young master? The assistant asked. Confused. Why not follow me instead? I can ensure that your talents shine brilliantly in this world, Boruto asserted confidently. But, young master, you are the Hokage's son. Is there not a difference between following you and following the Hokage? The assistant questioned, perplexed. There certainly is, that I do not possess my father's silver tongue. I prefer to win people over with my abilities, Boruto replied. With that, he activated his Rinnegan, conjuring a silver psychic orb in his hand, which he then merged into the assistant's body. As the psychic sphere integrated into the assistant, his gaze momentarily became vacant and unresponsive. Snap. Boruto snapped his fingers before the assistant, who, after a brief daze, slowly regained clarity. Young Master Boruto, what have you done to me? The assistant asked in astonishment, secretly pondering whether that silver orb had just robbed him of his consciousness. Boruto smiled slightly and said, Uncle Assistant, it's nothing. You will simply follow me from now on. As he spoke, he manipulated the psychic orb within the assistant, causing him to feel as if his body was no longer under his control, his limbs moving involuntarily. Young Master Boruto, what is happening? Why can I not control my own body? The assistant asked in bewilderment. Boruto chose not to elaborate further, waving his hand to stop the assistant's movements. All right, I do not wish to say much more. From now on, Uncle Assistant, you shall serve me. A few days later, in a secret base within the Land of Fire, Boruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself and the assistant to a concealed chamber in an instant. Your research will commence here. If you need anything, simply write it down, and I shall bring it to you, Boruto instructed. The assistant gazed at the unfamiliar chamber before him, his mind swirling with questions and unease. Trembling, he accepted the pen and paper Boruto offered, meticulously listing the materials and equipment required for his research. Young Master Boruto, will I have the opportunity to return to Konoha in the future? The assistant asked. Boruto smiled gently and replied, What would you return to Konoha for? Are you not passionate about research? Here, you can explore freely, unleashing your talents without restrictions, though the assistant still harbored many uncertainties and apprehensions. The prospect of conducting research in this uncharted territory ignited a spark of hope within him. As time passed, the assistant gradually acclimated to his new work environment. The resources Boruto provided, from rare materials to cutting-edge equipment, exceeded his wildest expectations, allowing his research to progress remarkably smoothly. Boruto frequently visited the chamber to monitor the assistant's research progress, occasionally offering forward-thinking suggestions that greatly benefited the assistant. Host. Uzumaki Boruto Role. Uchiha Obito, Tiger Mask. Role Progress. 100 Ding. Congratulations, Host Uzumaki Boruto, on completing the roleplay. Reward. All abilities of Uchiha Obito, Tiger Mask. Boruto felt the chakra within him swell once more. Thanks to the cells of Hashirama possessed by Obito, his chakra surged rapidly, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. This newfound strength was not merely a quantitative enhancement, but also embodied a qualitative leap that was difficult to articulate. That it felt as if every cell in his body radiated with vibrant life, poised to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. That moment, a mirror appeared in Boruto's hand, revealing that his right eye had transformed into a mesmerizing Sharingan, composed of 3 interlocking tomo, shimmering with a mysterious crimson light. Host. Uzumaki Boruto Role. Mizuki Role Progress. 011 Who shall I portray? Mizuki. System. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? The first 3 roles were formidable characters, and now you want me to play a mere side character? How dare you assign me such an insignificant role? System. Say something. Boruto spoke with indignation. Yet, the system remained utterly unresponsive. What a mute system, he muttered, playing as Mizuki. I shall not partake in that, he sighed, contemplating instead to directly film Naruto. For it was merely a matter of 1,000 progress points. A single episode would suffice, and Mizuki had only a brief role in an expanse devoid of life. The space suddenly warped, and Boruto emerged slowly, conjuring a shadow clone to engage in combat with himself. Kimui, phase shift. Boruto's right eye dramatically transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as the fierce onslaught of the shadow clone pierced through his form in an instant. This was Kamui, a power so grotesquely formidable that it could be deemed the strongest of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As long as one did not squander it, it was nearly insurmountable. Boruto sighed, Nowadays, I possess a pair of rebirth eyes. A pair of Rinnegan, a mysterious azure eye, and now this kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I am running out of ocular resources, and switching between them is rather cumbersome. Would it be possible to integrate the abilities of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan into the Rinnegan in the form of Tomo? Similar to Sasuke's 6 Tomo Rinnegan, a notion began to blossom in Boruto's mind. To fuse the power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan with the Rinnegan, a S-night fell within the Hokage's office. Boruto transformed into the likeness of Hashirama. Strolling leisurely through the corridors of the Hokage building, young Master Boruto has arrived. A staff member at the Hokage building remarked upon spotting his figure carrying a bento. In this era, the reappearance of those who had passed away had become a commonplace sight. As long as they bore a bento, one would know it was Boruto. The door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Naruto, deeply engrossed in his labor, lifted his gaze without a hint of surprise. "Boruto, you've come," Naruto greeted, his voice calm and gentle. "Yes, Dad," Boruto replied, stepping forward to gently place the bento before Naruto. "Dad, ever since you became Hokage, it seems like you've had less and less time for training." Naruto sighed softly, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. "Indeed, but there is little I can do about it. Konoha is in a phase of rapid development, and there are myriad matters demanding my attention." Boruto gently shook his head, interrupting his father's words, and then retrieved a scroll from his pocket, presenting it to Naruto. Naruto gazed at the scroll before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "This is the complete ninja techniques of wood release," Boruto explained slowly. "Wood release?" Naruto's heart tightened at the words, immediately recalling his son's childhood when he had pilfered the sealing book. "Boruto, did you steal the sealing book?" Boruto, taken aback, could not help but chuckle. "Steal? Dad, what jest is this? I am the grandson of the 4th Hokage. Acquiring what I desire is but a trifling matter. Moreover, I have already perused the sealing book with my rebirth eyes. This is my own transcription." Upon hearing this, Naruto's doubts dissipated, and he cast an apologetic glance at Boruto. "All right, I misjudged you, Boruto, but why are you giving me this?" Naruto inquired curiously. "Dad, isn't your right hand cultivated with Hashirama's cells?" "You could also practice wood release," Boruto stated. Hearing this, Naruto could not help but smile wryly. "Given my current schedule, when would I find the time to train in this? That is not an excuse." "Dad, you could utilize shadow clones for practice," Boruto asserted with a hint of determination. "Though you are the strongest in the ninja world, one cannot afford to be complacent. What if we encounter an enemy even mightier than Kagaya Otsutsuki?" Naruto's brow furrowed as he pondered Sasuke's ongoing investigation into Kagaya Otsutsuki's legacy, recognizing the high probability of facing an even greater foe in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto spoke slowly. "Boruto, you are correct, as Hokage. I cannot remain content with the status quo. I must continually enhance my strength to better protect Konoha and everyone here. I shall diligently study the complete ninja techniques of wood release." Within the realm of Kimui, Boruto sat cross-legged, his expression focused. "Now, let us endeavor to fuse the kaleidoscopic Sharingan with the Rinnegan," he mused inwardly. First, he needed to stabilize the power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was as if his consciousness had plunged into a profound whirlpool, the nexus of his spiritual energy. The unique patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan flickered in his mind, as he sought to extract and purify this power until it could harmoniously coexist with the Rinnegan. Achieving true fusion. As Boruto's will converged, subtle changes began to manifest in his eyes. Within the deep vortex of the Rinnegan, the distinctive Tomo patterns of the Sharingan gradually emerged, resonating with an extraordinary synergy at that moment. Boruto sensed the transformation of the Rinnegan. This change encompassed the mysterious powers of life and death, the insight into all things inherent to the Rinnegan, now intertwined with the spatial capabilities of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "I have succeeded." Boruto felt a jolt within, slowly opening his eyes to behold that his Rinnegan now bore a Tomo pattern at its center, encircled by swirling purple lines that he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Pondering, only a single Tomo, and only my right eye possesses it. Well, after all, I only have one kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, Boruto's quest did not cease there. The bold thought took root in his mind. If the kaleidoscopic Sharingan could merge with the Rinnegan, could the rebirth eyes also be integrated with the Rinnegan? With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes once more, this time focusing on the shimmering silver light of the rebirth eyes. Yet, The process of merging the rebirth eyes with the Rinnegan proved far more intricate than anticipated. Boruto endeavored to fuse the two, but encountered an invisible resistance obstructing his efforts. Frowning, he immersed himself fully in this battle of fusion. Yet ultimately shook his head in resignation. No, at this moment, I am unable to achieve this step, he sighed softly, ceasing his attempts. After a brief respite, Boruto began to reflect on the reasons for this failure. He contemplated the smooth fusion of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the Rinnegan, theorizing that it might be due to the fact that the ultimate evolution of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was indeed the Rinnegan, indicating an inherent connection and mutual attraction between them. However, while the rebirth eyes shared similar abilities with the Rinnegan and bore an essential connection, they lacked that mutual attraction, which perhaps was the crux of the fusion's failure. In the Land of Fire, within the base of Kinshu, in a concealed chamber, Boruto summoned forth numerous shadow clones, each unleashing various jutsu towards the spread-out ceiling scrolls on the ground. These jutsu made contact with the scrolls. They were absorbed, subsequently stored within the scrolls. Simultaneously, Boruto waved his hand to collect those scrolls that had successfully stored the jutsu, soon amassing several hundred sealed scrolls. Kinshu, observing Boruto's astonishing display, wore an expression of shock. "Young Master Boruto, after releasing so many jutsu, do you still have enough chakra?" he inquired with concern. Boruto chuckled, shaking his head. "Fear not, I am Shitura. These jutsu are mere trifles for me." Kinshu was momentarily taken aback. "Shitura?" Boruto recalled the matter at hand. By the way, Kinshu, has that gun been completed? He asked. "It is ready," Kinshu replied, retrieving two weapons resembling firearms from the workstation behind him. "This is the gun I crafted according to your vision. Young Master, it is the activator. This activator, once infused with chakra, generates immense wind pressure, allowing the sealed scrolls inside to be launched at high velocity, enabling the remote release of jutsu." Kinshu elaborated on the activator with pride shining in his eyes. Boruto took the activator, examining it closely. "Indeed, times have truly changed," he murmured. He swiftly loaded several scrolls containing jutsu into the magazine of the activator, adjusted his stance, and pulled the trigger towards an empty corner of the chamber. With a swift whoosh, a streak of blue light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, sliced through the air, striking the corner of the chamber and instantly creating a spiraling hole. Boruto gazed at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Fantastic, Kinshu! This is precisely what I desired." Kinshu, witnessing Boruto's exuberance, wore an expression of accomplishment. "Were it not for your ideas, young master, I would not have been able to create such things," he humbly responded. However, he quickly shifted his tone, lamenting that these scrolls could only seal techniques up to a rank, while sealing S-rank techniques would require further research. Boruto nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "It's all right, Uncle Kaguya, this is already a significant advancement that I asked for S-rank techniques. We can take our time." He understood that all technologies and inventions require time and patience to perfect. Yet, in Boruto's heart, a grander plan was brewing. That he mused, "These tools are indeed formidable, but perhaps they do not pose a true threat to the Akatsuki. However, if these sealing scrolls could encapsulate certain tangible techniques, like Hashirama's wood dragon or the divine tree, and then be launched like bullets, what a spectacle that would be. What is this Uchiha Menma?" In a secluded base, Minato gazed curiously at the two scientific ninja weapons displayed on the stone table. Boruto replied nonchalantly, "These are weapons." "Weapons?" Minato echoed, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He gently picked one up, scrutinizing its intricate design and the faint chakra patterns coursing across it, exclaiming, "This appears to be anything but ordinary ninja tools." "Ninja tools? Are these for us?" Tobirama also examined the scientific ninja weapons with interest. Boruto shook his head, explaining, "I intend to test the power of this weapon to see if it can perform as expected in a confrontation with a formidable opponent. Though, how does one use this bizarre weapon?" "I am quite eager to try." Madara expressed his keen interest. Boruto smiled slightly. "Then let us give it a try." Soon, the group arrived at a deserted island. Madara stood on the beach, wielding the scientific ninja weapon, while Tobirama and the others observed quietly from the sidelines. Boruto stood beside Madara, instructing, "Simply infuse chakra and pull the trigger to is it truly that simple?" Madara, skeptical, infused chakra and gently pulled the trigger, releasing a sound that sliced through the air. A scroll imbued with fire release detonated in midair, instantly creating a vast area engulfed in roaring flames, consuming a large expanse of beach in its fiery embrace. "This is ninjutsu," Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Tobirama added, "That scroll must have been preloaded with a technique to achieve such astonishing results. Fascinating. I like it." Madara's lips curled into a playful smile as he glanced back at Hashirama Daichi that moment. Hashirama and Mito were hand in hand, gazing in their direction. Madara snorted, unhesitatingly raising the scientific ninja weapon towards Hashirama and the others, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Several sealing scrolls shot forth, transforming into lightning, flames, and various elemental assaults, heading straight for Hashirama and Mito. Hashirama showed no signs of panic. With a clap of his hands, he summoned a massive wood-release wall, effortlessly deflecting all the attacks. "Madara, what are you doing?" Hashirama questioned, pointing at him after dispelling the wood-release wall. Madara burst into laughter. "Ha! This is far superior to ninjutsu." His laughter echoed across the desolate island, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Tobirama, observing Madara's boisterous laughter, couldn't help but comment. Meanwhile, Hashirama reproached Madara, "Even if this scientific ninja weapon is superior, you cannot aim it at us." Madara cast a fleeting glance at Mito behind Hashirama, his expression shifting slightly, before retorting. "What is there to fear, Hashirama? After all, we are now but reanimated bodies." At that moment, Boruto proposed, "Hashirama, Madara, how about a friendly spar using these scientific ninja weapons?" Madara's eyes lit up at the suggestion, turning to Hashirama with a grin. "Oh, that sounds splendid." Hashirama, seeing the excitement radiating from Madara's face, Hashirama nodded slightly, his tone serious. "In that case, let us proceed, Madara." Boruto swiftly tossed another scientific ninja weapon to Hashirama, equipping both with several ninja scroll magazines. On the sandy beach of the island, Madara and Hashirama stood facing each other, each wielding a scientific ninja weapon. Madara raised his weapon, aiming at Hashirama, and exclaimed, "The times have changed." Hashirama, holding his weapon with one hand, pointed it back at Madara, solemnly replying, "I have long been aware of that, Madara." With the sound of a trigger being pulled, Madara initiated the attack, that a scroll containing lightning release shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a sharp crackle, hurtling towards Hashirama. Reacting swiftly, Hashirama pulled his trigger almost simultaneously, launching a scroll imbued with fire release to counter. Boom! The collision of lightning and fire erupted in a dazzling display of energy. Tobirama watched this spectacle, marveling how rapidly times have changed on a ninja's process of channeling chakra, forming hand seals, and releasing ninjutsu requires a significant amount of time. Yet, this scientific ninja weapon eliminates the need for hand seals or chakra consumption, enabling the instantaneous launch of multiple powerful techniques at remarkable speed, with the capability for rapid succession. If this had appeared during the First Ninja World War, it would have been a revolutionary change, capable of altering the entire battlefield. Tobirama emphasized once more. Minato nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, consider that even ordinary ninjas struggle to perform several techniques, and even then, they may not hit their target. Yet this scientific ninja weapon operates like a rapid-fire cannon of ninjutsu. Its power astounding to that moment." Hashirama, engaged in battle with Madara, couldn't help but praise, "What a fine tool, far superior to my great sword." "Humph, Hashirama, this is merely the beginning." Madara chuckled coldly, raising his weapon again, this time opting for a barrage of shots. Dozens of sealing scrolls, each containing different techniques, rained down on Hashirama. Unyielding, Hashirama retaliated with his own volley of scrolls, invoking earth release, fire release, water release, and various other techniques that clashed and intertwined in midair. Nagato glanced at Itachi beside him, reflecting, in a 1-on-7 scenario, should such tools appear in warfare? Itachi nodded slightly, his gaze profound and serious. Such weaponry could significantly enhance combat efficiency while reducing the direct risks for ninjas. However, this also implies a potential escalation in the intensity and brutality of warfare. Yet, every technological advancement carries its duality. The key lies in the user's intent and application. Meanwhile, on the beach, Madara was thoroughly exhilarated. He stood his ground, allowing the techniques fired by Hashirama to strike him directly. Suddenly, a blue skeletal structure enveloped him tightly, withstanding Hashirama's onslaught. "This is excessive, Madara," Hashirama exclaimed, Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly spar? Madara laughed heartily in response. What do you know, Hashirama? This is precisely how this weapon is meant to be used. Only in conjunction with my Susanoo can its full power be realized. Very well. Then I shall respond in kind. Hashirama stomped his foot, causing solid wood to surge from the ground, forming a circular wood release barrier around him, leaving a small opening from which he could fire his ninja scrolls. Seeing this, Madara's smile turned even more sinister. How interesting. Hashirama, it seems you two have become addicted to this. The battle between the two intensified.